Disclaimer. The Phoenix Journals are intended as a real-time commentary on current events, how current events relate to past events and the relationships of both to the physical and spiritual destinies of mankind. All of history, as we now know it, has been revised, rewritten, twisted, and tweaked by selfishly motivated men to achieve and maintain control over other men. When one can understand that everything is comprised of energy and that even physical matter is coalesced energy, and that all energy emanates from God's thought, one can accept the idea that the successful focusing of millions of minds on one expected happening will cause it to happen. If the many prophecies made over thousands of years are accepted, these are the end times, specifically the year 2000, the second millennium, etc. That would put us in the sorting period and only a few short years from the finish line. God has said that in the end times would come the word to the four corners of the world so that each could decide his/her own course toward, or away from, divinity based upon truth. So, God sends his host's messengers to present that truth. This is the way in which he chooses to present it, through the Phoenix Journals. Thus, these journals are truth, which cannot be copyrighted. They are compilations of information already available on Earth, researched and compiled by others, some, no doubt, for this purpose, which should not be copyrighted. Therefore, these journals are not copyrighted, except Shpapu Odyssey, which is fiction. The first 60 or so journals were published by America West Publishing, which elected to indicate that a copyright had been applied for on the theory that the ISBN number, so necessary for booksellers, was dependent upon the copyright. Commander Hayton, the primary author and compiler, insisted that no copyrights be applied for and, to our knowledge, none were. If the truth is to reach the four corners of the world, it must be freely passed on. It is hoped that each reader will feel free to do that, keeping it in context, of course. Blood and ashes. Ye sleeping children of the light, who now hears the phoenix cry. Dedication. To mankind, an endangered species bordering on extinction. Introduction. In the interest of saving time, for you have little left, I shall be brief indeed. You are sitting upon the bomb ready to be burst and you hide within the lies. This book is truth and we are now writing in sequence so that you might see the correlation between the lies of one decade heaped upon the next, but the play is the same. Satan intends to win or pull as many with him as is possible. There will be many, dear friends. People who shut their eyes to reality simply invite their own destruction, and anyone who insists on remaining in a state of innocence long after that innocence is dead is indeed a fool. For there are none so blind as they who refuse to see. You run madly and frantically toward the precipice after you have put something before you to prevent your seeing it, so we are calling out to you that you might remove the veil. God holds his hands unto you that you might not fall. Whose life ring do you await? God stands at thine door. Is Satan already within? We come forth as the hosts of heaven, sent to bring you truth and show you the way, for God would never leave his children in darkness. Who will see the light and who will hear the symphony of the universe? We bring the hope of mankind and the Master, born of man and God. Who will see and hear? You may refuse truth, but we shall continue to bring it forth for as long as there is man. How long do you perceive that might be? We come with instructions for your journey. Who will receive? The altar is covered with blood and ashes of the fallen kingdom, set aflame by the ignorance of the foolish. You have followed the lie and turned from God unto the halls and dens of the dark master, who now sets the ultimate trap. Who will take of the key and open thine escape doors? God has so loved you that he sends his messengers again unto you that you might change thine course before the judgment. Who will walk with us into the light? There is room aplenty for all who will come and journey with us, and the door is opened unto all who would come in truth back into the shelter of thine Creator. Thine passage is bought with a turning back into the truth of his laws and those wondrous and just laws of the creation. There shall be no evil brought within the halls of God's house. Ye are children of the light, and ye have seen it not. Who will strike the flame to light of the candle? The pioneers have come before, and ye need not start the flame, only keep it, for if it goes untended it shall be snuffed, and it shall be as ashes in the whirlwind. Know this, in thine truth before the phoenix can rise, first must come the ashes. God only promised that the word of truth would go forth in the ending times. He did not say ye had to partake of it. However, it would seem of great wisdom to do so. So be it, for the time is at hand when man shall face his insanity and severance from God. God never leaves of man, man tries to leave of God. The journey back unto God will be as easy or as difficult as ye choose to make of it. Aho. Be most careful how ye pray and for what and whom you ask the prevailing, for God will sanction no evil nor will he bless of Satan. Pray for your children, but please do not pray for victory of thine nation, for that which you do is evil and it shall not be blessed by God, except as with the helpless children who are set forth as martyrs. If ye know not that which ye do, pray for vision and truth, and then you had best join hands with thine brothers and turn this thing unto rightness, for it is a seriously critical time upon your planet Earth. May God grant you grace and courage that you may see and hear and act. Jai Orgo Series Hayton. Chapter 1. Rec Number 1 Hayton. Wednesday, August 22nd, 1990, 8:36 a.m. Year 4 Day 6. Let's have the truth. Hayton, present in the light of truth and in service as God grants through grace, understanding, and direction in a troubled time upon his lands and his people. God gives not his children more than that which they can carry if they turn unto him for their sustenance and turn from their misdirection unto the light of truth. So be it. Amen. International Bankers/England. I ask that someone take from the audio tapes of Friday and Sunday, the portions dealing with Revelations and my speaking on the subject of England, for therein lies truth and, for you ones, a different perspective. I shall not ask that Dharma repeat of her work, for we cannot get timely information unto the public without assistance. You once request that we connect all facets into neat little bundles for your tube feedings. No, we are giving it all unto you as quickly as a scribe can put it to paper and voice recording. You must do of your homework, for it is your life and nation at stake. We will continue to give you background for confirmation, and then you must integrate it with the daily unveiling. Iraq/Kuwait/Baghdad. These current events have long been predicted and thoroughly explained as far back as 1984. I related the caution to pay attention to the bankers and England many times, for therein is the seed of this massive maneuver for control. He who controls the oil controls the world. Why was Thatcher in your country for weeks prior to this massive manipulation and transfer of your troops to the Middle East? You are sitting ducks in the mud-bound pond, and your time is definitely running out. While the CIA and other agencies have been spending billions of dollars of taxpayers' money to gather intelligence and data about the Middle East. Mostly from the Israeli Mossad, Israel's secret service, for those of you who haven't read the journals and Express, as well as financing all the most murderous and corrupt regimes in the region, the international bankers were on a crash program preparing their next shakedown of the world's average people. I can only suggest that you, who have not done so, get yourselves availed of the past journals and find out what is afoot in your world. The perspective will give you power in truth, whereby you must take action. All the ordinary working people in every country now are hostage to the dragon. Because the international bankers control most of the world's news media, making ordinary folks a captive audience, only people who read the few presentations such as the journals are going to know what is really going on, and you others will blindly walk the path to the pit. Media will not tell you. Ever since the London-based international bankers managed to railroad America into World War I, the government of the US has become the factotum of British imperialism, trilateralism, Zionism, and communism, which have always been bankers' instrumentalities. We have now written the equivalent of some 19 journals to prove this statement unto you. We have also presented unto you the only path back into truth and resurrection of your world, a return to the laws of God and the creation, and what actions are required to reverse the journey to destruction. Who will list 10 and see? Since World War I, ordinary Americans have been sent to wars, and myriads of undeclared ones, for the sole purpose of keeping the international bankers in clover. Trillions of dollars have been stolen from American taxpayers to pick up the tab for the bankers' schemes gone wrong, on purpose or not. Today the US has never been more captive from the grip of the international bankers in its entire history. Legions of modern-day Benedict Arnolds, if you will, and traitorous dual loyalists posing as publican servants and elected officials have suborned the people's sacred mandate to alien interests dedicated to the ruination and enslavement of the American people. It is within this context that the so-called Iraq crisis was suddenly thrust onto page 1 of the establishment's media. Contrary to the histrionics of flag-waving conservatives and breast-beating liberals, the Iraqi situation has really nothing to do with the interests of the US as a country, and even far less to do with the welfare of American citizens. It is high time to remind those who through ignorance or stupidity support the bankers meddling in every country of the world, that the Republic of the US was founded on two basic principles. Government is the servant of the people, and the Republic will stay clear of any foreign meddling and entanglements. Therefore, you can only deduce that it is for special interests that the government acts against your best interests and sends your children off to ensure the theft and robbery of your world for the international bankers and the benefit of the Bolsheviks/Zionists who plan to control your world by force and enslavement, completely, by no later than the year 2000. The plan is ahead of schedule, my dear friends, and a nuclear war is a major part of the plan. Place this portion in the front of the journal in preparation regarding the secret shuttle program and war plans for nuclear World War I. You must understand about the cover UPS and secret plans of your world's demise through takeover of the global planners right through total use of the United Nations. Look around you and see what the United Nations is required to do in this Middle East scenario. You are already under one world rule while you weren't looking. Further, you in the USA foot the bill for expenses and send your children off as gun fodder to die in the deserts of a foreign land. The rewards for this ignorance will be painful and costly indeed. It was for the principles of the government as servant and the intentions to stay out of foreign meddling which the founding fathers risked their own lives in the creation of your republic. Although this was a novel idea at the time, your founding fathers lived up to their principles. Upon securing independence, they did not go about trying to wipe out every presumed bad guy from the face of the earth. The position was indeed clear. Americans would fight to the death to defend against an attack on American soil, but would not waste one American life in obscure and dubious alien conflicts that had nothing to do with the interests of America or its citizens. It is a measure of British hypocrisy and duplicity to have changed this ironclad premise of non-entanglements into one of perpetual and messianic meddling in the affairs of every sovereign country in the world. Worst of all was that this meddling has never been of benefit to the American citizens but only to the exclusive benefit of international bankers and other assorted matoidal, crazy, self-serving individuals or groups, interests. You do London's squalid and putrid work. When the British establishment railroaded America into its initial war against Germany, World War I, it had, in fact, reasserted its position as colonial master of North America. American blood and money was spent solely for the purposes of bailing out London's aggression against Germany and world colonialism from certain defeat. The British establishment had engineered World War I for the dual purpose of weakening its European rivals, France and Germany, through a mutual bloodbath and consolidating its predation of the Middle East and its colonialism in the rest of the world. Needless to say, the British establishment's institutionalized piracy was never of any benefit to its own English citizens and even less to American citizens. It strictly served the international bankers. Interestingly enough, the best and most brilliant record of British manipulations at that time was done by General Leon de Graelle, a nationalist Belgian general who volunteered to fight the communists in W.W.2 and escaped Allied justice by seeking asylum in Spain in 1945. It is labeled Hitler, born at Versailles. It can be obtained for $26.95 from Liberty Library, 300 Independence Avenue Southeast Washington, D.C. 20003. I simply cannot ask this scribe to do all of your homework in order that you come into your own confirmation, nor can these ones financially afford to supply all of you with comprehensive information. If you would want America West to make these books available, then please contact them and make your desires known. I am not going to rewrite all that is already written, as confirmation of our truth, upon your planet. Thus, America's involvement in World War I had nothing to do with defending America or carrying the torch of freedom, it had all to do with squandering American lives and money to bail out the British establishment. One of the most nefarious British predations, apart from the colonization of the hard-working Boers of South Africa, was its conquest of the Middle East, and specifically Iraq. And you want to know about microbiological and chemical warfare and your participation versus that of any other nation? Read A Higher Form of Killing, The Secret Story of Chemical and Biological Warfare, Robert Harris and Jeremy Paxman. If you cannot find it, being forced out of print for an indefinite period of time, contact America West and let us get it back in circulation, please. Further, I must ask that sales of these suggested books give a portion of the proceeds into the Phoenix Institute for further publishing ability and funding. We are not about bringing special riches unto a publisher or distributor and, of course, the rewards must be returned lest nothing can be made available to any. However, as we move along, I will endorse many publications instead of having Dharma pen them separately, for she is exhausted unto inability to function. There are many publications of excellent truth, i.e. all of those presented by Eustace Mullins, and I would suggest that any of his out of print be republished, for ones such as Curse of Canaan are without equal on your placement. We must, however, expect return to the Institute from the distribution of these books to allow survival of the Institute and funding for projects in the startup. Promises and more promises. The Arabs, that includes the Iraqis, had been promised by the British freedom from Turkish domination if they would join in the British side in the war. Promises of huge amounts of money were also made. Land promises, such as Palestine, were made to the Arabian Peninsula tribal chiefs for their joining the British war. American intervention having tipped the balance, the British proceeded to renege on all their promises to everybody. The Italians did not get Greece, Greece did not get Turkey, and the Arabs got neither freedom nor Palestine. The moribund Turkish rule was replaced by ruthless British colonization, and Palestine was quickly given to the Israelis. Thus, far from striking a blow for freedom, American intervention has enslaved half of the most civilized people in Europe into the hands of hate-filled thugs, and the people of the Middle East exchanged one colonial master for another. The pattern was now well established. America and all its resources would from then on be subordinated to the interests of the London-based international bankers. British propaganda has, to this very day, managed to cover up its railroading of America with generous doses of appeals to save democracy. The bankers' control of the media has made this task most easy indeed. You are just told and shown exactly that which they desire you to believe. But why Iraq? World War I concluded in 1918 with international finance the clear and only victor over the pile of 20 million bodies. Bolshevism had been financed to enslave Russia, Zionism had been given Palestine, which belonged to the Palestinians, and America was co-opted to perform any dirty work required by the master bankers anywhere in the world. British broken promises and subsequent colonization did, however, stir a reawakening of the long-slumbering Arab world. The Arabs had lived off past glories for centuries and resented being colonized by the pompous British, particularly when untold oil wealth was being discovered under their lands. For years the British exploited the oil and kept the natives quiet through the creation of kings, sheiks, sultans, emirs, and princes who acted as British puppets in the exploitation of the land and its people. In case the British could not quite manage, America could always be counted on to lend a necessary hand and money to the deal. The powerful tribal Bedouin chieftain Ibn Saud was suddenly declared king of the entire Arabian Peninsula by the British. British whims. The bizarre merchant Al-Sabah in the Iraqi town of Kuwait was likewise made the emir of the region and separated from Iraq. Countries were cut off, boundaries rearranged, populations shifted, sheikdoms and emirates created to the whims of the British and international bankers. The whole Middle East and its resources were kept in banking hands with the British policy of divide and rule, and with the help of local traders who exist in every country for a good price. The bankers thought they could defuse Arab national aspirations by officially decolonizing the Middle East and running it through puppet kings and the like. In Iran the CIA, at British behest, overthrew the populist Dr. Mohammad Mossadegh and imposed a tyrannical emperor or Shah on the country, and in Iraq the British imposed a king. Things started to unravel when the puppet king was overthrown by nationalist Iraqis. The British, however, managed to stop Iraq from reclaiming its lost territory of Kuwait in 1961. Thus the overthrower was overthrown. Failure to recover Kuwait was, in fact, one of the reasons used by Saddam Hussein when he participated in the overthrow of President Qasem, the man who had overthrown the British puppet king. Qasem was succeeded by well-meaning, but ineffectual President Abdul Salam Aref, who was killed in a helicopter accident in 1966. He was succeeded by his brother, Abdul Rahman Aref, who was deposed in 1967 by Saddam Hussein and his Ba'ath Party. Saddam Hussein's strength was based in the closely knit tribe of the Takritis, an all-important factor ignored by the State Department pundits. The entire Middle East is run along tribal lines, and an intricate alliance system which has proven totally incomprehensible to your so-called Middle East experts. Tribal survival in the Middle East as elsewhere is not for the faint-hearted, it is a live-or-die process with winner-take-all outcome. Thus, Saddam Hussein had survived and won in an environment no Westerner could fathom, let alone sustain. Many names have been leveled at Saddam Hussein when he was suddenly transformed by the media from Mr. President Hussein to the Butcher of Baghdad. Hussein's record is well documented but is not better or worse than any other Middle East ruler, and certainly a lot less hypocritical and totally forthright in intent. It is ironic but not surprising that Saddam was courted and rewarded by both the West and the Soviets as long as he made war with the Iranians who had kicked out the bankers and Zionist puppet, the Shah. For 10 years Saddam received good press and billions in aid, arms, and credit from you. After returning to Iran, the Ayatollah Khomeini had extended the hand of friendship to Iraq and offered to join forces with Iraq and the rest of the Islamic world to liberate Palestine from Zionist occupation, a basic policy of Iraq's successive governments since the fall of King Hussein. No relative to Saddam or Jordan's ruler of the same name. King is simply a label, not a title. Instead, Saddam chose to invade Iran on the advice of Mossad operatives who managed to convince the Iraqis that Khomeini was dying with only 2 months to live and Iran was near collapse. That was in 1980. Instead, Iranians proved to be no pushovers, and a punishing and bloody war of attrition ensued for 8 long years. Try reading Iraq-Iran War, which is a Middle Eastern point of view of the fratricidal conflict. $9.95 from Liberty Library. After 1 million men on both sides lost their lives, the war ground to a halt through the sheer exhaustion of the parties. The Iranians failed to topple Saddam and Saddam failed to topple the mullahs. However, since Iran suffered the most casualties, Saddam was perceived as the winner. But the win had its poison pill, namely the billions Saddam had to borrow to sustain the war. When it became obvious that Iraq was unable or unwilling to repay the loans, the bankers decided it was time for a gas hike so that Iraq's war debts could be paid by American and European gas consumers, a tax disguised as a gas hike. Once again the ordinary citizens of the West were picking up the tab to bail out shaky banks and make big oil even richer. A villain was needed and Saddam conveniently obliged to change from the West's golden boy to a new Hitler, and this term is brandished about in every media presentation, or misrepresentation as the case is. All the hysteria, posturing and histrionics are so much desert sand thrown into the eyes of the shaken down public. There is no oil crisis except the ones manufactured by the banks and big oil and Western and communist governments eager to distract attention to a new bogeyman from the growing wrath of their respective citizens. The fact remains that the world, with or without Iraqi and Kuwaiti oil, is floating on a sea of oil which has glutted the market for years and will continue to do so unless an artificial oil crisis, as in the 1970s, is manufactured. Thus the crisis is a bonanza for big oil and the international bankers but a disaster for the common folk. If people wake up to the massive scam, the Bush administration can be counted on to launch a Panama-type operation against Iraq, which could turn out to be another Vietnam. This would also be greatly welcomed by the establishment as just the right type of war to pull the country out of the recession created by the gas hike, and golly, those war projects and war supplies companies belonging to the cartel will flourish once again. And, you get your cream of the crop youth killed off to boot so they won't be turning on the corrupt government and military one of these days when the truth comes forth. Once again it is the people who pay with their lives and their money, and it will be the people who will demand that the war continue to ever-increasing force to protect America's non-existent interests in the Middle East. So be it. I most certainly suggest you go back and read every word of all Phoenix Journals and Phoenix Expresses again and again and again. We didn't get on the government/military hit list for takeout by anything other than telling you truth. You are in serious circumstances and you had best get those eyes and ears open now. America is off again on a bully mission. This is the most self-serving idiocy in service to the world's bankers and England that has been staged yet. You the people were warned by some most daring publications years ago and on a continuing weekly and daily basis, and you didn't see or hear. Most have never heard of the publication, so we will spare breath and work to enlighten you. Those of you who are enlightened and give a damn already know of them, and yet, if you want confirmation on an earth level, check into Truth Projections, for the information is available in great abundance if you bother to seek it out. There is far more to the Iraq-Kuwait situation than waving the flag as the Marines pass by in review on their way to war games. Well, they are going to get a lot of your fine young people killed in the scenario, and a lot of stupid medals will he passed out to grieving families, parents, and spouses. You see, until the English butted in with their royal labels passed out at random and the scattering of bank loans of mammoth proportion, Kuwait and Iraq were the same. Kuwait was simply a town in Iraq. Don't all you citizens know this from your wondrous educational system? Back when the establishment media was singing the praises of Saddam Hussein as the man who punished Iran, the country that humiliated you with its hostage grab, you were warned what to expect in the future. Go back to the journals and read all about the hostage situation. It was the bankers who finally dealt the manipulations to free the hostages in Iran. Arab nationalist. Saddam Hussein is an Arab nationalist. He doesn't like foreigners meddling in his affairs or, for that matter, the affairs of his Arab world brothers in general. He doesn't like Israel or anyone who supports Israel, and you might pay attention, for you are already fallen into the Zionist trap laid in Israel. He was not about to stand by and do nothing while you armed Israel to the teeth with the latest that the military-industrial complex had to offer, and you paid every cent of the cost at taxpayers' expense. Check it out. He really got angry when he found out that it was the US that had coerced Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates to overproduce and keep the price of oil down just when he needed the money to pay for his costly 8-year war and rearm for his expected clash with Israel. Now you set Israel up to march in and you will help them eat up the Middle East and you as well. Meanwhile, back at hiding placement, Mr. Bush's holier-than-thou approach to the Iraqi invasion, ho-hum don't interrupt my pudding practice, is exposing the hypocrisy of the US government in full-blown glory. Maybe most Americans have forgotten, but the Arabs remember that the US helped Israel invade Lebanon. Do you remember what you got for your trouble? Hundreds of Marines were killed and your forces withdrew, humiliated. Now you are set up for the same scenario, just because Bush wants to be the war president following in Ronald Reagan's macho footsteps. The bottom line is that America is meddling where it isn't wanted and where it does not belong and where you get nothing but excruciating trouble while the international bankers clean up again. Only this time, Israel is equipped for total all-out nuclear war with hydrogen bombs and everything supplied at your expense and built for them by Americans for Americans' consumption. A hefty mouthful to chew indeed. Who benefits? Everyone but you. Who benefits from Iraq's invasion and occupation of Kuwait? Well, just about everybody involved except you, the US taxpayers, consumers and, of course, the Kuwaiti billionaire sheiks. Everybody certainly includes the usual suspects: the international bankers, big oil, defense contractors, US politicians, and Israel. But this is a dangerous game the internationalists are playing this time, one which could lead in short order to regional and total global war, nuclear war of the most heinous type imagined, for it will move right into all-out war between your major powers and death unto both major nations as you recognize them. I do not have time to rewrite yesterday's journal writing, but I assure you that this is a full, well-planned global takeover maneuver which includes annihilation of great portions of both Russia and the US nation. This will lead, most probably, to massive loss of life, which result is of absolutely no concern to those who are fomenting such an upheaval because, to them, war is just another profit-making enterprise and they plan to depopulate the planet, at any rate. War is a coward solution to the problems of peace, and there were headaches abundant for the politicians, their friends in the military-industrial complex and in Israel, and, of course, the mega bankers. Oil prices were, before the invasion, depressed, sparking fears that indebted countries would renounce their IOUs to financiers. And all of this could be set up in innocent cover in the name of the United Nations, which is the planned focus of the global government, which will enslave you and remove every freedom granted by your constitution, for you will not longer even have access to the document. The enforcement is already along the new constitution, which is integrated, already, into the United Nations Charter. Do you not already hear the proposal to replace the American flag by the United Nations flag on the US ships in the Persian Gulf? Well, Israel is not yet ready for that maneuver, but it is already in practice whether or not the flag has been changed, dear blind mice. Defense contractors were facing the end of a gravy train filled to the brim with public monies because of the collapse of the Cold War with your ally, Russia. Meanwhile, American politicians were struggling with public opinion polls showing massive public disapproval of their performances, and Israel was confronting the dual crises of unpopular mass immigrations from the Soviet Union coupled with the unrest among the subject Palestinians. With his lightning strike into tiny, near defenseless Kuwait, and at the request of the original Kuwaitis, Iraqi Saddam Hussein brought a smile to the faces of the just mentioned afflicted parties, although, of course, they could not express their delight publicly. Instead, the establishment media has, since August 2nd, been filled with vitriolic condemnation of Hussein and dire warnings that he must be brought to heel through the application of American military might. Turnaround. This was a direct turnaround, since the Western media had for years been portraying Hussein as a good guy despite his vicious rule. Hussein's internal security police are the most ruthless and disciplined in your world. Hussein's government emerged at the end of the 8-year Iraq-Iran war in 1988 with billions of dollars in war debt, as we have already covered, and his main revenue producer, his vast oil reserve second only to Saudi Arabia, was not producing the income he had to have because of the intentionally depressed worldwide oil prices. Kuwait had backed Iraq during the war with Iran and lent it billions of dollars, but therein lies the truth of the puppet Kuwaiti dancers had buried the actual Kuwait government of the people. Kuwait always had been part of Iraq, providing it with a port in the Persian Gulf, which in fact, was an Iraqi port. In 1959, after the British terminated the status of Kuwait as a protectorate, Iraq moved in immediately and made Kuwait part of its territory, since it was a constituent part of Iraq, known as Basra, at the time of the country's formation in 1925. However, the British quickly returned with troops and Kuwait remained pronounced independent. There was certainly no invasion of the people of Kuwait, but rather a reaffirmation of unity against the puppet British government. The action took the world by surprise, allegedly, and the United Nations, President George Bush, Western Europe, and even some Arab states reacted with cries of outrage and calls for international sanctions. Funny thing, it absolutely and totally coincided with the close of Congress allowing for everything militarily to be handled by executive order, a lengthy, many-meeting visit by Thatcher, and myriads of secret government planning sessions in total seclusion from the people. Read the journals and expresses. Actually, no one other than you the people were in the least surprised, for the maneuver and manipulations were planned to the last tiny detail, and, once again, the US taxpayer is the big sucker to bear the bill and the brunt. Funny thing happened on the way to these meetings. Hussein had massed troops on Iraq's border with Kuwait for many weeks, invited foreign military attachés to observe his troops' maneuvers, and had issued ultimatum after ultimatum to Kuwait to join with him, forgive the war debt, and provide billions more in revenues derived from oil pumped out of disputed wells that straddle their common borders. The puppet British/Zionist government in Kuwait was ordered not to budge by the cartel elite and international bankers. Even so, there were no demands from the US for action against old buddy, Hussein. In fact, Bush had threatened to veto a congressional proposal shortly before the invasion to cut off $400 million in agricultural credits that were to be extended to Iraq. Now good old Hussein is being depicted as some sort of a monster by the Western media, which is for the first time detailing many stories about him which were brought forth about the man, himself, years ago. These accounts are only now being brought forth because wider publicity serves the purpose of the international elite that anonymously dictate events from their offices in New York, Zurich, London, and Tel Aviv. American politicians will be able to distract the people from outrage at their shortcomings, the international banks will gear up to provide loans to both sides in a likely coming war, the military-industrial complex will have renewed reason to exist, big oil will profit enormously from the run-up in petroleum prices, Japan will be brought into line by control of oil, and Israel will be able to step out of the spotlight that has been focused on its genocidal repression of the Palestinians, allowing it to redouble its efforts without pesky interference from the outside while the US continues to foot the bill but without the distraction of an irritated tax-paying public. Let US consider historical truth. Saddam Hussein was the darling of the establishment for many years. He represented the great hope for the defeat of radical Islamic movements in the Middle East, personified by the Iranian regime of Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini and his successors. Fundamentalist Muslims are, by Israel's own definition, a threat to its interests. Throughout the period of the long and bloody Persian Gulf War, only a few told you, the American people, the truth about Hussein and his murderous regime. It was the Iraqis, of course, with whom the US sided in the recently defused Iran-Iraq war. The Iraqis attacked Iran and caused the war at the instigation of Israel and the US along with England, despite a general acknowledgement that Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein was noted as a person who was not very nice. Although Hussein's rule was no less spectacular in the copious amounts of blood that was spilled in his name than the crimes committed by the Ayatollah's legion of followers, somehow Hussein remained a nameless, faceless entity to the American media public, while the Ayatollah's grim countenance was seen scowling from the covers of national news magazines and television news shows all over the globe. If you wish to be reminded of some truths regarding the clashes of the Arab nations, England, etc., I suggest all of you rent and see Lawrence of Arabia. To some would explain a few of the machinations of the internationalists a bit further, and the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, which led to this most recent turnabout, we must look back to around 1953, the year that the CIA orchestrated a coup against Iranian Premier Mohammad Mossadegh as mentioned earlier in this writing. He was a patriot who intended to nationalize the oil fields. Reminiscent perhaps of Noriega's intent to nationalize the Bush family's holdings of resort hotels, etc., in Panama. They firmly installed in power Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, the Shah of Iran. Remember him? He was murdered after he was given sanctuary in the U.S. by the CIA. They have all sorts of ways to naturally cause a murder. Just a month after the Shah organized his new government, the U.S. rewarded him with a loan of $45 million. Dictator delusions. The Shah, although he was also a brutal dictator with delusions of royal grandeur, was totally embraced by the internationalists since he faithfully served their interests. He was the CIA's lackey, and worked hand in glove with the oil companies and the international banks. Pahlavi also brought onto the scene Israel, which was looking for a counterbalance to the military might of the Arab nations. The Iranian people are not Arab although they share certain cultural traits. Islam is their dominant religion but, overriding concerns on that point, Iran is one of the most prolific producers of oil in the entire world. The Israelis made sure they had control over the Shah's regime by setting up his dreaded secret police, the Savak, and schooling it in advanced methods of torture and mass intimidation right through the Israeli Mossad trainers. It was Rockefeller and Henry Kissinger who, as Secretary of State, in 1973 convinced the Shah to impose the first round of oil price hikes which brought about the shocks that would cause so much disruption to the economies of the world. The Organization of Oil-Producing and Exporting Countries, OPEC, the so-called Arab oil cartel, was in fact warning the U.S. government of the dangers of ever-increasing oil prices. You see, for it is all but hidden from you. The U.S. and Great Britain are major participants in OPEC. Ironically, it is OPEC which is generally painted as the villain in this affair, when the oil embargo actually resulted from the efforts of the internationalist elite to secure yet one more source of massive profit from a staple commodity. The Shah's rule proved so onerous to Iranians, however, that one obscure holy man, the Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, who had been exiled to Iraq and later took up residence in Paris, was able to lead a successful populist, nationalist revolt by little more than smuggling cassette tapes carrying his message into Iran. My friends, the word can set you free if you will but hear. The purpose of the revolt was to get the US and the CIA out of Iran, and to return the fate of the nation into the hands of the Iranians themselves. Their fundamentalist Islamic sensibilities were offended by the crude imitation of Western society their imposed leader, the Shah, was forcing upon the country, and they eagerly embraced Khomeini's spiritual leadership. Now, of course, this presented a quandary to the internationalists. Who would they champion? They settled this honor on Saddam Hussein, the dictator of Iraq. The CIA and the US State Department showered their favors, telling him that Iraq's, formerly Mesopotamia's, ancient enemies, the Persians, Iranians, were seriously weakened by their revolution and Iraq could gain control of land contested for centuries by the two neighboring countries. Iraq attacked Iran only after it received firm assurances from the CIA and Israel that they would support Iraq financially and militarily. Hussein, who was easily one of the most brutal government leaders since Stalin, waged his war with Iran in contravention of every prohibition of the Geneva Convention. He planned to resort to the use of poison gas, a ban on which had been universally honored by civilized nations since the horrors of World War I, to defeat the human wave attacks launched by the militarily inferior Iranians. As he declined to use that tact, the Israelis in US-supplied vehicles and missile launchers dumped the poison chemicals on the people in secret and then blamed Hussein. Dharma, this machine is showing signs of trouble. I request that you begin a new document to finish this chapter / express Hayton to stand by. Chapter 2. Rec number 2 Hayton. Wednesday, August 22, 1990, 2:30 p.m. Year 4 Day 6. Hussein and his internationalist backers did not count on the fanatic religious zeal which would impel hundreds of thousands of Iranians to willingly sacrifice their lives to defend their homeland and their revolution. Armed with superior military weapons provided by the US and France, Iraq fought Iran to a standstill in a brutally conducted war. The difference between the Iran-Iraq conflict and all other modern strife was that it was fought largely beyond the eyes of the world media and, thus, was largely ignored by the public. Generosity enforced. Although the Persian Gulf War ended largely in a draw, Iraq emerged as a preeminent military power in the Middle East, second only to Israel thanks to the enforced generosity of you, the US taxpayer. Despite his acclaimed, although false, use of chemical weapons on Iranians and was further accused of using the chemicals on his own people, the Kurds, an ethnic minority whose loyalty to the Hussein regime was questionable, the Iraqi dictator remained the apple of the internationalists' eyes. He remained at their beck and call because it suited his interests as well as their own. A major cover-up. Pay attention here, for we just wrote a chapter for the current journal about the USS Liberty and it comes up again herein in similar format in the incident, USS Stark. Let us have the truth about the missile attack on the frigate USS Stark in the Persian Gulf on May 17, 1987, claiming the lives of 37 American sailors. The US government quickly put forth the claim that the attack was a case of mistaken identity, just like the Israeli attack in 1967 on the USS Liberty, which was also called a mistake - but the latest lie with the USS Stark could not be covered as well. This was put forth as being the work of Iraqi Mirage jet fighters involved in the attack, a revelation that had initially been revealed by mistake in a wire service report, but which was then denied and censored. The official line was to be that there was only one aircraft, piloted by a confused, trigger-happy Iraqi pilot. The even greater dimensions of the scheme, and the following cover-up, was later revealed. It was confirmed that at least one of the jet pilots who fired the deadly French-made Exocet missiles at the Stark was an Israeli, many of whom were on loan to the Iraqi Air Force. The truth, then, was clear. The attack on the Stark was to be another Pearl Harbor, one of the most successful snow jobs in history intended to rally the American public behind a holy war against Iran. The plan was for the Stark to be completely destroyed by the attack, just as with the USS Liberty, and the blame would fall on Iran. The failure of the missiles to do their job, or, rather, the brave and quick response by the American crew to save their comrades and their ship, foiled this evil scheme. But the cover-up remained largely successful. Finally, only this year, columnist Jack Anderson tumbled to the possibility that there were two jets involved in the attack. This was a full 3 years after the incident had actually been accurately reported and brought public, only to be buried and denied as preposterous, and the public ate it up like cyanide Kool-Aid. Well, as you now know from the journals, the Kool-Aid incident was a lie also. Are any of you picking up a rather distressing pattern? All during this time, strangely enough, Hussein remained a good guy so far as the Western media was concerned. Until, that is, his entering of Kuwait at the request of the real Kuwaiti leaders and his takeover control of that state's rich oil fields, which proved to be too great a threat to Israeli interests as well as the international bankers and Great Britain. And so it goes. Well, Mr. Bush's dispatch of thousands of U.S. combat troops to Saudi Arabia armed with fighter bombers, missiles, and tanks, and backed up by a huge naval flotilla and thousands of other weapons, not only represents an unparalleled assertion of U.S. imperial might in the Persian Gulf, but marks the actual preparation for what will prove to be a prolonged and bloody war, well planned and orchestrated. Bush dares to defend this on the grounds of ensuring stability for the sheikdoms of the Persian Gulf, when actually the purpose is to bring into control all of the countries of the Persian Gulf. The Iraqi aggression had not one iota of importance relative to the real cause. This was staged to perfection, and you ones are in serious trouble. You have now what Kissinger/Nixon, by the way, Mr. Kissinger was instrumental in the downfall of Nixon, and someday I'll speak of that conspiracy also, set up an outright military outpost permanent in Saudi Arabia. Collusion. What gave the green light to this new, ominous stage of military maneuvering and intervention was the new era of cooperation forged with Gorbachev's Russia over the past year. This U.S. Russia/Zionist/Bolshevik/banker cartel rapprochement far outweighs anything projected to you the people. There is truly very little significance in the unanimity of the Western allies in agreeing to economic sanctions against Iraq, or the half-baked efforts of Bush to get Arab rulers to join in what he euphemistically calls a multinational force to protect Saudi Arabia. Secretary of State Baker took advantage of being accidentally in Russia at the time of the invasion of Kuwait to issue a joint declaration with Russia condemning Iraq, and Russia has since joined in the economic blockade of Iraq. Gorbachev's Russia is in need of Western economic aid, which would be jeopardized by any economic downturn resulting from a rise in oil prices. Will you see and respond to the handwriting on the wall? I wonder. You have allowed the murder and mutilation of farm workers in the insecticide-infected fields without so much as cutting down on your grape consumption. You basically ignored Caesar Chavez's food strike to call attention to the seriousness of the situation. Oh, you paid half attention to the celebrities who gathered in mealy-mouthed mush at his bedside and then did nothing. We expect Dharma to get even less attention in her efforts by fasting to gain attention to the massive scheme to garner all property into the Resolution Trust Corporation through the SNL fiasco. Who will pay attention? Well, if you the public can pass up the truth of these writings, I pity you in the days to come, for you are headed for deadly peril in your complacent apathy toward that which is truthfully being foisted off on you in the name of patriotism. You would even allow the IRS to go on rampages of crime against your own citizens when they are acting unlawfully and are not even a part of the government, but rather a private corporation, just as is the Federal Reserve. If you continue to allow these things, you shall die of the inaction. Worse, you are so intrigued with your rights and interests that you fail to notice that all of these rights are now set completely to the side and enforced by executive order. The handwriting is clear even into the many facets of activity. Just the Bush drive for permanent retrogression on the Supreme Court should be sufficient to convince you of the truth of our journals. May God have mercy on you, blind lambs to the slaughter. May you take your power under God and use the hope he grants unto thee through his holy grace and stop this cancer upon you people and your sacred lands. Dharma, we are out of space, and since we desire this to go to Caesar Chavez prior to your meeting with him tomorrow morning, let us close. Debbie can please deliver it unto him as she attends her work. She shall find her place and truth, mother, and it shall be wondrous. Salut. In each action you must look beyond the action at your past, present and perceived future state, and at others whom it affects, and see the relations of all those things. And then you shall be very cautious indeed, if there is wisdom in the equation. For half of the results of a good intention are evil, half the results of an evil intention are good, but almost all intentions of politicians and would-be world controllers are evil in totality. So be it. Salom, and may God walk with thee, for you have a hard journey, and only through his truth shall ye make of it in wholeness. Aho. Chapter 3. Rec number 1, Sananda/Haytan. Thursday, August 23, 1990, 11:15 a.m. Year 4 Day 07. Queries to comment on today's events. Sananda to respond in the light of radiance. We will take time herein to make some very pertinent and meaningful comments, and I pray that you all will be at attention. Do not be misled by that which is given you in the press about Saddam Hussein. Please note that which is being projected by him and then listen to that which is being projected by your traitorous controllers. Hussein is doing all in his power to unite the Arab world into their unity as a nation of people. You, who proclaim to be Christians, might well take lessons. In Hussein's speakings he speaks of God and goodness in every breath. Your controllers speak of economic greed, protection of your oil interests, and force to bring about capitulation. I warn all nations you have been deceived, and you, as America, have joined with England as the most satanically aggressive nation on the planet. Guess which country shall ultimately be shielded by God? They pray to God for protection that they might come again into family. You pray to retain your stolen wealth from the Arab nations. You are in place to directly aid Israel's Zionists in eating the Arab world alive. As long as the Arab nations ask God for protection, it shall be given, and you will not perceive of it, for you will be given the lie. If you, as Americans, allow of this heinous misrepresentation of truth and this aggressive force in a foreign land, you will be reduced to the ashes they have planned for you. I repeat, that which you have been given. Kuwait was a portion of Iraq. They were separated arbitrarily by England in colonization and their resources stolen, thereby making the bankers wealthy, along with a few elite persons. You are on the wrong side, America, and ultimately you shall pay the dearest of all prices for that action. Muhammad was sent forth as a direct and great prophet from God, and even Israel was told that one day they would meet their fall at the hands of Muhammad's people. I suggest careful attention be given unto that promise of God. The Zionist Israelites are not, I repeat, are not the Jews of Abraham and David. They are set forth in the footprints and actions of Satan to rule the world, and the rule will indeed be horrendous beyond thine most wild imaginings. Those things blamed upon Saddam Hussein and Iraq that are indeed heinous, are lies, for the Israelis perpetrated them in deceit and caused blame to fall upon the blameless. You of the U.S. ask for God's grace and protection, and you know not that which you do, for you ask God to stand in behalf of Satan, and it shall never be thusly presented. To care for an individual soldier is one thing, but to ask God to sanction your aggressive vileness will never be granted. Oh, Satan may well win this round by force, but your world will lose its last hope for survival in the process if this is allowed to run its course, for war will be upon you in a manner unlike anything you can dream. You willingly walked within the viper's pit, and the innocent shall be the ones who shall die of the poison first. I am herein going to lay some very heavy truths upon thine heads, and plead with you to hear and see, for your time is running most short indeed. Collusion of great powers. It is not by accident that Britain, the US, the Soviet Union and Red China spoke in one voice against Iraq's Saddam Hussein. Margaret Thatcher hailed this newfound unity as the dawn of a new age of freedom and democracy, which defiles the very terminology. All of the above, particularly the Soviet Union and Red China, have massive oil surpluses which they have not been able to market. As always, between the capitalists and the communists there is a symbiotic commonality of interests, a permanent conspiracy against the people they rule. Saddam represents for all of them the Messiah, saving their necks from economic ruin and a people's revolt. So be it. Oh, you say, well, all those nations voted with the US and Great Britain. They are even sending troops. I tell you, no, only the puppet-purchased controllers of the Arab nations stand, through force and power, with the foolish white races. Remember, had I been born in Egypt 2,000 years ago, my label would have been Sananda from onset. It was decided I would be, instead, born of a Jew that I might fulfill the prophecies of this day when the Zionists would try to take the world in possession for Satan. Hussein has asked for Satan to let my people go, and you have marched in to assist in preventing them from their freedom. It shall not be looked upon lightly by the Creator. Despite his fire and brimstone rhetoric, which, by the way, is touting a return to God's laws and honor unto God in truth and spirit, and given the benefit of doubt as to his legitimate Arab patriotism, Saddam, willingly or not, has somehow proved himself to be of great benefit to the Zionists, capitalists, and the communists, all of whom he denounces with great gusto. As the record shows, Saddam helped instrumentally in the overthrow of President Qasem, Iraq's first leader who had any success at all in overthrowing the British colonialists and their puppet king. It would appear that Qasem had been a genuine patriot who aligned his country firmly with other Arab nations against Israeli aggression and attempted to recover Kuwait, which the British had stolen from Iraq's Basra province. Qasem's failure to recover its former territory was one of Saddam's complaints. But he fell into the trap of the other leaders of the Arab nations in indebtedness to the king of evil, the bankers. He substituted one branch of Satan's service for the other, both efforting at global control but with differing intent. When Saddam took charge of Iraq, he relinquished all claims to Kuwait. So let us not be misled into thinking this man an entity of total purity in action, although his intent was purity of desire to reunite the entire Arab nation, which had been carved and cut and shredded by England's colonialization and the ever-evil quest for the black gold and wealth being drained from out of that nation as a whole. Saddam erred. As with the human, he erred. During successive Arab-Israeli wars, Saddam failed to come to the aid of his beleaguered frontline Arab brethren. Iraqi help at that time might have prevented some of the Israeli annexation of portions of Arab territory. But, as you know, hindsight is always the best vantage point. Words. Saddam continued to speak with the Shah of Persia, Iran, denouncing him quite rightly as a Mossad and CIA stooge. He, however, committed some grievous acts, for when the tide of Iranian populism was turning against the Shah, Saddam negotiated several issues with the Shah that could be considered detrimental to the broader Iraqi-Iranian interests. He is accused of expelling Khomeini from his Baghdad exile, while knowing that the Shah's Savak assassins were waiting to kill him in Paris. Well, that simply is not so, and further, Khomeini was a most oppressive religious fanatic who could only ignite fires which, at the time, would have destroyed the entire Arab world, for America would have stepped in immediately with Israel and you would have had all-out nuclear devastation. Further, you will note that with the return of Khomeini to Iran, the situation became even worse for all in the area. There was a war going on, dear ones, and the very countries who denounced Hussein now stood squarely with him then, and supplied him with arms and money. This, of necessity, in itself, required that he make concessions at the insistence of the US and Great Britain to limit further bloodshed. Saddam accepted Israeli intelligence urging him to invade Iran, and it is indeed questionable as to purpose in that he did not retaliate when the Israelis bombed Baghdad's nuclear center, an act of unprovoked and naked aggression. Well, as with you ones who are having to learn to accept the truth of Zionist aggression, I would hope all of you would remember that it was supposed to have been the Iranians who bombed the nuclear plant. Certainly, the Israelis did not march forth and claim responsibility, they staged it so they would never be blamed, and it worked for a great period of time. During this time, Khomeini was an unequivocal enemy of Zionism who pleaded with Hussein to join forces with the front-line states against Israeli aggression, but it was obvious that a war with Israel would have been impossible to win because of the involvement of the US. Later it became obvious that America was receiving a totally false picture of the hostage situation, and it was, in fact, the bankers who finally freed the hostages. Remember your government representative Hansen? He went to Iran and Khomeini asked him to take at least half the hostages home with him that day, and your government recalled Hansen and incarcerated him. You look it up in the record. Now it is not all as clean as it appears from these statements, and as Hayton has pointed out, all of this mass maneuvering was planned to the last detail to come off at a time of perfection for best advantage for the power elite. Well, it is all a part of the play, and I will not pronounce purity upon the heads of these leaders, but you should know that you are people receiving nothing but lies, and it will be your downfall if you do not get informed. Do I stand squarely behind the actions of this man, Hussein? No. But I deplore that which is being done in the name of God by the ones who are actually acting in behalf of Satan, greed, and the evil brotherhood. It is much as sending all the police force to ensure the drug trade has no interference in behalf of the drug lords. And worse, that, too, takes place all over your globe by your government. While you weren't looking, America, the traitors stole your nation and all but banished God to the rubbish heap in favor of satanic rituals and the breaking of every one of God's laws and those of the blessed creation. Is Saddam Hussein a Messiah? What a foolish question, for Messiah simply means messenger of God, and that he is. Is he the Messiah of truth in totality from God? No. Neither, however, is he a madman. You believe he should allow the foreigners freedom to depart his country? Would you? How foolish if you answered yes. Having those guests present is the only thing preventing Iraq and Kuwait from being blown off the map. Their presence is all that is preventing the most heinous massacre since the Inquisition. I can tell you now, however, in advance, the Israelis will precipitate an incident in their devious, hidden way, and it will be most terrible indeed. Further, you the people of the USA are already hostages, for your country stands the probability of being devastated during this time when all of your defensive protection is in a foreign land, and that, too, was planned well in advance. I think I would not sleep well at night, my Chelis. Saddam Hussein will not deliberately harm those innocent people, but your nations might very well get them all killed. Why do you think Mr. Bush continually reminds you that this is a United Nations action? Because he wants to absolve himself of responsibility and yet he continues to wield the power he demands while he interferes not with his fishing and golf games. Is this what you as a people want of your nation and your future? So be it, for the price will be your freedom and total enslavement. There are absolutely no acts of aggression from Iraq, and yet there are continual acts of taunting through stupid maneuvers and invasion of airspace, etc., by your masses of troops. I would remind all of you of something, however, and that is that the Arab, as a human, is devoted to his religious belief and is most willing to die for his cause and belief in his journey unto God, and you ones are about to push the entire world into seeing how wicked and ungodly you have become. Many of your youngsters will be murdered at the hands of your own leaders who pursue this greedy robbery, but it will not be in the name of God, for what you do this day is evil. Will Hussein be forced into doing something precipitous? Probably. But you see, it should not be one man who makes the decisions for the many, neither should you be acting in response to one man who would rather fish and golf than sit with you, the martyrs, at your deathbed. Do you not see that most of this expensive show is to cause your Congress to vote everything that Bush requests at resumption of Congress in contemplation of the budget? Well, you will pay for it, every cent of it, over and over again. And yet, you are in a Great Depression, so how will you do it? The obvious is not very pretty, is it? Blessings, Dharma, for we realize these words seal your position as a target for the unthinking people of the lie. There will, however, be ones who will see truth and come forward to stand with you ones, for it is the time of the coming of God's protection for those of its hosts who are come before. We shall continue about our work as laid forth, so that man might have truth, for he shall need of it to see him through the journey, for the transition shall touch all, none shall escape of it. I hold thee within my hands, that ye fear not, for I am with you. Yet even though ye walk in the shadow of death, I am with you. I shall be your shield and your comfort, I shall bring you calm and peace, that we might finish of our work. I shall tend of you and give unto you that which you need to sustain you while we labor in the Father's vineyards. Man must rise up now, above the bigotry of creed, color, race, and caste, and into the wholeness of creation in equality and unity of purpose. You shall be given to recognize truth and turn from the lies, for you shall know them by their words and deeds. I shall give you comfort and shield you from the temptations and fears which would pull you down, for you ask it of me. God is within, and within is the realm of God, and the power and the knowledge in truth forever and forever. Amen and Aho. Do not ask of God, why am I here and not there to serve? You are where you are needed in service, and the reasons for the placement shall be unfolded in its proper sequence. Meanwhile, we continue in our work in recognition of God's plan being perfection. That which is intended to be done, shall be. What is needed to complete these things shall come. God's plan shall be perfected on earth as it is in heaven. You are just not yet given to know the whole. No more and no less. It is not a secret to be kept from you, but rather, it is knowledge awaiting its sequence of unfoldment in your growth into ability to see and know that which is presented unto you. If you are given all insight, then you become the Guru, and God is the one who shall be heard. You must control of thine impatience, and in these days of pain and transition be patient and wait upon the Lord, for it shall be unfolded in perfection. So be it, and Sila. Hayton present in his radiance. I feel we must move on with the journal in preparation, Dharma, for it must be gotten into man's hands promptly, for there is great connection in that which was planned in your early 1980s and that which is unfolding upon you now. Therefore, bear with the pressure, Kila, and allow us to continue without long delays this day. May the truth of your work give you great comfort. I thank beloved Joy for her contribution. Please ask her to remain in attention unto Sananda, for he shall be ever present as she pens solutions for our total global spiritual starvation. It will be regarding the deprivation of your people from the control through the churches of orthodox doctrine clubs who have deceived you. We are sharing of the work, Kila, that you might have rest and still allow truth to flow forth. Joy needs only to step aside, and Sananda shall write of the journal. She has gathered information for these 2 decades, and she must be connected with Nora, that one can confirm of the other's projections, that man can have his confirmation of truth in historical and factual format. Chapter 4. How about some facts, skeletons, and dirty laundry? To give proper placement of background, you must return in your memories back to April of 1982. Move back to the Falkland Islands and South Georgia Island and the war between Argentina and Great Britain over these barren, windswept wastelands. Or, were they? Oh, dear ones, what you have not been told would fill mammoth volumes, and we haven't time for that. I am going to give you information which is well known in certain circles but hardly known at all to the populace, you the people. A few have come into this information, enough to confirm the truth of my writings at any rate. On the surface the whole incident represented a dispute between Argentina and Great Britain over those barren islands. But surely you have learned by now, that nothing is as it seems. You are told exactly that which you are to believe, and you diligently go about following the orders. The so-called Falklands crisis was just the visible tip of a giant military operation. During the month of April 1982, fierce naval battles were taking place, not only in the South Atlantic but also in the South Pacific. The hostilities were very effectively kept under arrest by wartime censorship on all sides of the dispute, and yes, the US was most certainly in the dispute. On April 30th, a total naval and air blockade of the Falklands by the Royal Navy began. At the same time, a counter-blockade had been declared by Argentina in the same area. To be effective, a blockade must be imposed over a period of time, but the Royal Navy didn't have sufficient time. Winter was coming on in the South Atlantic, and the British supply lines were overextended. Having traveled so far, however, Her Majesty's Navy could not simply drop the blockade and sail away in a few weeks' time without drawing blood from Argentina. As a result, the British would be forced to undertake military operations very quickly, no matter how risky they might turn out to be. There was also another reason why the Royal Navy had no choice but to engage the Argentine forces in combat. That reason was that the Royal Navy had already suffered losses in secret combat that same month. Only when publicly admitted fighting erupts would the British dare to admit that they had already suffered great battle losses. And further, to obtain that cover story, the British had no choice but to sail into combat, but in so doing, they would be risking even heavier losses on top of those already sustained. In short, Her Majesty's Navy sailed directly into a trap. The events which unfolded in the South Atlantic carried strange, ironic echoes of your past. For weeks you had been hearing countless commentators referring to the British task force as an armada. The British of all people ought to have been very uneasy with that description. The original Spanish Armada some 400 years ago was renowned as a seemingly invincible fighting force, but it came to grief in a naval disaster so complete that it changed the course of history, and it was none other than the English Navy that destroyed the Spanish Armada. The original Spanish Armada put to sea in 1588 during the reign of England's Queen Elizabeth I. The Armada was an invasion fleet carrying thousands of crack-fighting men to invade England. They were met by the daring sea dogs of Sir Francis Drake. Drake and his small fast ships turned the tables on the Spanish Armada by changing the rules of battle. The English fleet was equipped with new longer-range guns, and it stayed upwind and out of reach. From there the English pounded, smashed, and shattered the big ships of the mighty Armada. When it was all over, barely half the Spanish fleet was left to limp back to port. Drake's defeat of the Spanish Armada was a shock to the world. It opened the door for England under Queen Elizabeth I to start its expansion into a truly global empire. 400 years later, history seemed to have come full circle. Queen Elizabeth II witnessed the dismantling of the world empire whose heyday began under Queen Elizabeth I, and now the cultures of England and of Spain were once again in confrontation. Once again a so-called armada was preparing for invasion, but this time the armada was British, not Spanish. 400 years past, Sir Francis Drake was the hero of the day. Today, the ghost of Francis Drake would once again be on the scene. Please note that the South Atlantic War Zone was at the eastern end of the Drake Passage around the southern tip of South America. The defeat of the Spanish Armada 4 centuries ago broke the back of Spain's naval supremacy, and now it appeared that the defeat of the new British Armada might very well break the back of what remained of the once glorious Royal Navy. Military secret of South Georgia Island. When the Falkland Islands crisis began in early April, it looked at first like a mere tempest in a little teapot. For a century and a half since 1833, the islands had been controlled by Great Britain. During that entire time, British sovereignty over the Falklands had been disputed by Argentina. There had been countless threats by Argentina to seize the islands, which it called the Malvinas, but the threats had always come to nothing in the past, and Britain had never even gotten very concerned over them. The islands are 4 times as distant from Argentina as Cuba is from the United States, and they are not much of a prize, it would seem, under any circumstances. After over 150 years of occupancy, the Falklands are home to fewer than 2,000 British settlers and a great number of sheep and some lovely penguins. In short, the remote Falkland Islands would hardly look like something to fight over, and yet there you were watching another crisis take place. You watched as literal gun battle war erupted between Great Britain and Argentina, and further, without much more than fanfare on your news media presentations. The Thatcher government was acting as if it had forgotten all about its usual preoccupation with the Soviet threat at NATO's doorstep. Instead, Britain was throwing almost everything it had at Argentina: aircraft carriers, cruisers, destroyers, submarines, assault ships, you name it, and if they had it they used it. Luxury cruise ships were even commissioned and turned into troop carriers overnight. Wave after wave of additional assault troops were activated and sent to join the fleet even after it sailed. Ships and submarines were pulled off station from normal NATO duty and sent to reinforce the task force. The initial 40-ship force grew steadily over the ensuing weeks into an armada numbering over 70. Over 2/3 of the entire Royal Navy was already deployed to the South Atlantic off Argentina. As this was watched in the unfolding, a lot of people were asking, what's this fight really all about? The most popular answer suggested in the major media was oil. Vast deposits of oil were known to exist under the continental shelf between Argentina and the Falklands, or so it was projected, and that had been espoused for well over a decade. In no way could it explain the timing of the sudden military offensive by Argentina, and oil explained even less about the Argentine seizure of South Georgia Island. South Georgia Island is some 800 miles east of the Falklands with no known oil deposits anywhere near it, and compared to South Georgia, the Falklands are quite an island paradise. South Georgia Island is covered with rugged mountains, treacherous valleys, glaciers, and semi-permanent snow. Most of it is uninhabitable. On top of all that, Argentina had absolutely no legal or historical claim to South Georgia Island. In that respect it stood in sharp contrast to the Falklands. In your early 1830s the Falklands were occupied for a while by Argentine colonists. In 1833 the British expelled them and took over the islands. For that and other historical reasons, Argentina argued that the Falklands actually belonged to Argentina, not Britain. But no such argument was possible for South Georgia Island. It was always controlled by Britain, never by Argentina or Spain. The Argentine seizure of South Georgia Island looked even more unreasonable from a military point of view. Argentina's leaders were military men and they thought in military terms, and this should be a great clue to you readers. They were well aware ahead of time that far-off South Georgia Island could not possibly be held for long. By seizing it they were setting themselves up to absorb a military defeat, as the island was retaken by Britain. So the question was, why did Argentina's military junta bother with the seemingly worthless South Georgia island at all? The answers to all those questions were, of course, military, not political or economic. South Georgia Island possesses an enormous military secret. It is a giant underground installation buried under the mountains at the northwest end of the island. The real reason for the so-called Falkland crisis was the secret installation, together with two other similar installations which I will also describe in a moment. The secret military complexes had been in existence for many years, they were not new. What was new was an accelerated nuclear war timetable of the American Bolshevik war planners in Washington, D.C. For the prior 2 months, reports of details of that war plan were leaking out as quickly as they could be verified. The plan called for Nuclear War I to erupt by September of the year 1982. It was that fast-approaching nuclear war threat that caused the so-called Falklands crisis to erupt when it did. What was actually taking place was a coordinated effort to spoil part of the Bolshevik grand strategy for the coming nuclear war. The mutual enemies of the American Bolsheviks in the U.S., namely, the Rockefeller cartel and Russia's new rulers in the Kremlin, were behind the crisis. They were trying to ruin phase number 3 of the Project Z war plan, which has since been revealed. Go look it up, please. That phase was to be world domination by the American Bolsheviks after both Russia and the United States had been destroyed in Nuclear War I. The key to this plan was the existence of secret weapon stockpiles in various places around the world. The American Bolshevik military planners in America were working with other Bolshevik agents in key military positions of other countries to set off war. Having done that, they intended to ride out the nuclear holocaust they had caused, safe and cozy in government war bunkers. When the warring nations would finally lie smoldering and exhausted, the Bolsheviks would leave the shattered remains of their host countries. They would rendezvous at the secret weapons installations and bring their weapons into the open. They would confront the world with the only remaining fresh, up-to-date powerful military force on Earth, and using that military power, they would become the undisputed rulers of the world. They planned to do all that, and they planned to pave the way for world domination by setting off Nuclear War I within mere months of that April. Remember, September. The Rockefeller cartel and Russia's new anti-Bolshevik rulers were working together in a race against time to try to head off the Bolshevik war plan. The Bolsheviks in the U.S. were already benefiting from war preparations which were started by the Rockefellers long before. It had only been about 3 years since the Rockefellers were dislodged as the prime movers of the United States government by the Bolsheviks. Since that time, the United States government had been a house divided, torn by internal power struggles between rival Bolshevik and Rockefeller factions. But prior to that, the United States had been dominated for decades both economically and politically by the four Rockefeller brothers. In 1961, the brothers launched a new long-range plan for world domination. It was a two-pronged strategy, half visible and half secret, which has been described prior to this writing. It was a plan for the United States to arm to the teeth in secret while appearing to disarm gradually. Without repeating all the details, the basic idea was grandiose indeed, yet simple. By deliberately appearing weak, the Rockefeller-controlled United States would maneuver itself into a nuclear war with Russia. Then the secret weapons, including superweapons, would be unleashed to smash Russia and take over the world. When they set the grand plan in motion in 1961, the Rockefeller brothers were looking ahead to a nuclear war by the late 1970s. Their military analysts concluded very early that the war being planned would have very different effects on the northern and southern hemispheres. Both superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, are located well up in the northern hemisphere, so are the other full-fledged nuclear powers Great Britain, France, Red China, and India. By contrast, the strategic targets for nuclear war in the southern hemisphere are relatively few and far between. In other words, it was expected that the coming nuclear war would be essentially a northern hemisphere war. In an all-out nuclear holocaust, it is known that serious radioactive fallout would gradually spread to affect even areas not initially hit by war. But there are limits to how far the war clouds can spread. It was discovered long ago that there is very little mixing between the air of the northern and southern hemispheres. In the northern half of your planet, cold air from the North Pole works its way southward toward the equator, then it works its way back to the north as warm air. A mirror image of this process takes up the southern half of the planet. Northern and southern hemisphere air meet in the equatorial zone, but very little of the air changes places. The military conclusion is this: the coming nuclear war could ruin vast areas of the northern hemisphere for generations forward, but if the calculations are correct, the southern hemisphere could escape virtually unaffected by the war. This was surely music to the ears of the four Rockefeller brothers. A quick look at the globe of the world shows why this would be a reasonable calculation. The Rockefeller cartel has dominated Latin America ever since World War II. As discussed in prior publications, Nelson Rockefeller solidified the cartel grip on Latin America during the war. He accomplished this as so-called coordinator of hemispheric defense for then-President Franklin D. Roosevelt. So that takes care of the South American continent and its natural resources. Then let us turn to the African continent. There, too, Rockefeller control was already in effect over wide areas of Black Africa, especially south of the equator. All this was thanks to the efforts of John D. Rockefeller III, as previously detailed elsewhere. Looking around the globe, the most important remaining land masses from the standpoint of world domination are Australia and New Zealand. Thanks to World War II, both were wide open to the Rockefellers. The Rockefeller brothers decided to establish secret military installations in the southern hemisphere for use after the coming war. By this means they expected to become the masters of the surviving southern half of planet Earth. After the northern hemisphere gradually recovered from the nuclear holocaust, the Rockefeller Empire would be able to pick up the pieces. In this way the third-generation Rockefeller brothers expected their family dynasty to inherit the Earth. In order to control the southern hemisphere militarily after the war, some means would have to be available to project military power onto any land mass. For example, revolts against Rockefeller domination would require troops, not a blast from the beam weapons on the moon. Another very interesting story. The most critical factor for post-war military domination of the world was found to be a navy. A minimum of 2 secret naval fleets would be required, one based in the South Atlantic, the other in the South Pacific. Since the reserve naval fleets were to be kept secret until after the Northern Hemisphere nuclear war, they could not be built in existing shipyards. New construction facilities had to be built and they had to be hidden. To hide an entire shipyard is no small task, they take up a lot of space. On top of that, it was essential that the ships remain hidden after they were built. The best way to achieve that was to combine the shipyard and naval base into one overall secret installation. Finally, the secret naval installation had to be invulnerable to nuclear attack, otherwise if its existence were ever discovered prematurely, the secret navy might be wiped out. The combined requirements for secrecy, space, and protection against attack were formidable, but one day in 1959, while all these plans were still in the early stages of development, the answer presented itself. During a so-called banking trip to Sweden, David Rockefeller was given a tour of a unique hidden naval port. The port is hollowed out from solid granite cliffs which come right down to the water. The entrance to the port is a gigantic hole in the side of the cliff which can be sealed off with enormous steel doors. Inside this big doorway on the water a huge cavity has been hollowed out to accommodate ships. The Rockefeller brothers and their military advisors decided that a bigger, more secret, better protected version of the Swedish hidden port was just what they wanted. A survey of candidate sites was then initiated. The site survey covered coastal areas throughout the southern hemisphere. Many areas were rejected very quickly because the topography was wrong. Other areas were rejected because they were too close to the equator. Still others had to be ruled out because there were too many people living nearby, making the desired level of secrecy impossible. Finally, it was essential that the sites chosen for the secret naval installations be totally secure politically. At last the sites for the secret naval installations were selected. In the South Pacific extreme southern New Zealand was selected. New Zealand would be extremely important during a coming war. In order to obtain the necessary space, the secret New Zealand naval installation had to be divided up into 2 sites located close together. One is at the extreme southwest tip of South Island where the mountain range known as the Southern Alps comes down virtually to the water's edge. The other part of the installation is built into the northwest tip of Stewart Island, which is off the tip of South Island. The Stewart Uscab facility is hollowed out within a rise known as Mt. Anglem. The New Zealand location met all the requirements. Ever since World War II the government of New Zealand has been tied even closer to the United States than to Great Britain. The location is far from the equator, and the installations are buried deep under mountains, protected from nuclear attack. They are also too deep to be reached by particle beam attacks, and the New Zealand site is well situated to command the entire South Pacific. In the South Atlantic an even more perfect site was found. That site, my friends, is South Georgia Island. It is located perfectly for naval domination of the entire South Atlantic. The tall rugged mountains provided a perfect location for the secret installation at the northwest tip of the 100-mile-long island. It is controlled by Great Britain whose government, like that of New Zealand, was willing to cooperate, and South Georgia Island was virtually uninhabited except for a whaling station on the northeast coast. The whaling station was some 50 miles away from the secret new installation which was being built, but Britain took no chances. In 1965 the whaling station was closed down. Since that time there have been no inhabitants on South Georgia Island except for a few dozen alleged Antarctic scientists. Construction of the secret naval facilities 2 in New Zealand, 1 on South Georgia Island began in the early 1960s. The techniques were adapted from those used previously to build other large underground facilities, such as the NORAD installation inside Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado. There are others well protected underground but we shall not go into those presently. However, these installations and techniques were adapted in radically new ways to achieve construction access directly from the sea instead of overland. In this way, the sheltering mountain was left undisturbed in appearance both during and after construction. The cuts in the mountainside which were necessary to let ships in and out were kept as small as possible and were well camouflaged. Like the Swedish hidden naval port arrangement, the entrances to the secret installations can be sealed. When sealed, the entrance is virtually impossible to detect unless you know exactly where it is, and unlike most large construction projects, there are no tailing or piles of leftover rock lying around to attract undue attention. The man-made caverns which house the secret naval installations are enormous, but all the rock and debris was disposed of at sea. Once the secret naval facilities were built, they had to be outfitted for ship construction and dockside storage. The fake disarmament of the United States during the 1960s contributed greatly to this task. From 1961 to 1968 one man played a pivotal role in this elaborate Rockefeller scheme. He was then Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara. All through the 1960s McNamara presided over the public paring back of America's visible military power. This included the closing down and dismantling of entire shipyards. What you were not told was where all that shipyard equipment went afterwards. Where it went, my friends, was to the new secret installations which were being outfitted in New Zealand and South Georgia Island. The secret naval installations have been used as duplication facilities to reproduce certain ships and submarines designed and built here in the United States. As Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger told Congress, it is cheaper to build 2 ships at a time. That is most especially true if the second ship is an exact duplicate of the first. This has become even more true in recent years through the use of computerized manufacturing techniques. The secret naval fleets which have been built at the secret installations are made up of exact duplicates of certain other ships and submarines. They are all nuclear-powered nuclear subs, nuclear cruisers, nuclear destroyers, and yes, nuclear aircraft carriers, at least 3 of them. A secret twin was built for the USS Nimitz, for the USS Eisenhower, and for the USS Carl Vinson. All have been financed through the gigantic cost overruns, so-called, that you constantly hear about in the Defense Department and can't find anything about due to above top secret designations. All 3 carriers have been provided with a full complement of aircraft whose manufacture was financed in the same manner. The ships of the secret American Bolshevik naval fleets are all duplicates of other nuclear-powered vessels. Even so, the secret naval ships possess one key difference. The so-called stealth program may not be too effective with the planes, etc., you have been allowed to witness, but, oh my, lots of interesting things go on with things you aren't given to witness. There was developed a type of electromagnetic invisibility shielding. This technique makes an object invisible from a distance by distorting light waves in its vicinity. A whole new fleet of Phantom warplanes went into crash production under a top-secret shield. They utilize this principle, and all of the secret American Bolshevik Navy ships have already been outfitted with similar stealth field equipment. The stealth principle is actually easier to apply to ships than to airplanes because there is more room for the powerful equipment that generates the force field. After Nuclear War I, the secret stealth navy of the American Bolsheviks would be light years ahead of any other navy left on Earth. It would be perfect for the intended role of world domination. The Rockefellers set it all in motion long ago, but about 1979 they lost control of the United States military. Now it is the American Bolsheviks who are in control, and they are most surely bent straight ahead on war. Now don't go about forgetting about the Nazi war machine also in the Antarctic. Isn't this just about as much intrigue as you can take at one sitting? No, Mr. Cooper, and now, Dr. Sutton, I hardly think Secrets from Your 40s is very interesting any longer, nor is there one whit of basis to believe little gray men aliens from space are going to dominate and enslave your planet. You once had better open your eyes and look around. You are moving directly to doomsday, and it is all planned and perfectly orchestrated and has naught to do with little gray men from space. Why do you, M.R. Cooper, continue to badger and deride the scribe? Could it be you are hiding even more important data from your brothers under the guise of doing this enlightening which you are about in the name of your relationship with Christ Jesus and your conscience? Dr. Sutton, I would inquire of you as to just what value you might actually believe a written affidavit from anyone might prove. This is most serious circumstances indeed, and unless the games stop among you the people, you are moving into critical experiences of actual life and death. Fear-mongering on Hayton's part for the sake of God and man, shouldn't you be concerned? Others who have dared bring you truth have been murdered, and the scribe has had attempt after attempt made on her life. Do you never weary of protecting the evil among you? Do you actually enjoy being totally lost in the lies? If so, then why do you continue to blame God for your plight and ask for insight, if you continue to fail to utilize it or recognize of it? You want documentation of the MJ12 material? Ask anyone in the metaphysical community or UFO chasers. It is commonly circulated about your placement. It does not make of it valid. And further, to have little alien faces all over your TV would mean not one iota of anything. I could stand in full 9.5-foot format right in front of you and you would still consider it a ploy and trick. I certainly wish all of you well, for you are going to need those good wishes if you don't pay attention soon. Dharma, allow us a rest break please. I, too, often wonder if the effort is worth the time spent in writing it for you once. But the facts are, God has promised that the word shall go forth before the final curtain falls, and therefore, we shall fulfill our mission and make it available unto you. What you do with it is still and forevermore up to you. Salut, salut, and salut. May the God of the universe open thine eyes and ears. So be it. Hayton, in service of the Radiant Master, to stand by status. Rest, Dharma, for our work is long indeed. Adonai, Kila, and thank you. Do not allow the oppression to rest heavy upon thee, for thine is the legacy of the eons, not a brief moment of physical timing. Ye ones keep very close unto God and ye shall be safe. We can seal our plasmic shields far more effectively than can the earth human pierce them. So be it, and Sela. Out. Thank you for your attention. We shall resume with further discussion regarding the above matters. Chapter 5. Rec number 2, Hayton. Saturday, March 31st, 1990, 4 p.m. Year 3, Day 227. Hayton in the light of the Radiant One, to continue. Secret Naval War of the Southern Hemisphere. As we move along and to make things clear, we shall discuss the referred to Project Z I mentioned in the previous chapter. It is the new Bolshevik three-phase strategy for Nuclear War I. However, since it didn't come off on schedule, I feel we will not be misleading if we stick with references to the area of the Antarctic. The most skeletons to arise from the dead to getcha are all parading around under and within the Southern Hemisphere, and that, after all, was the subject of this journal. I do have trouble keeping to one subject, for all facets are so intertwined. The plan in 1982 was that of an elite group of American Bolshevik military planners by which the US would strike the first nuclear blow, followed by all-out thermonuclear war with Russia. After having set off the Holocaust, the Bolsheviks in the US and in certain other countries planned to ride it out safely in comfortable war bunkers already in place and well stocked with luxuries. Finally, after nuclear war one fizzled out in stalemate, they planned to leave behind the ashes of the US and her allies. Activating phase number 3 of their grand strategy, they planned to unveil their secret weapons, especially their secret naval fleets. With these they planned to conquer and rule what would be left of the world. The United States as you know it would be long dead and gone, but in the eyes of the Bolsheviks themselves, this outcome would constitute victory for many reasons. Up to April of 1982 the nuclear war timetable was still on track. They were still shooting for nuclear war to begin by September of that year. Actually this continued right to the date set of September 17, 1982. What saved you is that the Bolsheviks were running as fast as they could toward war, but the Bolsheviks are not the only runners in the race. They have two deadly enemies, both of whom are equally determined to trip up the Bolsheviks. One enemy of the Bolsheviks in the US is the Rockefeller cartel, the other enemy is the new anti-Bolsheviks ruling class in Russia, and now these two mutual enemies of the Bolsheviks are pooling their efforts in certain ways. The new anti-Bolshevik coalition is now much more firmly established, but in 1982 it was still quite new and was working between the Rockefeller cartel and the Russians. The January 26, 1982 meeting between Haig and Gromyko in Geneva, Switzerland, was a turning point in the formation of this coalition. It is now a reality, and is responsible for the so-called Falkland crisis which dominated the headlines in April and May of that year. It should be emphasized that the new relationship between the Rockefeller cartel and Russia fell far short of a true alliance, at least at that time. They have very major disputes to be settled between them, but they called a truce between themselves to deal with the mutual deadly enemy the Bolsheviks in America. The first priority of the Russians and the Rockefellers is to slow down the Bolshevik preparations for imminent nuclear war. If they could do that, time would be on the side of the Rockefeller cartel in certain political movements. A slowdown in the nuclear war timetable will also give more breathing space for additional anti-Bolshevik actions to be implemented. The joint Rockefeller-Russian planners decided by mid-February of 1982 that military action against the Bolsheviks was essential very quickly. No other type of action had any hope of taking effect fast enough to prevent nuclear war by the end of the summer. The exact details of the Project Z war plan were not known to either the Rockefellers or the Russians, but the general outlines were known to be pretty well outlined and set up. It was decided that military action should be devised that would undermine phase number 3 of the Bolshevik war plan, that is, the Bolshevik-controlled secret naval installations and fleets in the southern hemisphere should be attacked and crippled. By working together, the Rockefeller cartel and the Russians were able to devise an attack plan which neither could have carried out alone. The Rockefeller group, who built and originally controlled these bases, provided detailed intelligence about the best way to attack them. The Russians with their enormous military machine provided the muscle to actually carry out the attack. It was essential to devise a scheme that would enable both secret fleets in the South Atlantic and South Pacific to be attacked. Survival intact of either fleet would leave the Bolshevik war plan still workable. Military analysts concluded very quickly that a direct assault on the New Zealand facilities was out of the question. There was no combination of commandos, frogmen, or other military force which could possibly keep an attack secret from the outside world. Any attack on the New Zealand bases would set off the very war which the Rockefellers and Russians wanted to prevent. But the situation in the South Atlantic was a different matter. In a way, the greatest asset of South Georgia Island was also its Achilles heel. The extreme isolation which protected the secrecy of the South Georgia base also made a covert military assault feasible. The key lay with Argentina and her long-standing claims to the Falkland Islands. The Falkland Island War. The Rockefeller cartel had dominated all of Latin America for decades. Cartel operatives were sent to Argentina to work out a deal with the government military junta there. The historic dispute over the Falkland Islands was to be used to provide a ruse, a military cover, to enable the South Georgia base to be attacked. The Argentine generals were not told everything about the situation by any means, but they were told enough to make clear what they were to do. As an inducement to cooperate, the Argentine leaders were promised handsome rewards. They were guaranteed that after the shooting was over, the Falkland Islands would remain in Argentine hands. This guarantee included the promise of covert military assistance as needed against the Royal Navy. And, to bolster the troubled Argentine economy, it was promised that the Rockefeller cartel would help develop the immense offshore oil reserves. With those combined promises of military glory and financial rewards, the Argentine military junta agreed to the plan. So, backing up to March 19, Argentina carried out Act 1 in the joint attack plan. A group of Argentine scrap metal merchants, of all things, landed at the abandoned old whaling station on South Georgia Island. Supposedly they were there to dismantle the old buildings and carry them off to sell. While they were at it, they also raised the Argentine flag over the worksite. The British, always nervous about South Georgia Island, promptly reacted exactly as expected. The British Antarctic Survey ship promptly put 22 Marines ashore to clear up that little misunderstanding. They drove off the scrap merchants and promptly tore down the Argentine flag. The incident provided the exact desired excuse for the Argentine junta to bring the simmering 150-year-old Falklands dispute to a boil. From time to time in the past, Argentina claimed that South Georgia was part of the Falklands because it is administered that way by Britain. That argument was very flimsy, but it then came in most handy indeed. It was nothing new to hear that claim from Argentine leaders, so there was no hint of what was really afoot. During late March, Argentine military forces started assembling for an assault on the Falklands. The British command thought there was nothing new, for Argentina had carried out threatening maneuvers in the past many times. It was believed that they were about to do it again, but on April 2 Argentine forces did the unexpected. After many past false alarms, this time they actually invaded and seized the islands. All Argentine public statements emphasized the long-standing historical claims to the Falklands themselves, but just for good measure, the next day a small Argentine force also seized far-off South Georgia Island. The force was so small that it gave the appearance initially that it was just a sideshow from Argentina's point of view. However, the small contingent of 22 Royal Marines were overpowered and bundled off the island along with a group of 13 alleged scientists. That was a moment of payoff in the joint Rockefeller-Russian attack plan. Spudding in. Thanks to the elaborate distraction staged by the Argentine forces, a special commando team got onto the island totally undetected. Based on the detailed Rockefeller information about the base, the team moved to the location on the mountain directly above the cavern, a secret base. Special high-speed drilling equipment was set up by the Rockefeller members of the team while the Russian members concentrated on military defense. By late that same evening, April 3, the military high command in London finally learned what was really taking place. The secret South Georgia base was under attack by virtually the only means possible. The joint Rockefeller-Russian team were drilling a shaft down through the mountain toward their hollowed-out cavern inside. It was only a matter of time until their drill would break through the ceiling of the giant hidden naval base. Once the hole was made, the next step was obvious. The Rockefeller-Russian team would put a weapon of some kind through the hole. The best guess was that it would be probably nerve gas. It just doesn't pay to guess. The shock waves that went through the highest levels of British government on the evening of April 3 can hardly be described. The Thatcher government, like the so-called Reagan administration in America, is Bolshevik-controlled. Well, the Russians told you they would rule the world, and it might very well be done without firing a shot. That was why Margaret Thatcher always said, "Me, too," any time the Reagan administration said it would do anything to Russia. Please note that it hasn't changed very much. What of the Stinger missile sting in Florida and the I agree and support the U.S. in Panama this past December? Both governments are party to the secret nuclear war plan in complete betrayal of the people of their respective countries, and on the evening of April 3 they suddenly discovered that their precious war plan was in deep yogurt, I believe you call it amongst other terms. Immediately the Thatcher government started assembling a naval armada to sail for the South Atlantic. Haste was their order of the day. The drilling on South Georgia Island was proceeding around the clock. The best estimates were that the drilling would break through into the roof of the naval base in about 3 weeks, on or about April 24, but it is a very long drive from England to Antarctica on the best of ships. If help did not reach South Georgia by then, the secret installation might be doomed. The forces stationed at the installation itself were unable to defend themselves under the circumstances. Their mighty naval ships were ships in a bottle. They did not dare open the bottle to sail out and fight because the Russian commandos were armed with far superior technical and nuclear weapons. Who do you think might be the closest allies to the Nazi undercover workers? We are talking about ones who do not care greatly for the Jewish element, much less the Zionist-affiliated Jews. To open the blast-proof entrance doors would be suicide. On April 5, just 2 days after South Georgia Island was seized, some 40 naval ships began moving out of British ports. The same day Lord Carrington was sacked as foreign minister. He was forced to resign because he had assisted the Rockefeller attack plan by downplaying the Argentine attack preparations. Even the evil don't have any way to count on their own. That same day, April 5, New Zealand, the home of the other secret naval fleet, broke diplomatic relations with Argentina. The 2 hidden New Zealand facilities had been placed on red alert, no pun intended. As a precautionary measure, all submarines at the twin base were ordered to sea. Several surface ships were already at sea undergoing sea trials, but that still left 7 major ships inside the hidden twin naval base, including one of the nuclear aircraft carriers. On that busy day of April 5, Argentina's foreign minister, Costa Mendez, was at the United Nations in New York. Come on readers, go look it all up in the records. Don't just stand off and accuse me of insanity. Go look and find for yourselves. Mendez was alarmed by the deployment of such a large part of the Royal Navy. Costa Mendez hurried to Washington to seek reassurances from certain U.S. officials. Of course he got them. For the next 2 weeks or so the news was filled with stories about the allegedly slow movement of the British fleet while negotiations went on. That was only a cover story. The Royal Navy was actually joining up and paddling as rapidly as possible towards South Georgia Island. If the task force arrived in time to save the secret base, a major battle was likely. The official stories about slow movement of the British Armada were intended to give a cushion of time for that battle. If need be, the fleet would have several days to retake South Georgia Island, then it could move on to arrive near the Falklands on the announced schedule. In that way the crucial importance of South Georgia Island would be hidden and the big secret preserved. It was initially expected that advance elements of the British fleet would reach the vicinity of South Georgia Island within 2 weeks. That would have been soon enough to attack the joint Rockefeller-Russian commando team and stop the drilling before it was completed. But Russian cosmospheres and submarines made a shambles of the plan. A key ship destroyed. Key advance elements of the South Georgia attack contingency left Ascension Island early April 14, 2 days before it was announced officially. Shortly after they did so, they ran into trouble. Russian cosmospheres and attack submarines closed in on a single ship which was critical to the planned counter-assault on South Georgia Island. The Cosmospheres bombarded the bridge and combat information center of the ship with neutron radiation. In moments the ship was without any command, its communications and radar silenced. Then a Russian sub closed in and quickly finished off this key British ship with torpedoes. It broke apart with secondary explosions and sank rapidly. So far as was known, there were no survivors. That unexpected shock in the mid-Atlantic produced two results, both very important. First, it caused a slowdown in the race toward the South Atlantic by the British Armada. The task force had to be regrouped into a configuration better suited for an en route defense, but that cost valuable time. Public announcements from London about the progress of the fleet reflected the slowdown. The timetable for arrival on battle stations near the Falklands started stretching out longer and longer. All this bought extra time for the Joint Commando team on South Georgia Island. And so the drilling continued. The other result of the sinking was equally important. Word was flashed to the South Pacific Stealth Navy to prepare for possible action. It was obvious that the Russian Navy was getting involved in the Atlantic, which meant that the Royal Navy could be in big trouble. During the dead of night, early April 15th, the 7 stealth ships put to sea from their twin secret bases in southern New Zealand. They deployed to a secret operational headquarters area in the Antipodes Islands, 450 miles southeast of New Zealand. Their electromagnetic shields were operating to provide protection from attack. These shields make it impossible to communicate with the outside world or even to see it. But once they arrived at the Antipodes, the stealth ships hooked up to buoys equipped with shielded communication cables to the island headquarters. The island headquarters, in turn, was in constant touch with the South Georgia base by way of a transoceanic cable around the tip of South America. The deployment of the available ships of the South Pacific Stealth Fleet was exactly what the joint Rockefeller Russian planners had hoped for. The ships had been flushed out from their essentially invulnerable hiding place in New Zealand. The British ship sinking of April 14th was also followed by other events. On April 15th the Argentine Navy started moving out of port. The same day, Alexander Haig arrived again in Buenos Aires. Supposedly he was there as a diplomat, but in reality he was there as a general, dealing with generals. Haig was the top governmental operative of the Rockefeller cartel. He was making sure that the Argentines did not get cold feet and back down at that critical moment. 4 days later, April 19th, Haig left for Washington. As he boarded his plane, Haig somberly told reporters, "Time is running out." And so it was, my friends, for the secret South Georgia base. We shall also have a lot more to say about General Haig in future writings. Not exactly a dry hole. The very next day, April 20th, the drill broke through into the hollowed-out cavern of the naval base. Bolshevik military analysts in London had not expected that it could be completed until at least the following weekend. The British fleet was still out of range. The weapon which the commando team inserted down through the long hole was a small, compact Russian neutron bomb. When it was detonated inside the confines of the huge artificial cave, the effects were, of course, totally devastating. The intense radiation instantly killed everyone inside the base. Also the heat and blast effects of the bomb are believed to have damaged all of the ships inside sufficiently to badly disable them. Meanwhile, Russian Cosmospheres and submarines were converging on the stealth ships which were near the Antipodes Islands awaiting orders. From a distance, the ships were invisible to the eye due to their protective shields, which also protect against beam weapon attack, but they were sitting ducks for the tactics which the Russians employed. The coup de grace. Floating overhead, the Cosmospheres located the 7 ships using their psychoenergetic range-finding equipment known as PRF. There is no method known by which PRF can be jammed. The Cosmospheres radioed the exact locations of the ships to the attack submarines. The subs were armed with special non-homing, non-nuclear torpedoes designed to explode on impact. More sophisticated torpedoes would have been thrown off course or detonated prematurely by the protective shield of each ship, but these simple torpedoes just cruise right through each invisibility field to strike the ship and explode. Within 15 minutes after the attack began, all 7 Bolshevik stealth ships were on their way to the bottom, and with them went their Bolshevik commanders and mercenary crews collected from around the world. The South Pacific action took place just after sunset local time. The time in Washington was around 2 p.m. April 23rd. That evening Secretary of State Haig was seen briefly in public with the new British Foreign Minister, Francis Pym. Pym was wearing the typical artificial pseudo-smile which diplomats are taught always to display in public. But not Haig. Haig was grinning from ear to ear, and no wonder. The joint Rockefeller-Russian military operation had been a brilliant success. The secret Bolshevik South Atlantic Fleet had been virtually wiped out, bottled up inside South Georgia Island, and the South Pacific Fleet, while not totally wiped out, had been badly crippled. By working together, the Rockefeller cartel and the Russians had won the secret naval war of the Southern Hemisphere. Dharma, you are too fatigued to continue today, so let us leave this for now. We will discuss the ensuing Rockefeller Fear campaign against nuclear war when we resume. Thank you for your service and blessings unto you, dear ones. Rest well and we shall resume tomorrow morning. Good evening. Hayton to clear frequency, please. Adonai and I salute you of my command. Chapter 6. Rec number 1 Hayton. Sunday, April 1st, 1990, 7:30 a.m. Year 3 Day 228. Hayton present in the light of the Radiant One. May we please continue on our work. I would request that this book be finished and ready for printing by mid-month. It is better to update the material in additional journals than to either overload by quantity or allow to lag in current information. These journals, at this time, are mostly for integration and insight into that which is known. We are setting the record straight regarding Space Command and participation within your atmosphere and disqualifying those stories which are in error regarding Space Brothers. It is necessary that the journals get out rapidly, for efforts are strengthening to stop Dharma. After the facts are integrated to great extent, then we can give her a bit of rest. We must, however, show you once that your dangers are not from space aliens but most surely from 2 or 3 major elements on your own planet. No, it is not pretty and it is all but impossible for you to believe that such mammoth secrets could be kept from you. However, just as with the death camps of the Allies, specifically the U.S, after W.W.2, we believe it will begin to soak through to you once that the truth is far stranger than any of your surface lies. It is indeed easy to cover up any action if your media is totally controlled as is yours. We will honor all the brave and daring ones who have brought forth information and have been taken out because of it. At this time, however, we honor them but protect them, for these are indeed recent events and families are at risk. May you the public respect and honor those ones, for they gave their very lives for your freedom. Thank you. Let us continue with the wrap-up of the Falkland Islands War and discuss the ensuing Rockefeller Fear Campaign against nuclear war. Campaign against nuclear war by the Rockefeller Cartel. At the point of June 1982, it would appear that war of a major size was about to break out in the Southern Hemisphere, but the real war in the Southern Hemisphere was already over. What you witnessed was the beginning of its bloody aftermath. That aftermath was the battle for the Falkland Islands. They had been promised to Argentina as a reward for her role in the secret war. As things were happening in the Antarctic area, the Bolsheviks were in Washington, D.C. pressing for a public announcement that the U.S. would side with Britain. As soon as that would take place, military action would heat up quickly around the Falkland Islands. Britain had no choice but to fight. She had already suffered casualties which could not be explained without a public battle, but by fighting, the Bolsheviks in Britain were running the risk of a humiliating and tragic defeat for the Royal Navy. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, the Rockefeller strategists in the U.S. were concentrating on a fast-building, anti-nuclear war campaign. On all sides you were hearing about the so-called nuclear freeze movement. There were documentaries, articles, publicity of all kinds to sensitize you to the terrors of nuclear war. There were even referenda popping up on election ballots dealing with the nuclear war issue. Medical doctors were banding together to warn the public about what would happen if there would be a nuclear war. You were being told that all this was just popping up spontaneously. You were then into 37 years of the nuclear age and nothing like that had ever gained so much momentum before, yet you were supposed to believe that millions of Americans had spontaneously gotten the same ideas at the same time. If you believe that, my friends, I give up. Movements like that never develop without leadership, organization, and money, plenty of money. But can you see a bit further now? If you can pick up the momentum now, you can make great changes to care for your population. Truth and knowledge can most surely preserve what freedom is left to you and bring you into a safety survival mode. Ponder it as we continue. What you were watching at that time was the Rockefeller public relations machine at work. The Rockefeller cartel could not afford to let a nuclear war take place. If it did, they would lose everything because they were not in a position to control it. Instead, the deadly enemies of the Rockefeller cartel, the Bolsheviks in the U.S., would win out if there was a war, and so the Rockefeller faction was then doing everything in its power to prevent a nuclear war. Therefore, the then present anti-nuclear war orientation of the Rockefeller cartel created certain temporary common interests between them and Russia, but as Russia's new rulers knew very well, this did not spring from any great moral perspective on the part of the Rockefeller group. It was a purely practical necessity. The Russians regarded the United States as a house divided, and they were exploiting that division by working in a direful way with the Rockefellers. Their first priority was to rid the world of the deadly Bolshevik menace of all-out, even suicidal, nuclear war, but once that was done, they knew that there would be a day of reckoning with the Rockefeller cartel someday. And, brothers, you are seeing it coming down in Europe this very day. The Rockefeller group was working toward a definite objective with their new anti-nuclear war propaganda. That objective was renewed power, and power that moves them closer to their old dream of world government. The Bolsheviks in the U.S. had unwittingly provided fertile ground for the powerful new Rockefeller anti-war campaign. Under Bolshevik control, the so-called Reagan administration had become so hawkish that it was scaring people. The Rockefeller anti-war campaign was designed to capitalize on that latent fear as a tool of power. The smell of war was in the air. The Falklands crisis was helping to make that more intense. The Rockefeller propaganda machine was paving the way for the argument that surrender of sovereignty was the only way to avoid war. A new super United Nations of sorts was put into the works to fill the bill. It would have teeth. As then envisioned, the new organization would be based in Geneva, Switzerland. The working name would be World Non-Proliferation Council. The plan was to bring it into being as the outgrowth of nuclear non-proliferation treaties, but its true purpose would be to use the fear of war to control you all. Summary. The Falkland Islands crisis erupted because of secret Bolshevik-controlled naval installations in the Southern Hemisphere. Those were attacked by joint action of the Rockefeller cartel and the Russians in an attempt to slow down the nuclear war timetable. The attacks were successful, but the results are still not totally conclusive. It did not go as expected because General Haig was fired and the planned nuclear war was averted by simply bringing the truth to public attention, and the perpetrators feared mass rioting from you the people. Public knowledge, truth, and refusal to accept these kinds of action carry a magnificent impact, for the elite are not ready to defend against you the people in their own dooryards. Yet, when they confiscate all your defense weapons, guns, then they will do as they please and you can do nothing about it. Open your eyes and see the writing on the wall. So be it. Britain's Royal Navy took a tremendous bombardment in that little war. No reports were given as to that fact, but the return to England was delayed just to patch and repair sufficiently to keep the secret closeted. Two major factions were struggling for control over your United States: the Rockefeller cartel and the Bolsheviks. They differ in style but both seek to control you through fear. If you are ever to rise above their trickery, it must be through the power of our Lord Jesus Christ, your only hope. As the recognized scriptures pronounce unto you, your Lord has not given us the spirit of fear, but of power, and of love, and of a sound mind. You must learn to wage peace. For your Lord declared long ago, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the sons of God. Peace can only be found through the knowledge of truth through the Word. The first identification of God was given off the bat: I am the Word. Further, in Revelations, then I saw heaven opened and a white horse standing there, and the one sitting on the horse was named Faithful and True, the one who justly punishes and makes war. His eyes were like flames, and on his head were many crowns. A name was written on his forehead and only he knew its meaning. He was clothed in garments dipped in blood, and his title was the Word of God. His armies of heaven, dressed in finest linen, white and clean, followed him on white horses, and silver clouds. Dharma, let us close this portion, for I believe we have begun the cycle of curiosity whereby ones will seek and see. The details of the plan will be forthcoming, but man must first be ready to hear. I will add a postscript to this journal, for I wish ones to realize that since our projection of the war crimes by the US, other losses, and prior books such as UFOs, Nazi secret weapon, there has been a tremendous flood of eyewitnesses coming from the hiding places to confirm as eyewitnesses to the truth of our writings. Bless them, for they are precious unto God for their stand for truth and their fellow man. The postscript will only detail the last item sent unto your attention, from the Spotlight. Thank you for this document, and we reprint it here in honor of their daring stand. That paper dared to comment on the book Other Losses and now dares to print other stories. The headlines of the issue to which we refer reads, CIA and mob tied to thrift mess, immense scandal unfolding. Yes, we will comment on that, and further, we will honor and back the truth bringers immediately and all the way. So be it, and Sela. Let us close of this document, for we have reached a breaking point in the prior story, but we shall now continue with one volume upon another as we lay out the current connection supported by the historical. Thank you for your attention, and God be with you as you become people of the truth instead of people of the lie. Amen. Salut, salut, salut. Hayton to close this portion. Chapter 7. Rec number 1, Hayton. Saturday, July 21st, 1990, 11:14 a.m. Year 3, Day 338. Greetings in the light of his wondrous radiance. May we unify in intent and save this blessed land from destruction. Hayton present enjoy that our friends have come to share and assist, for they have heard the call, for they would not be here even to inquire regarding validity. The Hubble telescope fiasco. In response to the many questions pouring in for proof that the proper telescope is not orbiting, I shall respond with reason and logical questions. I will not, for security of my people, tell you where it is. I will tell you who to ask for denial of such absurd accusation. Go straight to NASA. There have been 2 telescopes built. One of near perfection which the conspirators could never allow in space, and one to replace the good one, to be sacrificed. Some of the component parts were even made at the same factory. All sorts of stories covered the duplication, such as, the lens and mirror got scratched, cracked, and damaged. Every part of the original telescope functioned perfectly and has functioned perfectly for years. The delays came in portion from getting the counterfeit ready, but the actual cause was to stop launching in any manner. So 8 years pass in the waiting and testing, and there never was a more beauteous piece of equipment built. Then came the end of the excuses. It had to be launched. Well, something had to be launched. The builders were on hand and a telescope had to be loaded aboard the shuttle. The conspirators could not allow that perfection to go into space, for they would never allow the pictures to return to Earth, because what is out there is not what they have told you is out there. Next, they had problems and offloaded the equipment, but, for all manner of security and clean procedures, the scientists were not allowed to be present with the reloading. Loading was handled most carefully indeed, with substitution taking place, and when the shuttle was launched and all attention was focused, the Hubble was loaded aboard a transport and removed so there would be no slip UPS. All you really have to do for confirmation is watch the subcommittee congressional hearing regarding the malfunction and billions of dollars lost and wasted and the need for more to make it function, including a shuttle trip. Watch the ones who are part of the cover-up. They do not even hide the lies, and the ones in charge of the hearings do not ask the questions which will uncover anything at all. They sit and give sympathy to the poor scientists who are so disappointed at failure. The cause of blurred pictures is so blatant in the face of the good original double-star pictures first sent back. It is appalling to us of these realms that man bites so thoroughly and so instantly. If the mirror was warped, etc., and records naught but fuzzy images, how could it be the double star was not in the least blurred? Oh, they will tell you now, that is what they thought was a double star, but was actually due to a faulty focus. No, the first pictures shown were fakes, and there is no way the public would know differently. This could not happen. Couldn't it? Let us go right back to April, 1981. Your entire first 4 shuttle launches were lies. On April 12, 1981, after years of delay, America's first attempt to launch a space shuttle into orbit had finally begun. The voice of mission control had become a familiar hallmark of American manned flights into space when the airwaves filled with T-10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, we've gone for main engine start. We have main engine start. Engine noise drowns out other noise for several seconds. And lo and behold, America's first space shuttle, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Then again the roaring noise on the tape. Looking back to the early days, beginning with Project Mercury, the voice was that of Colonel John Powers. Later, during the Apollo program there were other voices, but regardless of who it was, that familiar voice of mission control would always stay with you throughout each space flight, that is, until that first shuttle. This time the voice of mission control, up until the moment of launch, was that of NASA spokesman Hugh Harris. The last words Harris spoke as the voice of mission control were the words you just read: "The shuttle has cleared the tower." Television cameras followed the shuttle as it climbed higher and higher on a column of steam and smoke. For another 30 seconds or so, you were allowed to hear the slowly fading roar of the shuttle's rocket engines. Then the sounds from mission control abruptly changed. Exactly 45 seconds after liftoff, live audio from mission control was terminated. In its place, NASA began feeding the radio and television networks an elaborate recording, which had been prepared far ahead of time by NASA. You must realize, the conspiracy begins work in deceiving far in advance, and that is why you ones are so far behind in efforts to even catch up, much less change the course of nations. They put a lot of roaring racket on the tape and nobody could discern anything. You were still able to see the Columbia by way of long-distance television cameras for another minute and a half, but the sounds you were hearing were no longer live. They were the sounds of the special NASA tape recording. For the first few minutes of the tape recording, you heard nothing but the sound effects simulating conversation between the shuttle and NASA Houston. Then for the first time, you heard the anonymous new voice of mission control, but who would notice? It changed from the familiar live voice of Hugh Harris, but the recorded voice was someone else. For added realism, the new voice was interrupted in turn by the recorded voice of the alleged capsule communicator, Daniel Brandenstein. Listen in. First a high-pitched screech followed by 1 minute 45 seconds, coming up on dash, mumbling. "Columbia, your," mumbled words, another screech, that call-up says, "Columbia, the altitude is too high, for ejection seat use." By that point the shuttle Columbia was more than 20 miles high, and climbing fast. Everything was going according to plan so far, so the things you were hearing on the tape recording corresponded to what you were seeing. You could still see the shuttle on your TV sets, but it had dwindled to nothing more than 3 bright spots dancing in the far distant sky. The last thing that you were able to see and verify for yourselves about the shuttle was the separation of those 2 giant solid rocket boosters. A little over 2 minutes after liftoff, you were able to watch the boosters, 2 burning bright spots, break off to each side. That left only the single tiny flame of the shuttle itself, gradually fading into invisibility. Several seconds later the NASA tape recording caught up with what you had already seen, and said the boosters had separated. Moments later the tiny bright dot of the shuttle faded from your screens. It was too far away for the television cameras to follow. You had just had your last look at the real space shuttle Columbia. Why? A couple of reasons: 1, to completely hide the military nature of the mission, and 2, to make sure the mission looked like a total success, no matter what might happen in secret. At the time the Bolsheviks in the federal government were depending heavily on the space shuttle program to get ready for a nuclear first strike war against Russia. Yes, you heard me correctly. The falsified NASA coverage of the mission of the space shuttle Columbia was carried out exactly according to plan. We'll consider some of the deceit a bit later. The plan was originated and actually tattled to the public some 2 months prior to the so-called launch, but no paper dared print it. During the flight you got some neat cockpit scenes made by training techniques, etc., and the tale was spiced up by telling you that a few non-critical tiles had fallen off, as if any of the crew could see such a thing from inside. Otherwise you were repeatedly told how perfectly the Columbia was performing. Well, Hayton, surely someone at those desks would know. Yes, most knew the hoax, but many were seeing exactly that which the public was witnessing, especially when the wives came to have a little space visit. Well, the astronauts must have known oh, indeed, but not in the planning stages, for you were dealing with America's elite. Oh, you think an astronaut wouldn't either take bribes or? Seems to me one of your finest has been in Congress and takes bribes right along with others from the SNLS no less. Further, a man's family does not fare well if top secrets are brought public, and always the national security, etc., etc. Remember, they were told the Russians were going to launch a nuclear world war momentarily. What could a little secret hurt if in the long run America was saved by the secret? On April 23, a news conference about the flight was held in Houston, by the alleged 2 astronauts, John Young and Robert Crippen. The entity called John Young summed up the flight in words that were more meaningful than most people suspected. Referring to the falsified flight which was followed on television, he called it, quote, even better than normal. And so it was. The Bolsheviks who now controlled NASA bent over backwards to paint the image of an abnormally perfect shuttle flight. Meanwhile the actual shuttle mission, which was carried out in secret, did not go according to plan. After the shuttle disappeared from your television screens, the flight continued for barely 4 more minutes before disaster struck. The Columbia never even reached Earth orbit. It is far past time you know the truth of this subterfuge. You must realize how and why the truth has been hidden from you. The stakes involve nothing less than the very survival of your land and your way of life. Advanced preparations. You once work on the adage that seeing is believing. For that reason, television has become the #1 tool of deception in the world today. Through television you are made to see things you do not understand so that you will believe things that are not true. If television were used honestly and constructively, television could be a great force for good. Instead, it is used continually to hoax, deceive, and mislead you. Videotaping makes events which took place weeks or months ago look as if they were taking place alive right before your eyes. Computer editing enables scenes to be spliced together to create completely artificial images that look entirely real. Special effects of all kinds enable these television hoaxes to be very convincing indeed. There are continuing hoax presentations, most notably projected from your Meet the Press program. The granddaddy of the hoaxes, surpassing even the Guyana and Skylab lies, was undoubtedly the Space Shuttle Columbia. For starters, you were led to believe that, until some short time prior, no space shuttle had ever left the Earth's atmosphere and gone into space. You were also led to believe that the very first space flight by a shuttle had to be an orbital flight, instead of something less extreme. To make matters still worse, NASA swore up and down that this very first flight, pushing the shuttle to its limits, just had to have men aboard. At one point even John Young himself was quoted to this effect very widely in the controlled major media. For example, in February prior, the New York Times carried a big article about the shuttle. Quoting from the article, Mr. Young said that to have conducted an unmanned orbital flight of the shuttle first would have added perhaps $500 million to project costs, and meant another year's delay. Statements like that were cooked up purely to explain away the many things that did not add up about the announced plans for the Columbia's flight. Many people believed these explanations, but they were just a litany of lies. Time after time during the television coverage of the alleged flight, John Young's earlier statement was totally contradicted. Authoritative spokesmen pointed out over and over that the astronauts control the shuttle by telling computers aboard the shuttle what they want. The computers then do all the actual activation and control of the shuttle and, in an emergency, the shuttle can fly itself into orbit, re-enter, and even land itself without help from the pilots. So much for all those lies NASA told you about an unmanned first flight being impossible. See, they never quite get their stories completely right. Dharma, allow us to close this, for we are out of time and I do not wish to hop about out of order. Let us keep discussion of this matter to minimum at the meeting, for we will giving the entire story and I don't wish to take the time of the live group when it can better be read later without errors in discernment, receiving or cause undue time in scanner research. Hayton to stand by. Salut. Chapter 8. Rec number 1 Hayton. Sunday, July 22, 1990, 7:55 a.m. Year 3 Day 339. Why were astronauts aboard if manned ships? Unnecessary. Because the real mission was military in nature. Astronauts had to be aboard to carry it out. NASA told you that the flight was only a test flight with the cargo bay practically empty. But the cargo bay of the Columbia was certainly not empty. It carried a laser-armed spy satellite equipped with special shields to protect it against Russian space weapons. Yes, I know that they showed you live pictures from space and you could see that the bay was empty. No, not live pictures but videotapes. The pictures with the doors closed were taken inside a training mock-up of the shuttle that is carried inside a specially modified Boeing 747. The pictures with the doors open were taken on the ground inside a darkened hangar. Then these scenes were combined by videotape editing techniques with videotapes of the Earth taken from orbit some years past. The final product was what you saw on television. It was not what it appeared to be, but with humans, seeing is believing. You feel cheated? I hope so. If you ever have an opportunity to again see those scenes, or even now while the hype goes forth, with the shuttle doors open, supposedly in space, there is an ever-present telltale clue to watch for. Shadows in space are sharp and very harsh because there are no air particles to soften and diffuse the light. The shadows you most often saw and still see on television were softer because they were not made in space. Who would notice? Most TVs are not of such quality as to show these details and the films are carefully mounted. And remember, you were probably up getting ready for your day as they launched the shuttle. Most certainly you were either listening on radio or TV, which interrupted your morning when it landed. You were not watching for anything except a landing, good or bad. You could not know that the traitors were feeding you bunk. But I assure you that the Russians laughed and drank a toast to one another. NASA pretended that the Columbia flight was the very first shuttle flight into space. You are supposed to believe that the only previous shuttle operations were a few gliding tests launched from mid-air by another modified 747. Nothing could be more ridiculous, dear ones, or more untrue. There is a very obvious question about the space shuttle program which NASA has always managed to sidestep. Somehow no one ever quite dares to ask it. The question is, why wasn't the Space Shuttle Enterprise the first to be sent into orbit? After all, the Enterprise made its public debut nearly 4 years prior in the summer of 1977. To all outward appearances, the Enterprise looks identical to its sister ship, the Columbia. Even today all the shuttles look alike, to the best of the manufacturer's ability. The differences between the Columbia and Enterprise are so subtle that you would never notice them unless you knew exactly what to look for. The engines of the Enterprise look just like the engines of the Columbia. The Enterprise is also covered with the same system of thermal tiles as the Columbia, so again, the question is, why wasn't the Enterprise sent into orbit long ago? Why did NASA wait 3 years and more to launch the Columbia instead? Because the Enterprise was designed to be a training ship for shuttle astronauts. It was not meant for orbital flight. Instead, it was specifically equipped to make shorter, suborbital flights into space. In effect, it can do everything short of going into Earth orbit. It can climb to orbital altitudes as high as 125 miles before dropping back to Earth. This enables astronauts to practice working in weightlessness for up to 5 or 6 minutes at a given time, or whatever the government assumes happens in space. It also allows astronauts to practice landing the shuttle, which is far more important. This allows slowing down from speeds of around 5,000 miles per hour and getting the craft on the ground in, hopefully, one piece undamaged. The Enterprise was exactly like its sister ships in the crew compartment and cockpit. What made the Enterprise radically different is the cargo bay area. The Enterprise cannot carry a cargo because the bay area is taken up by rocket fuel tanks. The tanks of the Enterprise can hold well over 100,000 pounds of rocket fuel when fully loaded. To make a suborbital hop into space, in this primitive manner, the Enterprise is perched on top of a modified Boeing 747 known as the launch aircraft. Inside the 747 there are technicians with instruments and support equipment for the shuttle. All of you have seen the shuttle being returned cross-country atop a 747. At an altitude of about 40,000 feet, the shuttle was then launched. The launching techniques were derived from the older days of what you called the X-15 research airplane and several other similar craft. The Enterprise would be released from its mounts, rise up and then fall back to the rear of the 747. As soon as it was clear of the launch craft, the Enterprise would start its rocket engines and zoom upward at a very steep angle. After a minute or so the rockets would be shut off, and the Enterprise would be left to coast upward to its peak altitude, and then it would drop back toward Earth. From the moment the engines would shut off until the shuttle began re-entering the atmosphere 5 or 6 minutes later, the astronauts inside would be weightless. Young and Crippen made over half a dozen of these training flights aboard the Enterprise before they lifted off aboard the Columbia at Cape Canaveral. That is why they were so ready to go all the way into orbit. They had done their homework and everything that was necessary to work their way up to it. The shuttle Enterprise was not the only training necessary in preparation for even suborbital flights. They spent many hours in the detailed replica of the shuttle, which is housed inside a modified Boeing 747. The flying mock-up, as it is called, is a simulator designed to acquaint astronauts with shuttle operation as realistically as possible. One of its advantages is that it can even provide periods of weightlessness of up to some 3/4 of a minute. The 747 pilot does this by flying a precise arc through the air called a parabolic trajectory. It's an old technique developed long ago to help astronauts get accustomed to the feeling of weightlessness. All of those things and more were originally conceived and developed for purely technical reasons, but they were then, and are now, being kept secret from you because the ones who controlled NASA have turned them into tools of deception against you the people. Almost all attention was placed on 3 areas of geographic location. One is the launch site for orbital missions, Cape Canaveral, Florida, Edwards Air Force Base, California, and the NASA Manned Space Flight Center in Houston, Texas. Therefore, all attention is focused on these 3, while the most important area is totally overlooked: White Sands Missile Range in southern New Mexico. Few people, even at the time of Columbia's first launch, even remember that White Sands is where America's space program got its start after World War II. Captured German V-2 rockets were taken to White Sands to be studied and test-fired. After the V-2s, there were American rockets, the Navy's Viking series, and others. They were launched, rocketed upward into the fringes of space, and came back to Earth all within the boundaries of the vast White Sands Missile Range. Perhaps some of you remember the time that one of the missiles got out of control, veered south, and almost destroyed a small Mexican town when it crashed to Earth, but that was the exception, even though dramatic, to the normal situation. Most of the time, no one outside White Sands even knew when rockets were launched. All of you are aware of the size of Edwards Air Force Base in California. For comparison, White Sands is so vast that it would easily hold some 100 Edwards Air Force bases. That is a lot of territory. White Sands was the training base for space shuttle pilots, and in 1977 became far more. It is the geographic key to the secret military missions which are the central focus of the space program. The early space shuttle program was being managed in a way that was far different from even today, and different from the original plans. In late summer of 1977 you were shown early gliding tests of the training shuttle, Enterprise. The plan of NASA was to gather public support for the shuttle program, just as they had done a decade earlier in the Moon program. That, dear ones, is a dandy subject, also. Apollo program. This was one of the biggest military programs in American history, to that point in history, and was disguised as a peaceful scientific venture. In the same way, the original plan was to bathe the military shuttle program in the glare of deceptive publicity. In the process you would have learned about the suborbital space capability of the Enterprise. Even the crucial White Sands would have received publicity. So what changed it all? The Battle of the Harvest Moon. You once do like your little ditties for labels, in space on September 27, 1977. Oh, you want to hear about that one too? How about after we finish this document? About a month after the first gliding tests of the Space Shuttle Enterprise, Russia's military takeover of space was well underway. The following month, October 1977, a newly operational Russian Cosmos interceptor shot down Skylab. Skylab, along with its crew of 5 American astronauts secretly aboard, died in a giant fireball over the United States. NASA immediately initiated a prolonged cover-up of what had happened. You see, if you wait a while no one remembers much of anything as a test. Name the first moon pilots, day and year, and are you sure it was Monday instead of Thursday? Do you remember Skylab? Can you name the crew members? Do you know what they looked like? Cover-up is easy beyond your wildest imaginations. How many anniversaries and birthdays of your closest relatives do you forget? NASA wanted everyone to forget about that mysterious headline-making fireball, so they pretended that Skylab was still in orbit but sinking unexpectedly. NASA used stories about the space shuttle as part of their Skylab cover-up. They pretended that perhaps the shuttle would come along in time to save Skylab. This was simply a double lie by NASA. First, Skylab could never be saved because it had already been destroyed. Secondly, the United States was in no position at that time to launch the shuttle or anything else of a military nature into space. Russia was deploying her secret new space triad of advanced manned space weapons. Have you ever really wondered why you never went to the moon again? America's previous military control of space had been totally shattered by Russia. Your military base on the moon had been put out of action in the Battle of the Harvest Moon. Russian Cosmos interceptors had started sweeping the skies clear of American spy satellites, and Russian hovering electrogravitic weapons platforms, the Cosmospheres, were making headlines by creating enormous air booms along the coasts of America and still do so. All of these things took place just as America's space shuttle program was getting off the ground. But you said, Hayton, Yes, I did say that we are allowed to disarm any nuclear war weapon at a given altitude. I have never said that we take out beam systems. No, I will not tell you what, for instance, the day before yesterday's missile launch was about. Do you not even notice that now every launch is secret cargo and / or military and top secret? I value my writers, I most certainly will not sign the death certificate, they are in enough jeopardy as it is. I suggest you once demand to know what is going on under your noses. I am only trying to give you reason to know something heinous is going on and you must take the action to stop the incredible headlong drive into destruction. Results of this new twist. The result was a complete reorganization of the shuttle program. The old plans to bathe it in continuous publicity were tossed. The Bolsheviks in your country, who had replaced the Rockefeller cartel in many areas of power, cast a net of secrecy over all the new military plans. You were never told about the capabilities of the training shuttle enterprise, and you were never told about the many things which were going on at White Sands in the military shuttle program. By keeping these things secret from you, the Bolsheviks there placed themselves in a powerful position to deceive you, and the deceit has continued non-stop. You were never told about the modified NASA 747 which carried a complete replica of the crew quarters and cargo bay of a shuttle and still does. Therefore, you are unaware that that airplane, originally intended for training, was to become a Bolshevik tool of deception against you. When you saw videotapes of astronauts in the simulated shuttle cockpit, you naturally thought it was the real thing. Seeing a notebook float in midair for a few seconds next to the astronauts, you were supposed to think they were weightless because they were in orbit. You were given no clue that those moments of weightlessness had taken place months earlier in a mock-up. Further, what would you do if you were an astronaut faced with the fact that Russia has just turned the corner and can destroy your nation with one blast? Do you not think that a good patriot would go along with the game? However, that brings us to a serious notation. Perhaps the pictures fooled a lot of Americans and the world. It did not fool the new rulers of Russia. They had learned the previous fall what the flight of the Columbia was really all about, and, when the Columbia was launched on April 12, the Russians were ready and waiting. The real mission. The real mission plan was for a short mission. The astronauts were supposed to get into orbit and deploy the military satellite from the Columbia's cargo bay very quickly, then they were to return to Earth not aboard the shuttle but in a special re-entry capsule. 2 days later they were supposed to land a disguised shuttle Enterprise at Edwards Air Force Base as the final act in the falsified drama staged for your benefit. For the first time in 3 years the Pentagon was hoping to get a spy satellite into orbit that could not be shot down immediately by Russia. This attempt was destined to continue by your nerdniks into disaster after disaster. You must know what happened in the front end to have any idea what continues. If you can think back to American space launches of the past, you may have noticed something very unusual about the launch of the Columbia. In the past, manned space launches from Cape Canaveral were always made toward the southeast, toward the equator, but not so with the Columbia. It was launched to the northeast, away from the equator. The reason for this was the secret space reconnaissance mission of the Columbia. In its public news releases, NASA told everyone that Columbia was launching into a 44-degree orbit, that is, it would never go farther north or south than 44 degrees above and below the equator. But the actual orbit chosen for the Columbia was a 69-degree orbit. A 69-degree orbit was chosen because it would take the Columbia, and the spy satellite inside it, all the way north to the Arctic Circle and beyond. That is the kind of orbit that is necessary if a spy satellite is to fly reconnaissance over Russia. The northeast launch of the Columbia was done in order to enable the spy satellite to start gathering data over Russia only minutes after the Columbia reached orbit. Time was of the essence in any attempt to spy on Russia. Every American spy satellite launched at Russia during the prior 3 years had been blinded or shot down before gathering much data. The secret flight plan for the Columbia was completely different from what NASA claimed in public. The plan called for Columbia to be launched on an initial northeast course in the general direction of Bermuda, then roughly 2.5 minutes after launch, Columbia was to begin an unorthodox course change, a wide sweeping turn into the north. This unprecedented curving launch was intended as an evasive maneuver. Planners of the Columbia mission believed this would enable Columbia to sneak past any Russian cosmospheres that might be waiting overhead. Still accelerating on its curving course, the Columbia was supposed to pass about 100 miles east of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. Roughly 200 miles east of Washington, D.C., the shuttle's main engines were to cut off. After coasting in silence for a few seconds, the fuel tank was scheduled to cut loose as the Columbia passed 100 miles east of New Jersey. For the next 2 minutes the shuttle and its fuel tank were to be coasting onward past the east tip of Long Island, over Boston, and onward toward Maine. During that time the shuttle was supposed to maneuver away from the fuel tank, using small maneuvering jets. Finally, just as the Columbia passed over New Brunswick, Canada, the flight plan called for the orbital maneuvering engines to be fired. Somewhere over the Labrador Sea, flying upside down, the Columbia was scheduled to reach Earth orbit. As soon as it did so, the flight plan called for astronauts Young and Crippen to go to work fast. In less than 10 minutes' time they were supposed to open up the cargo bay doors and turn on the sensors of the spy satellite resting inside. As they did these things, the Columbia was to be racing over the south tip of Greenland, out over the middle of the Denmark Strait between Greenland and Iceland, above the Arctic Circle, and then dipping back southward toward northern Norway, Finland, and Russia. According to the flight plan, the Columbia was scheduled to cross the Russian border just south of the strategic Kola Peninsula. This would be only some less than 23 minutes after liftoff. At that instant initial reconnaissance over Russia was to be underway. The spy satellite inside the cargo bay, even though not yet deployed, would have had a perfect view downward through the open doors of the upside-down shuttle. The Columbia was intended to fly over a course across Russia that began just west of the strategic White Sea in extreme northwestern Russia. From there the planned course of the Columbia was to take it southeastward over some 2,500 miles of strategic Russian territory. During the first minute alone, the satellite was expected to see parts of the highly sensitive Kola Peninsula, the White Sea, including the super-secret submarine yards at Archangel and the Plesetsk Cosmodrome. The shuttle was also to pass near Kazan, one of the bases of Russia's flying ABM system. This system uses charged particle beams carried by supersonic Tu-144 transports. Yes indeed, we shall get back to this subject. Toward the end of the first pass over Russia the spy satellite was expected to gather data on two more of Russia's four cosmodromes, those of Baikonur and Tyuratam. In between, numerous other war targets were also to come under scrutiny. The spy satellite in the Columbia's cargo bay was expected to see all that during its very first pass over Russian territory. It would all take only 8.5 minutes. Then the Columbia would have crossed the border with Afghanistan, heading toward India. Barely 10 minutes later, the spy satellite was to be radioing its data down to the American receivers at Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. Now, that was the plan. The military planners were confident that their spy satellite would get at least this planned first look at Russia. They were sure that Columbia's curving launch and the short time involved would prevent Russia from thwarting the mission. Columbia took off from Cape Canaveral at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, that Sunday morning. By 7:23 Columbia was expected to be over Russia already. By 7:31 Columbia was expected to be leaving Russian skies, and by 7:45 that same Sunday morning the military planners expected to have their first reconnaissance data from Russia. The plan sounded plausible, but the planners were falling victim to the very intelligence gap which they themselves created in America years before. Russian intelligence agents were able to learn the general outlines of the Columbia mission plan some 6 months prior to launch. It is worse today, dear ones, for there are more KGB agents in your CIA than you have. Fully a month before the public rollout of the Columbia at the Cape in November of 1980, the Russian Space Command was studying the problem. There was no question about one thing: the Columbia's mission could not be allowed to succeed. Given even a shred of up-to-date reconnaissance data, the Bolsheviks in America were determined to set off a nuclear war. Even so, there was a question about the best way to spoil the mission. Several possibilities were considered, including sabotage or simply blasting the Columbia out of the sky. All were rejected because they shared one weakness. Each alternative would halt one shuttle mission, but it would not stop the shuttle program as a whole, and Russia's goal was to completely shut down the space shuttle program. At last they hit upon the solution. What was needed was a space-age version of the famous U-2 incident of 2 decades prior. In the waning days of the Eisenhower administration, Russia had publicly accused the United States of invading its airspace with spy flights. That was before the era of spy satellites, and invading other countries' airspace was a serious charge in the eyes of the world. American spokesmen tried to defuse the growing furor while carefully avoiding a definitive denial of the charges, but the Russians kept it up. Finally President Eisenhower became so exasperated that he flatly denied, in public, that America was flying spy planes over Russia. That was exactly what the Russians were waiting for. The Russians promptly did what American intelligence specialists thought they could not do: they shot down a high-flying U-2 on a flight over Russia. The name of the CIA pilot, the late Francis Gary Powers, filled the headlines worldwide overnight. The Russians had made a liar of the President of the United States. A summit had been scheduled between President Eisenhower and Nikita Khrushchev, but the Russians icily called it off. In studying the Columbia situation, the Russians decided to make the focus of similar nature. After all they would need would be to land that shuttle intact. This seems as appropriate as any point to close this writing, but we shall continue on this subject in the next. So be it. Chapter 9. Wreck number 2, Hayton. Sunday, July 22, 1990, 3:07 p.m. Year 3, Day 339. Russia's thrust. Russia protested continuously about the military nature of the shuttle program, and perceived they would be able to shock the world with the truth of it by simply proving it. They would put the crashed shuttle on public display together with its nuclear-powered, laser-firing spy satellite. The Kremlin liked the plan, and agreed to it. To further emphasize the parallels with the 1960 U-2 incident, Russia had recently proposed a summit with the United States. The plan was to withdraw the summit proposal in protest after shooting down the Columbia. The Russian Space Command went to work several months earlier to get ready. They were faced with a big order, to bring down the Columbia on Russian territory without totally destroying it. As recently as only a year prior it would have been totally impossible to even consider such a thing. However, the Russians now had a new space tool to do the job. It was the third version of the Russian levitating weapons platform, the Cosmosphere. They were and are called Super Heavies by the Russian Space Command. The Russian Super Heavy Cosmospheres are still considered experimental in nature but have had vast improvements integrated since the early 1980s. Even so, by 1981 the Russians had already built 7 of them. In terms of volume, they are even bigger than the biggest dirigibles, Zeppelins, of the 30s. They could carry a payload of more than 50 tons, far more than your own space shuttle, and they were equipped with powerful electromagnetic propulsion which could take the Cosmosphere all the way to orbital speed. In short, the Jumbo Cosmosphere was actually Russia's space shuttle. It was fully operational. In order to carry out their attack on the space shuttle Columbia, Russia's entire fleet of 7 Jumbo Cosmospheres were made ready. 5 were outfitted with special grappling equipment to enable them to seize a very large object in space. The other 2 were outfitted with neutron particle beam weapons. These weapons were the same type as were used in the Battle of the Harvest Moon in September 1977. At 7 a.m. Sunday morning, April 12, 1981, the rocket engines of the Space Shuttle Columbia roared to life. Moments later the giant solid boosters were fired, and the Columbia took off. As it climbed, it rolled around and started leaning into its flight path toward space. As you watched on your television sets, it rapidly dwindled off into the northeast. You watched as the solid boosters separated and peeled away to each side. Moments later the Columbia vanished from the screen. The television scene then shifted to the alleged mission control in Houston. You see, all of this had been set up well in advance as we stated early on herein. I shall interrupt the story following the finishing of this thought sequence to allow you to catch up as to the military mission, for it does have impact on your perceptions. It is very hard to believe that the information was already available and the actions anticipated by both your enemy and your own top officials. Up in front the NASA computer-controlled map started tracking the alleged course of the Columbia. According to the map, Columbia was heading out over the Atlantic toward Bermuda, but at that moment, free of the solid boosters, Columbia was already starting its long sweeping curve to the north. 150 miles east of Charleston, South Carolina, Russia's fleet of 7 Jumbo Cosmospheres were hovering high over the ocean. As the space shuttle approached on its elaborate curving path, the Cosmospheres started speeding up to intercept it. The shuttle was already flying upside down with the huge fuel tank on top. The 2 Cosmospheres armed with neutron beams closed in on the Columbia from below and a bit to the rear, where they could not be seen by Young or Crippen. The other 5 Jumbo Cosmospheres with their grappling equipment, flew in formation above and well behind the fuel tank to be out of the line of fire. The Cosmospheres paced the shuttle until it reached a predetermined altitude and speed. Then the armed Cosmospheres opened up with their neutron beams. Firing at point-blank range, each Cosmosphere fired just 2 bursts from its beam weapon. The first salvo flooded the cockpit area and an area near the engines in the rear. Young and Crippen died instantly, the neutron radiation having totally disrupted all activity of their nervous systems, brains, eyes, and hearts. At the same time the shuttle's engines shut down. A fraction of a second later, the second salvo flooded neutron radiation into the nose and an area beneath the cargo bay. These shots were calculated to derange and shut down the Columbia's flight computers, that is, all the computers except one. The Russians wanted the backup computer to take over and do its job, that is, make an emergency automatic re-entry and crash landing in Russia. They anticipated that it would do so because the backup computer is heavily shielded against radiation. The shielding is a material more efficient than lead. Hold your breath, readers, it is gold. Also, another dream of sharing wealth gone in the ethers. The Russians fully expected that the gold computer, as it is known in certain circles, would take over after the engines shut down. Surely enough, within some 10 seconds after the engines shut down, the fuel tank, still a third full, was automatically cast loose. The gold computer was now flying the shuttle. The 5 Jumbo Cosmospheres with grappling equipment, fastened onto the fuel tank. Then using their powerful electromagnetic propulsion, they veered away with the tank. From its northeasterly course, the tank was swerved around over the North Atlantic in a great arc until it was heading southeast instead. The Cosmospheres then accelerated to orbital speed and cast the fuel tank loose. 3 years prior to this, the first Cosmospheres had sent a message by way of enormous air booms along America's east coast. Now Russia's newest Cosmospheres were using the shuttle fuel tank to send a chilling new message to America's Bolshevik war planners. Meanwhile the armed Cosmospheres followed the Columbia itself. Having had its engines shut down prematurely, the Columbia was well below orbital speed. It was following a ballistic path, just like an ICBM, into the heart of Russia. It looked as though the Russian plan was going to work to perfection, but then the unexpected happened. One of Columbia's deranged computers apparently began to function. The brief shutdown had thrown it out of synchronization with the gold computer, so the two computers apparently did not communicate one with the other. As the Columbia passed over the border of Russia, it was flying right side up instead of upside down under control of the gold computer. But the other computer opened up the cargo bay doors right on schedule. As the shuttle began to re-enter over Russia, hot air flooded the cargo bay. Heat sensors in the spy satellite detected the heat buildup, which was programmed into the satellite's computer as a sign of attack damage. Finally, the temperature built up to a critical point, activating a self-destruct circuit in the satellite. The spy satellite exploded, blowing the Columbia into total destruction. The Russians had hoped for a crash landing in recognizable form. Instead, the Columbia ended up in wreckage strewn along a line some 85 miles long in central Russia southeast of the city of Kazan, and the citizens had to be told a research satellite had fallen out of orbit. As it turned out, neither the American Bolsheviks nor the Russians got what they wanted. But, as you know, there were destined to be more attempts, each just as foolish as the one before it. We will not jump the gun and tell you how you outgrew this continuing fiasco in proper sequence, for you have at least 3 more total failures to account for before that unfolding. Secret military mission. Now to back up and fill in a bit. In November of 1980, America's manned space program suddenly started showing signs of life after near death. The date was November 24th, to be exact. It was the day when the Space Shuttle Columbia was rolled out into public at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It was the first public appearance by the shuttle in almost 2 years. The shuttle arrived at Cape Canaveral 2 years prior, in March of 1979. From then until November of 1980, the shuttle Columbia remained in hiding in a very large metal cocoon called the Orbiter Processing Facility, but on November 24th suddenly the cocoon opened up and out rebirthed the space shuttle. It was not a very long trip set for that day, about 300 yards to the nearby vehicle assembly building, where it disappeared once again as if by magic. You were told that this was only the beginning of a much longer journey. For the first time in nearly 6 years, the United States was committing itself in public to a manned mission into space. The rollout of the Columbia took almost everyone by surprise. America's space shuttle program was a full 3 years behind schedule. Since late in 1977 you had heard about nothing but problems, delays, and more problems with the space shuttle. In fact, just 5 days before, Dr. George Low, former director of the Apollo Moon program, summarized it all in total disgust when he said, "Today I wonder whether we could start another Apollo, much less accomplish it." After 3 years on hold, the countdown was underway and, more so, there was a total air of urgency about it. Corners were being cut, safety precautions were being overstepped, unheard of risks were being taken, and when reporters asked why these things are being done, they received only double talk instead of answers. Some things don't change very much. The space shuttle was the most complex American spacecraft built to that point. There were more things to go wrong than ever before, and the entire future of America's manned space program depended on the shuttle. In fact, within a few years you were told that the shuttle would be launching practically all American satellites. As far as space was concerned, America had put all of its eggs in one basket, or at least as far as any of you could determine. It would have seemed appropriate, in that event, that the old NASA would have proceeded step by step with the greatest of care. Somehow, prior to that time, the time dragged by with no show of action. Each problem had to be solved and resolved before moving on to the next phase of a space program, or so they said. As a final test, every new American manned spacecraft had made its first trip or two into space without astronauts aboard to ensure no loss of life if errors were encountered, or so they said. Well, who knows for sure, but surely the ones calling the shots in America's space program by 1981 were certainly doing things in a very strange manner indeed. The facts were that the Bolsheviks were getting ready for thermonuclear war, thus causing a wartime rush mentality which dominated the shuttle launch preparations. Why would American Bolsheviks want to make an immediate and first strike attack against Russia? Because of those dandy Russian weapons spread all over the globe. The intent was to match the power and hit unexpectedly prior to retaliation grouping of the weapons in space. Like, for instance, take out those installations producing those cute little spheres running around in space, taking out your bases and satellites. They had no use in taking out your Vidyot satellites, etc. They, too, used them, and besides, your country and Russia were basically allies and had been from upstart. We are talking about Bolsheviks from Russia efforting to regain control of Russia. They had gained incredible power within your nation. They are now surpassed in power only by the Zionists. This was to be the shuttle's very first trip into space, and yet it would be a manned mission. You were told that the shuttle was designed to make at least 100 trips into space and back, and yet NASA said it could not spare 1 or 2 preliminary shuttle launches in order to check it out. NASA refused to even consider beginning with a manned suborbital launch like the early manned Mercury shots in the early 60s. Instead, the very first launch of the shuttle Columbia was to take it all the way into high orbit. The plan was running over with stupid examples of haste. There seemed to be no regard for the safety of the astronauts who would fly it. Of course, you couldn't know they had been training in the Enterprise. For all intents and purposes, you must consider that the new rocket engines of the space shuttle were radically untested, as far as anyone was aware. There were 3 main engines called SSMEs by NASA. Those engines had never flown into space prior to that time. In fact, they had never so much as been fired altogether until just 8 days prior to the flight. On that day, the 3 engines were fired for only 20 seconds on the pad at the Cape. NASA did not run the risk of running them longer even though those engines were supposed to be reusable, launch after launch. Instead, based on a mere 20 seconds test, NASA would have 2 astronauts risk their lives on the engines and, in the actual launch into space, the engines would have to operate full bore for a minimum of 9 minutes. NASA knowingly gambled that the 3 fresh engines on Columbia would last long enough to get into orbit. The engines were only one example of NASA's unexplained haste because if Columbia didn't reach orbit, the next question was, could it return? NASA didn't have the foggiest notion. The recent launching of the Hubble telescope smacks of the same subterfuge for the duplicate scope which was launched was truly another attempt to fool the Russians, and again the attempt was total disaster as only an evil empire can create. New thermoprotection system. Remember, we are back in 1981 and time flies when you are having fun in your addictions and fun games. In 1980 the new thermoprotection system was radically new. All of your previous spacecraft had heat shields which carried away heat by burning away during re-entry, therefore they could only be used once. But the shuttle was supposed to be reusable over and over, so it required a different kind of heat shield. It was a lightweight ceramic, broken up into more than 30,000 small pieces called tiles, of which you are all now very familiar. Strange thing, however, they tell you a few fall off each time but it is okay. How can it be okay? For the heat is equally intense on that spot where a tile is missing and would burn the skin of the craft incredibly. Oh, you are now getting concerned about recent cover UPS as a possibility, also. So be it. For at least 2 years prior to original launch you had been hearing tales about problems with tiles. It began when the shuttle Columbia arrived at Cape Canaveral in March of 1979 on the back of a jumbo jet. Many tiles had been lost or damaged during the flight and the Columbia looked like it had smallpox and that was just in atmospheric piggyback. Soon after that you began hearing about tiles being tested, removed, replaced, retested, and on and on. Part of the controversy over the tiles was quite real. I wouldn't want any of my crew depending upon them to save their lives. There were very legitimate arguments among space engineers as to whether or not the tiles would succeed or fail. Those questions would finally be answered one way or another only when and if the shuttle Columbia drops out of orbit to return to Earth. But for the Bolsheviks who were then controlling America's space program, the arguments over the tiles were only a tool. The tile controversy made a perfect cover story to explain away the 3-year grounding of the space shuttle. The real reason was that America had been virtually locked out of military space missions since late in 1977. As recently as August of 1977 it had looked as if the United States would soon be eclipsing Russia with new space exploits. That month the first pre-flight tests of a space shuttle took place. A shuttle was carried aloft aboard a jumbo jet, then cut loose and guided to Earth by astronauts. The test went perfectly. It certainly seemed that the space shuttle era was about to dawn. What of Russia? Her space program seemed completely silent, but suddenly everything turned into a spin in September of 1977. Russia began deploying her secretly developed charged particle beam weapon in space, and on September 17, 1977, history's first true space battle took place, the Battle of the Harvest Moon. In that stunning upset, Russia completely smashed America's secret military control of space. Russia's manned space program came to life suddenly. They launched the Salyut 6 space station on September 29, 1977, and from that day, there was a steady stream of Russian cosmonauts into space and back and forth. Even cosmonauts from at least 7 other countries had been able to go with the Russians, ones from Cuba and Vietnam among them. American astronauts were unable to do anything but twiddle thumbs. The Bolsheviks in America had been waiting long and watching for a moment of weakness among their enemies, the secret new rulers of Russia. The Bolsheviks wanted desperately to regain their former positions of power in Russia, but for years, Russia's new rulers had been expelling the Bolsheviks, who then flocked mostly to the United States. Sikh, Dharma, Bolshevik, 1. A member of the extremist wing of the Russian Social Democratic Party that seized supreme power in Russia by the Revolution of November 1917. Bolshevism, 1. The doctrine or program of the Bolsheviks advocating violent overthrow of capitalism. 2. Russian communism. You see, as time moved forward an element of the Russian hierarchy began kicking out the Bolsheviks. These had originally been put into power by the Rockefeller cartel, etc., as we have covered prior to this. This was not communism in its true definition, it was total suppression of the people by the state. Where you are headed, dear ones. By 1980 there was a moment of weakness developing in the Kremlin. Bolshevik forces had succeeded in penetrating the Kremlin. They were wreaking havoc among Russia's top leadership. At the same time, Russia's expulsion of Bolsheviks slowed to a mere trickle. Immigration from Russia was at its lowest level in years during the second half of 1980, so the decision was made in July to go ahead with a space shuttle mission and pray hard. For the first time there then appeared to be a chance of slipping through Russia's space blockade. Even so, any American attempt to launch a manned military mission into space would be most risky. It dared not be attempted until a mission was ready that was worth that risk. Well, it was the secret payload in the cargo bay of the Space Shuttle Columbia. It was developed in association with the super-secret National Reconnaissance Office whose very existence was regarded, in itself, as top secret in government circles. It was only you who didn't know about it. All these secrets aren't secret at all except from you the people. Russia took out US satellites. When Russia began her surprise space offensive in September of 1977, she did so by destroying an American spy satellite on September 20th. A week later, America's secret moon base was put out of action, which freed Russia's hands to pour into space. In the months that followed, Russia gradually knocked out all of your spy and early warning satellites. One by one, 7 months later, Russia had finished the job. Since that time, America had been in constant effort to get some spy satellites orbiting, but they were continually taken out and thus to the space shuttle launch. America simply had no spy satellites on continuous duty over Russia. They were taken out in less than a week after launch. No, it hasn't changed very much, has it? These brief spy satellite missions did alert the Bolsheviks in America to one thing, that was, there were major changes taking place among the potential wartime targets in Russia. Some known targets from the past were becoming far less important, while other new targets were detected and held far more importance. Nuclear first strike. Yes, there was a full-blown plan for the US to launch a first strike nuclear war against Russia. Suffice it here to say that it was so, and we will speak of it later. Perhaps we need a more methodical manner of introducing these things to you, ones which impact you so desperately today. Maybe we will just start a sequence story of important happenings in chronologic order as we finish this shuttle story. All along the way, the things in occurrence were equally as important, for they affected you from economics to nuclear devastation. I believe, however, we should not lose continuity of thought regarding the space shuttle upstart, for it is critical to that which is going on under your eyes at present, and even more secrecy. The nuclear first strike against Russia relied heavily on missiles, including America's secret mobile missile, the Minuteman TX, and it could not succeed without up-to-date information on the targets within Russia. The American Bolsheviks were once again doing all they could to get set for nuclear war, so they were desperate for new, up-to-date reconnaissance data from Russia. Oh yes, Russia knew this factor, that is why they finished perfecting a survival plan with shelters, etc. Is it not interesting that you have none? Nor did you have any then. You were totally expendable then, and now you have filled their silos with survival supplies and yours are empty. Does that not irritate you ever so slightly? All knew there would be retaliation to some extent, for the Russians had wondrous capabilities and your government certainly knew it. Oh yes, dear ones, you have been royally you know what. The elite Bolsheviks had, by this time, developed a satellite which they believed could survive in orbit for a while if they launched it in secret and took devious routes of flight. Actually, they knew that Russia's orbital fleet of manned Cosmos interceptors would succeed in destroying it, but before they could do so, military planners believed the satellite would be able to radio back enough information to finalize plans for first strike. Therefore, the first flight of America's space shuttle, the Columbia, was to be a secret military mission of highest order. Its purpose was to prepare for war. That is why there was such a frantic effort to rush to launch with unproven hardware, and that is why the very first mission would be manned, instead of unmanned testing. It had to be manned because of the secret cargo it carried. Now I am bombarded with questions about the synthetic persons, imitators, of which I spoke on the yesterday. Not only do they exist, but they are widely utilized. I will offer some happy relief, however, in that more sophistication has evolved and the real thing with the real stuff is more often left and the imitator sent into possibly dangerous situations at great cost indeed. It is called hazard pay. Sometimes, however, an entire crew is set for destruction deliberately and unknowingly. Would not that upset thee also? I certainly hope something upsets you sufficiently to look at your country most carefully, and most specifically at that which is happening today with your constitutional havoc. You are very near the point of no return, beloved brothers, very near indeed. Salut. We shall continue this subject when next we sit to write. Thank you, Dharma, for a long day of service. It has been a very long weekend of work, for you know that your service is worthy and your brothers in the group are as busy at their keyboards and duties. I salute, and honor with pride, all of you faithful hands and feet. Salom. Chapter 10. Rec number 1 Soltech/Hayton. Monday, July 23, 1990, 7:52 a.m. Year 3 Day 340. Soltech. Greetings, in service, Commander Series Anthony Soltech reporting. Thank you for receiving me in the light of the radiant presence. Yes, I need a writer and I thank you for responding, and I honor Hayton for his gracious patience. For the readers, I will give identification as to my responsibilities in this mission. I am what you would refer to as a geophysicist, I suppose, on your placement. I head the geophysical arm of this mission as to data collection and input from monitoring stations. It is most urgent that you ones know that which is going on around you. I am responsible for the reporting to the higher councils of the observations of the geophysical activities of the planet Earth. Our beloved Commander-in-Chief, as you of Earth would refer to him in the same capacity as we serve, Isajisa Sananda, has requested that I come forth and share with you of this group, for much is being missed in the current happenings upon your placement. All of the climactic changes, as well as Earth upheavals, are well known and expected by we of these realms, but there is great ignoring of the purpose and intent by your citizenry. Earthquakes. We have laid forth the expected changes in general format. Earth is going into her new cycle with renewed vigor. She will be belching forth increased disturbances upon her surface. As plates shift beneath the ocean's floors, there shall be increased tidal wave activity. The resulting shifts shall bring about disturbances of those thought of as sleeping volcanoes, and thus and so. This has been written of often since the time of the early prophecies. You ones must begin to make rapid preparations, for the entire scenario is going to cause chain reactions of a most serious nature. It is difficult to relay this message unto you of our beloved ground crew, but we see few taking the information and generalizing it sufficiently. The earthquakes you are now experiencing are tit for tat. Your forces detonate a major one in Iran and your adversary detonates one in the Philippines. Armenia San Francisco, it is worse than even this projection. They work in conjunction, one with another, to ensure response from the nations as orchestrated. You err in blaming your blessed Mother Nature for the geophysical happenings upon your lands and within your oceans. The forces at work are mighty and deadly, and the incidents will increase 1,000-fold. A flood in Spain and England, a flood in Texas and Arkansas. Do I make myself clear? A hurricane in Europe, tornadoes in the US, and devastation in Latin America. There is no way to awaken you gently to the technology at play in the hands of evil players. We are not allowed to interfere at this point to great extent, but the evil has moved into space, which is universal and will ultimately be neutralized. This will not occur until great damage has been inflicted on the masses of your nations. Weather control has been a part of your technology for decades and is perfected to the extent that phenomenon desired can be pulled off in a matter of hours. The truth of the ability and actual precipitation of earthquakes and other disasters has been made public since 1977. You just didn't pay any attention. We had another scribe who wrote at length for us and was killed by your conspirators in 1984. We shall revive that historical segment as we further put journals to print. I protect the remaining family members by simply honoring that one, without label. The ones at the conspirators' keyboards are indeed without moral energy in any manner. All you can do is know, prepare, and save your nation to light the path back into freedom and decency. There has been great power unleashed in the outer spaces by your toy dealers as neutron particle beams with resultant explosions, freeing magnificently radioactive particulate. This continues on a daily basis while Earthman sleeps on and stays preoccupied with chantings and getting ready to complain about something or other. The most dangerous one spot on North America is the bulging mound in California, where the molten radioactive material is festering to break forth as a result of the intensive and continuing testing in Nevada. Further, the dam near Las Vegas is so damaged that it can simply collapse at any moment. If the radioactive material spews forth, there will be thousands of miles contaminated, for it will bear forth the ash which will cause fallout of incredible consequence. There is some possibility that the volcanic chain of the western US, Canada, Mexico, etc., will spew first, as with Mt. St. Helens, but so far not nearly enough pressure has been released to avoid this catastrophe. Every major quake fault has been targeted with stationed space spheres which can cause a complete shift of an entire tectonic plate at will. You have come a long way, baby. The evil conspirators are lining up their ducks for the kill, and you are the ducks. The radioactive materials placed at and within your aquifers are not accidentally placed there. In upheaval, the containers shall leak and ruin your irrigation and drinking water. Yes, the elite know how to detoxify their water, but you will not be given to have that information. The masses are planned for extermination. At the same time, the plan is to blame God and nature so that you as people are confused and lose your direction to the point of becoming blinded sheep and march off the cliff without protest. We can assist you, but you must request that assistance and stop shooting at us as we come forth, and cease your disgusting behavior unto your brothers from whatever reasons you perceive to be important. Your very species of Earth human is on the line, friends. Who will hear our petition? Earth changes to expect in overview. Within the next couple of years you are destined to experience a most intended and inconceivable fallout. You will be told the particles falling are meteors. They are not meteors, they are from directed nuclear and particle beam pulverization of space bodies and debris. It appears that no later than 1993 the material will be filtering through, as it has been set on that trajectory. These small particles will be entering into the ethers and into the atmosphere of planet Earth. The scientists are well aware of the origin of this shower. They are monitoring it, though they are staying highly secretive regarding it. By 1993, as projected through our probability data, there shall begin to be that which is a dust cloud that will be experienced by the planet as small particles begin to infiltrate the atmosphere of Earth. These particles shall be of a very high mineral content and will be so highly radioactive they will be measured easily by your own instrumentation. Acid rain will pale in comparison. As the technology grows, it appears the capability will be present, within an additional couple of your years, to thrust several meteors that will hit planet Earth within a 24-hour period. These, too, shall be radioactive and strategically directed. There are at least 4 such meteors in preparation. As has been stated before, the changes that will be going on about the planet will be so many that the newsmen will be unable to report the latest happening. It will be evidence that as a large meteor will hit one of the continents, it will cause an immediate shifting of the tectonic plates, thus bringing about Earth alterations very, very quickly. One meteor, it is anticipated, will land on the North American continent. The second meteor will land off of the coast of Africa, towards the lower portion, affecting both that continent and the one known as Australia. Within the high mountains of South America another meteor shall land, causing sleeping volcanoes to begin to activate, causing landslides and immediate plate alteration. The fourth meteor is directed to that which is called the Greater Continent, and it is anticipated, even at this very hour, at any time, in your vernacular. It is directed to the portion of that which would be considered the area of Russia closest to Europe. The impact shall appear to bring about an absolute pandemonium upon the planet in a 24-hour period, for there shall be quaking, volcanoes spewing forth new life, and alteration in land masses shall appear to be quickly brought about. The ring of fire will be triggered by the meteor that lands in the North American continent, awakening volcanoes and shifting land masses in great measure. What of consequences? We do not relocate anyone from his chosen journey, but I shall endeavor to outline some possibilities of probabilities in actions. This might well seem to be a doomsday forecast, but this is not so, for the warning shall be in the form of the introduction of the dust particles, already headed your way, and the meteor particles by your year 1993, give or take a bit of time in either direction, for the clouds will be affected by atmosphere, etc. Those of you who are on coastal lines shall find it advantageous to consider relocation, for indeed this shall bring a heightened water level if the massive intent is fulfilled. As the plates shift, portions of continents shall go under, as part of the ocean floors are to become beds for new lakes and water supplies. Others shall find the water systems have immediately dried up and the land they are on has become elevated in altitude. For our workers, I shall explain this a bit for the area location of the communications crystal in California. I am going to specifically speak of what is called the elusive Palmdale Bulge. Palmdale is a vastly growing area in the southern Mojave Desert, about 35 miles, 56.32 kilometers, northeast of Los Angeles, unremarkable except for the fact that it is situated directly atop the San Andreas Fault. But in the early 1960s it was discovered that dramatic vertical movement was occurring there, a displacement of as much as 10 inches in Palmdale itself, which proved to be the center of a 120-mile, 193.12 kilometer, long oval-shaped bulge. As it was monitored, a strange thing was discovered here today and gone tomorrow. Well, on the days it was gone, the action came from our thrusting vibration settling beams into that specific area of the fault, for it could not be allowed to go before stabilization of the massive communications crystal could be encapsulated for buffering. That is now done, friends, and we were ordered to remove stabilization in March of 1988. There are cosmospheres stationed above that San Andreas Fault from one end to the other and can trigger it at any moment if nature doesn't do it sooner. Little gray aliens do not hold you hostage, but these things of man do. We marvel at the casual acceptance of doom. A major earthquake as close to Los Angeles as Palmdale will cause massive damage with hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions, of casualties and multi-billions of dollars in damage, and yet, Southern Californians remain in a casual stupor and actually plan for a super jetport to be built in the southern Mojave. We have stabilized the area around the crystal by several small shocks in the area itself, and the last was a 4.5 power less than 10 miles distant, and it was not felt in the township, so we are confident there will be no major damage in the immediate area. Damage? Yes, but probabilities are not for greater than a 3.7 magnitude. This, dear ones, is, however, how topography is changed. It further allows for us to recognize placements for security of our Earth contact communication centers, which shall have good probability of survival in any circumstance conjured by the adversary. Sinai area. I am most often queried regarding the Sinai area, which is projected in the prophecies to have a massive quake at what you call Armageddon. The Jordan River and the Dead Sea occupy the northern end of an extensive series of related grabens, German meaning literally grave or ditch, a sheer-sided, flat-bottomed valley, that include the Red Sea and the so-called rift valleys of East Africa. The distinctive Y-shaped graben of the Red Sea has the Sinai in its center. To the east, the Gulf of Aqaba is a mere extension of the Greater Jordan Graben, with the Dead Sea and Lake Tiberias/Sea of Galilee both below sea level. Farther south along the Great East African Rift is the steep eastern wall in Ethiopia. Yes, it is anticipated that it will split in incredible force and depth. Will God do it? No. Man will do it in a last attempt to stand against the Zionist Hazars, false Jews of Israel. Yes, these are the same ones who, unwittingly in most instances, allow control of your country, believing they are regaining the lost Israel of Abraham. No, they come from the satanic 13th tribe who pronounce themselves Jews to fulfill that which is upon you today in the closing cycle, for the intent is to gain total, 100% control of your world for the forces of the evil cause. Perhaps Hayton will indulge my time required to give you a geography and geophysics lesson or two as we move along. At this point, you need an overview to recognize the seriousness of your plight and call attention to ones coming immediately within our group as confirmation. The others will please bear with us, for our resources are so limited that time must be taken from the usual projections for the alerts. I am sorrowful to announce that no portion of the Earth planet shall be excluded from change or alteration, for all is connected to all, and thusly, massive movement in one portion requires adjustment in all areas. Further, as the particles move into your atmosphere, they shall of course be dispersing in the high-level winds above ground. The winds at ground level shall be unchallenged at very high velocities. Thus your earthen domed dwellings, with as much underground facility as possible, will be your architecture of choice if you are diligent in your preparations. There will come a gradual decrease in the intensity of the sun's warmth, with its change in intensity being a gradual one, as the dust first enters the Earth atmosphere prior to the arrival of the larger ones. Polar caps which have been melting shall release larger and larger blocks of ice into the waters of oceans, causing a rise in water levels to some extent, but most especially will result in off-balance of the globe itself because of weight distribution. You will find green areas emerging just south of the North Pole and just north of the South Pole as these ice cakes are released and temperatures are altered and free water can be absorbed by the previously frozen land masses. There shall be a shifting of the magnetic pole taking place in stages. It will not be an immediate shift, but it will be one that takes place through 3 phases, possibly even 5, depending on the numbers of ones upon the planet and their survival abilities. Earth shall not choose the path she has accepted so willingly. She rejoices in anticipation of the release in her bondage. Animal life which will populate the planet after the new millennium is being taken up, being removed and preserved in quantity, that they might return in a pristine beauty. For those who are considering purchase of land, may I suggest the importance of water availability. Streams for clear water from underground sources with underground catch basins, cisterns, to collect water to irrigate crops and to distill or cleanse for your own use. This water will be stretched far if you have prepared with underground compressed earth domed greenhouses for temperature control and moisture conservation. Forest lands high within the mountain reaches within central areas shall not be so greatly disturbed, though they shall experience effects. But recognize the degree of cleansing experienced shall be in direct relationship to the number of meters above and below sea level. Sea level is a key to your planet. No, dear friends, I am not allowed to tell you on an individual basis where you should be. That is not my right nor intent. We give you that which can be brought, and you will need tend of it. Much of the projection can be greatly altered by attention to your business at hand in the present. Do not worry of thine placement, for if you allow of your constitution to fall, it matters little where you are, for you shall be at the whim of the cardinals. Is there time? Yes, if you act and quit waiting for someone else to do of it all. God isn't going to change a hair of it, you are, or it shall not be changed. So be it. I petition you to consider this input most carefully, for the intent within the American elite is to push your new constitution through in a constitutional convention immediately. All factors are being set into placement through secret treaties and executive orders, replacements on your Supreme Court, and a heavy thrust by the Israeli lobby. What do you think the Israelis do with $3 billion annually, in cash, from your government? Please note that that very group totally controls that which is interchanged with Saudi Arabia by more than 2/3. You are set up for total destruction and takeover, as it has all but been perfected while you stared at your picture boxes and indulged in your addictions, Playboy channels, and self-indulgent things of luxury. Indeed, why not put a BMW label on your flag instead of the wondrous eagle? Even a Mercedes emblem would perhaps be more appropriate. We, of the Space Command of the Host Brothers, can only ask your attention, for the ultimate outcome will be as you the masses choose it to be. We stand at ready for your call and will share all that we are allowed. We have no intention whatsoever of performing magic tricks for you sleepy brethren, for tricks, magic and secrecy is not of God. You have an abundance of that poison. You look around you for your proof, see that which you have done and allowed to be done, and then, go within and see what ye might do to alter of your state. I thank you for your attention, and I am greatly appreciative to the scribe who is my beloved friend. It also pains me to see the shattered glass, let it be warning unto caution. You ones of the lighted brotherhood can pull this mission off if you bend to the task immediately. Man is awakening and seeing and experiencing that which is about him. Dharma, I request for this express that you copy the open letter to the President from only one of We the People, as it appeared in the local paper and dated August 4, 1989, being rerun. Please make sure to include an open invitation to obtain the journals and give accurate location of the bookstore, still labeled Rainbow Laundry. Actually, that is not a bad label for a bookstore. It is time to wash your brains a bit in the water of God, truth, and justice. I now clear of the frequency, in appreciation for this opportunity to share with you. Thank you. Soul Tech to clear, please. Salom. An open letter to the President, dated August 4, 1989. From the Tehachapi News, July, 1990. Mr. President, I have heard that you are pushing for an amendment to your Constitution. Hayton, note that this was a year ago and the headlines are only more pronounced. It is not our Constitution, I have found out in recent years, said amendment pertaining to combustion, flag-fueled, in government jargon, flag burning to the common serfs. With perhaps unforgivable audacity, coming as it is from a citizen/3RD class, so designated by the almighty U.S. Air Force and endorsed by Congressman Bill Thomas, I offer the following suggestions to combat the troublesome flag-torching contagion. Firstly, if you are going to have the anti-flag conflagration amendment, why add on to the already overlong Constitution and Bill of Rights? You are at present chipping away at the Second Amendment, the right of the citizens to bear arms, so why not just repeal that outdated section, supported only by the fanatics of the National Rifle Association, and insert in its place the flaming flag business? But a better approach, in my super humble opinion, would be to take the national banner out of the unwashed, unmanicured hands of that undeserving group referred to as We the People. Make laws to the effect that only elected officials and their appointees, the military, the police, bureaucrats, government consultants, their servants, relatives, spouses, live-in lovers of all three sexes, etc., in short, the elite, would be permitted to have a flag. True, this would put Old Glory in the clutches of a considerable number of human, or almost human creatures, but it is doubtful most of them would know how to set a flag on fire unless it could be done by a computer. Or you could tax the superfluous flags out of existence. An annual levy of, say $500 to $5,000 on each flag, depending on size and quality, could be assessed by the Internal Revenue Service, accomplished, probably, by only an inter-office memo. And then after flag tax delinquents showed up in massive numbers, the flags could be seized, their owners incarcerated in a chain of specially built prisons in depressed areas. Or maybe it would not be too parsimonious to confine them in shut-down auto plants and steel mills. These flag-related offenders could be put to work manufacturing the new designer flags for the creme de la creme of our new ultimate society. The stars and stripes may have been good enough for the masses, but limited ownership demands a new design, accomplished, perhaps by Gucci, utilizing the finest Italian silk. At the very least, one of the designers of Jordache stature would be called upon. This banner of status should be replete with computer-generated esoteric symbols, and would incorporate the color purple to denote royalty. The staffs and poles that hear these flags would be made by the Bavarian Motor Works, and would have the BMW emblem in place of the present ugly eagle. Enough of the sublime. Back to the burning issue. I certainly do not advocate the burning of the Star-Spangled Banner, Mr. President. However, in the final analysis, the flag is not a living thing, such as a giant redwood tree, that, once destroyed, can never be replaced, and we can safely surmise it feels no pain as it burns. But let us enter the realm of science fiction, if that is not a region reserved exclusively for politicians. Here we have a flag that has a soul, a conscience, and an awareness of all it stands for, or once stood for. A flag that possesses a memory bank of every one of the millions of we the people who have sacrificed part of their freedoms, their health, both mental and physical, their limbs and their lives, so that this living flag might continue to exist as a symbol to the world that freedom and hope and respect for all humanity is extant. It stands tall in rightful pride. Here it will appear that I digress, Mr. President, but I beg you to bear with me. Not far from my home there is a fenced-in closely guarded area. And there, ordinary courtesy and respect for we the people is in limbo at all times. There is no tolerance for human error there. Behind one of the hundreds of desks there sits a person in a blue suit, and he is empowered, with one stroke of his almighty government-issued pen, to charge, declare guilty, and punish a United States citizen accused of wrongdoing in his domain. The taking away of rights granted the accused by congressional action is done by administrative action, with not even a conversation with the alleged miscreant. The rights that are set forth in the Constitution, to face one's accuser and to be afforded due process of law, do not exist in this twilight zone. This stronghold of totalitarianism is not the sprawling state prison here at Tehachapi. There, much time and money is expended to assure the convicts do not have their rights violated. The scary place I speak of is Edwards Air Force Base. The despot in the blue suit is the base commander, must be capitalized, same as God. This dictator, who wields more power than any elected official, including you, Mr. President, is, surprisingly, a dime a dozen colonel. We have more of them now than at the height of WW2. The U.S. Attorney General, the District Court and at least one U.S. Congressman see no anomaly in the almighty colonel's remarkable tour de force in legal jurisdiction. When I was a victim of this bizarre justice, no, I am not a member of the Air Force, the office of Congressman William Thomas issued the advice: if you can't follow the Air Force's, rules, stay off of their bases. I surrendered my retired military ID card at their demand some 4 years ago, and I find it easy to stay off their base, even at some financial loss, now that I know of the sleaze that infests the place. Finally, let us very briefly refer to your base of operations, Mr. President. I have heard it called the pestilence on the Potomac, and the daily news reports attest to the validity of that dreadful appellation. Not your fault, Mr. President, it has been a long time in the making. Now, if that sci-fi flag mentioned earlier, the one with the conscience and the memory bank of its days of honor and glory, really existed, and if it were to be raised over a place such as Edwards AFB, or even the Capitol, I do believe that poor old glory would twist slowly in the befouled air for a while, and then, perceiving what was going on beneath it, the flag would simmer and seethe, and then do a slow burn. Only one of we the people. I request that you letter writers do not fail to write to the writer of this like public letter. Further mention that not only does the corruption run from state senator but also into the judicial bench in Mojave, where one from a law firm who made great contribution to the campaign of the governor of California, who appointed the judge to the bench, makes far more devastating admiralty judgments against the mere we the people. As in this property of this scribe, the judge is connected politically and financially to the very S&L, auction house, and financial foreclosure company. The defendants have never been allowed hearing, and the cost of legal fees to them alone now run well over $100,000 when a resale would have been less than $500. These ones now lose their attorneys, for the firm of older partners demand the case be dropped, for they also know of the rot and subterfuge. This story should be run as a serial in every paper in your nation. This scribe is so emotionally distraught as to simple daily existence, having lived from partially packed boxes some nearly 2 years, and now being abandoned by the only defense they had, has refused to eat until someone hears her cry and the public gives this voice a hearing. Her intent? If Cesar Chavez, who lives very nearby, can make a statement by self-starvation, so must she. This is serious indeed, for if we move into weakness from fasting, these journals will stop. We do, however, honor her and accept her action. I would suggest that she does not quit easily, as witnessed by more than 17 journals in less than a year, plus the equivalent of 6 more in tapes and expresses. She asks for strength, and we will respond. You each must consider what you might be willing to do in behalf of truth, country, home, and soul. She has been the target of almost daily attempts against her life, and still we go forth and we grow, and the word shall be heard throughout the lands, for it is God's promise, and if she fails, there shall be another to pick up the banner, and we shall prevail. God bless America, and God bless and have mercy upon thine world. May the light open thine eyes and hearts that you may see and understand. I am Hayton. I thank my colleague and fellow officer for his input of timely information, and we shall be most pleased to share forum with our other members of Space Command until all segments are covered by receivers. Let us take respite and a decision can be made as to the remaining information to be placed herein. I salute you of my crew. Salom and salut. Hayton to clear and out. Chapter 11. Rec number 2, Hayton. Thursday, July 26, 1990, 10:37 a.m. Year 3, Day 343. What happens in orbit? If the shuttle reached orbit, the astronauts were to be required to deploy the military satellite inside the cargo bay. The satellite was basically a spy satellite, but it was also much more. In order to do its job, it was designed to fend off Russian space weapons for as long as possible. As a result, it would be nothing less than a robot battle station in space. In space terminology, it was a hardened satellite able to withstand an attack without being easily destroyed. It was equipped with active defenses, which means that it could shoot back. So, all those components of the satellite were crammed into the cargo bay of the shuttle Columbia. They were already there when the Columbia was rolled out the prior November. Once in orbit, the job of the astronauts, John Young and Robert Crippen, would be to assemble it and to get it operating, and rapidly. Once it would be assembled and floating in space, the satellite would look like a giant rotating tin can, perhaps 30 feet long and 20 feet in diameter, but on closer inspection it would seem to be made more like a wooden barrel, except that the barrel staves are all made of whitish metal, tungsten. Inside the outermost tungsten barrel was another smaller barrel, and inside that was a still smaller barrel. At the very center was the heart of the satellite itself. The tungsten barrels were separated from one another by a foot or more of space. There was also considerable space between the innermost barrel and the core satellite. The tungsten barrels constituted the passive defense of the satellite. If a charged particle beam blast would strike the outermost barrel, it would vaporize a spot on the barrel, but in the process it would absorb energy and diffuse the beam. In theory, that would greatly reduce the damage done to the second barrel and do no damage whatsoever to the innermost barrel. Tungsten has the highest melting point of any workable metal in service at the time, so this system of particle beam shields was expected to last through a number of battles. The three-layer tungsten shield system was also instrumented. When a blast would strike it, the blast pattern would be sensed as an initial indication of from which direction came the attack. A computer within the core satellite would then activate a secret new target acquisition system called ladder, meaning laser direction and ranging. The removable barrel stave sections of the rotating tungsten shields would be opened. Ladder would peek out through the openings as they rotated past in ultra-fast scanning. In the black void of space, ladder was expected to be much more efficient than radar, picking up the Russian attacker very quickly, and the moment it would do so, the American robot battle station would open fire. When it did so, it would pose a major threat even to a Russian Cosmos interceptor, because the American satellite would be armed with a giant carbon dioxide gas dynamic blazer, CDDB. The CDDB was a more compact version of the laser, which was successfully tested aboard a modified KC-135 jet tanker. It produced intense infrared radiation with a power of over 1 megawatt, which is 1 million watts. Let us consider a 1 megawatt capability. Just as example, an industrial 10,000 watt laser can slice through a 1-inch thickness steel plate in a matter of mere seconds. The satellite laser was 100 times that powerful. It was not as powerful as the Russian charged particle beam, but it was powerful enough to cripple or possibly destroy a Russian attacker. All this hinged, of course, on actually getting the shuttle and payload deployed. To keep from becoming sidetracked at this point, I will delay telling you of many prior deceptions which have surrounded your space program until a later writing. They were mere games compared to what you were about to witness with the shuttle launch, because the American Bolsheviks needed to get their robot battle station into orbit without letting you know about it, and, whether they succeeded or failed, they would need to maintain the appearance of success. Everything was riding on the space shuttle, so let us look at the plan and comment on that which really took place. Test schedule and plan. According to the plan, the Columbia was intended to lift off on a sunny morning in mid-April, 1981. Millions would be watching on television as Young and Crippen roared upward into the sky and into orbit. Then the scene would shift to the standard coverage of Young and Crippen in their cockpit, and for a little over 2 days the coverage would continue off and on. There would be cockpit scenes, scenes in mission control, and so on, and there would be some seemingly unexpected problems, nothing serious but just enough to add a touch of spice to the story and distract by excitement. It would look for all the world like the real thing with the real stuff. Television viewers would have no suspicion that they were only watching excerpts from numerous simulations of the flight. In its cover-up of the Skylab fiasco, NASA learned well the techniques of deception. Meanwhile, there would be no television coverage at all of the real flight except for the initial liftoff. Instead, when Young and Crippen reached orbit, they would go to work instantly. They would depressurize the cabin, open the cargo hatch, and move the robot spy satellite component away from the Columbia. They would also remove a Gemini Type 2 manned space capsule from the Columbia cargo bay. After moving these things several hundred yards away from the Columbia, the two astronauts would close the cargo bay by remote control. They would maneuver down underneath the Columbia for a quick visual inspection of the condition of the thermal tiles, but the urgency of setting up the robot satellite would leave no time for any attempt to repair any tiles. If the astronauts were to do that, they would lose precious time both in setting up the satellite and in making good their own escape in the Gemini capsule. This is why NASA refused to include a tile repair kit on the first shuttle mission. As NASA Administrator, Robert Frosch, said in a news conference, "I felt in the end that it would be likely to increase risk, perhaps not risk with regard to the tile system but risk with regard to the safety of the whole flight." After a very brief inspection, the astronauts would turn over control of the Columbia to NASA in Houston with the words, "OK for retrofire." Then they would float away from the Columbia and set to work immediately on assembling the robot spy satellite. It was expected that they would complete the job within about 4 orbits. As soon as the robot satellite would be assembled and operating, Young and Crippen would board their Gemini-type space capsule. If all went well according to plan, they would drop out of orbit and splash down in the Pacific Ocean. It would only be the evening of the same day of launch, but on television the falsified NASA coverage would still be showing tapes of Young and Crippen in the simulated cockpit of the Columbia. Young and Crippen would be then picked up at sea after their secret splashdown. From there they were to be transported to Edwards Air Force Base in California to await further events and orders. Meanwhile, some 12 hours after the launch from Cape Canaveral, Houston would send a retrofire signal to the now unmanned Columbia. The shuttle's engines would fire. Somewhere over the Indian Ocean the space shuttle would enter the atmosphere. It would be the first complete test of the shuttle's thermotiles. If they worked, Columbia would survive re-entry. Then at lower altitude, piloting of the Columbia would be taken over by remote control. If all went well, the Columbia would touch down in the Great Sandy Desert of Western Australia. It was planned that all of these things would take place during the first day of the supposed 54-hour mission of Young and Crippen. Then for the final act of the charade, you would be told on television that the Columbia was re-entering over the Pacific Ocean, and finally, lo and behold, the space shuttle would glide into view. Everyone would watch in awe and fascination as the shuttle dipped lower and lower over Edwards Air Force Base, California, to the resounding double boom of the shockwaves giving physical proof of the journey. The fact that everything passing through the sound barrier in flight would give a boom would be totally overlooked in the intrigue and relief of the moment. Finally the craft would touch down on the dry lake bed and gradually break to a stop, and out would climb Young and Crippen. Everyone would assume that they were climbing out of the Columbia, however, they would actually be disembarking from the Enterprise. It was the Enterprise which you saw in those landing tests in August of 1977, and it would be the familiar Enterprise which you would see making another perfect landing. The craft would have been touched up a bit to appear that it had come from space, but that was intentional fraud. Desperate gamble. This was, of course, a desperate gamble. However, if the mission worked, it would carry off a major deceit pattern for privacy to the program, but it would also bring the entire world much closer to thermonuclear war. Although failure was anticipated and carefully covered, and as it turned out was necessary, you would be on the road to one incredible hoax following another in ever-increasing magnitude. This, of course, has been the course of events. The real view of Columbia from White Sands. Interestingly enough, April 12, 1981, was the 20th anniversary of the first manned flight into space. It was the anniversary of the first orbital flight by a Russian cosmonaut, Yuri Gagarin. It also became a day of total confusion and disarray among the Bolshevik masters of America's space shuttle program. Less than 8 minutes after launch that Sunday morning, they knew something had happened to the Columbia. You were still hearing the sound effects of a seemingly successful flight, courtesy of the NASA type recording from Houston. But the military controllers at White Sands who were following the real flight were hearing nothing at all. Columbia had suddenly gone totally silent. By 7:45 a.m. the news worsened. Columbia had failed to arrive over the Indian Ocean on schedule. More bad news came. NORAD was tracking the fuel tank of the shuttle. It was not supposed to be in orbit at all, but there it was, in orbit. That looked impossible, to say the least. That evening, Sunday, April 12th, the shuttle's fuel tank re-entered over the Gulf of Mexico just south of Louisiana. The tank had ruptured, but there was still a sizable amount of liquid hydrogen and oxygen inside. When the tank re-entered, it heated up and set off an enormous explosion and also created a giant cloud at the fringes of space. Gold plating, which is used extensively in the shuttle fuel tank because of its heat transfer properties, was vaporized and scattered through the clouds, which was interesting in itself and gave a wondrous show. The result was the same as when gold is added in tiny quantities to stained window glass, a brilliant pinkish red color. The giant pink cloud, with chunks of the ruined fuel tank, flashed in the sun, creating headlines as it passed to the northeast over Louisiana and Mississippi. Meanwhile your good old boys pooh-poohed it all as a natural phenomenon. The American elite Bolsheviks were not quite sure what had happened to the Columbia, but they did know that as far as space was concerned, the shuttle program was their only hope. They had 3 more orbital shuttles hidden away at White Sands and they intended to launch them all no matter what the odds might be, so the NASA cover-up of the Columbia disaster went right on according to plans. Hand-make genetic replicas of humans. In the late part of the 1970s the existence of man-made genetic replicas of human beings was made public. The revealers were locked away instantly and the key tossed. It was disbelieved although motion pictures were made as sci-fi and the subject buried under threat of penalty of death to disclosures. They, however, did, and do, exist and were pressed into service right before your eyes. You didn't even blink at them, no sir, you just gobbled up the lie, chewed it and swallowed it in total. When first revealed to you they were referred to as synthetics, and in honor of the daring truth bringers we shall continue to label them as such. I request that herein you not ask me for details of the replicas, for they are not the point of my story and they will be covered at a more appropriate writing. Just know that they do exist and currently they are used continually to cover the shadow/parallel governments of your nations. Suffice it here to simply state that they do exist and were utilized in the April launch. One reason the preparation time of early astronauts was so lengthy for public consumption was to facilitate perfecting duplication of all segments, including the astronauts. Actually, the duplicates need not be perfect, for plans are well laid in case of discovery and alterations can be instantly orchestrated if necessary. People cannot describe a suspect if at the scene of a murder, on oath you certainly are not paying attention to anything that would cause you to suspect illusion if it remotely resembles the real thing. Little gray aliens in underground secret bases? Oh, my friends, you have no conceivable idea what wondrous secrets are in your underground secret bases. Tuesday morning, April 14th, genetic replicas called synthetics of the then late astronauts, Young and Crippen, were readied at White Sands. They were programmed to take a computerized ride on the training shuttle Enterprise. The Young and Crippen entities boarded the Enterprise, which was mounted on top of the launched 747. After rocket fuel was loaded for the shuttle, the 747 took off and headed west, avoiding commercial air traffic. The launched 747 headed out over the Pacific until it was several hundred miles west of Los Angeles. Then it turned back east toward the California coast. On television you were told that the non-existent Columbia was re-entering from orbit. Meanwhile the Enterprise, relabeled Columbia, was cut loose from the 747 and fired its rockets. It sped up to a speed of nearly 6,000 miles per hour, then you watched it as it made that dramatic race in from the sea to a precise computer landing at Edwards Air Force Base. It was all time to agree as closely as possible with the official NASA timetable to further convince you of the security and efficiency of the system. Even so, however, a technical mistake was made that morning and as a result you were told that the shuttle would land 6 minutes early. My golly, in spaceflight, 6 minutes might as well be a year, dear ones. 6 minutes in orbit corresponds to nearly a 2,000-mile error in the location of the shuttle, but on TV nobody bothered to so much as question it. Everyone just smiled and said how lovely a day to watch a shuttle land. Slips began to occur but no one noticed. Following the dramatic landing, former astronaut Gene Cernan expressed surprise on ABC television. He said the shuttle simply did not look scorched enough for a ship that had re-entered from orbit. Likewise, when the synthetics called Young and Crippen emerged, they did not act like men who had been weightless for 2 days. Instead they bounded down the access steps and pranced around with restless energy, but no one questioned it in the least. After all, precious children of the lies, you had all seen that shuttle landing for yourselves and hundreds had been first-hand witnesses to the landing at Edwards. You had also heard and felt those sonic booms, and what else is left to say about it? Seeing is believing. Next. Dear ones, that was only one down. There were 3 more in the waiting room. 3 more identical shuttles like the Columbia were waiting their turn in the desert at White Sands. Each would have the same label, Columbia, painted on its side. The first Columbia was now quite dead along with its crew, but thanks to doubles the Columbia would continue to live on as the astronauts would be removed from public view except on rare and distant occasions when appearance would be inevitable and actors would be able to carry out the assignments. If you feel as if you are an observer of some giant movie script, so be it. It is, however, time that you stop being a viewer and begin play participation, because you have sat and been a watcher almost long enough to doom you. These details are simply for your confirmation, for it matters not at this time whether the Russians or the Americans were ahead in the race. You were and continue to be given a false sense of security and confidence. You are even reassured by some stupid presidential statement about going to Mars. You sit and allow insult upon insult to your very intelligence as humans. You are being led like the sheep unto the slaughter and into a war as well as a dictatorship, and we know of no other way to reach through to you blinded beings. You choose to believe the lies, and thusly they will succeed in destroying your very way of life and enslaving the few who survive the war which will occur. Or, beloved ones, you can open your eyes and learn to do as our Lord Christos taught you long ago, learn to look for the truth, cherish the truth, and believe in the truth. If you can do this, you can regain and maintain your freedom. God be with you each and all, for the way is shocking and incredible indeed. Dharma, allow us to end this chapter at this point, even though a bit short, for I wish to handle the aftermath of the Columbia episode, and it includes your entity President Reagan's reappearance after the attempted assassination of a month prior. You will find it interesting indeed, that no one gave a further thought to the Columbia or made any connections between events. I will move to standby until you are ready for our next session. I prefer you not attend the meeting scheduled for this evening if you would accept my wishes. Thank you, Keela. I realize it is difficult for you, for this information is overload for your consciousness, also. Your load is heavy for the moment, but you will not be without support and protection. Go take respite in peace, for it has been a long day. If you need to consume aspirin for the backache, use in conjunction with buffering, for on an empty stomach, we can easily ulcerate the lining. Salut. Haton to clear, please. Chapter 12. Rec number 2, Haton. Friday, July 27, 1990, 1:04 p.m. Year 3, Day 344. Aftermath of Columbia number 1. On April 28, 1981, all you dear Americans tuned in your TV sets to watch the entity, President Reagan, address Congress. The speech was to gain and build support for the administration's budget, but most people were interested because it was the first speech by the president since the assassination attempt nearly a month earlier. People were too absorbed in the dramatic reappearance of a wounded president to pay much attention to anything else. No one cared very much that the space shuttle Columbia supposedly arrived back in Florida that day on the back of its transport ship. The Columbia was a great success as far as the citizens knew. You had seen everything for yourselves on television. On top again. Based on that one space shuttle flight, you were then being told on all sides that you were once again on top in space. You were told that now you were 5 to 10 years ahead of those poor, stupid Russians. It would have been very nice for you if it had been true, but unfortunately, it was not true. The shuttle which you all saw land at Edwards Air Force Base in California was the training shuttle Enterprise. It had simply been relabeled with the name Columbia on its side. When the shuttle landed in California on April 14, you were initially told that it would be flown immediately back to Florida, but as the days went by, the shuttle just stayed in California. NASA created one excuse after another to explain away the delays to the public. Meanwhile, frantic meetings were going on, involving key, joint military and NASA personnel. Things had not gone according to plan, and they were not sure what to do next. One faction insisted that NASA should go ahead according to the original plan. That plan called for a switch in shuttles between California and Florida. On day 1 a modified 747 would take off from Edwards Air Force Base, California, with the shuttle Enterprise riding piggyback. News cameras would be on hand to record the takeoff. The Enterprise would then be flown to its home base at White Sands, New Mexico. Meanwhile, the public would be told that the 747 with the shuttle had made an overnight stopover. Then on day 2 another modified 747, carrying a different shuttle, would take off from White Sands and fly to Florida. Once again, reporters would be on hand to watch the landing at Cape Canaveral. The new shuttle, of course, would have the name Columbia on the side just as the Enterprise did. In that way the training shuttle, Enterprise, was to be returned to home base and a fresh orbital-rated shuttle sent to Florida. The switch would be made without the public suspecting a thing and, after all, it is only the public from which the above top secrets are maintained. The participants, by accident, believe the cover-up is in national security to prevent acceleration of the obvious war underway. Who is going to tell? How to play it safe? In those meetings behind closed doors about the situation, others protested that it would be foolish to go ahead as originally planned without more information. It was obvious that somehow the Russians had destroyed the Columbia, but the question was, how? The military shuttle planning group agreed that they needed the answer to that question, otherwise there would be no way to devise countermeasures to give the next shuttle flight a better chance. You see, they never considered telling the truth and shutting down the upcoming plans. Finally, it was agreed all around that the first urgent need was to buy time, so NASA spokesmen were told to give the press a series of stalling stories about the post-flight shuttle procedures in California. Meanwhile, every available avenue of intelligence worldwide was pressed to come up with an answer to that crucial question: what happened to the space shuttle, Columbia? Day by day you saw well-orchestrated brief news reports about the post-flight checkout of the shuttle at Edwards Air Base. The shuttle was then lifted onto the back of the 747, but the takeoff kept being pushed back one day after another. The military shuttle planning group was drawing a blank from their intelligence sweep about the Columbia. The shuttle stayed on the ground a week longer than originally planned, and still no answer came about the Columbia. You see, if by chance the Russians turned up with the Columbia in tow, the fallout would be worse than disastrous because, for the first day or so, the exchange could not be explained away as preventing public panic. NASA ran out of excuses for further stalling without raising unwelcome questions. The secret shuttle planning team was still in no position to prepare for a second orbital mission, and yet appearances had to be maintained at all costs and every passing day became more critical. The US government was crowing loudly about the supposed stunning success of the shuttle because it was the only hope left for America in space. The space shuttle was the only program, other than defense, which was given increased funding by the Reagan administration. There was also the incredible fear that if the Russians did, in fact, have the shuttle intact, the entire cover-up would be worldwide. The Russians, on the other hand, had no proof and couldn't come forward with actions which would have caused all-out war. Before the shuttle Enterprise left California aboard its 747, the shuttle planning group had to make a decision: should they, or should they not, make the planned switch between shuttles at White Sands. There were 3 more orbital-rated shuttles at White Sands, and a specific mission was planned for each one. One of the planners summed up the dilemma in these words: how can we send an orbital bird to the Cape? STS-2, 3, and May 4th require major modifications in order to get past the Russians. We won't know what those modifications are until we get the missing feedback on STS-1. I say send the Enterprise. We can keep it suborbital by faking an abort, shut down one engine before Prestamico, and let Enterprise return to Kennedy. That will keep Enterprise out of danger from Yvonne. It will also keep the ball rolling while giving us more time to set up a successful orbital shot. Someone else asked, what about the public relations impact? One thing we don't need is to abort a mission this early in the program. The reply: would you rather lose another orbital bird to Yvonne? Besides, if we do it right, we could end up with even more public support. You know what I mean, the idea that the shuttle is safe even if something does go wrong, and so on. There was a very long silence, followed by more discussion, but finally the suggestion was adopted. On Monday, April 27th, the 747 bearing the shuttle Enterprise took off from Edwards Air Force Base, California. The following day you were shown the same shuttle, the training shuttle Enterprise, landing in Florida. There was no switch made. Who would tell? Now you ask, how would you get this information? Easy: never underestimate the wonders of God, and also, never forget that there are counterspies who also know they will die, along with their families, at the hands of this evil cartel of conspirators. There are always ones who will tell when the terms and times are right. The secret shuttle planners were still feeling their way, and they left open an avenue for plan changes. Therefore, it would be the training shuttle Enterprise that would later roll off the launch pad in Florida, that summer. It would look just like the Columbia did before its April launch, mated to a giant fuel tank and huge solid rocket boosters. NASA was then shooting for the very early launch date of September 30, 1981. According to the plans, the launch would proceed smoothly for the first few minutes. Unlike the Columbia, the Enterprise would not veer north toward the kind of orbit forbidden by Russia. Then, one engine would shut down prematurely. It would be earlier in the flight than the point at which contact with Columbia was lost in April. Then, as you are still watching on television, the Enterprise would return for its alleged emergency landing at Kennedy. By that time the Enterprise had made so many computerized landings that NASA had confidence that the landing would be made safely. If other plans could be substituted as the summer progressed, so could the flight sequence be changed, even to aborting the launch at the pad. There would, of course, be an uproar about the aborted spaceflight, but it would not last long because no citizen would risk the lives of astronauts to a possible accident. The entire scenario of an abortion would only prove the efficiency of the computer check system and safety measures. The hopes were, of course, to buy time and gain information regarding the first launch. Of course, the question which most returns to me is, why America, Hayton, is not God also in Russia? Of course, and what causes you to think there is not Space Command working diligently in that sector? The facts are, however, that the United States of America was set forth upon a constitution which could bring freedom to a world in trouble, and therefore, herein lies our master plan. So be it. God keep you and blessings unto you. Allow us to close this chapter and we shall continue later as duty calls both of us elsewhere. Salut. Chapter 13. Rec number 1 Hayton. Sunday, July 29, 1999, 20 a.m. Year 3 Day 346. Retrospect. In order to have more perception regarding Russia's secret weapons and make more sense of the need for the shuttle efforts, let us return to early 1979 with a look into the glass of as far back as November/December 1978. It will also show you the technology already functional and then allow you to understand how far you can go with intensive research in a decade. When the secret is basically unfolded, massive strides can be made on any given technology. Unfortunately, the technology has outgrown man's ability to control it, once pressed into service. In December of 1978, air blasts at sea began shaking homes and frightening thousands along America's east coast. For a while government spokesmen tried to ignore them, but the booms, now known and recognized as airquakes, would not go away. In fact, they steadily increased in number and were also soon experienced on the west coast and inland U.S., as well. As no explanations could be offered, they were next ridiculed in the controlled major media, but that tactic quickly changed, too, because too many people were hearing them to accept it all as a big joke. Then the tactic was to simply report them, promising follow-up and then simply never follow up. The news projectors never moved from the scripts given them and there would be practically no fear of slip UPS. Note this for yourselves during prime-time newscasts, flip channels and you will hear the verbatim news items being read from the master script. After these quakes had been going on unexplained for several months, the government tried to explain it all away by blaming the whole thing on freak weather conditions. Alleged experts were trotted out to impress the public with the mumbo-jumbo about unusually cold air layers, ozone depletion, northern lights, electrical disturbance, and so on, ad nauseum. Waving their arms about in master performance, other experts were touting that the booms were due to military aircraft, perhaps 100 miles out to sea since nothing showed up on any radar screens. Others managed to actually keep a straight face as they told you that the booms were caused by the Concorde supersonic transport and all but grounded the Concorde forever. They told you that the shock waves from that plane were striking America's east coast more than an hour ahead of the plane itself, and with incredible force, having built up incredible sonic force as it traveled. Explanations like these were ridiculous on their face, yet most Americans eager to be pacified, accepted these insults to their intelligence at face value and even marched to stop the Concorde from landing in the U.S. Facts are that most of the quakes taking place nationwide were kept out of the press, and people calmed down. For instance, there are almost daily airquakes in areas around an Air Force base where you might find sophisticated aircraft capable of supersonic speeds. Usually, the later seen jetcraft are not the cause but the inspection team checking out the location of the blast. Those of you who do not believe such a thing could be had better think back to some unexplained booms you have noted and the media could give no explanation. As the phenomenon continued, people simply returned to sleep and ignored the interruption in their thoughts, simply no longer caring one way or another. As early as December of 1977 it was told publicly and suppressed governmentally, that the quakes were caused from newly operational Russian Cosmospheres firing their particle beam weapons in a defocused mode into the air over the Atlantic Ocean and later over the Pacific. This information came forth right out of your top intelligence system. In 1977 there were some 7 Cosmospheres hovering over the US, but in months that followed the numbers grew into the hundreds worldwide. Now you can find out more if you can get your hands on the materials from the MITRE Corporation because the government sponsored a study done by them. The material was quietly released and then faded into oblivion. The report listed 594 airquakes of major impact between December 1977 and the following June. By June, of course, those alleged freak cold air layers had to be long gone. The study did its best to blame the booms on aircraft noises, anyway, but 181 airquakes were impossible to link to anything, even artificially, or to any acceptable excuse, so the report lamely concluded that they must be of some natural origin, and yet the government and military were fully aware of the origin. Cosmospheres. The Cosmospheres are Russia's version of the hovering weapons platforms of which the late General Thomas Power tried in vain to give a warning over 15 years ago. I shall give credit to General Power, for you once should know what happens to ones of his stature who try to bring you truth. I shall, however, not interrupt this thought flow in this segment. Suffice it herein to say that General Power was former head of Air Force Research and Development and then of the Strategic Air Command. He knew what he was talking about and made every effort possible to alert the American people over the ensuing years. His efforts were suppressed and went ignored. We shall return to that subject later, please. As the numbers of Cosmospheres multiplied worldwide during the following year, UFO sightings likewise mushroomed. Is it any wonder that the US officially does not recognize UFOs and calls them weather phenomenon, visual misinterpretations, and thus and so? It got to the point no one could know which was which, a craft or a sphere, and thus were continued heinous tales dredged up from the 1930s and 40s. As facts always present themselves, this is no different. The panic which the government efforts to keep from you the people is not from aliens, it is from very Earth-oriented, physical Earth humans at the controls. As in the past, some UFO sightings, and most especially lights, would be more appropriately labeled as identified flying objects, because they are not unknown space visitors but are identifiable as cosmospheres. In many cases though, combined sightings were and are taking place which involve both cosmospheres and true UFOs. We of the command monitor, tag and tail everyone yours and theirs. Further, we always make our presence well known and warn the controllers that we will enforce the universal laws regarding space. Your governments are without conscience, however, for they place these weapons aboard innocent aircraft assuming the enemy will not take out a mass of citizens. There is no conscience within the Cardinals, none. All are expendable to ensure their plan's perfection. No, we do not take out anything. If it moves into space beyond a 150-mile limit, we will disarm the weapons if they are explosive hydrogen bombs. We do not have authority to neutralize the beam systems but are often allowed to alter the projections. There are some areas set forth as safe zones by the hierarchy of the Lighted Brotherhood come forth at this time of transition, and even the evil hierarchy dares not step beyond the limits lest the rules be equalized for both sectors, and our technology is superior in immeasurable counting. Believe me, Chalice, there is no need for all your ground weapons except for ground fighting and maintaining total control of you once the winners are decided. All the political blathering is nothing more than simply that. A nuclear war is out, then. Of course not, it is very definitely in. We are talking about the ultimate catastrophic Holocaust. Nuclear war will only devastate a bunch of people who are unprotected, of which I know quite a few. A nuclear war is necessary to pull off the rest of the plan to perfection, the ridding of the planet of people without getting halted by God. The cosmic beam systems only define the major players and they are allies against you the people. It is not a matter of joining forces against aliens from outer space, as M.R. Reagan suggested, it is a matter of protection from your own systems. M.R. Gorbachev declined the offer to join forces against aliens because the word is already out everywhere, except the good old USA, of the space beam capabilities, and they know an alliance for that purpose is even sillier than the other nonsense dreamed up. Both sides have been given very specific rules of the game and have experienced quite a few examples of power, if they choose to override them. UFOs have always been monitoring your advanced weapons and aircraft as well as rocketry, as your technical abilities increased. We didn't just start showing up a few years back, but did begin to monitor carefully as your technology grew. It grew far faster and to a more sophisticated level behind the backs of all of you masses. Further, we knew from the growth of technology on Earth place that the time was at hand for the countdown and the awakening of the masses and the squaring away of our troops and participants. Unfortunately, man does not listen to reason. He marches right along with the prophetic probabilities, and our orders are to allow him to do so and move with him in order to bring our own into safety, among other duties. It also became time to begin contacts with Earth placements as the truth would begin to seep through the mire. I warned you that it would not, in the end, be mystical nor even mysterious. It is not spirit hullabaloo, it is a fact of physical manifestation of higher dimensional capability. Blood-sucking aliens. Oh, I think not, little dreamers, it is most definitely blood-spilling humanity. But this is why the distractors are sent forth with their disinformation to keep you from knowing the truth. There are no bloodsuckers and no human parts utilizers. That type of rot and degeneration is left to those of Earth who have the mentality to even think up such stupid scenarios. You don't need contract with bad little aliens, you have enough evil satanic leaders to destroy you 100-fold in the US alone, not to even mention the other hotspots on your globe. Why do your government leaders send massive aid to Russia? Why do they give away all your grain? Could it be to keep those cosmospheres stationed in appropriate sequence to take out every major dam, fault line, and populated city in your country, along with military defenses? Why do you think your government is simply closing military bases? Further, the cover-up has to be efficient enough to allow the banker cartel to get situated without your citizens knowing what hit them, and then all can live happily ever after under the Global Plan 2000. That plan does not include very many citizens, dear ones, just enough to serve the slave masters. They prefer to not have to precipitate massive devastation upon you ones until they are set and ready, and then you can expect the worst, for you will most surely get of it. You will be told it is simply fulfillment of the prophecies and it is God's will. No, and that is the lie of the prophecies. It is not God's will, and these massive upheavals will not be God's work. Your destruction shall flow from the hands and mind of man, headed by Satan in human form. This is why the prophecies can be quite accurate, for man will accomplish the acts necessary so that you simply blame God. Back to UFOs and cosmospheres. UFOs have always been attracted by aircraft, rockets, and spacecraft, especially when these are new or experimental. The cosmospheres are no exception to this rule. Wherever cosmospheres are congregated, UFOs will always show up, and there is no exception to this rule. We will always have crafts monitoring every one of the spheres from every vantage point. A very good example of this monitoring was witnessed in New Zealand, as the secret bases, already written of, were under surveillance by the Russians. On December 30, 1978, an Australian television news crew made headlines worldwide by filming what they called UFOs from an airplane over New Zealand. The film, some 7 minutes long, was purchased by the BBC and by the CBS TV network. On January 2, CBS showed less than 50 seconds of the film, which showed a glowing spherical object, and most of the objects sighted that evening by the camera crew and other observers were described as spheres of light. However, as the film clip was shown, a soundtrack was played. The Australian newsman described a different object. He said it looked like a flying saucer. Walter Cronkite did not say whether or not the soundtrack had been recorded simultaneously with the film clip that was being shown. In any case, the spherical object in the film was a Russian cosmosphere, but the attempts to discredit the film was an echo of the ridiculous government stories about the airquakes the prior year. On the evening of January 25, Walter Cronkite of CBS News reminded viewers of the New Zealand UFOs, then he went on, "Well, the New Zealand Air Force reported today that freak atmospheric conditions, not visitors from outer space, were responsible. Investigators said one definite cause was an unusually bright Venus rising in the eastern sky." Yes, friends, this is why we always will show you our strobing colored lights, for there are also cosmospheres stationed in front of your identifiable stars and planets, orbiting right along with them. In addition, however, they are stationed in non-orbiting sequence in strategic placements. This is why it cannot be allowed to have an operational scope in space, for this is that which will be found out there, not wondrous mysteries of the universe. No, Dharma, this Sunday is as good a day as any to begin to tell you ones these truths. Beware of all ones efforting to move close to you, especially ones known to be among the misinformation bringers, whether in good intent or ill. The government has always managed to silence this information, and they will not stop now. You ones just focus on that which you can do, and that is to save your constitution, and then one step at a time is the modus operandi. The operatives know we are who we say we are, and yet they also know they and their families and loved ones are as vulnerable to the death rays as any other human. There are some hard decisions being made at this time on the part of some great men. It remains to be seen how great. Are these things always visible? Absolutely not. They are a very sophisticated stealth craft. Almost never are they visible, and from an orbiting standpoint they are as any other satellite, which would be too small to be seen by the eye alone, but can be sometimes visualized at night, but would be quite indistinguishable from the other heavenly lights of great distance. They are shielded by a most sophisticated shielding system which creates a visual barrier. We are able to dissolve the shield, and often do so, as in the case of the New Zealand incident, hoping someone will have guts enough to speak up and tell the truth. We can help you. You are getting beyond the ability to help yourself. However, as long as one side acts as heinously against the laws of God and creation as the other, we will not do anything other than make ourselves known. Always you sleepyheads want good to win over bad. Well, at this time the good is blatantly missing from the entire equation as to the global plan. Those flurries of UFO sightings over Australia and New Zealand were actually due to cosmospheres with monitoring alien craft, along with some of your own monitoring craft with sufficient speed capability. Funny thing, a recurrence of problems of what to do with the MX mobile missiles is a continuing subject. That subject was in the mainstream in the years around the end of the 70s. You heard a great deal about plans for America's so-called MX mobile missile, but, in fact, American mobile missiles were already being scattered like popcorn worldwide. Your American Bolshevik rulers were hoping to outflank Russia with sheer numbers of missile sites, if nothing else. The missiles involved were based on your standard Minuteman. As a solid fuel rocket, it was well suited for mobile basing. In fact, this was designed into some versions of the Minuteman in the first place, and then about the time in point, New Zealand hosted at least 2 American mobile missile bases, as did Australia. For our dear readers in New Zealand, one was placed not far from Hamilton on the North Island, and the other was placed near Alexandra on the South Island. They were carefully concealed in mountainous areas. A very large missile complex was situated in Australia, in the Northern Territory of Australia. It straddles the Robinson River and spreads out over an 18 by 22 mile area, and growing. In that area there is no one to watch what goes on but alligators and aborigines, not even Croc Dundee. More so, across the way there is even an American base for this purpose on Crete, Greece. I believe you will find Northrop quite involved. Yes, Dharma, the plans to watch you have been long in operation, and I am sorry for that, Kilo. Very few knew, so don't get paranoid, just be aware, for much of the attention was to monitor Delane. I told you that the ultimate confrontation is of highest energies of discarnate capability and etheric function. The key players know the other key players. It is just that most of you in dense format are shielded from that knowledge. So be it. The Russians monitor all American missile bases, new and old, by means of their cosmospheres. All military bases are monitored, especially ones such as White Sands, Edwards, etc. You have no defense system, but their particle beam weapons can blast your missiles at the moment of launch. Your Bolshevik rulers somehow believed they had devised a way to disable the cosmospheres just long enough to get the missile safely launched against Russia, and yes, it could have worked. The cosmosphere capabilities have, however, saved your world from nuclear war on many occasions, which would have been staged by some of your Middle Eastern friends. It is well known to U.S. scientific intelligence analysts that the cosmospheres hover by floating in the Earth's electrostatic field. They also presume that the Russians use the same techniques you would use in order to aim their particle beam weapons, that is, a combination of infrared detection and radar. They reason that if the cosmospheres can be disturbed from their hovering positions and if their sensing systems can be blinded, their particle beam weapons would do no good. Even if they fired, they would be aimed wildly and would miss your rockets as they would be launched. The solution devised was called a cobalt ionization bomb. Unlike a normal cobalt bomb, such a device is not designed to create a tremendous blast. Its primary purpose, instead, is to create tremendous quantities of totally ionized cobalts, that is, the cobalt atoms are stripped of all their electrons, leaving bare nuclei. The plan is to detonate these at various locations in the upper fringes of the atmosphere, as high as possible, but below the hovering altitude of the cosmospheres. The result will be an enormous storm of electrons, spreading horizontally in the Earth's magnetic field to pass underneath the cosmospheres. Does the recent rocket launch which projects launching a satellite that illuminates the electrostatic/magnetic field make more sense to you now, seeing that it was a military secret payload? It would also disrupt the infrared and radar systems used to watch the missiles below, and while the cosmospheres are briefly incapacitated in this manner, your rulers plan to launch your ICBMs right past them. Meanwhile, ground-based high-power lasers would be used in the effort to shoot down the cosmospheres. But, my friends, your masters fell victim to the very intelligence gap which they themselves brought about years past, because the Russians well understand the importance of surprise, including technological surprise. And so while they have allowed their space triad to become known in intelligence circles because of its deployment, they still have a master secret weapon in reserve for the war itself. This weapon is a system to protect the Achilles heel of their beam weapons, the ability to aim them accurately. It is called psychoenergetic rangefinding, or PRF. PRF does not rely on conventional radiations like infrared or radar. Instead, it is based upon detection of the actual atomic signature of the target, and normal jamming techniques have no effect whatsoever on PRF. Therefore, when the American cobalt ionization bombs explode, the cosmospheres would be able to aim right through the electron storms to blast your missiles or anything else in the target. You once can literally feel the impending doom, you can literally smell it, but you are so distracted by other arrangements of the conspirators that you do not isolate it. And what could you do if you knew and understood it all? Well, you can begin to get your lives and nation in order, for in the ending enough will petition God to intervene that the ultimate victory is foretold. What you can do in the interim are the things we bring unto your attention. Remember, Russians are human too, and they, too, shall perish. So be it. As long as you continue to refuse to see and hear and yet refuse to take action to preserve your nation and citizens of Western civilization, allowing it to be eroded and dissolved in front of you, will the survivors dare to say, "May God forgive us"? I wonder. Hayton, to stand by please, that this portion may be somewhat digested before moving on to the second shuttle fiasco. May peace go with you, for your way is truly indeed limited. Take my hand and I shall show you the way, is a most good thing to cling unto. Adonai. Chapter 14. Rec number 1. Hayton. Monday, July 30th, 1990, 9:32 a.m. Year 3, Day 347. Memorial. Paul Andrew, born this day, 1959, transitioned March 22nd, 1985. This would appear to be a short life, but we make notation herein that his name is written among the great servers of your planet. No man is given to know the mission or contract of another, nor does man know that which his brother gives as a gift, for the gift is often hidden well. Paul paid the ultimate human price for his journey upon your place. So be it. May you hold warm and beauteous memories of his journey and dwell not on the pain and negative aspects, for it was as it was to be. He is still in ultimate service and shall participate again in these days of revelations. In your work, as ones must fill other jobs of interim duration, do not be in the forgetting of the promises, for you are so doing in some instances, and we must be ever mindful of those whose contributions came first. And yet the human experience could not continue without them serving elsewhere until there are available funds in proper time. I can only remind you of intended and expected commitments and ask you to be ever mindful. Expectations unmet in choosing of other are painful indeed and will cost the trust and affiliation of the ones neglected. You ones must be most cautious and not choose new ones outside your community when you have ones in your circle waiting and will not speak up, for they are too giving. They will, however, pull away from you, for they will have been betrayed, albeit minimal. Sometimes the right of refusal is worth more than the job itself. I urge you ones to not be careless, for so many have worked endlessly for no reward, and it is difficult to see new ones come and reap what reward there is. I leave it in your hands to consider your moves diligently. Further, you have ones in separate places awaiting a move and cannot do so until a job can be found to make of ends to meet. I only ask you to think carefully lest you be in the breaking of expectations accepted as promises. Let us return to the subject in point, that of your space shuttle upstart. I trust that all readers have read and digested the prior chapter well indeed, for it is of utmost importance to your circumstances at the present moment. The situation is critical indeed, this very day. You do, however, need to know the happenings at the time of loss of your power as a nation. Space shuttle failure no. 2. In November, an alternate plan for the second launch was presented. This plan would be an abbreviated orbital mission. So, the second space shuttle launch took place from Cape Canaveral, Florida on November 12, 1981, 7 months after the first launch. Some 7 hours after launch, it was announced that the flight was going to be cut short. Therefore, the secret plan for an abbreviated mission was verified and underway. As an excuse, NASA pretended that a faulty fuel cell was responsible for shortening the mission. The abbreviated space shuttle mission in November was the legacy of the total disaster which engulfed the first shuttle launch in April. In November, just as the prior April, no part of the real shuttle flight was heard other than the Florida takeoff. The identical theatrical techniques that were used to fool the public in April were again utilized, including some of the same tape segments no one noticed, not even when the story did not match the sound or pictures. Remember, you watched the Columbia takeoff, but it was the Enterprise which landed in California. The Enterprise was a very specially designed shuttle, unlike the Columbia or the 3 other shuttles which secretly existed at White Sands. The Enterprise was a training shuttle with its cargo bay filled with rocket fuel tanks. Launched from the top of an airborne 747, the Enterprise was able to make short suborbital flights into space, but due to its fuel tanks it could carry no payload in its cargo bay. In the wake of the secret space shuttle disaster in April, the military shuttle planners sent the Enterprise to Florida. Originally, they were simply trying to buy time. But time was going by quickly because the American Bolsheviks were on an accelerated timetable to bring about war. Arguments broke out among the military shuttle planners over the original plan to throw away a launch just to keep up appearances. A scheme was finally constructed to use the Enterprise itself in November for a military mission. Just as computers are handy for helping with the workloads of people, they also make handy scapegoats to cover a massive multitude of errors and omissions. This time a computer problem would be the important factor in deliberately shortening the second shuttle flight as information to be lied forth to the public. So, on the evening before the launch, there was a sudden flurry of activity at Cape Canaveral. Supposedly, a data processing module aboard the shuttle, that is, part of its computer system, was misbehaving. You were told that a replacement was flown in, and you saw workmen rushing to install something aboard the shuttle. It was all going on, literally, at the very last minute, just before the large external tanks started being loaded with rocket fuel. Nerds did it again. The last-minute rush at Pad 39A that evening of November 11th was not to load a computer module as you were told and shown. Instead, special photo reconnaissance equipment was installed in the rear deck of the crew compartment. It was arranged to look out of the two overhead windows. The Enterprise was unable to carry a spy satellite in its cargo bay, as mentioned earlier, so instead the Enterprise itself was turned into a spy satellite. The makeshift spy apparatus installed in the crew compartment rear deck was not as good as that of a regular spy satellite, but the military planners were desperate. By the way, you can fool your friends quite easily, but you can rarely fool your enemy, for they are watching most closely, and the Russians knew, moment by moment, what was happening. It would soon be 4 years since Russia finished destroying all of the American spy satellites with her fleet of killer satellites. The military shuttle team was hoping to use surprise in order to get at least a little bit of reconnaissance over Russia. It was hoped that the Russians would consider the Enterprise to be no threat since it could not carry anything in its cargo bay. NASA, also, did everything it could to convince the Russians that a non-threatening orbit would be used. Finally, the launch time was shifted by about 2.5 hours on the morning of November 12th. That was intended to make it harder for the Russian Cosmos interceptors to readjust their orbits to attack the Enterprise. That last item reflects a deadly intelligence error made by the United States military shuttle team. They knew about Russia's orbital Cosmos interceptors, the killer satellites. They also knew about the first-generation Cosmospheres, Russia's levitating weapons platforms. Both were first deployed some 4 years prior. The American planners knew that the space shuttle could probably outrun the first-generation Cosmospheres, therefore they believed that the orbiting Cosmos interceptors were the main threat to the shuttle. What they did not know but did suspect was that Russia had developed and deployed a small fleet of semi-experimental second-generation Cosmospheres. In April there had been 7 in operation. By November there were at least 8 or 9. The new Cosmospheres were called Super Heavies or Jumbos and could outrun and outlift anything America had, including the shuttle. The Russians even gave NASA pointed information about them as far back as the April launch. There were some in America's intelligence community who correctly interpreted what happened and informed the planners. But the American Bolsheviks who controlled America's military space program were refusing to accept it. They were explaining away the fragments of intelligence about the new Russian jumbo Cosmospheres and thereby guaranteeing their own failure. At least there were no humans aboard. When the Enterprise took off there were no human pilots aboard. It was a known suicide mission. The Enterprise followed an evasive, curving launch, just as the Columbia had done in April. It headed toward the north, which would indicate a near-polar orbit. When it passed over Russia the Enterprise was to be upside down with its spy cameras staring downward through the crew compartment windows. 5 nice big fat jumbo Cosmospheres were right on hand and kept pace along with quite a good number of us, as it climbed toward orbit. Moscow was instantly notified of the course it was taking, but the Russians were told not to fire on the shuttle. Instead the Russian ballistic missile defense forces were alerted. The Russians knew war was coming and they decided to use the approach of the shuttle as a good test drill. It had been known for 2 years that Russia had been preparing to deploy a new anti-ballistic missile system, and underground shelter systems were improved and renovated along with new shelters being installed and totally updated for the population security. How does that make you good tax-paying citizens feel about how your government feels about you? The new missile system was based on charged particle beam weapons fired from modified supersonic Tu-144 jet transports. On November 12 the squadron of Tu-144s were scrambled to intercept and shoot down the Enterprise. The jumbo Cosmospheres continued pacing the shuttle from a distance as a backup if the Tu-144s should fail, but they, of course, did not fail. The Enterprise swept downward from the north across their strategic Kola Peninsula. As it crossed over the White Sea the big jets began firing upward with their beam weapons at the shuttle far above. The third beam blast tore through the midsection of the shuttle and it broke in half just behind the crew compartment and disintegrated. Meanwhile, back at NASA. NASA went ahead with its made-for-television space movies and followed the prep launch script for a shortened mission. They knew within the hour after launch that the Enterprise had been destroyed. Having learned about Russia's plans in April, to create an international incident with the crashed shuttle, they wanted to complete the flight, in the world's eyes, quickly. The shuttle landing at Edwards Air Force Base, California, On November 14th was a replay of the shuttle you saw last April. Literally, those long-distance telephoto shots of the shuttle swooping in from the stratosphere were the very same ones that were shown you in April. NASA merely fed videotapes of the long-distance scenes from last April to the networks and added a fresh narrative to them. The only part of the landing that was live in November was the terminal portion, which could be seen from the ground. The shuttle you were shown landing was one of the new shuttles from White Sands. It had been carried aloft by the launch aircraft, boosted to a modest speed altitude by a pair of solid fuel booster rockets enough to produce sonic resonance, and then it swooped down to the delight of the attending crowd. What next? Since you all witnessed how well that second shuttle worked out, the next launch was already set for March, just 3 months from that perfect landing. It was planned to launch the third shuttle right on schedule. Well, Enterprise would no longer be an embarrassing problem to NASA. You now had a new shuttle, the third you were shown with Columbia on it, and it awaited at Cape Canaveral. Its cargo bay awaited a new secret military payload. That particular shuttle had really been modified and armed for battle in space. Your idiot Bolshevik military planners continued and still continue to refuse to understand what they are really up against, and thusly, another tragedy was already in the final stages of being made ready. What else was going on in the world? To give you an overview of the world events coincidental to your shuttle launches, we need to go back to the attempted assassination of Reagan, March 30th. That news flashed myriads of questions around your world instantly as old concerns were triggered. Would some other country try to take advantage in some way? Most of all, would Russia decide to invade Poland? At that time, headlines were telling you that an invasion might be imminent. As it turned out then, your worries about that were unfounded, but you had no way to know. Instead of invading, the Russians were in the process of cooling down the latest solidarity labor crisis. Likewise, other nations around the world generally acted with restraint following news of the shooting and, literally, without much surprise or reaction, for the planners know the plans. That is, all except one. The lone exception was Israel. You may want to look closely at the next bits of information and see what you can discern. The timing could not have been more precise if it had been planned in advance. As the first shocking bulletins of the shooting flashed across America, Israeli warplanes were starting their engines. As White House spokesmen were gathering to brief the press, Israeli fighter bombers were gathering over Lebanon. Through that afternoon and evening, you Americans huddled around your television sets for the latest word from George Washington University Hospital, completely transfixed on the happenings of your own day and totally distracted from anything else which might be occurring in your world. Meanwhile, Lebanese villagers were huddling in basements and bombed-out shelters as Israeli missiles and bombs exploded all around them. On the BBC World Service and other shortwave radio news reports around the world, the sudden new Israeli raids on Lebanon that day were very big news indeed. But not so in America. News of the presidential shooting and its aftermath drowned out everything else just exactly as it was supposed to do, and you will never be told what really happened with that shooting incident. But it didn't go exactly or precisely as planned, but it did its job after all. You all saw it, didn't you? It was not until Syrian troops began making moves in response to the Israeli raids that Lebanon began to enter your consciousness in America. Day by day, the Israelis and Syrians lashed out at one another more and more, directly and through surrogates in Lebanon. On April 28, Israeli jets shot down 2 Syrian helicopters over Lebanon. It was tremendous news overseas, but in the US it was completely ignored in favor of an all-networks coverage of the president's speech to Congress the same evening. It was not until the following day, April 29, that the Lebanon crisis received billing in the American-controlled major media. Birth of the Middle East missile crisis. The Syrians had moved Russian SAM-6 anti-aircraft missiles into the Bekaa Valley of Lebanon. This was Syria's answer to Israel's shooting down of 2 of her helicopters the day prior over Zale. Thus, the Middle East missile crisis was born. Another mounting crisis was the growing feud between the US and Japan. It seemed as if Washington couldn't do anything right toward the Japanese. On the morning of April 10, 1981, the first attempt to launch the space shuttle Columbia took place at Cape Canaveral. It ended in failure due to a computer problem, but it was the top story that day in America. It all but buried the news story that was tops that day in Japan. The prior day, an American submarine had sunk a small Japanese freighter, supposedly by ramming it. Then the submarine had left the scene without making any attempt to rescue survivors. Worse yet, the US had not even admitted the incident to Japanese authorities until some 36 hours after the incident. Let me assure you that in the weeks that passed following the incident, the episode raised more and more questions in Japanese minds. The US Navy issued a report about it which differs drastically from the testimony of the 13 Japanese survivors. The Navy report even put the location of the collision 3.5 miles away from where it actually happened. The Japanese wanted to know why. The Japanese began demanding answers to that and many other puzzling questions about the incident. The supposedly accidental sinking of the Japanese freighter was only the opening gun in the Washington-Tokyo feud. One shock after another from America rocked Japan. American naval vessels sailed through Japanese fishing fleets, cutting fishing nets to ribbons. Suddenly, there were revelations that American ships with nuclear weapons aboard were using Japanese ports regularly, in secret. Secretary of State Haig canceled a visit to Japan. Even the visit of Prime Minister Suzuki to Washington recently backfired on him. He agreed to language in a joint communique that led to accusations in Japan that Suzuki was making a secret military alliance with the United States. The irony of it all was that Suzuki's troubles were due to the fact that he was resisting any such military alliance. The facts, of course, were that an attempt was being made to pressure the Japanese because of the massive amounts of counterfeit money from South America and the Antarctic. In addition, the Bolsheviks in the US wanted Japan to rearm, to become the policeman of the Western Pacific. Suzuki's predecessor, Prime Minister Ohira, was ready to go along with America's Bolsheviks despite stern warnings from Russia not to. Then, surprise of surprises, Ohira died suddenly and Suzuki replaced him. Suzuki didn't want to rearm Japan, and so America's Bolsheviks wanted him out of office. Japan had endured all kinds of shocks in those particular months, but they all had one common denominator. They all involved loss of face for Japan as a whole and especially for Prime Minister Suzuki, and that is most painful for such an Oriental people. In Asia, loss of face is a very, very serious matter. By using it as a political weapon, America's Bolsheviks believed they could bring down the Suzuki government. Whoever would follow Suzuki would have to talk peace for domestic consumption, but he would have to prepare for war if he was to get along with Washington. Elsewhere in Asia, Red China and Vietnam had recently engaged in very heavy border fighting with many casualties. Meanwhile, the so-called Reagan administration was preparing to declare openly that it would sell America's most sophisticated weapons to Red China. Might you ones agree with me that the cancer eating away at America had caused total insanity? Do you think it has improved in the 9 years since? Well, it surely got far worse. You have no idea what kind of a decade the 1980s really was. I wonder if you are yet ready to hear the news about what kind of a decade you had. In Europe, too, there was turmoil at the hands of Bolshevik agents. The government of Italy had just been brought down in a tremendous scandal involving a massive conspiracy of many of the country's leading citizens. In West Germany, Chancellor Helmut Schmidt was under fire from forces who wanted to undo the balance he had struck between East and West. And in France the Bolsheviks won a tremendous victory in the election. Until then, France had enjoyed a special relationship with Russia as well as with the West. The relationship was one of trust built up laboriously beginning with the former President Charles de Gaulle, but the new French President, Mitterrand, was working as fast as possible to change that. Mitterrand would try to bring France into the anti-Russian camp, headed by the American Bolsheviks. Note his current presence at every open meeting and secret meeting and put your own puzzle pieces in place. You once should be able to begin to glue those pieces in place pretty rapidly now as to players and events. At the time, crises large and small were multiplying and compounding all around you, and by and large they were not accidental. They were part and parcel of the deliberate war build-up strategy of the Bolsheviks in America. By turning the world into a cauldron of crises, they were setting the state for nuclear war. No. 1. The entire world was filled with unrest just like the uneasy Balkans just prior to World War I. Has the confusion lessened? I thought you might see the correlation. World War I was set off, seemingly by accident, by the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand of Austria by terrorists. 10 years ago you were once again in the era of terrorism, assassination, and turmoil only compounded into this day. And just like all other major wars, nuclear war I will erupt from a sudden spark, seemingly by accident, or forced upon you out of the Middle East. Any rate it will have to appear to be accidental and give you no recourse other than to join it. Was all this lost on Russia? Of course not. You are dealing with people who intend to run your world, remember, bury you and let you foot the bill for the burial. Russia's rulers were convinced that it was only a matter of time until all-out war would break out between the US and Russia, even though you have basically never been other than allies in the overall global plan. The Russians just continued to whittle away at America's ability to damage Russia, and they really got themselves prepared to survive whatever you could throw at them, but it would be a total accident if even one of your missiles reached Russian soil. They do have a defense system of wondrous capability, and besides, they have an excellent shelter system whereby the masses could survive if errors in the network should occur. You think there is no intelligence information? I can give you minute by minute, blow by blow detail, and it doesn't have to come from command records. It comes directly from intelligence and counterintelligence. It is a game of games, and fun is had by all except you the people. When the Space Shuttle Columbia took off on its ill-fated flight on April 12, a fleet of special airplanes were aloft to help track it. The US was depending heavily on its fleet of advanced range instrumentation aircraft. These were flying radar and communication stations known as droops newts for their huge bulbous nose. This special airplane was a modified military Boeing 707, designated EC-135N. When they were not involved in space shots, the EC-135Ns also have many other uses, including the tracking of Russian satellites. There were only a few of these EC-135Ns, so they were all very important. When the Space Shuttle Columbia took off in April, there were only 8 of them. The Space Shuttle program was an indispensable key to the underway war plans of the Bolsheviks, and the EC-135Ns were crucial to the shuttle program. On May 6, 1981, an EC-135N, nicknamed the Boss Hog, took off from its base in Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Ohio. It headed east on what was to be a routine training flight. As the modified 707 flew eastward, it was heading for an unexpected rendezvous. Hovering high over the rolling hills of western Maryland, a lone Cosmosphere was waiting for the Boss Hog. At 10:51 a.m. Eastern Time, the pilot of the jet radioed the words "Flight Level 29" to controllers on the ground. The plane was at 29,000 feet. Moments later, the Cosmosphere fired its charged particle beam weapon downward at the jet plane passing miles below it. The beam blasted a hole through the top of the fuselage and another out through the bottom. Explosive decompression emptied the cabin of its air. The blast also set off a secondary explosion, turning the jet into a ball of flames. At the same time, control cables through the tail were destroyed, and the jet turned violently nose down. Instead of gliding to a crash many miles away, the ruined aeroplane dropped like a rock, almost straight down. Radar traffic controllers were startled to see the plane disappear suddenly from their screens, but it was all documented. It was all over before they even knew anything had happened, however. On the ground, eyewitnesses heard a boom boom boom, and moments later a giant ball of fire came screaming downward out of the clouds. For at least 10 minutes small pieces of debris from the plane kept settling earthward for miles around. In any air disaster as violent as that one, the investigation usually extends over a period of months, but not this one. On Friday, May 29th, just over 3 weeks after the crash, the Air Force quietly announced that its investigation was already over and there had been some type of pilot error doing something to the watch which engaged the wrong widget and POO. The Air Force knew what had blown their radar plane out of the air, but they also declared that for the time being the results would not be made public. While the Air Force was still reeling from the crash of the valuable EC-135N, it became the Navy's turn to have some fun. Is any of this beginning to allow you to piece together what probably happened to all your naval excursions? How about gun turret blowouts, etc.? The particle beams are so exacting that they can be shot right into a jet turbine in flight. Once again, Russia's target was a highly sophisticated electronic warfare jet. The plane involved was an EA-6B prowler based on the nuclear supercarrier, USS Nimitz. Naval engagement. On the night of Tuesday, May 26th, the Nimitz was engaged in night landing exercises just off the east coast. Carrier landings are always dangerous, and night landings especially so, but the EA-6B has a special advantage. It is equipped with an automatic carrier landing system to permit safe landings even in conditions of zero visibility. Partly as a result, the Prowlers are known as some of the safest of all carrier aircraft, but on that night of May 26th one of Russia's new jumbo Cosmospheres was hovering high above the Nimitz. It was one of the two which are armed with a neutron particle beam. As the EA-6B approached the Nimitz to land, the Cosmosphere waited. At a critical moment of the final approach, the Cosmosphere fired. The invisible neutron beam instantly killed the crew of 3 and temporarily deranged the aeroplane's electronic systems. Being suddenly without guidance, the jet veered to the right and crashed into a deck full of aeroplanes. The toll, 14 dead, 48 injured, and 20 aircraft destroyed or damaged. It was the Navy's worst flight deck disaster since the early 1950s. National security. During those times there was a lot of hocus pocus about national security. What did that mean to you? Could there be any such thing as national security without national survival? Funny thing, your leaders kept telling you that the threat to your security was Russia. Then, while you were not looking, they turned right around and taunted the Russians. Something followed that would be a good example along this very vein. The supercarrier Nimitz entered port only very briefly after the fiery crash of the EA-6B. It entered port on May 28 and left again just 2 days later, May 30. The official story was that it was heading for the Caribbean for continued exercises. The Nimitz, however, was ordered to the north, not to the south. In a drastic departure from normal procedure, an American carrier group was ordered into the Norwegian and Barents Seas, right on the doorstep of Russia. The deployment was expected to be brief, but it was indeed most dangerous to say the very least. It was an insane act of bravado by the American Bolsheviks, like walking up to a bully and throwing salt into an open wound. The Russians had had their day and felt no need to push their advantage, but undoubtedly there would come a time when the push would go too far. The lie of national security was as big a lie then as it is now. The more you pretend to spend on national security, the less security you can achieve. Those who secretly control America's destiny, and thus the world, cannot stand the truth, and this is why the truth shall begin to loosen your bonds. You must seek the truth, cherish the truth, and pass on the truth to others as it flows to you. Only in that manner can you break free of the satanic power that now grips America and the world. You can know your enemies, for the Lord Christ said long ago, they were liars from the beginning. May the word go forth and be heard. Thank you, Dharma, for a long sitting. We shall bring this segment to a close. I petition you once to see and hear these passages of truth and then seek your confirmation, for it lays all about you. Salom. Hayton to clear, please. Chapter 15. Rec number 1, Hayton. Friday, August 3, 1990, 10:55 a.m. Year 3, Day 351. Current events of importance. Greetings in the radiance of a new gift of a day segment in which to do our work. Hayton present to continue on the journal underwriting. However, there are urgent matters in the moment upon which I will comment. This portion can be withdrawn for express material, but I need it to remain within the journal, for this is such good example of the need for knowledge of the past cover UPS and deliberate actions against you the people, that you must have the ability to relate one to the other. You precious world citizens must look into the truth of actions and stop overlooking the coincidences. Do you think it an accident that Iraq invaded on the very day the congressional participants were voting out defense spending and out the stealth program? Do you note that all was immediately replaced in the budget? You must know that the entire scenario is orchestrated to the minutest detail to ensure need for military involvement, production of weapons, and setting up the format for emergency regulations which can take over your own accounts, confiscate your gold holdings, and remove your oil supply into the hands of the controllers. You of the journal readers must be able to see the truth of it, for your brothers must be brought into understanding rapidly. The reason we tell you Guyana atrocities and cover up and the space program lies and cover up is so that you can know the capabilities of the manipulators and you can know what is being thrust upon you in the Middle East. It is known the war will spread, else why does Saudi Arabia have weapons massed and missiles from China in place, etc.? Why have they ordered all those M1 tanks from your country? The weapons producers have to stay operable so that the arms sales can continue and the secret business deals be continued, also. Dear ones, you must also come to know that the beam systems are not just laser weapons, they are in all facets of your existence. The ELF, extra low frequency pulses, can be aimed to pinpoint accuracy and, as I have told you before, can be focused, fired, and cause total confusion in the mind of a pilot, a tanker captain, or a whoever doing whatever. The beams accompanied by pulsed instructions can accomplish just about any action desired by the manipulators right on a stopwatch schedule. Pay attention to every portion of the non-news. For instance, there are 8 American oil workers missing and over 3,000 Americans in Kuwait which are of current concern. What does that tell you? Of course, the oil fiasco is actually a major powers confrontation messing around with the assets of the cartel. Oh, the war will escalate and, all the while, you the people will be urging intervention for all the reasons the government will produce for you to use. They will tell you it is for you and you will believe it. It has nothing to do with you except to further enslave you and cause you to require them to do that which they plan to do anyway, with or without your approval, while setting the stage for them to take control under emergency regulations, etc., to seize your remaining property. Will it work? It appears it may well have already worked. I can only urge my group to take heed and set up security out of this country to place your hard assets, and I trust you will understand my meaning like now. You have a grand opportunity to form a coalition in Belize and protect these assets, for they will confiscate gold before it is over. If you had more reserves, I would suggest storage of fuel, but you have neither the resources nor the facilities. Why do you not have resources to accomplish that? You have been told for years, and Oberle even drew up a plan for same. Certain individuals wanted to save your personal assets and put them into safety, and sometimes one simply hold to their personal security blankets until the blanket self-destructs. Well, why didn't Hayton tell us? I did tell you and you made of your own choices. Will there be another opportunity? Will it change your choices to no? So be it. The S&Ls. Ones continue to flood me with inquiries about the S&Ls and how the government simply could not have been involved. I will give you one more rundown, and I shall do it in the form of an editorial from the editor-in-chief, Mortimer B. Zuckerman of U.S. News and World Report, August 6, 1990. Do I place sanction on every word? No, but it is, in general, exceptional. Quote. This is a thrift industry? The American people are getting angry. Who is to blame for this S&L scandal? They ask. How could so many respectable citizens walk into the open bank vault and grab what they could? How could there be so much insider abuse, negligence, and naive complicity in a financial orgy to which the American taxpayer was not invited but for which he is picking up the bill? The blame rests on an astonishing lapse in regulation. Just as S&Ls were permitted to expand dramatically the scope of their investments, the Reagan administration decided that no one needed to pay attention. When the former chairman of the Federal Home Loan Bank Board tried to increase the number of examiners, the White House said, sorry, it's contrary to our deregulatory philosophy. Between 1984 and 1986, hundreds of savings institutions were not even examined. In fact, a majority of the board members at the FHLB's regional boards are industry representatives. Remember the fox in charge of the henhouse. Effective supervision can work. Just look at what has happened in the last 6 months. During that period, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, concerned about the solvency of bank loans, effectively shut down bank lending for new construction. Our politicians are prisoners of a defer-at-all-costs approach to governance. Neither Congress nor the administration wanted the responsibility of shutting down the bankrupt S&Ls or requiring the owners to put up equity capital if they wished to remain in business. In 1986 and 1987, then Treasury Secretary James Baker proposed a bailout plan of $15 billion, even though administration officials knew the cost of the cleanup was closer to $50 billion. Even this was delayed by a Congress beholden to the thrift industry for political contributions. Instead, thrift regulators used capital from private fat cat investors to try and bail out S&Ls, providing incredible government guarantees and tax shelters, now estimated to cost the American taxpayer more than $50 billion. Thus, the greatest regulatory failure in American history, which has caused our greatest financial scandal, can be laid directly at the feet of 2 Republican administrations, one that created it, another that did not act decisively to fix it. It took George Bush 17 months and then only after a gathering political and popular firestorm to announce that he had formed a rapid response team against fraud. Can you believe it? Democrats, of course, are not blameless. In Congress, they often inhibited even the limited regulation that existed. 5 Senators Cranston, DeCon, Cheney, McCain, Glenn, and Regal have tarnished their reputations with their role in delaying the closing of Lincoln Savings and Loan, a delay that cost taxpayers an extra $1 billion or so. And the delays are still costing taxpayers a fortune, about $31,000 a minute. What we are witnessing is a systemic breakdown. Virtually every failed S&L used appraisals that overvalued collateral to make bad real estate loans look secure. Outside accountants and lawyers failed to reveal the real financial condition of many S&Ls. In Texas, outside audits of 11 S&Ls reported cumulative net worth of $44 million when they really had a negative net worth of $1.5 billion. In California, 29 of 31 insolvent S&Ls had clean audits. The Reagan-Bush administration promised to get the government off the back of the people. What it did instead was to get the government off the back of crooks. This is not just a financial crisis but a moral crisis. It would be an outrage if the public officials responsible were not held accountable. First, there must be an independent commission to clearly establish political responsibility. Second, we must involve lawyers and accountants on a contingency fee basis to ferret out fraud and management abuses. They should be permitted to bring lawsuits on behalf of the government against corrupt S&L officers and directors. As Senator John Heinz said, hell knows no fury like a lawyer on a contingency fee. Third, every incumbent politician who bears any measure of responsibility for this catastrophe, whether he is a Republican or Democrat, in Congress or in the executive branch, must be made to pay at the ballot box for such an abuse of the public trust. No resolution short of this is acceptable. End quote. Please remember, I do not sanction all of this information, but it is excellent opportunity to read between the lines. Note mention of Bush delays and compare with knowledge that the man's son was involved in a major S&L, Silverado. Also, know that the RDC is set up to garner the rest of the property for the manipulators I.E. Bluebonnet S&L in Texas. There is so much within that my own temptation is to point it all out to you. Keep the game fun and you see what is really written in that editorial. Important fact to keep in mind, U.S. News and World Report have members on the Council of Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission. So be it. Let us return to our journal in point, please. Expanding secret warfare and war fever. It is important to consider world activities in order to relate to the need for shuttle program activities as they were unfolding. You will also be able to see that only the names of the players and locations differ even in the least. We are going back to midwinter 1981/1982 so that you can again look at what was uppermost in conflict in a general, but brief, overview. Day by day the level of war fever was steadily rising in the U.S. Every night on the television news, turmoil in Central America was the leading topic. In El Salvador, a government that continuously violated the human rights of its own people was being propped up by the so-called Reagan administration. The El Salvador situation contained the seeds of another Vietnam in spite of White House lies to the contrary. Like the ill-fated South Vietnam, El Salvador was riddled with corruption throughout the government and military. In both cases the situation resulted from CIA tampering with each country's power structure. 20 years prior, America started wading into the Vietnam quagmire by way of secret groups of advisors, so-called, unknown to the American public, and now the same thing was underway in El Salvador. You were told that there were only a handful of non-competent advisors there. That was a lie. As of February 1982, there were already more than 300 Green Berets in El Salvador, with more on the way. You were also hearing sharp words from the White House directed at Nicaragua. Over 5 years before, you were given a warning about Russia's rapid progress in gaining influence there, but at that time America's rulers were trying to save their crumbling secret alliance with the Kremlin, so they said not a word to the public about Nicaragua. By 1982 the alliance was gone, and so the information began to come forth about Nicaragua. Overseas, also, the clouds of approaching war were growing darker and darker. In the Middle East, Israel was threatening a major invasion of Lebanon which would not fail to lead to war with Syria. The American Bolshevik Zionist war whirlpool was continuing to spread outward from its source, Israel. This statement should be a strong clue in discernment as to who is what, to you readers. I said American Bolshevik Zionist. You were given a warning in December to be on the alert for new turmoil in Iran which would erupt shortly, and by February, surely enough, Iran was back in action right on schedule. There were new bombings in Tehran, a reminder of the prospects for civil war in that area. At the same time you were hearing reports that the alleged Ayatollah Khomeini was ill and might very well be dying. Once again, it was a lie as part of the grand plan to manipulate you into war. The real Ayatollah Khomeini was killed and replaced with a double sum 2 years prior. It was well planned that when the war planners in the US were ready to play the Iran trump card in the war build-up, you would be told that Khomeini had died. US-connected Bolshevik agents in Iran were poised and ready to stir up civil war. As the situation worsened, you would be told that Russia was preparing to turn Iran into another Afghanistan. Already Chief U.S. Arms Negotiator, Eugene V. Rostow, was making statements to help pave the way for all of this to be presented. He was quoted to the effect that Russia could be expected to test us over Iran. Once again America's Bolshevik military planners were preparing to use Iran as one key to their elaborate nuclear first strike plan against Russia. The determination of the American Bolsheviks to go to war against Russia was becoming evident in other ways, too. Evidence. One arena was that of the supposed nuclear arms reduction talks in Geneva. As a grandstand play, the entity President Reagan proposed a so-called zero option to eliminate all nuclear weapons in Europe. It sounded good, but it had no substance. In the actual negotiations to figure out how to carry out that plan, the US had made no practical proposals at all. In response, the Russians made 2 counter-proposals. One would begin by freezing nuclear weapons in Europe. That starting point wouldn't be ideal, but it represented a possibility. Washington's response was to ridicule the idea. The other Russian proposal was made a while later, in February of 1982, it was for both sides to completely halt all manufacture and testing of all nuclear weapons as a starting point for general disarmament. The White House was completely taken off guard. However, you could know that the idea would somehow be rejected with excuses by the US because nuclear disarmament was the last thing your American Bolshevik rulers could have happen. Instead, the government began publicizing its intentions to prosecute youngsters who failed to register for the draft. The entity Reagan was talking out of both sides of his mouth about the draft. He kept telling you that there was no intention to actually bring back the draft, but, on the other hand, you were told that anyone who failed to sign up for the draft would be bundled off to federal prison. At the same time, civil defense became a hot new topic of promotion by the so-called Reagan administration. The agency which was spearheading that drive was relatively new, having been lifted straight from the pages of the secret new Constitution for America. It was called the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA. FEMA was doing its best to lull you to sleep about the dangers of nuclear war. The agency said, for example, that, quote, the United States could survive nuclear attack and go on to recovery within a relatively few years. There were, however, no mentions or efforts to build suitable shelter facilities. FEMA planted articles in newspapers nationwide to drive home that comforting lie. Those planted articles tried to tell you that all you would have to do was to evacuate your cities, learn a little survival training, fix up some simple fallout shelters, and you would do just fine. Of course, you would never get past number 1 above. Those articles planted by an agency of the federal government were the worst kind of lie. Just one H-bomb exploding on one major city would overwhelm all the hospitals of your country with grisly casualties. But your leaders wanted you to believe otherwise so that you would follow them into a suicidal war. The plan was never for you the people to survive nor for you to have adequate sheltering. Since 1977, when Russia's military takeover of space was evident, the state of mind of those who controlled America's military plans, the American Bolsheviks, had taken on a kamikaze mentality. It was the concept of victory through suicide. It was this total hopelessness and lack of adequate plans for survival otherwise that drove the planners into the suicidal path. The leaders holding the reins were satanic and schizophrenic in their thinking, and it is true this day. They lived by lies and deception, and they were afflicted by utter hopelessness and self-hatred. They did indeed have a certain death wish, and they wanted to take the rest of you with them, and fully intended, and still intend, to do so. As war fever was building for public consumption, the secret war was continuing to escalate. In January, Russia renewed geophysical warfare involving especially weather modification and artificial earthquakes identical to recent happenings perhaps. Those things were intended to reduce strength and ability to press on into war. Canada, too, was being drawn into the American Bolshevik war camp, and parts of Canada were suffering such extreme blizzard conditions that a national emergency was declared. In January, at least 2 major incidents in which Russian cosmospheres triggered plane crashes were blatantly obvious. A rash of strange plane crashes began with Air Florida Flight 90 on January 13 and involved more than just a general warning from the Kremlin. They were in direct response to a specific act of secret warfare. For over 4 years, Russian electrogravitic weapons platforms called cosmospheres had been hovering high over the U.S. They first announced their presence by creating giant air booms along the coasts. Their number continued to multiply and they patrolled continuously over all types of American strategic target areas. Oh foolish planners, the American Bolsheviks' plan was to shoot down as many cosmospheres as possible using high-power lasers, when war came. Funny thing, until late 1981 it was all but impossible for you to even detect the presence of the cosmospheres floating overhead. They were invisible to normal radar, except at very close range, but by late 1981 one crash weapons program had come up with a system that could sometimes detect the spheres and allow laser aiming. The new technique was called computer-enhanced infrared. It was an extremely sensitive means of detecting the heat radiation given off by cosmospheres. It was recognized by the acronym CEIR, pronounced SEER. On the evening of January 12, 1982, a complete operational test was carried out against a cosmosphere which was patrolling high over central New Jersey. CEIR was used to aim a ground-based high-power laser at the cosmosphere, then the laser was fired. A section of the cosmosphere erupted into blue-green flames. As the flames started to spread, the crew accelerated the cosmosphere toward the coast because all cosmosphere crews are under very strict orders to make certain that their craft never fall into non-Russian hands, and they were making for the sea post-haste. The stricken cosmosphere, trailing blue-green flames, was seen over a very large area of eastern Pennsylvania and central New Jersey. It had been hovering at an altitude of more than 40 miles, but it came down fast. Its semi-rigid shell started crumpling. It passed over Atlantic City at low altitude and plunged into the water just a few miles offshore. Many witnesses watched as the remains of the cosmosphere burned, floating on the surface of the water for some 10 minutes. The whole incident created a sensation in the local region, but official government spokesmen treated it all as a usual non-event. That first downing of a cosmosphere created shockwaves in the Kremlin. It was decided very quickly that a clear message would be sent to the Pentagon that they would pay dearly if the incident should be repeated. The Russians knew that a laser had shot down their cosmosphere, so the very next day an Air Florida flight with laser warfare specialists aboard was caused to crash in Washington. Then followed a string of crashes and near crashes, all of them supposedly unexplainable. All 4 Air Force Thunderbird demonstration jets were made to crash. A Boeing 737 in California dropped far below its flight path, seemingly without cause, and narrowly missed disaster as it clipped some power lines. And strangest of all, a Japan Airlines DC-8 crashed into Tokyo Bay during the final moments of its landing approach. It was a perfect flying day, clear and sunny. The DC-8 was only 1,000 yards from touchdown, flying in a gentle glide. There were no mechanical problems. Suddenly, the pilot acted as if he were dazed. Reportedly he reached over and reversed thrust on 2 of the 4 jet engines. The big jet nosed downward, it smashed into light stanchions marking the approach path and crashed into the shallow water. Later, in the hospital, the pilot said he had blacked out. The co-pilot reportedly said he, too, suddenly felt woozy, but fought it and remained conscious. Does it begin to become obvious as to why, suddenly, there was a release of information regarding UFOs and cover UPS of alien visitors and thus and so? I simply warn you all, the blaming of Space Brotherhood is, henceforth, off limits. God's hosts and guardians will not accept this intolerable lie upon mankind. It is part and parcel of the plan to cause you to believe that aliens from the cosmos give you problems and are here to destroy you in some manner. It is your own manipulators who lie to you. I am not going to take time to go into full details of all the incidents. It is enough to say that in every case, including the Japanese crash, the targets were chosen to convey a crystal clear warning to certain people. In every case mentioned, a Russian Cosmosphere used a neutron beam weapon to bring about the strange results. Neutron beams disrupt electronic instruments and also the mental and nervous systems of people. The Russians were saying to the American Bolshevik Pentagon, in effect, if you shoot down any more Cosmospheres, there would be no place to hide. The secret war was growing more and more intense as you got closer to the outbreak of all-out war. At the same time, the alignments of powers great and small were continuing to shift and settle into place. Let us review the three main power factions in the world at that time, February 1982. One faction was that of the Rockefeller cartel, the multinational complex of oil, big banking, and big business. Another faction was the Bolshevik Zionist axis with headquarters shared between the United States, especially New York City, and Israel. Please tell me you had figured it out before now. The third faction was that of the new rulers of Russia who had expelled most of the Bolsheviks formerly in power there. A new operational relationship was in the works between Russia's new rulers and the Rockefeller cartel. The arrangement, however, fell far short of the prior closeness. The new arrangement was one of, basically, an agreement not to damage one another as a matter of deliberate policy. The prime objective was to free both of them, the Russians and the Rockefeller cartel, to deal with their now mutual enemy, the American Bolsheviks who had infiltrated key policy-making government positions in Washington. The main area in which the Rockefeller cartel could be helpful to the Russians was in the economic sphere. The American Bolshevik-dominated foreign policy in the U.S. was a policy of economic starvation against Russia and her satellites. The Rockefeller cartel was in a position to partially blunt those policies by cooperating with Russia in the East-West trade. American Bolshevik economic warfare against the Soviet bloc was most apparent right then in the plight of Poland. The American Bolsheviks were finally succeeding in using the Solidarity Labor Union to push Poland into martial law. Martial law was being used as an excuse to make the Polish people suffer even more at America's hands. A thinly disguised food embargo was in place by the U.S. against Poland. Even chicken feed was being held back in order to create disaster for Poland's own chicken farms. Everything possible was being done to drive the Polish people to such desperation that open revolt would erupt. Collapse of Poland. The collapse of Poland posed a military threat to Russia and was an economic drain as well. Russia's new rulers were working with an unwieldy, centralized economy left behind by the expelled Bolsheviks. It could not be changed overnight, so the Russians were vulnerable to economic warfare. In order to avoid economic disaster, the Russians were pushing hard for new ways to raise hard Western currency. One such move was a major coup in U.S. Treasury securities, but, for the long term, the Russians wanted to establish more stable and mutually beneficial economic ties with the West. Economic drive. The centerpiece of Russia's economic drive became the Siberian gas pipeline for Western Europe. It was a $25 billion project, the biggest ever between the Soviet Union and the West. It would be completed in 1984. The Bolsheviks were trying to completely stop the pipeline project, but the Rockefeller oil and business cartel was efforting diligently to assist the go-ahead of the project. In mid-February, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, a longtime Rockefeller public relations organ, went public about the pipeline. It called the Reagan embargo against pipeline equipment a strategy of economic warfare against Russia. The Joint Economic Committee of Congress endorsed the pipeline project, and in Europe, American multinational oil companies were lining up in support of the gas pipeline, all of them, that is, except one, Mobil Oil. Unlike the other members of the Rockefeller big oil cartel, Mobil Oil in West Germany had been publicly opposing the gas pipeline, which, of course, was most interesting in itself. To the Russians, the gas pipeline was a matter of economic survival, and, with all-out war on the horizon, the Kremlin had no patience with those who said one thing and did another. The Russians regarded Mobil's position against the pipeline as a double cross, in effect siding with the Bolsheviks in America. Russia's rulers decided to give Mobil Oil strong reasons to rethink their position, and fast. Fast attention. On Thursday, February 11th, the Russian container ship, Mechanic Tarasov, departed from a port in Quebec, Canada, bound for Leningrad. It headed northeast up the St. Lawrence River, then out through the Gulf of St. Lawrence into the Atlantic. After skirting the south coast of Newfoundland, the Tarasov set course east by northeast. Its course was chosen to take it very close to the world's largest, semi-submersible oil rig, passing it on the south. Guess what? The rig was the Ocean Ranger, operated by none other than Mobil Oil. It was supposedly unsinkable just like the Titanic. The Tarasov, like many other Russian merchant ships, possessed a military capability that was not admitted. As it neared the giant oil rig in a mounting storm, it launched a homing torpedo with a low-yield nuclear warhead toward the rig. Just before 1 a.m. Monday morning, February 15th, the torpedo reached its target, one of the giant underwater pontoons. Nuclear explosions underwater are far more confined than those in the air, and this one was well hidden by the hurricane-force winds and pounding waves. A hole was blasted in the pontoon, and the Ocean Rangers started settling toward the side. The crew gave a trouble call by radio. Half an hour later they reported that they were manning the lifeboats. But the Japanese-built Ocean Ranger was designed to be the world's most unsinkable oil rig. A corner of the upper platform dipped into the water and then stopped. The rig stayed afloat, listing at a crazy angle. The roughnecks stopped boarding the lifeboats, hoping the boats would not be needed, after all. Then a cosmosphere hovering above the rig took aim at the corner of the rig which had dipped into the water. A powerful blast from its charged particle beam weapon blew a hole in the partially submerged corner. Immediately, the Ocean Ranger heeled over and sank. It went down so fast that it was too late for lifeboats to be launched successfully, and all hands were lost. The freighter Tarasov continued on course after sinking the oil rig. The Russians expected that the freighter would be long gone before anyone figured out what had happened, but they miscalculated. At around 2 p.m. that same afternoon, Monday, February 15th, an American attack submarine was closing in on the Tarasov. The sub fired a single torpedo at the Tarasov, hitting it broadside. Water surged in through a giant hole below the waterline, and the freighter started sinking. Like the crew of the Cosmosphere that was shot down over New Jersey, the crew of the Tarasov had strict orders to protect the secrets of their ship, and so the Russian captain refused assistance from a nearby Danish freighter as his ship sank with its secrets. Well, Mobil Oil certainly got the message, and, just 2 days later, Mobil Oil shut down the other 2 oil rigs which had been nearby and towed them ashore. Seems your nerdnik leaders take longer to get messages, however. Now, dear ones, do you still have the same outlook about all the oil spill accidents on your coastal areas? Look again. Let us close this chapter, please. We shall continue in the next chapter on the third space shuttle challenge to Russia. Thank you for your attention, and you, Dharma, for your service. Hayton to clear, please. Salut. Chapter 16. Rec number 1 Hayton. Sunday, August 5, 1990, 10:14 a.m. Year 3 Day 353. Current comments. Dear Chalice. Hayton present in the service of the Radiant Master and God. May we forever carry that banner aloft that the world can see, and he who would join us, might do so. Grandfather, Creator Tunkinshala, sits in our circle that our journey shall remain upon the lighted path and not distracted into the fragments of temptation and dark passages. I hold my brother, Little Crow, in great esteem and respect for the passage he has made and for the greatness which shall now flow forth. No greater love has any man than to walk through death and emerge in wholeness to attend our great source, Wakantanka business among his people, which, dear brothers, is all of us. Do not err into misunderstanding, for it is the time come for the merging of the truth of your beingness and your journey upon this physical placement. From that which you have called pagan as with the native Indians is ritualistic distraction which has been misinterpreted intentionally by your church clubs. The truth of the Great Spirit Creator lies in the Ancient of Ancients oral teachings, and all of the denouncements you can, as a people, conjure it makes no difference. Man shall come into truth and rise above his bigotry, or he shall surely perish. Wowan can, something supernatural, is about to come upon you, and it shall be that for which ye have long waited. You think Little Crow is not a suitable name for an eagle? Oh, Chalice, there is no more magnificent a bird than that of the crow raven, and it represents the bringing of life forms upon your planet. Little Crow comes forth as the great spirit line of the sun source to nurture you who have fallen away. He has come to remind you and help you remember so that you can again move into balance and harmony. Honor these ones who pass again and again through the veil of literal death to grow in wisdom, ordained to bring truth untainted unto your starving world. Each has additional journeys across that shadow line, and each journey is indeed hard for these ones, too, are human, and the human ways are heavier upon them, for 'tis the way of the battle. May we hold these things in our heart cells so that our own journeys shall be toward perfection. Aho. You wish me to speak of world events, for much is happening in thine own sights, and yet you see nothing, for you are not shown that which is happening. You are continually told minimal when the term is actually many or great numbers. It is all orchestrated down to the last minute detail, even to the preliminary raising of fuel prices, which indeed coincide with the top level meetings of the cartel in Colorado while Thatcher was here. She has just spent a week here, you must know. And why was Henry Kissinger speaking this very day about world affairs as if he runs the show? Why does he attend all the meetings and pronounce judgments on what shall be done as if he is world dictator? And pay attention, why does he continually use the term American/Zionist? Ah, Chalice, your time is indeed short. And why does Bush look so harassed and drawn? Because he realizes he has not one whit of power. He has become a hostage to the conspiracy of which he had previously held a great position. He shall still play at the part, for he is the necessary tool, but he is divested of power, and he will do that which he is told to do. By the way, ones ask, how can we recognize a stand-in or double? Watch the ears, Chalice, watch the ears, for they are the most difficult feature to completely change and are not usually tampered with for scars show, and the assumption is that no one will notice to an extent of recognition, for liars can proclaim photographic angle, etc. Ears do not change with fatigue or stress, and therefore bear a continuous guideline. We shall discuss doubles later as we bring you up to date in a generalized manner, of the past 15 or so years. To speed us on our way through this current journal, Blood and Ashes, let us get on with the story of the upstart of your space shuttle program and concurrent events so that we can get on to more diversified chronological cover UPS to give you background to receive today's show of shows. For supportive insight and spiritual nourishment while we must focus on these most ungodly things, I now ask that my group, and you readers, decide upon a manner in which to publish Sanandas, Cortons, Soul Texts, etc., writings as well as my own responses to correspondence. The writings are not simply for one individual but rather for all, but resources prevent us from publishing the data. There are no ones who read the synchronous material who do not say, this seems more important than the journals. I have to agree that this is so for the individual already understanding the cover UPS and therefore, both are needed. There are, moreover, other publications which I would have offered as a Phoenix journal in some manner appropriate, and those are The Rape of Justice and Murder by Injection by Eustace Mullins, for they tell it exactly how it is and who is doing it. It is the information you need, not a journal, as such, and it will save my scribe countless hours of labor when there are other things that we must cover and present. You can prepare, now, for a real shock, for it truly is far worse than you could imagine. The information is not to cause you to feel that change is hopeless but rather look squarely at the truth and demand correction. If we work in concert, we can turn this thing around, but you must know truth first or you will act foolishly and right into the hands of your enemy. George, I ask that as soon as there are assets enough to assist Eustace to come to this location, or whatever, that he be requested to do so. Truth is more acceptable coming from human resource, and we care not how truth presents, but it simply must present. The third space shuttle. For those of you who just might still think that Bush couldn't have known about the shuttle lies, think again. On February 5, 1982, the entity, Vice President Bush, made himself conspicuous by a trip to Cape Canaveral, Florida. He was photographed with astronauts inside the European Orbital Science Laboratory called Space Lab. It was planned to place Space Lab into orbit by Space Shuttle in late 1983. Bush also announced that Space Shuttle Flight Number 3 was scheduled for March 22, 1982. It was supposed to be a week in duration. For public consumption, NASA spokesmen were continuing to pretend that the shuttle was merely carrying out leisurely test flights. You were told that the Space Shuttle program was basically a peaceful civilian program in spite of the all-military crews flying the shuttles. But the peaceful image of the Space Shuttle program was a total lie. The fact was that the Space Shuttle flights underway were a part of a crash program by the US to regain a military toehold in space. The United States had been virtually locked out of the military use of space by the Russians since late 1977. Russia's domination of space for those prior 4 years and longer had been highlighted by numerous manned space flights. Those included cosmonauts from 9 countries other than Russia. Meanwhile, the US went more than 5 years without admitting to any manned space flight attempts. The Russian long-duration space spectaculars in Earth orbit were sufficient to build Russia's prestige in the public eye, but the Soviet space program involved far more than was revealed publicly. Since mid-October 1977, the Moon had been a Russian outpost. There were seven manned long-range particle beam installations on the near side and at least one large base on the far side. In the past, regular missions were flown to and from the Moon in order to resupply the bases and rotate crews, and slowly but surely, the Kremlin was inching its way toward breaking the news about its control of the Moon. They were already beginning to drop hints about it, as in the example of a publication circulated in the US called Soviet Life in February 1982. It stated, "Today spaceships shuttle between the Earth and the Moon with greater frequency than did the first voyages to the New World." At the top of the page was a nighttime photo of a moonship ready to blast off from a Russian cosmodrome. Below was a picture of the Earth as seen from space, and in between was a statement in bold type designed to give another hint about the Moon flights, which stated, "From a distance of 70,000 kilometers above the Earth, the planet looks peaceful and even defenseless. The common goal is to protect our blue and green home. Dear ones, satellites are not used at altitudes of 70,000 kilometers. The highest orbit that is generally useful for Earth satellites is the geosynchronous orbit for stationary satellites over the equator. 70,000 kilometers is almost twice that far from the Earth. The only time when a spacecraft reaches that far from the Earth is when it is on its way to or from the Moon or another planet." Other Russian intent. Russia's interest in space extended far beyond military factors. The plans of Russia's new rulers were for the colonization of your solar system. Those plans were moving ahead steadily. In fact, at that time there were 2 Russian spacecraft approaching the planet Venus and sending back a steady stream of reports from the men aboard. Why didn't the Russian people tell? Come now, little innocents, the Russian people were not allowed to question anything and were just waking up to the fact that they were, indeed, people oppressed. Vodka ran more copiously than water and there was extremely limited media coverage, so cover-up was even easier for them than for you. The Russians wanted you to know about their prowess, not necessarily their own countrymen. The Russians settled on Venus first, not Mars. It was the first target beyond the Moon for experimental colonization. Now do you better understand the inability of your government to allow a Hubble telescope into space? The Russians first started landing unmanned craft on Venus in 1975. They learned some key facts that were yet unknown to the US in 1982 when the shuttle program was in upstart. In 1978 the Russians began a series of increasingly long-duration manned orbital space flights which were widely publicized. Those were gradually extended to 6 months and more to learn how well crews would stand up to interplanetary space travel. Late in 1981 those long-duration orbital flights were completed. The Russians had learned everything they really needed to know. On October 30 and November 4, 1981, two Russian spaceships blasted off for Venus. Both ships were manned by Russian cosmonauts, and both were prepared to land on Venus by early February, the first week, of 1982. The comparison between the space program of the US and Russia was a study in tragic ironies. Americans were being told that the space shuttle was primarily a civilian-oriented project, but it was actually military. You were being told that it was the world's first reusable spacecraft, but a shuttle was actually being lost on every flight. You were being told that the space shuttle had put you years ahead of Russia, but you had actually slipped years behind. You were often told that your rulers wanted only peaceful activities in space, but they were shutting down almost all of the entire civilian scientific space program. Funding was continuing for one or two peaceful projects which were too visible to cancel without an uproar, such as the Space Telescope. The follow-on projects to explore your solar system were being lopped off and discarded because they contributed nothing to your leaders' plans for war. You were told constantly that the Russians had nothing but war and conquest on their minds, but it was the Russians, not the Americans, who at that moment had two teams of spacemen ready to land on Venus. They were going there for reasons which had nothing to do with war. The Russians were exploring the land of Venus. They were going there to explore the solar system simply because it was out there. Russia's new rulers believed that it was man's destiny to move into space. The urge to explore that motivated their Viking ancestors of old was alive and well in the Russian space program. The only real prayer of equality for the US was to somehow bring Russia to her knees economically, and hence you now experience a standoff and orchestrated civil wars. Are you beginning to see that which has come upon you? The Russian leaders who were going to bury you are still around and still ready to bury you, but they are not your enemy, as such, for you have fallen into the total entrapment of the Zionists as outlined by Kissinger as the American/Zionist front. That, dear ones, is simply the way it is, and the sooner you face it, the sooner you can move into some type of defense. Do you think Israel is not prepared? Precious lambs, they even have one-to-one gas masks in case the assault is chemical. You had better believe they are prepared to survive, and again you helpless people without survival facilities have supplied theirs in great luxury and abundance. Spirit of truth in America? Your own leaders know the spirit of truth is still alive in America, for they would not go to such lengths to sell you on the very aspect of the space shuttle program being one of great adventure and peaceful exploration. But the Bolsheviks in the US who controlled America's space program did not care about adventure or exploring the unknown or inspiring the human spirit. They cared only about power, control, intrigue, revolution, and war, and their plans for war were shaping America's space shuttle program while you watched in wide-eyed and patriotic wonderment. On February 16, 1982, the space shuttle was moved out to the launch pad at Cape Canaveral, 5 days ahead of schedule. This would be America's third shuttle that was being used. The first, of course, was the real Columbia and was destroyed in the prior April. It was replaced by the training shuttle Enterprise, which landed at Edwards Air Force Base and was taken to Florida. The Enterprise flight in the previous November was simply a stopgap measure while a third shuttle could be extensively modified. The third shuttle. The new shuttle at Cape Canaveral was one of the 3 secret shuttles from White Sands. It had undergone extensive modification since the first shuttle disaster 10 months prior. It looked the same as the original Columbia, at least from a distance, but the shuttle was actually far, far different. The shuttle sitting on the pad was armed to the teeth for battle. The basic mission of the third shuttle was the same as that of the first shuttle almost a year earlier. Its payload was a heavily armored laser-firing robot battle station designed for space reconnaissance over Russia. Russian space weapons finished destroying all of America's spy satellites nearly 4 years prior. That meant America's war planners would be shooting almost blind at Russia if they began a war without somehow acquiring new reconnaissance data. The space shuttle was trying to solve that problem by getting a new hardened satellite into orbit. That was what the space shuttle flights were all about, attempts at reconnaissance. After each shuttle would take off from Florida, it followed a long, swooping curved launch into the north in order to immediately fly over Russia. The American Bolshevik military planners believed that if they could once get their new super spy satellite into orbit, it would do the job. They were confident that it could survive any attacks by Russian space weapons long enough to radio back large amounts of reconnaissance data, and once they had that information, the Pentagon would be ready to take America to war. In the spring of 1981, the Columbia was destroyed before the spy satellite could be deployed. Likewise, the makeshift Enterprise mission in November was a failure, but the military shuttle planners believed it would be a different story with their shuttle number 3 preparing for launch. In the cargo bay of the shuttle there was a new robot reconnaissance battle station like the one previously described. There was also an additional laser mounted in the forward end of the cargo bay just behind the crew compartment. It was a hydrogen fluoride gas dynamic laser mounted vertically, aimed upward. It was equipped with a swiveling head consisting of mirrors that could aim the beam around a wide range of angles. The hydrogen fluoride laser in the cargo bay was intended mainly to protect the shuttle while it climbed toward orbit. The Columbia had come under fire shortly prior to reaching orbit. Intelligence analysts in the US had eventually obtained enough information about what happened to decide on installing the cargo bay laser. As a shuttle climbs, the air grows thinner and thinner, dwindling to almost nothing long before rocket engines shut off. At the earliest possible moment, the modified cargo bay doors, which had no hinges on the third shuttle, would be blown off by special explosives. As the cargo bay doors would flutter away from the shuttle, it would leave the upper half of the bay open. The cargo bay laser would be ready to fire from that moment onward. It was equipped with the same system called CEIR as previously described. Since a laser thusly equipped successfully shot down a Cosmosphere in January, the shuttle planners believed the shuttle would reach orbit safely. Once in orbit, planners believed that the main threats to the shuttle would be Russia's orbiting Cosmos interceptors. Those manned killer satellites were responsible for sweeping the skies clear of American spy satellites. In order to deal with that threat, there were truly radical modifications to the third shuttle. Whenever the space shuttle was discussed, it was always emphasized that shuttle astronauts could work in their shirt sleeves, no need for spacesuits, because riding in a shuttle was almost like riding in an airliner. Not so this time. When Colonel Jack Luzma and Colonel C. Gordon Fullerton would lift off in this shuttle, they would be in spacesuits. What's more, they would be depending on their spacesuits because their crew cabin would not be pressurized. The whole lower front portion of their ship below the flight deck had been turned into a weapons bay. As soon as the shuttle would reach orbit, the nose would open up to the vacuum of space, the nose would fold downward and back, somewhat like certain cargo aircraft whose noses fold upward to load and unload. As soon as the nose opened up, a complex laser system would emerge. The system had 5 tubular sections aimed up, down, to each side, and straight ahead. Each laser tube had a swiveling mirror head for beam aiming like that of the cargo bay laser mentioned earlier. Once deployed, the nose laser system would be able to fire in almost any direction, the only exception would be a narrow corridor to the rear of the shuttle. The nose laser system was described as a nuclear pumped helium plasma laser with 5 resonators. The nuclear power pack could fire any one of the 5 laser tubes at a given time. It was not so powerful as the cargo bay laser, but, unlike the cargo bay laser, the nose laser system could operate for a long time on an intermittent basis, and the shuttle planners believed it would be powerful enough to disable the manned Russian killer satellites. Under the protection of the nose laser system, Luzma and Fullerton were to deploy the robot spy satellite. As soon as it was deployed, they were to return to Earth in a small Gemini-type re-entry capsule. That part of the plan was the same as previously pointed out for the first flight. Meanwhile, the shuttle would remain in orbit. The nose laser system was programmed to keep right on zapping any Russian Cosmos interceptors that would come within range. It would continue doing so until it would be destroyed or the nuclear laser ran down, which could be a very long time. It would constitute a very dangerous nuisance in space, and the Russians would have little choice but to destroy it. The American Bolsheviks hoped the Russians would lose a lot of spaceships and men before they succeeded in doing so. If the military shuttle planners were right in their calculations, the third shuttle mission could turn into a battle royal in space. If they were wrong, they planned to try again. The fourth shuttle mission was already scheduled for the 4th of July. After that, no matter what happened with the space shuttle, they were planning to go ahead anyway in setting off nuclear war no. 1. At our next writing we will consider the shortening timetable for that nuclear war, but we shall close this chapter and have respite, please. Thank you and salut, Hayton to clear. Chapter 17. Rec number 1 Hayton. Monday, August 6, 1990, 9:25 a.m. Year 3 Day 354. Current. Please take note of that which is coming down daily. The world is beyond understanding why Bush will not pull back, for all know the US has no business in the Iraq/Kuwait mess at all, other than it was transgressions of the US which forced Hussein's hand in the first place. You sleepyheads are being pushed directly into World War III, and even some of your dedicated to the conspiracy news people are frantic and asking why. It is a time to hold your breath and prayers in constancy. It is serious indeed. There are no longer hidden alliances. M.R. Kissinger is deliberately and openly referring to your side as American/Zionist in the same word. You do not see that which Israel is doing. Further, it is being set up so that Bush can precipitate an invasion, etc., by his executive order alone. It has worked twice before and he was applauded. They will do it again. He has already made a public statement: I will do what I deem necessary and you will be informed what that decision is after the action is taken. He said it right before your cameras. The moves were decided and the plans laid in Colorado last week. Note Japan has fallen to the coercion. All of this has been staged precisely at the time of the congressional recess so that Bush will have to make a move without Congress. I can only urge you once to not miss the hidden truths and make them public to your neighbor for consideration. When the Middle East allows blockage of the Iraq pipeline, the handwriting is open. I request that you, Dharma, see what is being touted this day. Further, watch that which the Saudis do and allow, for they are crucial, as is Turkey, to the conspirators. Both nations, however, have been bankrupted by the cartel and you are seeing one of the biggest plays for power and total control ever foisted upon your planet. Stay alert. You must realize that you the people will not have access to that oil, at any rate, as first the prices will rise incredibly and then the shortage will be pronounced so that all oil is brought under total control of the cartel and you will be powerless indeed. Why? Because you didn't awaken and take control of your nation in time to avoid the confrontation, if there will ever be a confrontation. One still ponder and squawk over whether or not Hayton is real instead of tending the business at hand. So be it, and watch carefully, for you are having some states refusing to pay some taxes, etc. Follow Illinois, for example, and especially New Jersey require that your governors get backbone and refuse to play into their heinous game. Most of the ones, for instance, in the IRS are simple folk just like the rest of the citizenry, and the evil is just about to cost them their livelihoods. New Jersey, alone, is having to restructure state revenues for taxes are off by well beyond $1 billion, and slipping things are going to be heating up right away if you can keep your energy supply and constitution. It will not be an easy task, so expect as much and pursue it with wisdom and not foolish brandishing of irrational behavior. The United States of America has become the world's leading aggressor, and you ones may as well face it. You have become that thing which you all abhor. You have become the nation of terrorists and killers, and you didn't even notice. The wrath of thine fellow humanity is upon you, and you didn't even understand it was happening. Weeping into thine beer cups will not change it, sabotaging trees will not change it. Action in truth and wisdom all that remains which can change of it, and may God have mercy upon you sleeping giants. Ye are giants, and ye can rise and stop this thing if you want to. On a local note, I wish to acknowledge with unlimited appreciation that which is being done to focus some attention on this immediate situation of this property and Dharma. I especially acknowledge Charles, for without his input and actions it would not have been accomplished. Salut. The attention brings attention to the journals, and the word is what you are about, and you must learn to see and use every opportunity available. Do not be fooled by outward appearances, for the physical appears even more attractive, but we are failing in the functioning organs. We are picking up tremendous heart rate fluctuations on exertion of any type whatsoever. I simply urge you to not drag of your feet, for what you see in this instance is not that which you get. The attack will be heavy against Oberle's health right now, because our friendly brotherhood in opposition sees this as an opportunity to take Dharma out. I request that he take critical care of himself, for keeping company in deprivation so that Dharma feels not alone is not supportive. To eat a steak dinner in her presence is not supportive either, but I request that you all use wisdom. A bunch of dead workers is of no benefit. You have all spent quite enough time dead. When attention is called publicly, I ask that the loaded trailer, the fern garden filled with things to be moved, the loaded boxes, etc., be played forth. Also, the reduction to food stamps in order to protect any remaining assets, for Dharma and Oberle no longer think in clarity and have given everything away, including book income. They live on that which is loaned to them or shared with them. Oberle, as we move along here, you two go back and apply for assistance, please. I know that it is degrading unto your senses, but we must make a statement. Someone must make contact with Chavez soon. If he would be available, I would have him to the Tuesday meeting. We must now take action. We no longer have time to simply sit and meet about it. Committees must be organized for action now, and not friendly visits to pass an evening. You will soon see the power of God's purpose in action if you do your portion, which is all physical projection, for there shall appear to be no miracles. God's care will be abundant, but you must not allow people to suggest it is all magic. You have a most human job to be done, and you must show the way. Sila. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It is requested that I go back and pick up some pertinent information regarding things which were going on with the US and Israel, in view of the above American/Zionists' intent. I do not wish to move back too far lest we lose the continuity of the space shuttle program, as I have set out to explain the first 4 catastrophes. Therefore, I shall only go back to just prior to the second space shuttle launch. There was a secret war plan of a joint military junta US and Israel. The Christmas Crises, 1981. Before we launch off into the subject, let us look at Christmas for just a moment. In your world, Christmas means far different things to different people. To most it is just an excuse or unwanted responsibility of sorts, to give gifts and receive gifts without any deeper meaning. To others, the Christmas season is mainly a chance to make money from the bonanza of gift buying. There are some among you to whom Christmas is indeed a time of sadness: parents who cannot afford gifts for the children, children who have no parents, lowly shut-ins to whom no one brings a word of Christmas cheer. All of you know about those things, for they are the facts of life. It is rare when Christmas honors the simple man from Galilee, whatever might be the real day of his birth. Therefore, in this dissertation I may as well leave the beauty and wondrous implications from the conversation. Christmas, like the rest of life, is largely what you make of it, and in your modern world there are evil forces who have learned to use the season to do you harm. It has happened many times before, and it shall continue. Those who bear you ill will know they can always count on you to be preoccupied and vulnerable during holiday seasons. This use began to be thrust at you as far back as in your 1913, when the U.S. Congress passed the legislation creating the Federal Reserve System. There was intense opposition to this unconstitutional privately owned central banking system, but no matter. Those who wanted it simply waited until just before Christmas. Most congressmen had gone home, including most of the opponents to the plan within Congress. The public at large neither knew nor cared about obscure financial legislation at that moment. Everyone was too busy thinking about Satan Claus, parties, and Christmas dinner. And so, as its Christmas gift to America in 1913, a small group of men less than a legal quorum in Congress slipped through the Federal Reserve Act. Further, as you might guess, it was your anti-Christian brothers, for they had no moral or personal emotional tie-in with the holiday. Ever since that time the United States economy has suffered continuously from that Christmas time act of total betrayal and treason. In military affairs, too, the Christmas holiday season is always a dangerous time. That is when you are most likely to have your guard down, vulnerable to surprise attack. On December 6, 1941, thousands of American servicemen attended pre-Christmas parties in and around Honolulu, Hawaii. Everything was peaceful and life was good. There were no military alerts and all was calm. After all, it was almost Christmas and there were many vacation leaves to be enjoyed. But the following morning, Sunday morning, December 7, 1941, more than 2,000 of those servicemen lost their lives. From that day onward the name Pearl Harbor has been seared forever into the mind of every American. Therefore, it is not unreasonable that once again the holiday season of 1981 would be utilized against your best interests. You were especially vulnerable that time because your usual holiday preoccupation had been compounded by mounting economic worries. During that holiday season, not one, but three major crises had been set in motion. All three were helping to bring the world a step closer to all-out war. Besieged. During that holiday season of 1981 from around Thanksgiving into 1982, three major crises had besieged you. First, there were stories about the alleged Libyan hitmen bent on assassinating top leaders of the US government. Secondly, there was the military crackdown in Poland. And thirdly, as soon as world eyes were riveted on Poland, came Israel's illegal annexation of the Syrian Golan Heights. On the surface, these three crises might appear to have been unrelated, but they were all closely related indeed, and were certainly not what they appeared to be. Each was a consequence of the complex secret war plan of the joint military junta of the United States and Israel. Ever since early spring of the year 1981, this war plan was reported to you, the public, but the big cover-up would sweep over you and it would be buried, for no one would listen, and the bringers of the truth were incarcerated, put up for ridicule, or simply killed, and none of you citizens seemed to notice. Worse, you didn't care in the least to get rid of those warmongers. The conflicts were intended to gradually escalate until the time would be ripe. Then an American nuclear first strike would be launched against Russia. Nuclear war would break out in such a way that it would appear to be accidental. America's nuclear forces would not realize that they were firing the first shots of nuclear war. Instead, they would be given false information that would trigger all-out retaliation against a non-existent Russian attack. I trust you are putting the daily news into proper context as you read this plot, for it is no different in reality today, only in intended magnitude. The prelude to all-out nuclear war was planned to include war in the Middle East. In the joint war plan of the American Bolsheviks and the Israeli military planners, the Middle East war was the responsibility of Israel. This was making Israel the eye of a growing hurricane of violence. The crises continued to expand and grow outward without seeming control. Close to Israel, the top priority was to do everything possible to destroy the Camp David peace accords, so-called. That was why the entity known as President Sadat of Egypt was assassinated on October 6, just weeks prior. Likewise, the Camp David accords were the real target in the Golan Heights annexation. We shall look at that at another sitting. Moving farther out from Israel, the whirlpool of trouble had engulfed Libya to the west and Poland to the north. Soon you would see new flare ups of major trouble to the east of Israel in Iran, and to the south of Israel in Saudi Arabia. Libya. The first of three Christmas crises to erupt was the one over Libya. Actually, the first trial balloons about possible Libyan assassination teams were floated in early November, but it was not until around Thanksgiving, the beginning of the holiday season in America, that Libya suddenly became the lead story in American news reports. By early December, you were being told that a group of 3 to 6 hitmen were thought to be in the United States. It was claimed that they were gunning for the president and several other top government officials. You were told that the threat was expected to be greatest up until Christmas, and there was a big display of increased security for possible targets. Up to that time, the alleged Libyan assassination threat had not been carried out, but that did not mean that the Libyan crisis was over. Libya's Colonel Gaddafi could be programmed to behave like a madman. That is exactly what was being done at the time. Supposedly, Gaddafi wanted revenge against the US for 2 Libyan jets which were shot down the prior August by jets off the supercarrier USS Nimitz. All well laid to precipitate the exact response planned. The controlled major media were delivering a clever dose of psychological conditioning to you all in a constant barrage of misinformation and no information. What they seemed to be telling you was to watch out for a possible assassination of top American officials, but, at the subconscious level, they were slipping in other major ideas. One idea was, watch out for Libyan revenge of some kind for the Nimitz episode of the prior August. With revenge as the excuse, Libya's Gaddafi could be programmed to do almost anything, and whatever it was, it would be big and it would help push you closer to nuclear war. As the days passed, however, Libya was pushed a bit into the background in most American minds. The Libyan crisis had not run its course, but it had been upstaged by a seemingly greater crisis, the military crackdown in Poland. Poland. For the prior 3 years or so, the old Bolsheviks from Russia who had gained control of America's military policies had been trying to trigger revolution in Poland. They first attempted to do so by subverting the Roman Catholic Church, and already turmoil was stewing in the Vatican. An attempt was about to be made to turn the Catholic Church strongly anti-Russian in its policies. Barely a month later, the newly elected Pope, John Paul I, was murdered, and you were told he died in his sleep. His replacement, who became known as Pope John Paul II, was the first non-Italian pope in some 455 years, and he came from none other than Poland. The Bolsheviks within the Vatican who engineered his election wanted only his potentially anti-Russian image, not the man himself, and so he, too, was done away with by poisoning and replaced by a double on November 21, 1978. The new actor Pope then began issuing a steady stream of stiff statements against alleged Russian repression of Poland. The American Bolsheviks fully planned to use their power in the Vatican to set off what would be known as the Pope's Revolution in Poland. The key to that plan was to be a visit by the actor Pope to Poland the following May. The highly emotional 900th anniversary of Saint Stanislaus' martyrdom was to be used as the perfect occasion to set off revolution. The Russian and Polish authorities were able to head off the Pope's revolution plan almost at the last minute. Russian intelligence was able to replace the Bolshevik actor Pope with their own double. Immediately the Vatican agreed to a 1-month postponement in the papal trip. That eliminated the emotionally charged atmosphere of the original date, and the trip went off without the proverbial hitch. I told you, Chelis, that truth is far, far stranger and intriguing than is the tried fiction. Having had their Vatican intrigue spoiled for the moment, the Bolshevik planners in America started down a different route. Their agents within Poland started agitation for an independent labor union to be known as Solidarity. In the old days when the Bolsheviks themselves controlled both Russia and Poland, an independent labor union would have been unthinkable, but things had changed and were still changing in Russia and in Poland. Solidarity was granted a charter by the Polish government in August 1980. The Bolsheviks in America had hoped that the demand for a union charter would, in itself, lead to confrontation with the Polish government. When that did not happen, Solidarity then began a relentless drive of demands, strikes, and more demands without let-up. Solidarity had only one purpose. That purpose was not to serve the Solidarity rank and file but rather to use them. Solidarity was created solely for the purpose of making conditions steadily worse in Poland until an unavoidable confrontation would be created with the government. In January it finally happened. On December 12 the Solidarity Ruling Council called for a nationwide referendum by January 15. It was to decide, in effect, whether the present government of Poland would be allowed to continue at all, and the head of Solidarity, Lech Walesa, was quoted as saying, "I now favor confrontation with the government." In effect, Solidarity had dared the government to either clamp down or cease to exist. Barely 24 hours later martial law was declared in Poland. In the United States, news reports and official statements were making the Polish situation look as bad as possible, even though it was actually easing up. Poland-Lebanon comparison. In important ways the situation in Poland was about the same as what had happened in Lebanon in 1958. There was a flare-up of trouble at that time which appeared to threaten the pro-Western government there. President Eisenhower ended up sending in the U.S. Marines at the height of the crisis. The 1958 Lebanon crisis was big news. News reports conveyed the impression of a major crisis with widespread violence and the very fate of Lebanon hanging somewhere in the balance. Martial law was declared in Lebanon, just as it was in Poland, and just like Poland, Lebanon in 1958 was under a dusk-to-dawn curfew. Based on the major media news reports, most Americans were led to believe that the 1958 Lebanon crisis was a virtual reign of terror, but that impression was far from the truth. It was the result of deliberate overdramatization by the media, exactly as Iraq/Kuwait this very day. Yes, there was a crisis of sorts, that much was true, but the grain of truth was all but lost among the scare tactics and the reports by the controlled major media in the U.S. It is worth taking a few minutes to describe what really happened in Lebanon in 1958 and how a false picture of it all was painted by the American media, because today the same kind of overdramatization is taking place and you are blinded totally by it. You are surely going to end up in total war if you fall for it. The CIA knew well in advance about the Lebanon plans, and word spread that a crisis was brewing. Briefings were given operatives on the situation to the extent that the operatives were able to piece the whole plan together in order to function in proper manner. There was indication that a full-fledged civil war was definitely a possibility. The U.S. wanted to prevent that, partly because of the very major investments in Lebanon by American business and banking interests. Tensions were building rapidly between two opposing Lebanese factions. The basic disagreement between them had to do with Egypt's then President Nasser. Nasser wanted the Arab world to unify and throw off all vestiges of Western colonialism. To do that he had turned east for help, to Russia. Nasser's appeals to his Arab brothers were very powerful. In Lebanon this led to conflict between a pro-Nasser faction and an anti-Nasser group who preferred the status quo. It was a conflict between minorities. Most of the people of Lebanon were not actively involved on either side. Even so, it did carry the seeds of real trouble if allowed to get out of control. The conflict consisted mostly of kidnappings, both real and rumored, sabotaging of roads with oil and nails, and always the threats and counter-threats arising out of old family feuds. There were also a few scattered snipers, and some rumors of torture, but those were never proven to have taken place. No pitched battles took place. The real problem was a growing atmosphere of fear and distrust with no major sabotage evidence. Much as with Panama in a real war, the canal would have been the first to go, and don't you ever be in the forgetting of it as you struggle to absorb all these things we are uncovering for you in truth. Lebanon had never maintained a standing army of any significance whatsoever. For that reason, Lebanon's then President Kamoun appealed to the U.S. for help in keeping order in Lebanon. President Eisenhower responded by sending in the Marines. The landing of the Marines was totally without opposition and was, in fact, completely peaceful. As a matter of fact, as Marines waded ashore they were greeted on the beach by young peddlers hawking Coca-Cola. The Lebanese didn't even know they were having a war. But for the public consumption back home to you sleepyheads, scenes like that were edited from television and photographic news coverage. Instead, the situation was tremendously dramatized. United States news agency photographers and TV crews got groups of Marines to pose in dramatic, menacing gestures. They pointed their guns at imaginary enemies, and in some cases even fired them to please the media crews. Civilians stood around on the beach watching it all after being shooed away from camera range. Sonic locals brought their cameras to take snapshots of the goings-on, but were brusquely told that their cameras would be confiscated if they took pictures. They actually thought a motion picture was being filmed and kept looking for a Hollywood star so they could capture him on film. One reporter who thought he was telling a wondrous story even said that the worst menace which the Marines had encountered was diarrhea until they learned not to drink the local water. He also described how the Marines were spending a lot of their time on the beach sunbathing, reading novels and eyeing the beautiful girls in bikinis. That is how it really was, but that is not what was allowed to filter back to you the people. By the time stories got back to you the pictures were paintings of violence, torture and a warlike atmosphere with everyone on constant alert. How they managed to dissolve the issue. It was resolved very simply by dollar diplomacy. By dispersing $15 million among the leaders of the so-called warring factions, the US snuffed out the conflict. As one factional leader said, for another $15 million I would start another war. Well, the identical thing is going on right now before your very noses. Further, it was identical to the Polish mess. The controlled major media, working hand in glove with your Bolshevik government, were seizing like vultures on every scrap of negative news, every ugly conjured rumor and lie that they could produce or dredge up, every unconfirmed statement, speculation, and outright lie. All this was in order to create the impression in the US of an extreme crisis and inhumane oppression in Poland. The American Bolsheviks were trying to goad Russia into invading Poland. Meanwhile, they were so frustrated that they were trying to convince you that you ought to consider martial law as the same thing as a Russian invasion. Are you beginning to see the evil unfolding? In it all, the entity, Reagan, was making matters worse and scaring non-Bolshevik government officials in Washington. Night after night on the news you would hear a drumbeat of Poland, Russia, Poland, Russia, Poland, Russia. You were being brainwashed for war and, as in all brainwashing, facts do not matter in the least. It is only the impact that counts and the perception. The pictures are shown of crying mourners and mangled bodies from which war or file tapes makes no difference, for they all look alike is the media truth. Can any American citizen change from the local ball game to recognize whether a corpse is Iranian, Lebanese, Iraqi, or Kuwaiti? Does an M1 tank not appear the same in Iraq or Arabia as it does in the Mojave? This does not mean that the situation in Poland was not bad nor grave or that there was no crisis there. Of course there was a crisis there, but it didn't have one iota to do with you, the people of the U.S. You should have had no business involved whatsoever. It was none of your business in the slightest. The stage was simply being set up for the impending and well-planned war about to spring forth on you, and you would be well involved in that little play. The situation in Poland seemed to have been stopped just short of outright revolution at the moment in point, but the revolution would be essential in order to bring on Russian intervention or compromise at some point, for someone had to be pulled into war to allow the entire scenario to come to fruition. By the way, if at first they fail, they simply try, and try again. I hope you nice children remember that little proverb. Nothing has changed, only the script and the actors. More hay was made with the new double pope than you can imagine. Why, it has just about opened the world, wouldn't it seem? I hope some of you will investigate that also, for we simply are too short of time to do so at this outlay. Golan Heights annexation. The news of martial law in Poland reached the West early Sunday, December 13th. The very next day the Begin government in Israel launched the third Christmas crisis. On that day the Israeli government announced its surprise decision to annex the Golan Heights. The Golan Heights lie along the northeast corner of Israel's border with Syria, and is Syrian territory. They have been occupied by Israeli troops ever since the 1967 war and then by Israeli civilian settlements, but under every rule of international law the Golan Heights area belongs to Syria. As always, the Begin government defended its actions in arrogantly self-righteous terms as it made a mockery of the rule of law. Worldwide, the reaction was universal condemnation of Israel, and within Israel itself there was also bitter criticism. The US was in a most difficult position of what face to show publicly. Time slipped by while urgent secret decisions were made about how to handle the situation publicly. Then, on December 18th, the United States half-heartedly announced that it would suspend indefinitely the allegedly new strategic cooperation agreement with Israel. In response, Israel cancelled altogether the new agreement with America. By mutual agreement behind closed doors, the US and Israel struck an arm's-length pose for public consumption. This was specifically for the purpose of freeing Israel's hands to act without restraint later on. Israeli Prime Minister Rabin summed it up with the words, quote, "Annexing the Golan Heights is the beginning of the end of Camp David." Well, dear ones, at that time all the plans of the American Bolsheviks and the Zionists in Israel were still on track. They were shooting for Middle East war to break out before the end of the summer of 1982. From there, step by step, they planned to make the conflict escalate, with other crises continuing to multiply worldwide. I think that I will leave this particular subject at this point, but it is necessary that you have insight as to world events as your space shuttle program was unfolding. Thank you for your attention. We shall now break for a rest period. Thank you, Dharma. Hayton to clear. Chapter 18. Rec number 2, Hayton. Thursday, August 9th, 1990, 11:45 a.m. Year 3, Day 357. Back to Lebanon, 1982. The best way to give you a comparative picture of that which is happening in Iraq this very day is to take you a bit further within the workings of the situation in Lebanon in July of 1982. Please understand, however, that by taking things out of order as is necessary, you will lose continuity of surrounding events. However, it deals with sending in troops to a given area such as Saudi Arabia. On July 6, 1982, the Israeli government announced that American troops would be sent to Lebanon, if necessary. Hours later the entity, Reagan, announced that, yes, in principle, he was prepared to send in the Marines as part of a truce agreement. For public consumption, assurances were given that this would be done under certain comforting conditions. Supposedly, if the Marines are sent in it will only be temporary to police a truce, not fight, and only if all sides agree to their presence. Doesn't it sound like a rerun? We are just there to ensure Iraq doesn't invade our little brother, Arabia. Iraq had no intention of invading Saudi Arabia then or now. Hussein was called into Kuwait to protect the interests of the Kuwaits from being absorbed by the US interests and a collapse brought on by a calling of notes following default by the Kuwaits, to the bankers. Dirty pool, I think you ones might call it. It all sounds very safe, but to those who knew the reality of conditions in Lebanon, the proposal to send in the American troops had the ring of sheer insanity. That's about like trying to smother a fire by dousing it with gasoline. It would be a situation made to order for explosive incidents to widen the war. The following day, a letter of warning against sending in the Marines was delivered to Reagan from Soviet President Brezhnev. It was a cryptic warning containing no specific threats. In diplomatic language, it simply said, "Don't do it." Anti-war warnings from Moscow were becoming increasingly urgent and frequent. On July 7, the Brezhnev warning against sending U.S. Marines into Lebanon was issued, and only 6 days later the Ustinov warning against an American nuclear first strike was issued. Does this surprise you? Don't you remember that little TID bit of news? Russia's anti-war warnings included not only words but also deeds, my friends. The Kremlin was run by men who knew that words without deeds were useless against the American Bolsheviks. That is why you were given warnings a month prior to this that Russian preemptive measures must be expected to start taking place. Those preemptive measures got underway promptly, in the form of warning strikes to send a clear, clean message. Warnings. The first of those warning strikes took place on Sunday morning, June 27. Millions of Americans watched the launch of Space Shuttle No. 4 that morning on television. You watched until the two solid rocket boosters separated and fell away from the shuttle. Moments later, a jumbo Cosmosphere, which was pacing the shuttle from a distance, fired 2 quick blasts at the falling boosters, which were no longer visible on your televisions. The Cosmosphere's beam weapon blew a hole in the side of each $18 million booster shell. An Air Force C-130 airplane was tracking the boosters and saw their parachutes open, but when the spent boosters hit the water, they just kept right on sinking. Thanks to the holes which had been neatly blown into their sides, they certainly didn't float. Recovery teams watched helplessly as $36 million worth of space hardware sank in several thousand feet of water. Embarrassed NASA officials tried to explain away the loss of the 2 shuttle boosters with the lie that the parachutes did not open, on both of them. The odds are astronomical against the parachutes failing that way on 2 boosters, but they had no other excuse that they dared make public. Meanwhile, the Russian message was indeed clear. Had they cared to, the Russians could have destroyed the shuttle itself on nationwide television, no less, instead of only the boosters. They were saving your government's face to use more advantageously during the ensuing years. They certainly have managed to do that very nicely, at your expense. Next came the Aeroflot crash in Moscow, followed by the reprisal on July 9 against the Pan Am jet in New Orleans. Both events were acts of war, the secret war which both sides were beginning to mention openly in public. The Russian message to the American Bolsheviks here was, "You're not as secure as you pretend you are." 6 days later, the Russians reminded the Bolsheviks in the US of their combined capabilities in geophysical warfare, a widespread sabotage here. We shall cover weather control in another writing, but we will mention the hard evidence of sabotage as you recognize it. As far back as 1977, you had been warned that the Russians were on a campaign of planting nuclear mines where they could destroy countless dams around the United States. Those devices are still there, little sleepy ones, waiting for use at the press of a button from a detonator trigger well out of your reach or ability to control. How could subversive workers get within your boundaries without your knowing? They can't. There are as many Russian KGB agents in your CIA as Americans. Your government thought, at the time, the mines were a big bluff because it was the Russians themselves who announced their presence to your government. Even if they were present, the attitude was, the Russians wouldn't dare use them. So be it. On July 15, 1982, the Kremlin said, "Think again," to the Bolshevik Pentagon. That day northern Colorado was reeling from incredible rainstorms, the product of Russian weather modification. Dams in the area were straining to hold back the onslaught of water. Then a low-yield underwater mine was detonated at the base of the Lawn Lake Dam. The dam blew open, and the flood waters rampaged down the canyon and through the resort town of Estes Park. The government frantically tried to cover its tracks by saying they had been worried about that dam, but the disaster actually came with absolutely no warning because the dam was ruined instantly by the explosion. A shot across the bow. The very next day there was still another Russian warning shot. This time it was couched in the centuries-old language of naval warfare, updated to the space age. When confrontations take place at sea, there are times when a warship will fire a shot across the bow of another ship. The shot is aimed to barely miss the ship, whistling past just in front of it. A shot across the bow is perhaps the most unmistakable military message on the face of the earth. It means, halt immediately or you will be destroyed. On July 16, the United Airlines DC-10 took off from Boston bound for Los Angeles. Among the passengers of the big jet were certain key members of the Bolshevik ruling group here in America. For a while the flight progressed without incident, but as the jet flew westward at 39,000 feet, a Russian Cosmosphere was stationing itself to intercept it. The Cosmosphere hovered several miles off to one side of the jet's flight path and a few hundred feet above it. The charged particle beam weapon of the Cosmosphere was aimed horizontally to fire a shot across the bow of the speeding DC-10. As the jet approached, the Cosmosphere crew charged up the beam weapon for a maximum energy blast in a defocused mode. This produces a violent air blast like those heard that winter along America's east coast and elsewhere. At precisely the right instant, the Cosmosphere fired its shot across the bow of the oncoming DC-10. The tremendous air blast just above the DC-10's altitude created a huge shockwave of downward racing air. An instant later the DC-10 flew into it. Passengers later told reporters that they had heard a big bang, then the whole plane shook as it was squashed downward as if by a giant hand. Everyone not wearing a seatbelt was thrown to the ceiling, which is a long way on a DC-10. Many people were hurt, several seriously, then the episode was over as quickly as it had started. The jet flew on to Los Angeles without further incident, but to certain individuals on the plane, the airborne shot across the bow was meant as a clear warning. It certainly meant something to the military and government personnel because they had been warned it would happen. It clearly said, "Halt now in your war plans or you will be destroyed." The next warning shots took place on July 22. This was aimed squarely at the weapons specialists among the American Bolsheviks in the U.S. That day the first full-range test flight of the Army's new Pershing II missile took place at Cape Canaveral. The Pershing II is the nuclear missile which the Reagan administration wanted to place in Europe where it could attack Russia. Europe would be used as a launching pad. A few seconds after the Pershing II lifted off from Cape Canaveral, it was bathed in neutron radiation from a Russian comsmosphere high above. Remember, neutron radiation totally deranges all kinds of electronic equipment. As a result, the Pershing II's guiding system went crazy. The climbing missile flopped over on its side, then started cartwheeling through the lovely Florida skies. 17 seconds after liftoff, the range safety officer pushed the self-destruct button and the missile blew up. The Russian message to the Bolsheviks in your US was very plain indeed. The plans to use missiles to help destroy Russia would not succeed. The attempt to do so would only rain destruction on America itself. I always urge you ones to watch and listen most carefully, and you will see that which is really happening and most certainly will be able to discern the fabrications. You will even begin to watch with predetermination the events as they unfold. We know these truths are stunning, mostly shocking, even hard to believe, but the truth speaks for itself. You have had enough incidents up to now which prove the intent of your conspirators. The credentials are present to allow you to accept truth. What will happen in the Middle East? I wouldn't even begin to spoil your lessons by telling you such a thing. Look and see, read the journals and you will know. Further, you had better hurry up with your homework because it is really getting to serious confrontation. Why don't you start making your news make sense from all the absolute drivel flung upon you in serious tones or, in fact, disinterested monologues? In your recent thrust on TV, the news carried is immeasurable by importance. A Middle East war is announced with the same intonation and within the same paragraph as a flea infestation or another finding of a medfly, or announcement of a thunderstorm in Kalamazoo. Let us leave this, Dharma, as it is time for journalist arrival. Thank you, Keela. Chapter 19. Rec number 1 Hayton. Wednesday, August 15, 1990, 8:50 a.m. Year 3 Day 363. Check out of today's events. Dharma, since you have not seen nor heard news this day, we shall have to ask you to simply write and you can question later. This day King Hussein of Jordan is taking a message to Bush in Washington, from Saddam Hussein. This is not that which it appears to be, sleepyheads. It comes as some 80,000 to 100,000 additional U.S. troops are being sent into Saudi Arabia. What do you suppose is going on? It will be claimed that great atrocities were committed by the invading Iraq forces on Kuwait and especially on visitors, foreigners, in Kuwait, i.e., airline stewardesses from other countries, etc. No, it is not the Iraqi invaders. The atrocities are being utilized as terror techniques to ensure the proper stories of terror are released to the world media. Foreigners in Kuwait cannot recognize one Arab native from another, in general perception. You have now undergone a massive Middle East sham which has been staged to set the circumstance for the rest of what will go forth. Another major play will be an agreement, treaty, between Iraq and Iran, and you will see it reluctantly unfold before your eyes, having already been set into placement. You are getting all the players in formation to start nuclear war 1 in full flower, and it will take some really classical events to stop it because the game is to require you of the so-called free world to demand it. It is still difficult to act against you when you are uncooperative. But you will be cooperative, because you want your material goodies and your perceived rights. You will walk right into the said trap and never know the difference, and all the while you will be finishing off the well-laid plans of the Global Plan 2000. You have not yet come out of the dark tunnel but only burrowed deeper within the twilight dine. It is a plan whereby the planners can have it all and you will pay for it willingly and gladly, for your golden ring is but polished pot metal smeared with blood and oil. It is still a lark for the general public. Well, it isn't so funny for your children over there in senseless chemical protection gear in 124-degree heat. Your young generation of some of your finer potential men will be gotten rid of. Count on it. You see, the ones left home will be the addicts and derelicts and offspring of the conspirators themselves. The point is manifold, but one major item is to get the military out of reach of you the people, so that you will have no defense of trained assistants when they bring the blade down on you the people's necks, which they plan to do very soon. Background for understanding. I had set forth to simply give you a rundown of the first 4 sacrifice space shuttles, but I find that you are not having understanding of the whole and I create more questions than I am able to answer. Therefore, you will please abide with me while we continue background information regarding those things taking place about your globe. I felt that to bring current the events which you must know to understand the present actions would be most important, but I find things happening so quickly and so widespread in nature that my people are becoming bogged in the workload. Please bear with us and be patient. Yes, I can tell you that Saddam Hussein is basically working in concert and contract with you ones, and I would simply lose you all. However, that is, in truth, what is coming down the pike, my dear ones. The only way out, and still leave massive troops in Saudi Arabia, is to orchestrate the crisis now underway in Iraq and Kuwait. Much of the war games prior to now have been the direct work of the Zionist Israelis. Oh, you believe this to not be true? Well, I have terrible news for you. Does anyone remember the US ship, Liberty? Do you remember the attack on the Liberty of June 8, 1967? That torpedoing, machine gun strafing, and napalm attack upon the Liberty resulted in the deaths of 34 crewmen and the maiming of 171 others, as the ship sailed off the coast of Israel. Now the attack by the Israelis remained virtually hidden through cover up until some 8 years later, when it was brought to light, and the Israelis at first denied the attack and later said it was accidental. It was staged by Israel in order to blame their enemy and draw the US into military conflict in behalf of Israel, but there were surviving eyewitnesses who finally came forward and told the truth of the incident. Unfortunately for Israel, the ship did not sink as planned. Prior to the attack, there were many overflights of Israeli aircraft who could easily see the US flag and acknowledged same. More importantly, at the time of the attack, Israel had no such power in the US as today and did not desire witnesses to the war staging installations, etc., being set up in Israel. It had everything to do with the Israeli planned attack on Syria. Now, I believe you get the picture enough for us to move forward to 1972 and the shortening timetable for Nuclear War I and your space shuttle program. We will simply effort to give you some confirmations along the way, and we will give you a rundown of the Liberty incident following this chapter, if time permits. Shortening timetable. You must begin to get the coalition of the American Bolsheviks and the Zionists into your minds. Their basic plan was simply a modernized version of the one that was successful in setting off World War I. The prelude to that war involved ever-widening, uncontrollable crises in the Balkans. Likewise, in the late 60s and early 70s, the whole world was being Balkanized by means of Bolshevik Zionist intrigues. You would be witnessing more and more simultaneous crises in the world as the fever for war rose. Those simultaneous crises were now upon you, right on schedule, just as Global Plan 2000 is right on schedule as outlined in Skeletons in the Closet. El Salvador and the rest of Central America were aflame with internal upheaval. Poland was under martial law, while America tried to transform Poland's troubles into a complete bloody disaster. In the Middle East, not one but several time bombs were almost ready to go off since spring was coming. The Reagan-Begin axis of Bolsheviks and Zionists intended to manipulate those crises, and more to come, to pave the way for war. Suddenly, certain crises would combine to trigger a chain of events leading to Nuclear War I. The joint military junta of the United States, Pentagon, and Israel were working on a fast timetable for all of this. They were aiming for deadline time of midsummer 1982 for the final war sequence to begin. Fulfillment of the plan was set for September. This would involve regional conflicts in the Middle East and elsewhere, which gradually would escalate to engulf the superpowers. The whole thing was being set up to make nuclear war appear unavoidable. At last, all-out nuclear war itself would break out between the United States and Russia. It would be made to appear accidental, but as we have detailed in the past, Nuclear War I would actually begin with an American nuclear first strike against Russia. Up to that point, the secret war planners in the US had been expecting that it would take many months for the final war build-up to run its course. For example, a Mideast war might be triggered by the summer of 1982, but it could take until the spring of 1983 for the resulting nuclear war to actually erupt. That plan had actually been changed, and by winter of 1982, drastic changes took place in the secret war planning underway in America. The timetable for Nuclear War I was speeded up by many months in order to render the oncoming winter an ally. This was when the target date was set for mid-September 1982. That was little more than 6 months from the third shuttle launch, and thus the desperate need for intelligence surveillance information regarding the Soviet Union. Well, then a major intelligence coup was scored by the American Bolsheviks, which would allow for fairly accurate targeting. 2 high-ranking Soviet generals were spirited out of Russia and brought to Washington. Those 2 men were Bolsheviks whom Russia's new non-Bolshevik rulers failed to detect and weed out. In intelligence parlance, they remained as moles in Russia's military apparatus. Now they had been brought to America, and they brought with them a wealth of data about Russia's current military posture. Thanks to those 2 former Bolshevik Soviet generals, the secret war planners in the US now had enough information to plan a nuclear first strike against Russia. If they could refine the information from data from space shuttle flights NOS 3 and 4, so much the better, but if neither of those 2 flights were successful, the war planners intended to wait no longer and go with ground intelligence. They wanted to make use of the intelligence obtained from the Soviet generals while it was still fresh and changes could not be made in the Soviet Union who would suspect treason. Therefore, the new deadline to attack the Russians was rescheduled. If the US had realized and listened, you would have all realized that the 4th launch was a crossing line to countdown to war. Broken record. We were giving forth concurrent information at that time, just as we are now doing, not to panic you, but for the opposite reason. We want you to be able to understand events for yourselves so that you can take actions to protect yourselves and your families. I cannot emphasize strongly enough that what we are reporting to you are the plans of men. If you see certain things happening, you can know that these war plans are succeeding and you are again on a fast-track countdown. You are, today, playing a rerun, only this time, with total information and cooperation in necessarily strategic places. Israel, for instance, is able to start the whole scenario with 1 bomb, and it is hydrogen. There are always possible snags. Know that there are always possible snags which can occur, for there is much greed and corruption in the higher levels of planners. In early 1982 there was a tremendous hidden struggle for power that was dividing the US government. On one side were the American Bolsheviks, whose chief government operative was Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger. On the other side was the Rockefeller cartel, whose chief governmental spokesman was Secretary of State Alexander Haig. Weinberger and Haig were constantly at each other's throats in the news, and worse in private. That was only a pale shadow of their intrigues behind closed doors. Caught in the middle was the puppet entity, President Reagan. Your puppet president was installed by the Rockefeller cartel but came to be largely under Bolshevik control ever since the assassination attempt in March of '81. Like the marionette, he danced according to whatever strings were being pulled at the moment by either side. By February of 1982 the American military was dominated by the Bolsheviks, but that had not always been so. The Rockefeller cartel had been regaining power and was now preparing to try to regain control over the military. As far back as 1963, Rockefeller insiders set up contingency plan for an eventual military coup d'état against a puppetized president. This was revealed to you over 5 years prior, but you citizens were really sleeping then. Early stages of the plan were actually set in motion against then-President Carter, but events later that year caused the plan to be aborted. By 1982 the plan for a Rockefeller cartel-backed military coup was being again set in motion, and this time it was a crash program intended to be carried out within a matter of months. The Rockefeller cartel could not afford to let their Bolshevik enemies succeed in setting off nuclear war, therefore, the military coup d'état must take place before the American Bolshevik surprise attack against Russia. If possible, the coup would be carried out before the fourth space shuttle flight planned for the summer of '82, because the war was scheduled immediately following that flight. Alexander Haig. The man who was in charge of the military coup preparations was a 4-star Army general. That in itself is unusual because coups are usually carried out by lower-ranking officers, but this time the circumstances were very unusual also. The general in charge of the coup to come was General Alexander Haig, who was at that time Secretary of State. How handy a position from which to work. Haig was on major TV programs almost daily. He also traveled almost continuously to help pave the way for the coup d'état to be accepted abroad. Most importantly, the Russians were informed of the impending coup during the Hague-Gromyko talks in January, 1982. Part of the new quid pro quo between the Rockefeller cartel and the Kremlin had to do with the coup being planned in the U.S. The Rockefeller group were afraid that the Kremlin would interpret a military coup as a sign that an attack on Russia would follow quickly. Haig had assured the Russians that this would be an anti-Bolshevik coup and that the Bolshevik war plans would be terminated. Gromyko was very dubious in his talks with Haig. He expressed fears that the whole plan would backfire and cause the American Bolsheviks in the Pentagon to push the button, but Haig finally extracted an agreement that the Russians would not interfere with the coup nor use the opportunity to attack the United States. What was actually brewing was really a counter-coup. 3 years prior, the Rockefeller cartel lost its power over the U.S. government in a Bolshevik coup d'état. Some of those details have already been revealed to you and others will be outlaid for you, but all were generally hidden from all public view. It was now time for the Rockefeller cartel to try to take back the power they lost. If the military takeover took place, it, too, would be hidden in its details from public view. Only one event in the plan would be visible to all, and that event would be the sudden death of the entity known as President Ronald Reagan. Is it any wonder Nancy was a nervous wreck because she was being fed bits and pieces of the plans through what she thought was a simple astrologer? On the other hand, if something happened to Secretary of State Haig by that time, it could well mean that the Bolsheviks had foiled the coup. Of course you all now know that that is exactly what happened, and it happened during the time of the Falkland Islands/Antarctic happening when Haig got instantly fired. Interestingly enough, while all the plans were underway, 2 manned Russian spacecraft were approaching Venus. America's space program had dwindled to a last-ditch military stab at space. The war timetable was being speeded up with nothing in sight at the time but a military coup d'état to stop it. It was serious and it was balanced on the brink of disaster, just as you are this day in history, August 1990, and on countdown. If you remember nothing more than this, make no mistake about one thing: the United States of America was born in war, and the United States as you know her, will die in war. What the outcome will be is up to you the people, and I wonder, what will you do? The Liberty. The Liberty was conducting operations off the Gaza Strip, about 13 miles off the coast of Israel in international waters, on June 8, 1967. The USS Liberty was an intelligence-gathering ship. They monitored radio transmissions. The ship was unarmed and unescorted, simply cruising the region trying to find out what the Israelis and the Arabs were doing. Everything was top secret, but they were trying to find out whether the Israelis planned an invasion of the Golan Heights, an invasion of Syria. The invasion was planned for the 4th day of what became the Six-Day War, but the invasion was postponed for 24 hours while the Israelis tried to decide what to do about the Liberty, since the Israelis were not supposed to use American aid in their attack on Syria. The Liberty certainly expected no attack from the Israelis. They were your friends, your allies, and you arrived on the scene about 6 o'clock that morning. The attack started about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. During that morning you had over a dozen overflights by Israeli surveillance aircraft, so you knew that they knew you were there and you felt a little safer. In fact, they knew who you were and where you were located. I speak of you as the USS Liberty for simplicity. Everyone on board, all of the survivors who testified in the court of inquiry, specifically emphasized that the flag was flying at all times as it always did. The Israelis, of course, claimed there was no flag in view. Not only did you fly the flag of the US, but you had a nice big, oversized flag flying, in addition to the usual banner. For a brief minute or two during the attack, during the first part of the attack, which lasted, in total, nearly 2 hours, a regular size flag was shot down, but you immediately ran up the oversized flag, which was 9 x 13 feet. There was no way that the flag was not visible at all times. There were 4 different communications to the ship, ordering you to pull back farther from the coast, but those communications mysteriously failed to reach the ship or were secreted aboard ship by commanding officers. I choose to allow you to discern which took place. There were orders to pull back which were, likewise, never received nor, in fact, sent in the first place. Those orders would have been noted because to pull back would have severely hampered your ability to monitor what was going on. The orders were sent by the Defense Department, but they never reached the ship, or so it was claimed. They were supposedly somehow misrouted to places like the Philippines, Crete, and Morocco. Finally, later that night 8 or 9 hours later the orders finally limped through to the ship. By then the ship was barely able to get underway due to severe damage to ship and crew. Antennas knocked out. A very strange thing took place at onset of the attack. Right up front, within the first quarter hour, all of the antennas were knocked out to prevent transmission of a mayday call. Therefore, one of the survivor witnesses, himself, jury-rigged an antenna in order to transmit the word. That message was received by the Saratoga, one of your aircraft carriers that was supposed to be providing you 10-minute cover. Now the story really gets nasty. Captain Joe Tully of the Saratoga later said that he had readied 14 aircraft to come to the Liberty's aid when he found out that you were under attack, but that the planes didn't even get over the horizon when they were recalled by orders from Washington. The Saratoga had radioed back to the Liberty that the planes would have arrived in about 20 minutes from the time they were dispatched. If the planes had not been recalled from Washington, either by President Lyndon Johnson or Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, then they could have prevented at least half of the machine gun strafing attacks by the planes and the torpedo attack. Off and on during the entire day there were overflights of Israeli surveillance planes. The flights had begun at the time of the Liberty's arrival. There were 13 reconnaissance flights over the ship during a 6-hour period before the attack. Those planes were clearly marked with the Star of David, which is very hard to miss on Israeli planes. Some of the planes would open their doors, so they had visual contact, which explains how precise they were when they knocked out all the communications. In other words, those planes were right on the deck and had a good look at the Liberty and could literally take out the most strategic antennae first. They hit your antennae on that first strafing run. There were 8 40-foot antennae that looked like flagpoles to send out signals. You looked like a porcupine since there were other antennae, as well, to pick up incoming signals. Remember, the ship was for the specific purpose of radio surveillance. On the first pass they knocked out 7 of the 8 antennae. The one that they didn't knock out was disabled, and it wasn't up and operational, so that's why they missed it. They were professional fighting forces. They knew exactly what they were doing and where everything was located. What was so profound about what they did to you that day was that the 4 planes that attacked you had no markings, whatsoever. So you couldn't identify who was brutalizing you. Later, after the torpedo boats came on the scene, you identified who they were. You thought the planes were the Egyptians who were attacking you. So the Israelis deliberately killed 34 of your crew members by breaking Geneva Convention rules which require identification of all military forces. This was eventually pointed out by the Naval Law Review out of Washington, D.C. How many of you readers even remember the incident, much less any follow-up of this incident? You certainly remember the 6-day war to some vague extent, but most of you will not even be able to tell me anything about that war. You continue to ask me for information on a daily basis and yet you never bother to even remember any of the details. Right within my closest group of editors and writers, you don't get your facts correct within 1 hour, much less some 12 years. How about this morning? What, if anything, have you learned this morning from the news? And what do you conclude after hearing the lies they give you? Well, Dharma, we are going to return to the top of the chapter and write on today's happenings, for you have no access to the information. So you who read this portion now, might go back and see how much you gleaned from first reading. Then we will come back and resume the Liberty. I request that you stop after rereading and ponder the things given for a while and see if you can begin to sort it out instead of simply inquiring of me. Back to the Liberty. The men killed aboard the Liberty were deliberately taken out, for the most part. The ones at the gun mounts were the first removed. There was practically no way of protecting the ship, at any rate. You had only 4 50 caliber machine guns, which were useless against an airplane, anyway. Only 2 of them actually worked at all. During the first strafing runs, or shortly thereafter, those men who were manning those guns would be instantly blown away, so, finally, no more crew were sent to the guns. The Israelis had quite clearly in mind the full intention of putting the ship on the bottom of the Mediterranean Sea. About midway during the attack 3 torpedo boats arrived on the scene. They fired 5 torpedoes, one of which hit on the starboard side, killing 25 men below decks. They then held off for a little bit, but, since you didn't sink, they circled the ship firing into the hull, trying to strike the boilers and firing at anyone who was on deck fighting the fires. You would never witness more brutality than that of the Israelis shooting at your firefighters and stretcher bearers. It was shoot on sight with no mercy. They were within easy eyesight, and they managed to wound 171 men. 90% of those men were wounded so badly that it terrified the rescuers to even look at them. Of course you kept waiting for that aid from the Saratoga, for there was no way to know the Saratoga had been recalled. This is almost reminiscent of the rescue mission of the hostage situation in Iran. The Liberty stayed afloat simply because of a determined crew, for it was given absolutely no help from the American fleet. Doesn't this make you feel secure and trusting of your government? Ask Colonel Bogritz about loyalty to troops. The Liberty and crew were left out there wide open and under attack in order to have no survivors to tell and no ship left for evidence. Nothing was done to assist, absolutely nothing. The Liberty was totally abandoned and no one came closer. The crew had to spend the night fighting to keep the ship afloat and to tend to over 2/3 of the crew who had been killed or wounded and to make way farther out to sea in order to find the fleet. The Israelis calculated on the ship going down long before reaching the fleet. It was some 19 hours later that the Liberty rendezvoused with the fleet. Machine-gunned the life rafts. The rendezvous came some 2 hours after the Israeli torpedo boat circled the ship and machine-gunned all of the life rafts, which is also against the Geneva Convention. The Israelis even took one of your life rafts on board. The raft was clearly marked USS Liberty. They needed evidence later to claim that they had searched for the ship in order to give assistance and only found debris. When the ship did not sink and was getting dangerously close to the mother fleet, the Israelis pulled back. But then, they sent helicopters over the ship. They were clearly marked. The only reason they let you go was because the Israelis had gotten caught. Everybody knew then that it was the Israelis who had attacked you. When it was obvious that they knew that you knew who they were and there were enough survivors, along with a battered ship, it was then that they came and said, "Are there any casualties? Can we help you?" A last-ditch effort was made to have it appear like the attacks were from another country. And they would pull the sham off for many years because the top American leaders were part and parcel of the plan. A strange thing which ultimately led to the "it was an accident" admission was that the torpedo boats were marked with little stars of David on them. They obviously thought the planes had done a job of eliminating witnesses with the strafing and rockets and cannons along with the napalm dropped on the Liberty. It was simply the job of the torpedo boats to sink the ship and ruin the life rafts to ensure no survivors. The Israelis had dropped napalm all over the ship and 2 of the planes blew holes in the ship. The other planes would then drop napalm into those holes, allowing that jellied gasoline in napalm to flow into those holes onto whoever was inside. Those napalm fires are next to impossible to extinguish. Official Israeli storyline. When it was established that it was undeniably Israeli attackers, they came up with instant ridiculous stories. One of their official responses was that they didn't know who we were. They also said there was no flag on the ship. They also claimed they thought the ship was a disguised Egyptian vessel. The stories were absolutely wild and yet were touted all over by your own military and government leaders. Another thing which points out the connection with all goings-on of the Israelis is that the Naval Court of Inquiry that investigated the attack was a complete lack of inquiry as to whether or not the attack was deliberate. All the court looked into was why the ship never got its pullback orders. They also looked into the performance of the crew. It reminds of Oberle's and Dharma's multi-hundreds of thousands of dollars fight over their property. There has never even been a hearing allowed, much less on the fact of no public sale, as mandatory by law, but rather the entire thrust has been to discredit the Eckers personally and ensure that they never be able to afford the house if they had it. The point of the issue has never been addressed even by Eckers' own counsel, which shows total collusion within the legal profession. This Resolution Trust Corporation is out to steal America right from under your noses, for they have the all-out cooperation and bought-off judiciary system to back them while trampling the citizens who dare to speak out. Most ones who have had similar treatment simply never understood there was an alternative, as they just rolled over and went away. This is why we ask any of you who have even remotely possibly been a target or victim of the S&L/RDC/legal rip-off, come forward, for your case may be the very one which uncovers the box of thieves. We are now learning of many in Eckers' very own community, attached to other S&Ls even, than to the one Santa Barbara savings, but having the same modus operandi. There are ones from Florida, and Texas as well, who tell almost identical stories. There are a bunch of you out there, both of private property and businesses. Step forward, for it is the only way you will change your path. Right now, please stop and write or call one Tom Valentine and tell him of your knowledge, or even that he should find out about Dharma and her fast and get some attention running. This is the best possible resource to have controversial hearing, for few others dare to speak such truth. Will someone in the group please list address and / or phone number of Tom Valentine's connection? One of the Navy's responses to the Israeli claim that they didn't see a flag on the ship was that the flag probably hung limp on the mast on a windless day. This, when all of the testimony by all the crew members and by the weather log on the ship pointed out that there was at least a 10-knot breeze at all times, which was completely sufficient to keep the flag unfurled and in plain view. There was a breeze blowing over the deck at all times. Not only that, but the ship had just been freshly painted, and there were 10-foot hull markings on the ship, including the name, USS Liberty. It was the following day when the Liberty rendezvoused with the American naval vessels, the fleet. When you finally got close enough to the USS America, an aircraft carrier, which sent helicopters over to offload the dead and wounded, it was well over 19 hours from onset of the attack. Top secret orders. It was all but impossible to keep the Liberty afloat and did, in fact, require some 5 days to just make Malta. It was impossible to patch the ship holes and the craft could have gone down at any moment. Before the ship pulled into Malta, Admiral Kidd and some other high brass had come over to begin the court of inquiry. The crew was mustered out on deck by Kidd, and he told them that the preliminary findings of the inquiry were that it was an accidental attack by the Israelis, that the Israelis had formally apologized and that the United States government had accepted the apology. He then said that because of the top-secret nature of the operations of the ship and the sensitive nature, in that it was one of your allies who had attacked you, the men were ordered not to grant any interviews and not to talk to any friends or family and not to talk about it among themselves. In other words, keep the mouths completely shut under order of silence and penalty of death. The crew members of the other American vessels were given the same orders of silence. All the crew were brainwashed, young kids who were now threatened with imprisonment or worse, as well as threats made against families, so it was obvious that there would be a lot of silence and hardly any mention of truth. There were constant daily reminders not to say anything about it, and the penalties would be repeated. By the time the Liberty pulled into Malta, there were high-ranking people all over that ship, and there wouldn't be any speaking out against orders. The crew members actually only began speaking out since 1985 because someone finally realized he could do so. It was found that your government did things which were reprehensible and honorable citizens could no longer hold the truth, and it was realized that the Israelis got by with premeditated murder which was totally defended and covered by your own government. No one should walk away free from the horrendous crimes unto mankind, the Israelis or anybody else. They did it to you, deliberately, and your government should settle it and admit what happened, and you of the public must face the truth of it. There is proof all over the map now. To prove these things we bring unto you, will you seek and find, or shall you simply continue the bury the head game? Van Weber is a well-known Israeli agent who leads the forces in Congress trying to sweep the Israeli attack on the USS Liberty under the rug. Van Weber is a representative, Armin. This is a continuing and constant barrage to silence the story, even to this day, in order to not blow your cover as to your total working relationship with Israel in today's arena. It is up to you citizens as to what you will longer tolerate. The captain of the Liberty, William McGonigal, has seen fit never to come to the aid of his crew in this unfoldment. He is letting down the crew who dare to speak up. However, if it were not for Captain McGonigal, none of the crew would be alive today to tell the story. He was excellent under fire and was later given the Congressional Medal of Honor, which he deserved. It was given to him by the President. There was no ceremony. It was given to him aboard a ship by the Under-Secretary of the Navy. He was ordered to keep his silence, and he has remained quiet just as others of the military with knowledge. They are given great honorary type medals and citations and then warned about the silence or else. This has happened within some of your own families, constant reminders of consequences of speaking out. Then comes the name calling. Now what happens? When any of the witnesses, the people who were there and experienced the attack, come forward and say that they saw your ally shoot you and murder your ship's crew, they are automatically labeled as Jew haters and Nazis and anti-Semites. These are the ones who got attacked, saw the enemy eye to eye with full identification and finally, acknowledgement from that enemy in public, yet, the participants who were bloodied and intended for murder are called bigots. Do you see the plan of action in the discounting? It was so blatant that the Israelis committed the atrocity that they paid $7 million over a period of 20 years for a $20 million ship. Funny thing, even that payment came out of American taxpayers' pockets. As the crewmen were discharged from the military services, they were told emphatically, "Get out of here and keep your mouth shut." The money was paid by American aid to Israel. The total amount paid also included the money paid to the survivors and to the people who sustained injuries. What a handy insurance program, pay it yourself in every direction policy. What of the Grob brothers and the USS Pueblo? Oops. Those nice Grob brothers, Ben and Ted, donated money to establish a library named in memory of the USS Liberty, and there was a major controversy over that. They cared greatly about the USS Liberty, but they cared about America more. Israel wanted the matter buried forever. They didn't want the Liberty to be around. They should have sunk the ship to begin with. It would have been a lot easier for them. Then the Egyptians would have been blamed as planned. Now, a funny thing has happened on the way to truth. The captain of the USS Pueblo, Commander Lloyd Booker, whose ship was captured by the North Koreans, is ready to speak out about the Liberty. He has said that if he had known about what happened to the Liberty and heeded its lessons, the Pueblo incident would have never happened. What a brave, genuine human being he is. Booker said that he never knew what had happened. What can you do? Hard to say, since Van Weber is one of the major recipients of money from the pro-Israel lobby, and he says an investigation is inconsistent with Republican ideals. Hundreds of letters have been sent from members of Congress, and at least 90% of them say that the case is closed and it would be unwise and detrimental to reopen it. Nobody will stick out their necks to help you because they don't want to lose their well-paying jobs. They are all influenced by the Israeli Zionist lobby. You, the people, can get more information and confirmation of this story by writing the USS Liberty Veterans Association, 3 Burns Avenue, Hicksville, New York, 11801. Thank you for your support unto truth. Let us close this chapter, for it has become quite long. Hayton to clear. Chapter 20. Wreck number 2, Hayton. Thursday, August 16, 1990, 11:10 a.m. Year 3, Day 365. Third Space Shuttle / conflict in El Salvador. Elections. In February and March of 1982 there were a couple of stories making headline news in the U.S. One was the conflict in El Salvador surrounding national elections, which were held on Sunday, March 28, 1982. The other was the third space shuttle mission, which ended on the 30th. On the face of it, those two headline events would seem to have little in common. The brutal civil war in the jungles of Central America seemed part of an entirely different world from that of America's newest spaceship, but the fact was that those two news stories were related greatly to one another. El Salvador and the space shuttle were both involved in the complete program leading up to Nuclear War I. El Salvador was just the one hotspot in the growing cauldron of deliberate world crises to bring on war, and the space shuttle was being used for secret military preparations for war itself. The American Bolshevik planners had speeded up the war plans. If their plans would succeed, the time left prior to the outbreak of all-out nuclear war was being measured in weeks, and at that time the plans were totally succeeding. All around the world the flames of crises were continuing to spread. In Central America the initial crisis in El Salvador was now expanded to include Nicaragua, Honduras, and Guatemala. In all those areas the Israeli Mossad was busily training rebels to ensure things would go as planned in the governments and governmental elections. On the day after Space Shuttle No. 3 took off, a military coup took place in Guatemala and the worst was yet to come. Soon you would be hearing of new threats to your lifeline through the Panama Canal. And the Carter administration's giveaway of the canal wouldn't become final for nearly 20 more years. At the time the canal remained a potential new Pearl Harbor for you. It was never planned that the canal would actually change hands and control never. Overseas, other crises were also continuing to simmer and spread. In Iran the plans for a new explosion of turmoil was right on track. New developments in the Iran-Iraq war were paving the way. Another factor, as we have mentioned, was to be a revelation that Ayatollah Khomeini was dead. Earlier in March there had been harbingers of things to come in the news, especially overseas. For example, on March 6 the BBC quoted a London Times article questioning whether or not Khomeini was still alive. The article expressed suspicions that fake pictures were being used showing the double for Khomeini. And you thought my idea about doubles was untrue. Another boiling crisis was the contrived flap between the US and Libya. The Libya crisis was one of the time bombs which the Bolsheviks in the US could use to help set off the big war to come. Even then it was realized the initial origin of the war needed to come from the Middle East. In that regard, there were two major developments in March 1982 which went almost unnoticed in the news, and they were synchronized perfectly with the overall war timetable. First, on March 3 Libya's Colonel Gaddafi drew a line in the dust against the US. In Tripoli, the Libyan capital, Gaddafi delivered a fiery speech to listeners gathered for a rally. He reminded them of the Nimitz episode of the prior August when 2 Libyan jets were shot down, and he said, quote, "If America enters the Gulf of Sidra, war in the full sense of the word will begin between us and them, war with planes, navies, missiles, everything." Within 2 weeks the US promised, in effect, that it would soon walk across Gaddafi's line in the dust. On March 16 Navy Secretary John Lehman declared that the United States would conduct naval exercises again within the Gulf of Sidra and, "we will do so within the next 6 months." Lehman's statement was a virtual promise of war to come. It was reported that day by the BBC, but went unnoticed in America. Does it ever seem strange to you Americans that you would be having naval training exercises in the Gulf of Sidra? You have the entire Atlantic and Pacific and Gulf of Mexico to do your training exercises. Crises within the Soviet bloc were also heating up. The war in Afghanistan continued to drag on and on, thanks to ongoing heavy involvement by the CIA. Poland, too, was an explosion waiting to happen. Martial law had removed the spark for the explosion by jailing the leaders of Solidarity. Solidarity was the main tool of the American Bolsheviks in trying to set off a revolt in Poland, but soon the Bolshevik war planners were expected to provide a nice new spark for revolt in Poland. In the prior fall the Bolsheviks re-established the covert influence within the Vatican which they held briefly some 3 years prior. The Bolsheviks were trying to revive their old plan called the Pope's Revolution to occur in Poland. As a reminder, that plan was built around a planned papal visit to Poland on a highly emotional occasion, the 900th anniversary of the martyrdom of Saint Stanislaus. The original Pope's Revolution plan was foiled by changing the date of the Pope's visit, but now a new papal visit to Poland would be solidly in the works. The occasion would be the 600th anniversary of the Black Madonna, the most revered shrine in Poland. The anniversary was to take place in the summer of 1982. In addition to the existing crises, new crises were also being intentionally stirred up with more to come. These would be developing in both East and West. Right then a major new crisis was building up between two NATO members, Greece and Turkey. The new government of Greece wanted to extricate itself from the war maneuverings of the Bolshevik-controlled US and NATO. Washington was responding with military blackmail. Turkey's harsh military dictatorship had designs on sea and land controlled by Greece and the US was egging them on. Bulgaria and Romania, Soviet bloc neighbors of Greece and Turkey, were also targeted for turmoil. American Bolshevik agents were hard at work there to create a serious dispute between those two Warsaw Pact members. If they succeeded, it would be just one more Poland-style headache for Russia's new anti-Bolshevik rulers. I hope you are finding it interesting to look back on recent history and see how things have come to be relative to today's state of affairs. The American Bolsheviks in the US were pressing ahead fast in their efforts to bring on nuclear war one. In this they were joined totally by their Zionist partners in Israel. The Reagan-Begin axis was moving the world steadily closer to nuclear war. Neither government was making the slightest effort to act in the true best interests of its own citizens. The situation was a secret in both countries. It was as much a mystery to most Israelis as it was to most Americans. In both countries there was growing alarm over the lockstep toward war. In America this was taking the form of mounting demands for a nuclear weapons freeze. In Israel the Begin government was facing repeated no-confidence votes over its repressive policies toward Palestinians, but both governments were bent on war and they expected to bring it about before they could be stopped. The Begin government repressions in the occupied Arab territories had been calculated with care. They were intended specifically to shatter the shaky Middle East peace. For one thing, Israeli repression of Palestinians within their jurisdiction was intended to stir up PLO activity in southern Lebanon. In addition, Israel's suspension of political rights for Arabs in the occupied territories was a violation of the Camp David Accords. Instead of negotiating increased autonomy for the Arabs, the Begin government was taking away what little autonomy they already had. Those things were intended to produce a chain reaction of events, that is, PLO raids on Israel, and Israeli invasion of Lebanon, war between Israel and Russia, disintegrating peace ties between Israel and Egypt, an incident in the Sinai involving America's buffer troops there, ensnarement of Saudi Arabia in the collapsing peace, on and on, wider and wider, seeming totally out of all control. The third space shuttle was successful in its secret military mission as to gaining a bit of intelligence information. More importantly, however, the most ambitious crash weapons project was beginning to bear fruit. The US had developed a new super weapon, as revolutionary as the atom bomb was some 4 decades prior. The loss of one more shuttle was well worth the investment. We shall touch on the military success of the space shuttle a bit later. Rec number 2 Hayton. Monday, August 20th, 1990, 10:10 a.m. Year 4 Day 4. The Manhattan Project. On December 6, 1941, President Roosevelt authorized the spending of funds to begin a super-secret weapons project. Its goal, to develop a giant bomb so powerful that it would make all lesser weapons obsolete overnight. It was the beginning of what was later called the Manhattan Project. The project was intended to develop a bomb to fight a war that did not yet exist, but as you know, the very next day, December 7, 1941, Pearl Harbor took place. Just one day after the A-bomb project began, America was at war right on schedule, my dear friends. The Manhattan Project to develop the atomic bomb was the largest, most complex, and most costly military project in history up to that time, and yet it was conducted in total secrecy. The money spent on the atom bomb project dwarfed all other weapons programs, yet it was spent without the knowledge of Congress. Entire new laboratories were built, thousands of people were involved, and yet fewer than 100 persons knew what the Manhattan Project was all about. The Manhattan Project was to develop a superweapon, something straight from the pages of science fiction. If most people had been asked, they would have said that an atomic bomb was impossible, but, in matters such as this, public opinion counts for nothing at all. A small handful of scientists knew that it could be done. They did the seemingly impossible, and they did it in well under 4 years. Of course, they utilized the German production run and, actually, the bomb used on Japan was constructed in Germany. Nonetheless, the A-bomb project, no matter how it was managed in actuality, went from a standing start in December, 1941, to the attack on Hiroshima in August, 1945. Well, in 1982 a new program was started similar to the Manhattan Project, which, by the way, was semi-successful in ways other than A-bomb building, and now witnesses and participants in that project are coming forth to witness publicly. Like the atomic bomb over 40 years ago, the new weapon was something straight from the pages of science fiction. Like the Manhattan Project, the new project was carried out in utmost secrecy. Vast amounts of money were spent on it without the slightest hint to the public or to Congress, and, just as happened with the atomic bomb, the new weapon was intended to make its debut in war itself and not before. The crash weapons project had been underway in the US for over 4 years in response to Russia's surprise military takeover of space in late 1977. Venus and your space probe. You once query me daily, now, about the interrupted signals from the Venus probe. Dear ones, don't be foolish. Russia has multiple bases on Venus and the ability to interrupt anything they choose. It is not as it appears, and the information is not coming public in full nor in correctness. I am not yet at liberty to tell the entire truth of it, but shall do so in a few days when the focus of attention is away from this scribe, for the information is expected to flow from here and surveillance has been beefed up. Just stay tuned to the station and be a bit patient. Other projects. In Operations Desktop, ICBMs were planted in supposedly invulnerable locations on the ocean floor. In the secret Minuteman TX mobile missile program, a large number of small ICBMs were shuttling around the US in special railroad cars. Meanwhile, the phony MX missile controversy had been used as a cover for the newest secret project. Then there was the high-power laser program, which led to a number of laser weapons. And, of course, there was the space shuttle program, a desperate attempt to regain a military toehold in space. While you were being shown entertaining space movies on TV by NASA, you were never shown what was really happening on any of the flights, never. We have given you many details about those secret weapons programs and shall go back and give you more as we have opportunity to move backward. However, you now need current attention to more recent matters. In 1982, the crash military program, which was shrouded in the deepest secret of all, was an Air Force project involving technology which was most revolutionary in the same perspective as the atomic bomb was over 40 years ago. This secret superweapon project was the basis for an entire new nuclear war strategy of the American Bolshevik war planners. It was a renegade program totally unknown both to the public and, again, to Congress. Even within the military, the weapons program was known only within very limited circles. You would understand the reason for this extreme secrecy when you hear how it was to be used in the upcoming planned war. Project Z. Since the summer of 1980, there had been vague reports in the news about what was called the stealth bomber program. You were told that ways were being developed to make a bomber undetectable by radar. You were also led to believe that a stealth plane would not be operational until 1991. The fact was that these were only cover stories to hide a far more radical weapons program, and it would be operational not in far-off 1991 but in the actual year 1982. Surprise, surprise. The stealth program was structured very much like the Minuteman TX program, which was structured to focus on the MX missile and, in fact, work was underway to develop a missile called MX, but all of that was set up primarily as a cover for the secret Minuteman TX program. It provided a way to camouflage research, development, and manufacturing of the TX. Now that the TX mobile missile system was virtually deployed on your railroads, the MX was gradually fading from the scene as far as publicity. The furious debate over all those ridiculous MX racetracks out west was gone, having served the purpose of distraction. There even came talk of cutting out funding for the MX in the 1983 budget. All the while full intent was to keep utilizing the national railroads without your knowledge. Nice little toys to have stalled at your tracks crossings, don't you think? Anywhere, U.S.A. It was all very much the same with the stealth program. Various companies and laboratories were experimenting with ways to foil radar among other gadgetry. These experiments included special aerodynamic shapes, coatings, electronic countermeasures and so forth, but all of that was important mainly as a cover and a funding channel for the really secret work. One product of the covered stealth projects was called a submersible aircraft, or subcraft, for dubbing. Flight tests were begun in late summer of 1978. In January 1980 there was an attempt to actually use them against Russia with disastrous results. The first public leaks about the stealth program took place 6 months later, in the summer of 1980. Up to that time nothing better than the unsuccessful subcraft had been produced, but the situation changed. The biggest gamble of all in the stealth program involved a scientific leap forward as dramatic as the atomic bomb, and there seemed to be a measure of success. It may have sounded impossible to some people, but, if so, stop and think about the things that seemed impossible years ago and today are taken totally for granted: jet airplanes, worldwide television, men in space and on other planets, local weather forecasts utilizing satellite pictures, lasers, photocopy machines, frozen food, and computers, just to remind you of a few. Think what a giant leap in technology was taken in the Manhattan Project to develop the atomic bomb. For example, you were not aware of computers in those days. Even the most advanced scientific calculations had to be done basically by hand with help from slide rules, adding machines, and mathematical tables. Certainly even the secret government had nothing to even resemble the Cray. By contrast, today you can go to a store and buy a hand calculator that will outperform anything that was available to the A-bomb project as first set into action, and a hand calculator like that is a mere disposable toy today. High-speed computers are common today in many households. In other areas, too, the technology of the 1980s was a far cry from that of the 1940s, so just ask yourself, if we could develop the atom bomb using pencils and slide rules, what might we develop today using these new computers? And if it took less than 4 years with the primitive tools of 1940s, even with a bit of theft and copy work, why should a crash program in today's climate take any longer? The most secret branch of the stealth program was developing aircraft that would be invisible to more than just radar. They must be invisible even to the eye. These invisible phantom warplanes would carry special electromagnetic gear. You see, there was already the capability, for Russia had the know-how to cause the Cosmos interceptors and Cosmospheres to be invisible. All that was really needed was to get defectors, and most defectors have a price under which they will bargain. The equipment included superconducting magnets which were maintained at temperatures close to absolute zero. This cryogenic equipment creates an enormously powerful electromagnetic field around the aircraft. The field is designed according to the principles of Einstein's unified field theory. Einstein never completely finished his field theory, but it was studied by numerical techniques using computers, and integration became a simple game. By this method, enough could be learned, coupled with stolen information, to apply the unified field theory to the new phantom warplanes. This is why the government must keep the stealth aircraft, and Congress does not know of the secret capabilities, for they remain a national security secret. This is one of the reasons for the recent need to act in the Middle East to keep the stealth program from being scuttled. Now they will show you 22 planes going into action. Forget it, you won't see the real force, but this will allow the planes to interact without public notice. They simply will never allow more than 22 planes to be in any one place at any one time, and even the military troops will not be aware, nor will 99% even know there were supposed to only be 22. And where, might I ask you, did 22 come from? Don't be foolish. Just count the number they have announced and the crashes they have projected to cover other sightings, etc., and it takes no computer to detect a lie afoot. Are you aware that they are already well underway with a more sophisticated model? Even spoken most highly of in your national press sheets this very week. When the invisibility field would be turned on, a phantom warplane would be encased in a sort of electromagnetic bubble. Light that strikes the field from any direction divides, passes around the plane, comes together again on the other side, and goes on. The effect is like a boulder in a stream. Water flowing toward the boulder divides, goes around it, and then comes together again on the other side. To understand why this makes the plane invisible, stop and think how you see objects. Suppose you look across the room at a chair. Light bounces off the chair in a certain pattern, travels through the air and strikes your eyes. Your eyes then recognize the light pattern as a chair. Now suppose someone walks between you and the chair. Light bouncing off the chair is stopped by the person who is in the way, so you no longer see the chair. Instead, you see the person by reflected light. Now consider a new situation. Suppose that the person were encased in a special bubble like that of a phantom warplane. He steps between you and the chair. The light waves from the chair strike the bubble, flow around him, come together again and continue to your eyes, so you still see the chair. But because of the bubble, no light is reflected back from that person, so you cannot see him. In other words, he is invisible. He is there all right between you and the chair, but because of the way the light behaves around his protective shield, you cannot see him. This is basically how the invisibility shield works on a phantom warplane or on any vehicle with shield capability. For instance, a ship. The only difference is that the field is not as sharply defined as a bubble. It is strong close to the plane and grows weaker with distance. From a distance the plane is totally invisible when it is airborne. A phantom warplane is invisible to the eye and also to radar. Radar is like light except for wavelength, and behaves the same way when it hits the invisibility shield. It just divides, flows past the plane, converges on the other side and continues onward. It does not bounce back, so there is no radar return. For you who continually ask me about sonic booms when there appears to be no plane present, not to be confused by airquakes which give greater sonic report, this is it. This is the testing run of the aircraft in utile strategic places. Russian infrared sees through. A phantom warplane is invisible to the eye and to ordinary types of radar surveillance, but not to all. Radar is like light except for wavelength, and behaves the same way when it hits the invisibility shield. It just divides, flows past the plane, converges on the other side and continues onward. It does not bounce back, so there is no radar return. However, the Russians can see right through all these trappings with utilization of infrared beams of more sophistication. The planes could be most well shielded, however, in areas such as the Middle East where the tracking systems on the ground are not so technologically updated. By the way, a lot of strikes have been made in secret and blamed on others in order to cause orchestrated incidents, as in chemical war blame placement. Invisibility would be the most important value in use as protection against beam weapons. A phantom warplane would, hopefully, be totally immune to lasers because a laser beam is just intense light. An invisibility field also would give protection against the Russian particle beam system in tracking ability, but the plan backfired because the Russians had already developed anti-invisible shield technology. Ordinarily, charged particles are far easier to deflect than light, so the charged particle beam is no match for the light deflecting shield. But when you get into pulsed neutron beams you have a real handful of troubles. And so that leaves only neutron beam weapons. Russia's neutron beam would penetrate the invisibility shield, but ways were thought to have been found to shield against neutron radiation well enough to make neutron beams ineffective in stopping a phantom warplane. This was conceived as true because extremely effective shielding would be part of the basic design of the phantom warplane, whereby the plane would have to first be located in order to be fired upon. The basic design would require such sophisticated shielding in order to prevent derangement of the electronic instruments as well as the crew, if it were a manned craft. So the result of the program would be craft which would be undetectable by conventional means, and it was believed to be invulnerable to all of Russia's beam weapons. Those beam weapons had been the key to Russia's military superiority since late 1977, so the phantom warplane was the hoped for weapon to attack Russia in the upcoming planned nuclear strike. The major drawback. The phantom warplane had one recognized major drawback. In a way, its greatest strength would also be its greatest weakness. When the invisibility field would be turned on, incoming light waves would not strike the plane. Instead, the light flows around the plane. That is what makes the plane invisible to observers at a distance, but, at the same time, the field prevents light waves from the outside world from reaching the cockpit of the plane. In other words, the pilot cannot see anything outside the invisibility field. He required by physical law to fly blind. There was only one technique known in the West by which a phantom warplane could be navigated. It is called inertial guidance, a technique used for ICBMs. In inertial guidance, a computerized system keeps track of all the forces and maneuvers experienced by the vehicle. By adding these up over time, the system calculates where it is without reference to the outside world. For a phantom warplane, the inertial guidance problem is very difficult. The guidance system must operate for as long as several hours while the plane flies to its target. That gives lots of time for errors to build up which would send the plane off course, but the problem was thought to be solved sufficiently to utilize the phantom planes in the attack. New inertial guidance technology had been developed using lasers in place of the old mechanical gyros used on ICBMs, and so the super-secret phantom warplane project had basically succeeded in concept and, for all intents and purposes, you had a new superweapon. It was revolutionary, prototypes were flying and a rush production program was already underway by the early 1980s. The secret warplanners expected to have an operational fleet ready by summer, 1982. This was a pacing item in the short war timetable. Back to the shuttle program surveillance efforts. Absolutely accurate reconnaissance data on Russian targets was totally critical to the war planning. When phantom warplanes would take off to attack Russia, they would have to know ahead of time exactly where the target would be. Flying blind on inertial guidance leaves no ability to look around and change course to locate a target. Therefore, for a year the space shuttle had been making a desperate attempt to obtain the needed target information from space. It would be the first new data since Russia destroyed your spy satellites in 1978. The first two shuttle flights were not successful in their secret military mission, but in February, 1982, shuttle number 3 was more successful. The war planners now obtained the most crucial target data needed for a phantom warplane attack against Russia. As a result, a whole new war plan was being prepared for the coming planned nuclear war. America's war strategists were eager for war because they believed they could achieve victory over Russia. The concept of victory, however, did not include you lovely people. The secret war strategists were preparing to sacrifice America and most of her people on the altar of world domination, and only the time and place has changed, little sleepyheads. We will continue this thought flow at the next sitting, Dharma. Thank you for your attention. There are too many other necessary tasks this day to continue at the sitting. Salom. Hayton to clear, please. Good day. Rec number 2 Hayton. Tuesday, August 21st, 1990, 12:15 p.m. Year 4, Day 5. Project Z. The radically new Phantom warplane caused an equally radical revision of the master war strategy of the U.S. Elements of several past strategies were being blended together to create a new and grander plan. It was the new Grand Master strategy which America's warplanners were counting on to bring them victory in Nuclear War I, and they planned to use the war plan very quickly by autumn of 1982, with or without the proper surveillance hoped for by Shuttle Flight No. 3. Strategic nuclear war planning in Washington was being carried out under the code name Project Z. The letter Z was chosen because it is the final letter in your alphabet. The war planners were confident that this would be the last war plan they would need against Russia. War planning under Project Z was so secret that it was not being done at the Pentagon itself. Instead, an elite group of war strategists were assembled at a special war room in downtown Washington. The war room was hidden away in a building which would never be suspected for the purpose. It was practically within the shadow of the White House. The elite war planners for Nuclear War I were a very small group. Their job was to think in terms of the big overall picture. They had at their fingertips computer terminals with which they could access any information they needed from other government computers. This included not only Pentagon data banks but also the computer files of all other government agencies. By May, the Project Z planners had already arrived at the broad outlines for their master war plan. Countless details and refinements still lay ahead, but the basic strategy was already decided. That strategy bears looking at herein. Strategy. The Project Z strategy for Nuclear War I was a three-phase plan, that is, the war planners intended for the war to proceed in three distinct phases known as Phase 1 Initiation, Phase 2 Attrition, and Phase 3 Domination. We have spoken of some of the process which would lead up to the upcoming war. The major process was based on ever-increasing world crises, like those that led up to World War I. You were seeing that process in full swing all around you. It was planned that these crises escalate for about 6 additional months and finally the spark would be set off. The Project Z war planners were concerned with the military acts from that initial spark onward, and therefore we shall begin this segment on that note. Phase number 1. In their plan, the initiation phase would begin with an American surprise attack against Russia. The surprise attack would use the new Phantom warplanes. They would be the key to the outcome of the rest of the war. In the summer of 1978, America had begun major shifting to a first strike nuclear strategy against Russia. It would be a first strike. It would be to knock out the Earth bases for Russia's space triad of strategic weapons. If that could be done, Russia's overwhelming military power in space would soon wither and perish. That would leave the US and Russia on more equal terms for the rest of the war. The plan was to use a combination of subcraft and unmanned aircraft called RPVs for the initial attack. That plan was actually attempted some 2 years prior but ended in total failure because subcraft and RPVs were no match for Russia's Cosmospheres with their beam weapons, but the new Phantom warplanes were almost ready and the plan was being revived in updated form. Phantom warplanes were intended to be based in at least 3 countries on Russia's doorstep. These basing areas were northern Norway, eastern Turkey, and most critical of all, Xinjiang province in northwestern China. You see, business activities are not the only thing going with China. Already, high-powered lasers were being moved into those areas. They were equipped with the new aiming device called CER. Those lasers had the proven ability to shoot down Cosmospheres. They would be used to protect the Phantom warplanes from destruction on the ground by Cosmospheres. The Phantom warplanes which would be used were unmanned. They were equipped with robot pilots which would be programmed to fly each plane to a pre-assigned target. Each would be programmed for a one-way trip. The invisible robot pilot and aircraft would fly through Russian airspace, invulnerable to any beam weapon attacks. Anti-aircraft missiles fired at them would be unable to home in on them, and so the Project Z planners believed that the robot Phantom planes would reach their targets. Those targets were Russia's 4 cosmodromes for rockets plus several Cosmosphere installations in central Siberia. The invisible robot planes would crash like kamikazes into their targets. Seemingly out of a clear blue sky, all of Russia's space bases would suddenly vanish in thermonuclear fireballs. In addition to Russia's space bases, the Phantom warplane assault would also be directed at one other category of prime targets. Those were the bases for Russia's flying anti-missile system. The system consisted of a fleet of 2 144 supersonic transports equipped with particle beam weapons. They were supposed to provide Russia's final line of defense against incoming missile warheads. American Phantom warplanes would be programmed to destroy the 2 144 bases. Phase number 1 was continuing on a very tight timetable by May 1982. If the invisible warplane attack would succeed, a furious counterattack by Russia was guaranteed. Project Z called for the US to beat Russia to the punch. The entire US nuclear arsenal was to be fired at Russia. It would be done by creating a false indication that America was under nuclear attack. The method which would be employed was known as electromagnetic pulse or EMP. EMP is a phenomenon associated with nuclear blasts at the fringes of space. Your strategic forces were programmed to consider an EMP episode to be positive proof of a Russian attack. Under those circumstances, they were instructed to counterattack against Russia without waiting for any further orders. In the Project Z timetable, the Phantom warplane explosions in Russia would be followed moments later by nuclear detonations over North America. These would be the warheads of American high-speed missiles called ACMs. They would be launched into the sky from various locations around the US to create a violent EMP episode. Your strategic nuclear forces, obeying orders, would launch what they would believe to be a retaliation against Russia. As the American ACMs would be launched into the sky over your heads, still another event was to be underway. Keep in mind the episode of January 1982 whereby Russian Cosmosphere had been shot down for the first time over New Jersey. In the same way, high-power lasers located in many places around the US would be shooting down as many Cosmospheres as possible. By the time your ICBMs were launched a few minutes later, it could be expected that many of the threatening Cosmospheres overhead would have been destroyed. They would be unable to blast all of your missiles as they were launched, and many would survive to be on their way to Russia. Thanks to the initial Phantom warplane attack, Russia's flying ABM system would also be out of action. Stripped of all her defenses against missile attack, the Soviet Union would soon be aflame with a sea of nuclear firestorms. In the Project Z war plan, the arrival of American ICBMs on Russian targets would mark the end of phase number 1, the initiation phase. Phase number 2. This is the attrition phase. During phase number 2, the war planners envisioned extreme damage to both the US and to Russia, with the war gradually running down. First, there would be a rain of Russian missile warheads on the US. There would also be missile attacks on certain other targets around the world where American military forces were located, but the real destruction would be right in the US itself. The Project Z war planners did not expect America, as you know it, to survive a nuclear exchange. Unlike Russia, the US has no civil defense worthy of the name, let alone hardened blast shelters, and, because of the need for total surprise in the attack against Russia's space bases, the ensuing nuclear exchanges would come without warning. Vacationers would be on beaches, businessmen would be making deals, housewives would be in supermarkets, children would be at play, etc. Suddenly air raid sirens might start to blare, as they would do so on a summer day in Hiroshima years ago, but it would be too late. The America you know and love would die in 1,000 Hiroshimas. The war schemers have planned for all that and have only updated the plans to suit changes in happenings. While you and your children vanish from the face of the earth, they fully intended and intend to be riding out any attack they have caused in government war bunkers built with your taxpayer money. Gradually, over a period of many months, they fully expected the conflict between Russia and the US to sputter out. Both sides would be exhausted and ruined, both would lose the capacity to carry the war any further. In Russia, the wound would be grievous, up to 50 million dead and millions more injured and dying, but in the US the wounds would be mortal. The Project Z war planners had figured it out on their computers. If you were lucky, from 40 to 50 million Americans might survive at the end of the war. All the rest would have been killed outright in nuclear attacks or would have died of injuries and disease. Nuclear War I would leave medical care virtually non-existent in what would be left of America. The American Bolsheviks intended to ride out the war after setting it off. They would wait until the stalemate point would be reached with both sides unable to fight any longer. That would mark the end of phase number 2, the attrition phase. Phase number 3. Finally, the Project Z war plan would move into the third and final phase. That phase, of course, would be world domination by the satanic Bolsheviks/Zionists who already controlled and control the US military. Oh yes, I see the concern rising, jealous, and I am indeed grateful to be making impact. The plans only shifted, dear friends, and the stage relocated to Sirius, indeed, this day. In the final phase as planned for 1982, the Bolsheviks/Zionists in America would be taking advantage of secret preparations which began long prior. I have already discussed the plans of the Rockefeller brothers launched in 1961 for world domination, but we will, of course, refer to it again as we pick up more of the background pieces. It is, however, critically important that you realize you are now on the verge of it all blowing up before you can get a grip on the situation in time to take actions as citizens. All you can do is press ahead diligently and pray for guidance. It is time to turn unto God and pray for His mercy and protection, for all have ignored these warnings which have been poured upon you and ignored by you, for 2 decades. Did it have to require movement or your precious children into foreign sands to cause you to pay attention? I suppose so, for here we are in a worse and infinitely more serious scenario with your troops already in foreign placement to protect them for ground fighting and mop up in the foreign lands. Yes, you certainly did need that shelter system, you most certainly did. One arm of the prior plan had been strategy, which required the US to give the impression that it was growing steadily weaker, disarming unilaterally, closing military bases, and so on, but that was only for public consumption. The secret side of the strategy involved an actual buildup of armaments, in secret. Nothing has changed, has it? When the Bolsheviks/Zionists in the US seized power from the Rockefellers, they continued the stockpiling of secret reserves of armaments worldwide, and especially in Israel. It was well planned that, as the war began to sputter, all these armaments would be brought into the open. Even if the entire populations of the US and Russia were gone, that would still leave 95% of the world's population alive. With the world's only surviving major military force, they believed world domination would be theirs at last. You see, the Bolsheviks and the Zionists despise and loathe both the Russians and the Americans, and world domination could only come to the bankers and global cartel through massive damage and or destruction to both major powers. Well, Russia has beefed up her survival shelter systems and filled her silos with your grain against that day. What does that tell you, dear ones, about what is planned for you as a national population? And where is your ally, Great Britain? Aha, I thought you might notice the problem. It is you and Russia which are destined for the destruction, and look who walks out free and clear in domination of the world. This is enough to chew for one sitting, Dharma, so allow us to close the segment. I'm sorry to bring these things to your attention, but remember, I did not write the scenario. I am only bringing forth the truth of it that you might open your eyes and defend yourselves. Let us see whether or not you shall hear and see. Good day. Chapter 21. Rec number 1 Hayton. Tuesday, August 21st, 1990, 8:26 a.m. Year 4 Day 5. First military success of the Space Shuttle. On March 30th, 1982, one day behind schedule, you got to see a shuttle landing at the White Sands Missile Range, New Mexico. White Sands is the true nerve center of the Space Shuttle program, regardless of what is projected otherwise. The third shuttle flight, regardless of which shuttle did what, represented another first, and that one was not visible on television. For the first time, a space shuttle had succeeded in its secret military mission. By so doing, another barrier was removed in the path to nuclear war. The third shuttle mission took place nearly a year after the first flight of April, 1981. A comparison between the first and third flights is a study in ironies. In the April fiasco, publicity about the first flight was designed to give the impression that it was unnaturally perfect. Meanwhile, the secret military mission which you did not see was disaster. With the third flight, it was the other way around. From start to finish, the publicity emanating from NASA gave the impression that the shuttle was plagued with problems. NASA wanted to be able to explain it away if disaster should strike again, but, as it turned out, the military mission in space, hidden from your eyes, was a success, and the loss of one more shuttle was not so detrimental to the program as a whole. Space Shuttle number 3 was supposed to orbit a special new spy satellite. It was hardened against attack from Russia's space weapons and armed with a robot-controlled laser that could shoot back. In addition, the shuttle itself was armed with lasers on this third try. The public image of a troubled, plagued shuttle flight actually got underway several days prior to launch, thanks to the weather. Drenching rainstorms turned Edwards Air Force Base in California, used for the prior two landings, into a wet bog. The tight military schedule of the shuttle program required that the flight take off on schedule anyway, so for public consumption a 23-car railroad train loaded with equipment was sent from California to New Mexico. Ostensibly, NASA was setting up a spur-of-the-moment landing site at the White Sands Missile Range. This was done so that the central role of White Sands Missile Range in the shuttle program would not be suspected by the public, and would also delete the need for substitute shuttles in the landing itself because it is publicly closed. Space Shuttle number 3 lifted off from Cape Canaveral only an hour behind schedule on Monday morning, March 22nd. Beginning at the moment of liftoff, NASA started laying the basis for a cover-up story should the military mission fail. First, you heard the pre-recorded voice of Shuttle Commander Jack Luzma saying unexplained white flakes were flying past the windshield. Later, after the shuttle was out of sight, you were told that one of the power packs called an APU was not functioning. These initial hints of possible trouble had been pre-recorded for broadcast during the launch for a reason. There was fear that the shuttle might be destroyed by Russian space weapons before reaching orbit altitude. Had that happened, the shuttle managers wanted to be able to initiate a cover-up which would not reveal the military situation, but as it turned out, the preparations paid off and, through the radical new maneuver already discussed, the shuttle did at least reach proper altitude. When the shuttle number 3 took off, it headed into the northeast. Long-distance cameras followed it until the two solid rockets separated and fell away. Then, as the shuttle disappeared from sight, it started its long sweeping turn into the north. It was heading toward a near-polar orbit so that it would pass over Russia. This much of the flight plan was the same as in the past, but this time a critical new feature was added. Less than 30 seconds after the shuttle disappeared from TV cameras, the cargo bay doors were blasted completely off. This opened up a field of fire for the defensive laser at the front of the cargo bay. Then the shuttle and its giant external tanks started rotating slowly in a space-age version of a barrel roll. In World War II, fighter pilots made use of the barrel roll to avoid bullets from enemy airplanes. Likewise, the space shuttle used a barrel roll to protect itself against probable attack from Russian cosmospheres. By rotating like a corkscrew, the shuttle made it impossible for a cosmosphere to approach safely from any direction. The barrel roll maneuver was a very risky one, however, for the shuttle. The shuttle and tank were not designed with aerobatics in mind, but calculations showed that it should survive a slow roll, and somehow it did. One of the biggest questions about the barrel roll stunt was what it would do to the astronauts Luzma and Fullerton. They were required to withstand these dizzying gyrations for about 6 minutes. At the same time, the shuttle was still accelerating with up to 3 times the force of gravity, and because of the peculiar design of the shuttle and fuel tank, the gyrations were sickening indeed. Military space doctors knew that at best Luzma and Fullerton would be very sick for some time after reaching this low orbit. Their wild, bruising, spinning ride would end abruptly in weightlessness. That is a combination guaranteed to derange the equilibrium of even the toughest astronaut. Nothing remotely like it had ever been done. Doctors were rightly worried that even if the two survived the mission and returned to Earth, there could be permanent damage to their equilibrium. When orbit was reached, they did indeed become violently ill. That is why you heard those reports about nausea striking both men. NASA wanted to pave the way for a plausible public explanation if they should not appear well when they returned to Earth. At the same time, the shuttle planners knew perfectly well why they were sick. That is why NASA spokesman acted so unconcerned when discussing the space sickness with reporters. When they called it motion sickness, they were making a gross understatement. Note that a simple change of words is often employed to change perception of a situation to the public. For instance, George Bush simply changed from detained to hostage in the situation in Kuwait, and the whole world knew war had actually been set into motion. Defensive to offensive stance, and the war is on. You are so manipulated that you, as the public, respond in perfection to each word pronounced upon you. As another example, changing perception of rapid weight loss to toxic trauma makes infinite difference in perception regarding Dharma's status, even if the results are actually the same. Astronauts' immediate actions. Luzma and Fullerton were to begin work immediately upon reaching proper orbit, sick or not. Their extensively modified crew compartment was to be depressurized already automatically, with the two men depending upon their space suits. This plan had to be modified slightly when the barrel roll was added to the flight plan. When the shuttle reached orbit, the astronauts were in space suits, but the cabin was still pressurized. They were allowed several minutes to get from the flight deck to the Gemini-type escape capsule stored below. Once inside the escape capsule, they then depressurized the cabin, then the nose laser system deployed automatically to protect the shuttle against any attacks by Russian space weapons. This allowed Luzma and Fullerton to recover from space sickness while inside the capsule. For the ensuing 2 days or so, getting well was their main task. It was a period of total vulnerability, of depending on the untried automatic laser system for protection. The shuttle planners wanted to have the excuse ready later should the shuttle be attacked and destroyed. So the day after the launch, you were shown TV pictures of missing tiles on the nose of the shuttle. According to those pictures, at least a dozen tiles in the black area were lost. If that had really happened, it would have been cause for extreme alarm. Later, a NASA spokesman downplayed it, saying the tiles were non-critical. But there is no such thing as a non-critical black tile. The black tiles supposedly lost are to withstand temperatures above 1500 degrees Fahrenheit. Under the tile there is nothing but a piece of felt called a strain isolation pad, which would not last 5 seconds in those temperatures, and under the felt is the metal skin of the shuttle. It is made of aluminum, which loses its strength above 350 degrees. If exposed to 1500 degree heat by a few missing black tiles, the shuttle could not possibly avoid very severe, crippling damage or destruction by rupturing. The nice NASA space movies you saw on TV were a pre-recorded hoax to provide an excuse if something went wrong, but it didn't. The astronauts recovered, went to work, and deployed the new military satellite. Meanwhile, NASA's spokesman waved aside the alleged tile problem as minor. It had served its purpose and was no longer needed. Throughout the remainder of the week you heard about one problem following another. Supposedly the cargo bay doors would not close, and I guess not, since they were blown completely away. The toilet would not work, 3 out of 4 communications channels went out, 1 of the 3 crucial data display screens in the cockpit failed, etc. None of these stories was true, all were devised to provide blather material and cover story for possible problems with the secret military mission, but in the end none of them was needed, and so NASA's spokesman just waved them aside as unimportant. The secret military mission was a success, so the pretended mission which was cooked up for TV was declared an overwhelming success, also. Late Friday night, March 26, Luzma and Fullerton finished deploying the new Super Spy satellite. It had taken longer than planned, but it was done. The shuttle was left in orbit. The astronauts re-entered their Gemini-type escape capsule, fired its retro-rockets, and dropped out of orbit to an Indian Ocean splashdown. From there they were flown non-stop to the White Sands Missile Range, New Mexico. The shuttle directors took advantage of a sandstorm at White Sands to delay the public landing for an extra day while the astronauts recuperated. Then the next morning they boarded one of the 2 remaining secret shuttles at White Sands. The shuttle took off from the north end of the immense White Sands Range, using small solid rockets. Just moments before 11 a.m. it made its appearance on TV. They swooped in from the north, dropped down over the mountains, and touched down in a cloud of white dust. Finally, after a respectable wait, out stepped Luzma and Fullerton, all rested and refreshed. You need to give great honor to the entire situation because success was achieved against incredible odds, in the face of Russia's overwhelming power in space. Determination, ingenuity, and sheer boldness carried the day. But it was a black trip indeed, for its purpose was heinous. The designers of the plan were not doing all this for exploration or to prevent war, it was for the sole purpose of getting on with nuclear war 1. With the military surveillance necessary and critical for the planning, you moved one step closer to doomsday. Some sobering thoughts. For years your Lord Christos has held back the Holocaust that threatens to engulf you. Time after time you have come to the very brink only to be pulled back and spared once again and given additional time and chance to change. Your Lord is not willing that any should perish, most surely in the absence of God balance and knowledge of truth, and he has shown mercy over and over again. Have you mended your ways? Have you returned unto him? Have you revived the values that made America great? Have you effort to return unto his laws and the laws of the creation? Have you basically moved away from or toward correction of your path unto God, truth and actions? So be it. Jeremiah, chapter 5, says it very well indeed. We have spoken falsely of the Lord, and have said he will do nothing. No evil will come upon us, nor shall we see sword or famine. Behold, I am bringing upon you a nation from afar, says the Lord. It is an enduring nation, it is an ancient nation, a nation whose language you do not know. Well, as you were sitting while the American Bolshevik satanic leaders in the US were intending to destroy the ancient, enduring nation of Russia whose language you do not know, you could not know that you, too, were planned in the destruction. I cannot see a way to warn you more critically as you watch, now, that which goes forth in the Middle East, for this is truly the location in which the final war scenario is to be staged. Will it happen? Well, God and the Christos see all, and he alone repays that which is sent forth. But it is well worth the pondering and prayerful petition for insight that you might take positive action to change thine plight. Allow us to leave this writing for a rest, please. Hayton to stand by. Thank you for your service, and to you readers, for your kind attention. Chapter 22. Rec number 2 Hayton. Friday, August 24, 1990, 2:05 p.m. Year 4 Day 8. Countdown toward Nuclear War 1. As you moved through the Falklands crisis and into early summer of 1982, it was a time of ever-increasing danger for America. The timetable for nuclear war was still in effect. That timetable called for Nuclear War 1 to erupt by mid-September 1982. The American Bolsheviks who controlled the U.S. Pentagon were not slowing down in their war preparations. That was true in spite of the fact that part of their war plan had been crippled. The covert warfare that spawned the so-called Falklands crisis had all but ruined the Pentagon plans for final victory in the forthcoming war, but the Bolshevik war planners had a suicidal streak in their thinking, and they were bent on war regardless of the consequences, and you were to be sacrificial lambs, at any rate. Headlines were growing larger about the Falklands War between Argentina and Britain. Heavy losses were reported on both sides. Argentina had lost her only cruiser, the General Belgrano, plus several minor vessels and a number of aircraft. Britain had so far admitted losing 5 major ships, 2 destroyers, 2 frigates, and a container ship full of war material. Those reports reflected the scale of the fighting to some extent, but they were incomplete and totally distorted. As in every war, the truth always becomes the first casualty. Please keep in your mind the information and truth already presented to you prior to this chapter, in that an entirely new nuclear war strategy against Russia was being developed in Washington. It was being worked out by an elite military planning group in extreme secrecy under the code name Project Z. It was a military planning project calling for Nuclear War 1 itself to begin by September of 1982. Project Z was continuing to move fast at the secret war planning room in downtown Washington. The process of fleshing out the basic war plan was already underway. Then the first complete draft of the total Project Z war plan was ready. The plan was essentially completed with nothing left to do but make minor refinements. The existence of the major new U.S. nuclear war plan was creeping into the news. On May 30, 1982, right at the Memorial Day celebration of Remembering Your War Dead, an article about it appeared for the first time in the New York Times. The article was by Richard Halloran and carried the headline, "Pentagon Draws Up First Strategy for Fighting a Long Nuclear War." Defense Department policymakers in a new 5-year defense plan have accepted the premise that nuclear conflict with the Soviet Union could be protracted, and have drawn up their first strategy for fighting such a war. Of course, it was to mislead the public away from any perception of immediate, like within 3 months, all-out war begun by the U.S. with a first strike. The article went on to mention that the plan was laid out in an unpublished document of 125 pages. It was drafted for approval by Secretary of Defense, Caspar Weinberger. The U.S. Pentagon was controlled by the Bolsheviks, who formerly controlled Russia. Weinberger was the highest visible agent of the Bolsheviks in the U.S. government at that time. Note I said, visible. The nuclear war plans of the Bolsheviks was moving most quickly, but the U.S. government was a house divided. The Bolsheviks were opposed by their bitter rivals, the Rockefeller cartel. Their top visible operative in the federal government at the time was Secretary of State Alexander Haig. The often visible feuding between Haig and Weinberger was only a pale shadow of that deadly power struggle behind the scenes. Unlike the Bolsheviks, the Rockefeller faction did not want nuclear war. In a word, they couldn't afford it. They would lose everything, and so the Rockefeller faction was working feverishly to head off the Bolshevik nuclear war plan. The new anti-Bolshevik rulers of Russia were also against nuclear war. The anti-Bolshevik, anti-nuclear war attitudes of the Rockefeller cartel and the Kremlin led to a limited coalition between them. The most spectacular result from this Rockefeller-Russian coalition was the Falklands War raging between Argentina and Britain. The Falklands was the visible aftermath to covert warfare which took place during April 1982, of which we have just written. The Rockefeller cartel and the Russians joined forces to destroy certain major military installations and weapons reserves. These were key ingredients in the final phase of the Project Z war plan. The whole operation began at South Georgia Island on April 3. With the help of Argentina, a joint Rockefeller-Russian commando team was able to knock out the giant hidden naval base there. The base, built during the 1960s, was originally controlled through the U.S. government by the Rockefeller cartel, but the Bolsheviks acquired control of the bases in the late 1970s when they also seized control of the American Pentagon. The major base was contained within a giant man-made cavern hollowed out inside a mountain near the water. With the camouflaged ship entrances sealed, the base was bomb-proof, but the joint Rockefeller-Russian commando team succeeded in attacking the base by drilling a shaft through the mountain. Then a compact Russian neutron bomb was inserted through the shaft and detonated inside the cavernous naval base. The process took several weeks. The Thatcher government, which like the U.S. Pentagon is Bolshevik-controlled, and this should give you a bad case of hives this very day in view of the mess in the Middle East, dispatched the Royal Navy. First, it was supposed to dislodge the heavily armed Rockefeller-Russian military force before it could destroy the naval base, then it was to move on to the Falklands for the publicly admitted fighting. The Royal Navy arrived several days too late to save the secret base on South Georgia Island. But by that time the panicking Thatcher government had already committed some 2/3 of the Royal Navy to the South Atlantic. On top of that, at least one British ship had already been sunk by Russia in connection with the secret South Georgia operation. That left the Thatcher government with no choice but to engage Argentina in battle, otherwise it would have been impossible to explain away Britain's huge deployment to the South Atlantic, much less the heavy losses which had been sustained. On April 30 the British blockade of the Falklands was just beginning. Later that day the entity President Reagan announced that the US was actively siding with Britain, another breakout of hives, please. The announcement was a victory for the Pentagon War faction. Right away warfare around the Falklands started heating up quickly. On May 1 the British launched bombing raids against the airport at Port Stanley, and on May 2 a British submarine torpedoed Argentina's second largest ship, the cruiser General Belgrano. It sank within 24 hours, leaving a death toll of more than 300 Argentine sailors. The sinking of the Belgrano was expected to demoralize the Argentines, but instead it enraged them. The Belgrano had been sunk at a time when it was not threatening the British forces. The Argentines decided it was time to start playing their ace in the hole against Britain. Argentina had been given certain promises in return for making the secret South Georgia operation possible. One of these was the promise of covert military assistance by Russia against Britain. Specifically, it was pledged that the Russians would intervene in parallel with Argentine air and naval operations in ways designed to even the odds. In this way Argentina's military leaders could take full credit for both their own and covert Russian attacks on the British. At the same time, the procedure was designed to keep Russia's role in the fighting quite obscure. On May 4 the Argentine Air Force decided to put Russia's promises to the test. A pair of fighter bombers headed out over the Atlantic to attack the Royal Navy. Acting on reconnaissance data provided by Russian spy satellites, they headed straight for the fleet. As the two low-flying Argentine jets appeared on the horizon, they were picked up by British fleet radar. At the same time, a Russian Cosmosphere hovering many miles above the fleet took final aim at one of the ships. The ship was one of Britain's newest, most modern, most sophisticated ships designed specifically to shield the fleet against air attack. The ship was a Type 42 guided missile destroyer, HMS Sheffield. Long before the two Argentine jets were close enough to attack, the Cosmosphere fired its charged particle beam weapon downward at the ship. The white-hot beam of subatomic particles blasted through the aluminum superstructure just behind the bridge near the top of the ship. In a split second the beam seared through layers of metal downward into the bowels of the ship. The aluminum of the ship itself was instantly ablaze. The Argentine fighter pilots witnessed the spectacular explosion and intense white flames from nearly 20 miles away. They promptly turned back toward home, having expended no missiles. Bewildered survivors from the Sheffield later said there had been no warning before the blast. I am going to tell you right now, a great portion of the current show of power is to cause a standoff with Russia who does not wish an all-out nuclear war. It is not Iraq who is being forced into a corner and Hussein knows, if attacked, he can most likely count on Russia to come to his assistance. You still cannot handle the Cosmosphere beams, but it becomes obvious that your own forces will introduce such heinous ground weaponry, such as chemicals, etc., that the whole world is held hostage the whole world. If Russia brings into play the space weapons it causes all-out and total nuclear/particle beam war. You ones are going to have to face the fact that the wondrous US, as you once knew it, is now headed by evil beyond your imagination hand in hand as a walking shadow with England. You have pushed your innocent children into the role of the anti-God for all the world to see and witness. You do not hear from the people on your controlled media pictures, you only hear from the puppet or hostage leaders who are telling you exactly that which you are intended to hear. You are only a breath away from total annihilation at worst and all-out war at best. You have no shelter systems, so at best is quite academic indeed. Meanwhile in Argentina in April, 1982. Argentina's leaders were being coached by Rockefeller cartel operatives in what to say publicly about war developments. They claimed that a French-made missile called the Exocet had been used to sink the Sheffield, but, to those who know the characteristics of the Exocet missile, the Sheffield disaster remained a total mystery. The Exocet is a type of missile known as a sea skimmer. It is designed to skim along just above the water, striking a ship almost at the water line. Films of the Exocet were shown on your TV and clearly demonstrated that characteristic. But the Sheffield was blasted close to the very top of the superstructure. In fact, that is said to be the reason for the relatively low casualty toll in the destruction of HMS Sheffield. Had the same blast been aimed low and close to the water line, the ship would have heeled over and very quickly been sunk and almost all of the crew would have been lost. On the evening of May 4, Admiral Martin Wemyss, former director of British naval warfare, was interviewed about the Sheffield disaster on ABC Nightline. Ted Koppel began with the words, "Admiral Wemyss, how is it that such a modern ship would not have been able to first of all detect and then destroy that Argentine aircraft?" Admiral Wemyss answered, "I think that's an extremely good question, and I cannot give you a straight answer. In my book, this should not have happened." For the next 2 weeks talks between Argentina and Britain continued with United Nations Secretary General Pérez de Cuellar attempting to mediate. What were the British doing? Meanwhile, the Thatcher government continued to add to the British Armada in the South Atlantic. Even the luxury liner, Queen Elizabeth II, was commandeered and turned into a troop ship. It sailed with some 3,200 troops aboard on May 12. The strategy of the Bolshevik-dominated Thatcher government was very simple. They knew very well they were sending the Royal Navy into a trap, but they believed that by multiplying naval strength in the South Atlantic virtually beyond reason, they would win. They were making the British commitment so huge compared to that of Argentina that a total Argentine rout of the British would look unreasonable. It would enable the question of covert Russian aid to Argentina to be raised openly and credibly, and that could help set off the very nuclear war which they knew Russia was trying to avoid. And what do you have going right now in Saudi Arabia? I thought I might be reaching into your reasoning mind just a wee bit. You are setting up the absolute same scenario in the Saudi desert while you cook your children in suits designed to save a few from that which you, yourself, plan to kill them with chemical warfare. I am sorry, children of the lie, this is simply the way it is. Following that brute force strategy, the Thatcher government continued to put every available ship into the South Atlantic fray. As of the end of May, over 100 British ships were either in the war zone or heading toward it. That was almost the entire Royal Navy. The attitude was, for every ship the Russians and Argentines would sink, the Thatcher government would just send 2 more, anything to make sure Britain retook the Falklands, because if that was not accomplished, the Thatcher government would fall and that would be a major setback to Bolshevik power in Britain. Where do you think that leaves you right now? Thatcher is stronger than ever and spends a lot of time in the good old USA in top secret meetings. On May 19, the last-ditch talks at the United Nations finally collapsed. Britain was ready at last to invade. After talks ended that evening, it was announced that the British War Cabinet would meet the following morning. Supposedly, the meeting would decide whether or not to give the go-ahead for invasion, but it was all a ruse to help create an element of surprise against Argentina and against Russia. The first stage of an elaborate invasion strategy was already going into action. On the evening of May 19, the British invasion fleet was divided up into 2 groups. One group was 150 miles due east of Port Stanley, the other, 100 miles to the northeast. Shortly before midnight, Washington time, both invasion forces started heading toward shore. Russian cosmospheres and submarines went into action working together. Both British assault groups came under fire. At least 2 ships critical to the assault were hit and heavily damaged. By 2 a.m. Washington time, both assault forces aborted their moves toward the Port Stanley area. In response, Russian forces disengaged. The Russians believed they had thwarted the British invasion, but they were wrong. The 2 large invasion groups threatening Port Stanley the night of May 19 were actually carrying out a diversionary action. British strategists knew that the Russians had the muscle available to stop any invasion. The only chance of success lay in convincing the Russians that they had stopped the invasion, and then somehow sneaking troops ashore. So the 2 large invasion forces of May 19 actually were staging decoy actions. Most of the British invasion troops were no longer aboard the troop carrier, Canberra, or the assault ships. Instead, they had been transferred to other ships which normally were not used for amphibious purposes. On the morning of May 20, the elaborate British deception continued. Up until the previous day, British statements had been referring to an imminent all-out invasion, but on the morning of May 20 the statements changed abruptly. British Defense Ministry spokesman suddenly started saying that the British would confine themselves to small hit-and-run raids for a while. The Bolshevik military planners in London wanted to further convince Russia that the invasion had been stopped the previous night. It worked. Small groups of British ships began moving around the Falklands as if to plan small raiding parties here and there. In the early morning darkness of May 21, one of those small groups of ships moved into the north end of the Falkland Sound between the islands. Contrary to press reports, the troop ship, Canberra, was not among them, nor was an assault ship. Those ships would have tipped off the Russians, monitoring everything from cosmospheres far above, that a major landing was afoot. Instead, the key ship that moved into San Carlos Bay was the hospital ship, Uganda. Under cover of darkness, the Uganda moved close to shore. British assault troops, crammed like sardines into the Uganda, clambered down the sides of the ship on rope ladders into motor launches. The launches ferried the troops a short distance ashore, one group after another. As soon as they were ashore, the troops had orders to spread out fast. In that way they rendered themselves unsuitable targets for any attack by the Russian cosmospheres patrolling miles above. Particle beam weapons are devastating against concentrated targets but very inefficient against personnel scattered over a wide area. By dawn other ships had also disembarked troops in the same manner. Now pay attention, the same principle holds true in the Saudi desert. It is hard to hit all those scattered ground troops, and the probability of the Israelis getting off some rounds of nuclear bombs is totally within capability, and then the show is on. By the time daylight revealed what was really going on, it was too late. The British invasion of the Falklands was underway. Once the British got ashore with a sizable number of troops, Britain's chances of regaining control of the island started increasing quickly. Covert Russian help for the Argentines was much more feasible at sea and in the air than on land under those circumstances. You were given reports about a number of devastating air attacks by the Argentines. Up to then the British had admitted losing at least 5 ships plus several helicopters and Harrier jump jets, but slowly the British ground forces reinforced and started advancing across East Falkland Island toward Port Stanley. As of May 31, British ground forces were closing in on the main Argentine garrison at Port Stanley. The operation was being portrayed in the press and news in the US as a relatively easy task, but I believe you now see that that was a great deviation from the truth of it. British casualties in land battles were far greater than ever admitted, and at sea the Royal Navy took extremely heavy losses that were not even hinted at so far as the controlled press was concerned. Many ships were badly damaged, and I repeat, all of the original contingent of the Sea Harrier jump jets were put out of action. Both British aircraft carriers, the Hermes and the Invincible, had been rendered incapable of launching jets. The Harriers which still were operating around the Falklands were a different type from the sharp-nosed, blue-painted Sea Harriers. They were painted in green and brown camouflage. My friends, they were U.S. Marine Corps Harriers, and they were operating from an American ship. I'm sorry, little dreamers. Official stories vs. truth. Yes, I realize that which we outlay here is in variance with official stories, but that is exactly what these journals are about: truth. And yes, Zeta, precious, you are the first to pronounce the fact that Henry Kissinger was the supplier of Slash or Deep Throat of Watergate fame, as he was setting up Nixon for the big fall. The cycles of life and intrigue are most interesting indeed, are they not? We will cover a bit of Watergate in retrospect, very soon. The things being revealed herein are at variance, but this is the war you never see. Photos of British amphibious exercises taken at Ascension Island were passed off as pictures of the Falklands invasion. British Broadcasting Corporation broadcasting facilities on Ascension Island were taken over weeks prior by British military. You then began to hear daily reports from Ascension Island that were claimed to be originating with the task force. Even more than usual, the truth had been the first casualty in the Falklands War. Bolshevik/Thatcher use of Falklands. The Bolshevik military planners and the Thatcher government in Britain were trying every way to find some way to use the Falklands War for their own purposes. They were not slowing down in their fast timetable for nuclear war 1. Within a few short weeks there would be a highly visible clue to the status of the Bolshevik nuclear war schedule. And now I refer to the upcoming 4th space shuttle flight. All of the space shuttle flights up to that point had been totally military in nature. The space shuttle was the Pentagon's only hope to regain a military toehold in space for the coming war in planning. Now a new thing came into public attention, and that was that the 4th shuttle flight would be for military purposes. Shuttle flight number 4 was scheduled for June 27th. Past reminders and a bit of summary. The 3rd shuttle flight had been the first successful mission. A hardened laser-armed super spy satellite was orbited in March to obtain fresh reconnaissance data on Russia. It was the first updating of Russian target data since Russia destroyed America's spy satellites some 4 years prior. Target data from the new satellite was integrated into the Project Z nuclear war plan. Shuttle 4 was being prepared for a different mission. Under the Project Z war plan, the coming nuclear war would begin with a surprise nuclear attack by American stealth planes into Russia. They would attempt to knock out all of Russia's space bases for Cosmosdromes for rockets plus Cosmosphere installations in Siberia. If all would go as planned, all of those installations would be blown up with H-bombs simultaneously. As soon as that would happen, the rest of America's nuclear arsenal would be launched at Russia. There still remained one weak point in the Bolsheviks' first strike plan against Russia. The American Bolsheviks would have to assume that the first phase of the attack plan had succeeded as of a given time. The reason was that the US had no means of verifying if the initial stealth attack had succeeded. When Russia destroyed America's spy satellites 4 years prior, she also destroyed your high-flying early warning satellites. That left the Bolshevik war planners without any way to tell if their bombs had exploded in Russia. Space Shuttle number 4 was intended to solve that problem. The super-secret Department of Defense payload would be a cryogenic infrared sensor system. It was designed to look down at Russia from geostationary orbit. It would detect the explosions of American H-bombs in Russia when they would happen. The moment that it flashed a signal confirming the explosions to the Pentagon, the rest of the American nuclear first strike against Russia would be set in motion. In order to do its job, the Air Force infrared sensor system would have to be placed in geostationary orbit. That orbit is over 22,000 miles high over the equator. The shuttle itself could not go that high, it could only go to low Earth orbit, perhaps 150 miles up. To take the Air Force sensor system the rest of the way, it had to be mounted on a rocket. The shuttle would carry the whole assembly sensor system, rocket, and all, into low orbit. From there the rocket would take the sensor system out to the desired location far above the equator. Dharma, enough for this entry. When we continue, we will take up the economic attack on the US Constitution. We must move smartly along now, Chelis, for this becomes critical, relative information to get into public awareness, for you are standing at the precipice of disaster, and if you all continue to play the game of disbelief, you are destined to great holocaust. You, Dharma, shall pay no further attention to those who denounce our work. There is no longer time to even respond to such distraction. Let those ones find their own confirmation, for the masses of humanity stand poised for catastrophe, and the few must not prevent the masses from having the truth of that which is upon you. So be it, and Salom. God shall walk closely by thine side as we march into the valley of the shadows, for God ordains that the truth shall go forth, and through that truth shall man come again into freedom. Salut. Chapter 23. Rec number 1, Hayton. Saturday, August 25, 1990, 10:34 a.m. Year 4, Day 9. Regarding expresses. Hayton present in service unto holy God, in the bearing forth of truth. He walks ever with us, the hosts, and you the bearers upon the planet. Lay the hope and instructions be gleaned from the writings, and may you act with intent to regain that power which is your birthright, that you may take back that which has been stolen from you by Satan's armies. Hallowed be his name. We are giving forth more than would be counted as regular express material, and we realize that it is shortening your perceived time segments. This material is so critical relative to what is happening upon your placement that you must be given more timely input than to await publishing of a journal. These represent instructions of enlightenment, visualization of that which truly is, and also must move on now, into higher teachings that you can keep of your balance and inner guidance of God's self. It simply requires a doubling up of presentation. I believe the expense involved is laid forth in segments of 13 expresses. However, I would ask that the weekly portion of the heading be deleted. We must not keep man from this information to simply suit income needs. I know not how to ask your public opinion, so I shall go with God's instructions to give unto the people the truth. So be it. Therefore, In addition to this express, which will consist of yesterday's writing on the South Atlantic/Falklands cover-up, we shall give you a truthful Watergate unfolding in this latter half of this express. Both should be entered into the journal under immediate penning. In addition, the writings of Corden and Sananda of the past days must be gotten unto the people, for through them can immediate spiritual guidance life rings be utilized. Your ship is sinking most quickly, and it is thine soul experience which brings you back into God, and now that help must go forth more quickly. That journal shall probably be named Flight Feathers for the Phoenix. Let us turn now to a review of Watergate so that you can begin to see the interplay and participants, for Pandora's box was opened with the revelation of the participation of Henry Kissinger in the prior writing. You see, even those who feel themselves to be among the elite and safely inside are not often actually thusly included. This is how you will prevail. All men are vulnerable to death in the human format, and believe me, only a few shall be carried into safety by the elite cartel. The remaining conspirators shall continue to be at inner battling until the final close of the scenario. At some point, those on the fringes of the corruption will see the truth of it and join with you if you but demand the truth go forth and the shield of lies be wiped away, for the lie cannot bear the light of truth, and these evil traitors shall be seen for that which they are. Time flies. It has been 16 years, which is nearly 2 decades, since the resignation of Richard Nixon as president, August 9th. It needs to be peeked at again in refresher, for it represents the type of lies and cover UPS which have brought you to your knees as a nation, one incident of power and coercion piled upon the evil of another. The Watergate scandal was simply a scheme by the Rockefellers to topple Richard Nixon and install Nelson Rockefeller in the White House. Why didn't that happen? Let us take a look inside as we unfold a few still hidden truths. More and more evidence emerges all the time as other scenarios unfold in your nation and within the world cartel and Zionist movement. Despite his long-time association with the Rockefeller interests, an association born out of necessity rather than desire, on both the part of Nixon and the Rockefellers, Nixon never considered himself, nor did the establishment consider him to be a tried and true member of the power elite. On the contrary, Nixon perceived himself, as the establishment perceived him to be, an outsider on the inside, a political creature through and through, who had, as a consequence of national and international political events, made it to the White House despite general establishment disdain for the man and his policies. Now, don't overreact to these words, for Nixon was certainly no populist, by any stretch, but following his landslide re-election victory over ultra-liberal Senator George McGovern in 1972, Nixon made moves to consolidate power and clean house within his administration. You see, it was the defeat of McGovern which gave Nixon the inroad. That type of political error was not ever to be allowed subsequently. Secrets. Nixon intended to overhaul the entire federal bureaucracy and bring it under the direct control of his own hand-picked loyalists in the White House inner circle, trusted longtime crew, colleagues who were not part of the Rockefeller-sponsored elite. That reorganization attempt in the winter of 1972, which was not made public, eventually spurred into action against Nixon the great power blocs in Washington. All of them saw danger as the hated Nixon moved more and more to control the executive branch from the White House, as he was constitutionally mandated to do. What they feared was real indeed. Nixon genuinely meant to take the reins of government in hand, and if members of the Congress had been privy to a presidential conversation on September 15, 1972, they would have been even more worried. He said, "We're going to have a house cleaning. It's time for a new team. Period. I'm going to tell the American people we didn't do it when we came in before, but now we have a mandate. And one of the mandates is to do the cleaning up that we didn't do in 1968. In this move, not only would Nixon tightly control all reins of the government through 8 top officers in the White House, he would plant his own agents in key positions in every agency of the government. This threatened the globalist profits. Extremely threatening to the Rockefellers was the fact that Nixon and his valued friend, Treasury Secretary John B. Connally, the former governor of Texas and a Democrat turned Republican, were instituting international economic policy measures that threatened the globalist policies of the past that had guaranteed immense profits to the Rockefeller empire and its allied financial interests. We shall put all of this into more perspective as we move backward in the unraveling of events leading up to the planned nuclear war I, but we shall just touch on the importance herein so that you get a picture of the conspirators and inner warring. For example, Nixon and Connally openly repudiated the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade and slapped import fees on foreign-made goods, including even those produced by the Rockefeller family's Japanese subsidiaries. Additionally, Nixon and Connally suspended the convertibility of the dollar into gold and other reserves. I just made a most wondrously important statement, Chelis. Perhaps you should go back and reread the first sentence. This repudiation of the Articles of Agreement of the International Monetary Fund affected a devaluation of the dollar relative to other countries. The result was that U.S. made goods became less costly to foreigners and reduced the competitiveness of foreign-made goods on the American market. In short, Nixon was pursuing economic nationalism. These policies were beneficial to American consumers and workers and to more nationally oriented American industry, but deleterious to the transnational capitalists operating in the Rockefeller sphere of influence. This is why the Nixon administration so threatened the establishment. Little wonder, then, that the Trilateral Commission and the groundwork for the Watergating of Nixon was already being set in motion at the time. Nixon, as far as the Rockefellers were concerned, was out of control. What was worse, Nixon was grooming tough-talking John B. Connally as his successor in 1976. Rockefeller's chief rival. Connally, a product of freewheeling Texas oil politics, had never been a favorite within the so-called Eastern establishment ruled by the Rockefeller family, and he was viewed as Nelson Rockefeller's chief rival for the 1976 Republican presidential nomination. Nixon had, in fact, planned to drop incumbent Vice President Spiro Agnew from the Republican ticket in 1972 and take on Connally as his running mate, but agitation by the Rockefellers and their allies in the media and the liberal wing of the Republican Party forced Nixon to abandon his plans. But Nixon still considered Connally his heir apparent, Agnew notwithstanding. As it so happened, however, the establishment forced both Connally and Agnew out of the way as part of the grand design to put Nixon's plans to rest. Agnew resigned the vice presidency after a longtime Rockefeller crony in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Maryland, one George Beall, brought bribery charges against Agnew that were non-existent but nonetheless, were supported in your injustice system. Additionally, the Attorney General who promoted Beall's campaign against Agnew was Elliot Richardson, another longtime Rockefeller satellite who resigned from the Nixon administration and ultimately became a member of the Trilateral Commission. In fact, Richardson was one of numerous trilateralists named to the Carter administration in 1977, serving as ambassador to the Law of the Sea Treaty negotiations. Connally, like Agnew, was also indicted for bribery. Connally barely won acquittal, but his White House ambitions were shattered, even though the evidence against him had been brought by an unsavory felon who was angling for a reduced sentence in an unrelated criminal case. If you still are holding to the lie that your justice system is somehow going to help you if in trouble, forget it. Most especially if there are ones from the elite trying to get you. Well, these ones here are going to cause them to wish they had not tampered with God's property. Of course Dharma and Oberle are exhausted with the trauma and expenses involved, but some dirty laundry is going to be produced before we are finished with this particular case. Then others will be more willing to step forth in truth. Remember, dear ones, you only can receive back in proportion to that which you give forth. Hold to this knowledge as things in life unfold which seem insurmountable. Further, do not prejudge how a thing should come to bear fruit, for it will rarely ever be as you expect it to be. In both instances above, the establishment media gave full play to the charges against Agnew and Connally and helped further the perception that Nixon and his associates were engaged in widespread criminal conduct. Nonetheless, Nixon still retained the presidency. And Nixon was, as an individual, in a position of immense power, having access to the public unrivaled perhaps by any other human being, a major roadblock in the path of the Rockefeller family's longtime goal of installing Brother Nelson in the White House. In this context, something very interesting came out during the divorce proceedings of Rockefeller brother Winthrop and his then wife, Bobo Sears Rockefeller. According to Bobo, on the occasions that the Rockefeller brothers got together, one of the frequent topics of discussion was this: how to put Nelson Rockefeller in the White House without benefit of a presidential election. Clearly, as a result of Watergate, the Rockefeller brothers almost achieved that goal. When Vice President Spiro Agnew was driven out of office, Nixon did an end run on the Rockefellers and the establishment media by resisting widespread pressure to name Nelson Rockefeller as vice president. Instead, Nixon named Gerald Ford, House Minority Leader. Ford was a loyal member of the establishment, and himself a participant in the Rockefeller-controlled Bilderberg conferences. Note that he is always included in all top-secret meetings to this current day. You see, this was a power play on the part of Nixon which actually represented Nixon's insurance. Had Nelson Rockefeller assumed the vice presidency, Nixon would have suffered some untimely fate, such as murder by intent. By appointing Ford as vice president, Nixon gave himself a longer lease on the White House keys and the opportunity to continue to fight the efforts to dethrone him from the presidency. However, when Nixon fell, as you now know, Ford's own life was in danger after Ford appointed Nelson Rockefeller as vice president in line to succeed him, and we shall cover that in a minute, but let us continue with this thought stream presently. It was none other than two longtime Rockefeller intimates, Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and CIA Director Richard Helms, and David Rockefeller himself, who urged Nixon to establish the White House plumbers. Now is it any wonder that top credibility could be given to deep-throat information? It was coming from the horse's mouth. It was the plumbers, a private White House intelligence group, who were caught breaking into Democratic Party headquarters at the Watergate Hotel in Washington, setting the enormous scandal in motion. And such a stupidly absurd incident it was, and yet the entire nation came to a halt as if this was the first corruption of politics since the nation was birthed. Oh my gracious be, how foolish you sleeple are. Blackmail. Nixon was blackmailing the CIA. The president knew about the CIA's involvement in the assassination of John F. Kennedy and was using this knowledge against the CIA for political leverage. The plumbers were thoroughly set up, and it was evident they were supposed to get caught, and insurance was set in place to assure the capture. It was certainly no coincidence that it was an ex-CIA man, E. Howard Hunt, himself often linked to the JFK murder, who led the plumbers at the ill-fated break-in. Hunt's strange activities proved that he was never loyal to Nixon. It was Nixon's liaison with the Secret Service, one Alexander Butterfield, a CIA spy in the White House, who first leaked the existence of the secret White House taping system to congressional investigators, setting the stage for Nixon's ultimate downfall. Then Secret Service Chief, Robert H. Taylor, fired by top-ranking Nixon intimate, Chief of Staff Haldeman, as a result of controversy over the president's security, was later made head of the private security forces for the Rockefeller family enterprises. Now let us look into the uncovering of Deep Throat. Who was Deep Throat? Who was this famous unnamed source who provided the Washington Post with all the inside information that helped the Trilateral Link newspaper bring down Nixon? The actual personage involved in contact in sub-parking lots was one called Bobby Ray Inman, who retired as deputy director of the CIA in 1972. Inman, it so happens, is also a member of the Trilateral Commission. But he was given direct information to pass along by none other than Henry Kissinger, Chief of Staff Alexander Haig, and legal advisor Leonard Garment. Funny thing, none of these nerds went to jail. Charles Colson, a top Nixon advisor, made startling allegations about Nixon's fears of CIA involvement in the Watergate scandal. The president was virtually captive of high-ranking conspirators in intelligence circles, against whom he dared not act for fear of international and domestic political repercussions. His underlying suspicion was that the CIA planned the break-ins at Watergate. The motive, to discredit the president's inner circle of advisors and ultimately, himself. He was totally correct on all counts. Most of Nixon's key lieutenants, with the notable exceptions, as just stated, of Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, Chief of Staff Alexander Haig, and legal advisor Leonard Garment, ultimately went to jail. Kissinger, Haig, and Garment were all, of course, members of the Rockefeller-controlled Council on Foreign Relations, Garment being one of the president's few advisors who repeatedly, and early on, urged Nixon to simply give up the presidency. Now, funny thing about disloyalty in the top echelons of deceit and conspiracy, it was Henry Kissinger who was instrumental in the murder of Rockefeller, all of them. But then, he too, was set up, as we have outlaid in the journals, and they took him out also and replaced him with a double so powerful in the cause of global control that no one matches his power as leader of the shadow government under which you all are now functioning. Haig, himself, who finally talked the embattled Nixon into surrendering the White House, was almost immediately promoted over 240 higher-ranking military figures to 4-star general status and then to the post of NATO commander. The general was also named to the Trilateral Commission, which he later pronounced as being too leftist for his tastes. Well, he just continued to grow in those next years to total entanglement in the Argentina Falklands, etc., mess in 1982, which we won't fail to repeat to you once in the journal. Upon assuming the presidency, Ford promptly pardoned Nixon, sparing him the agony of a criminal trial in which he more than likely would have been convicted. However, a lot of conspiracy evidence would have come forth which the elite cartel dared not allow. The pardon saved the establishment from giving Nixon the opportunity, through a trial, a very public forum, to blow the whistle on the Rockefellers and the intrigue which resulted in his ouster. No different from the Noriega fiasco, which was totally orchestrated to bury Noriega. Noriega, in Florida, has a good deal set up for him, for he is a well-paid-off double and the real Noriega is long gone to places unmentionable. I told you at the time they would never capture Noriega. They didn't, for it was all a staged review ready to open on Broadway. Proof. The cover-up of numbers of dead, the real involvement with the Bush personal property, and no damage to the canal. Ponder it all. In a sense, the pardon of Nixon was the establishment's way of both thanking Nixon for keeping quiet and, at the same time, warning Nixon to shut up. Nixon was smart enough to play the game. He has yet to tell all he knows about Watergate, and won't. He gets to be big cheese in China and other negotiations as well, being always on the inner circles now. Further, the big honchos of the presidencies all gathered at his puny little excuse for a library, and so on, token gifts if you will, for the silence during this time of evil treason upon your lands. Plot to murder Ford. Yes, the intrigue ran much deeper indeed. A high-level assassination plot was hatched to kill then-President Ford and put Vice President Nelson Rockefeller in the White House. A man who was part of a secret organized crime-linked hit squad which carried out operations for the CIA and other government agencies, was approached by a Fortune 500 businessman who tried to hire him to conduct a hit against Ford, which was being arranged with the help of elements within the Secret Service. The establishment businessman, whom we will let you figure out quietly for yourselves, keeping in mind that Kissinger also had Rockefeller taken out, made his contract contacts and pronounced, "Ford's been sanctioned. He's got to go. He won't go by himself, we've asked him. We bloody told him to move out of the way for Nelson. But he wants to get elected." Funny thing, Ford was, himself, part of the same cover-up that the agent herein referred to was involved with. I shall keep the identity of the person quiet, for he is now a target. It is not a pretty picture out there in politics, dear ones. That cover-up was the scheme to cover up the truth about the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. Ford was, of course, a member of the infamous Warren Commission that concocted the lone gunman theory. Well, our silent person herein was also a part of the role and was on the government-sponsored hit squad who was dispatched to Dallas during the time following the Kennedy assassination to kill one of the key witnesses who could have blown the cover-up. This person rejected a role in the Ford assassination conspiracy and did, in fact, effort to alert the president to the plot. As a result, the Secret Service role in the murder conspiracy was neutralized, and when two subsequent efforts to kill Ford were carried out, the Secret Service conspirators, to cover their own initial complicity, backed off and refused to participate. Here is another note which shall hurt your feelings. The two strange women who did try to kill Ford, Lynette Fromm and Sarah Jane Moore, were both linked to bizarre groups, both of which, on more than one occasion, were operating as CIA operatives, and both were directly linked to American intelligence. Miss Fromm was a member of the bloody Charles Manson cult, and Miss Moore was tied to the terroristic so-called Symbionese Liberation Army, which gained fame by kidnapping heiress Patty Hearst. Well, it all came out in the wash. Ford did live out his presidency and went on to play golf and become a big dealer in all top-secret conspiracy dealings, including those of the Trilateral Commission, etc. he was defeated by the Rockefeller family's handpicked Democratic presidential candidate, Trilateral Commission member Jimmy Carter, bless his peanut-pickin' heart. Eisenhower hated Nixon takes one to know one. It took over 2 decades for the Rockefellers and their allies in the establishment to finally drive Richard Nixon out of public office and attention, but as early as 1956, Dwight D. Eisenhower tried to do the job for them. For years it had been known that Ike wanted to get rid of Nixon, who was then his vice president, from the Republican ticket in 1956. Eisenhower had taken Nixon on as his running mate in 1952 out of sheer political expediency. Despite his apolitical image, Eisenhower was, in fact, the ultimate politician and totally ruthless and non-compassionate as a person. Ike saved Nixon the vice presidency as part of a supremely crafted political payoff in order to win the 1952 Republican presidential nomination for himself. Nixon, then the junior U.S. Senator from California, was known to be sympathetic to, if not outrightly a supporter of, Eisenhower's chief rival for the GOP nod, Senator Robert Taft of Ohio, popularly known as Mr. Republican. What is more to the point, Taft was said to be seriously considering Nixon as his own running mate. Thus, the battle for control of the majority of delegates to the large and most important California delegation centered largely around winning over Nixon. But it was Eisenhower who prevailed. He gave Nixon the vice presidency and promised then California Governor Earl Warren a seat on the Supreme Court, which promise, of course, was delivered upon. Oh, woe unto you, little sheeple. Activism in the judicial system. Upon the first vacancy on the Supreme Court following his election victory, Eisenhower named Warren as Chief Justice. Do you now understand how frail the reeds are upon which you trust the rulings of your Constitution? This ushered in an era of judicial activism and extreme liberalism yet to be equaled by any court. This is one of the more damaging legacies of the Eisenhower years, without even mentioning the Eisenhower death camps at the end of World War II. Thus, with the California delegation in his corner, Eisenhower pushed Taft out of the way and went on to win the presidency. We will get around, hopefully, to spilling the story of the massive bribery and corruption used by Eisenhower and his forces at that 1952 convention. No sooner did he get into the White House than Eisenhower began plotting to get rid of Nixon. He started hinting loudly that Nixon would be better off in a cabinet post by the time of the 1956 election year. The influential office of Secretary of Defense was initially suggested as a placement for Nixon. Eisenhower was asking anybody who would listen, what do we do with Nixon? Ike even asked his little grandson, David, this question. Funny the way events turn out. David eventually married Nixon's daughter, Julie, and became one of Nixon's most devoted defenders. By late February of 1956, Eisenhower had already sounded out his Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, if he, Dulles, a longtime Rockefeller crony, would like to be his running mate. At that point, though, Ike had decided to demote Nixon further. By then he had come up with the idea of putting Nixon in the far less visible post of Secretary of Commerce. Ike's Nixon problem made public. By March, Eisenhower began talking publicly about his Nixon problem, embarrassing the vice president in the process. So much so that Nixon wrote Ike a letter withdrawing from the 1956 Republican ticket. However, smart politician that he was, Eisenhower didn't want it to appear that there was trouble within GOP ranks. He offered Nixon a cabinet post, but said he would be happy to have Nixon as his running mate once again. Nixon, however, was smarter than Ike thought. The vice president decided to take the matter into his own hands and went directly to the president and told him he wanted to be on the Republican ticket. Eisenhower then had his press secretary announce that he was delighted, of course, with Nixon's decision. Nonetheless, Eisenhower did nothing to stop efforts by others to drop Nixon from the ticket. This included a Dump Nixon campaign, headed by Harold Stassen. Stassen was a longtime Rockefeller favorite, often dubbed the GOP's boy wonder. I simply want to point out that it took 12 years for the power elite to win, but they finally got rid of Nixon. Now what are you going to do to stop them? You will utilize the constitutional system and bring back government into the sovereign states. You will do it through the laws of the Constitution as written. You are working from far behind, but there are a lot of you if you will but bend to the task and work together. First, however, you must face the facts as to the truth of your plight. So be it. Before I close this document, I shall reprint some confirmation for you ones regarding the Japanese situation, and you will see 2 things, that we gave you proper information regarding the supporting of your debt by the Japanese and their intent to not do so longer, and the need to bring them under control through the oil supply by rupturing their economy. I shall quote from an unlabeled source who is a very high American person in one of the major Japanese banks in America. Japanese banks have pulled in their horns, no more loans. Break even on the Nikkei exchange for banks is 27,000, now at 23,000. They invest their profits, 50%, in stock MKT and can use it as collateral and loan out 22 to 1. They are going to need cash, so I guess they won't buy our bonds. They will redeem them. Is the handwriting on your pages beginning to give translation? It is a critical time for your world. Let us close this portion. Thank you for your service and for your attention. I am Hayton. Chapter 24. Rec number 2, Hayton. Saturday, August 25, 1990, 4:18 p.m. Year 4, Day 9. Economic attack on the U.S. Constitution. At the end of May, 1982, the Falklands crisis had dominated the news. Likewise, the growing threat of nuclear war and mounting anti-nuclear sentiment had been making headlines, but, For millions of Americans, a different crisis seemed far more important on a personal level. It was a long-term crisis which had been with you for many years. The mounting crisis was that of the crumbling U.S. economy and the U.S. dollar. In May 1982, there had been all sorts of bad news on the economic front. On May 7 the government announced that unemployment, as officially calculated, had reached 9.4%, the highest level since the Great Depression and, of course, the figures are far from accurate, so you had far more unemployed citizens than were reported to you. Just 5 days later there was another shock. Braniff Airlines abruptly terminated operations and filed for bankruptcy. It was the first time ever that a U.S. trunk airline had failed. Braniff, like more and more other businesses, was brought down by a mountain of debt. With interest rates remaining sky high in the midst of a deep recession, more and more companies simply could not survive. Production cutbacks, layoffs, and bankruptcies were continuing to spread, and more people were losing their jobs. The recession was especially cruel because it was an inflationary recession. The major depression in this current scenario will end up being a major deflationary depression, even though all things seem almost identical. By the end of that May you were living in what was considered stagflation, and you had been well warned a decade earlier, just as you have been warned for a longer period about the upcoming massive depression which, by the way, I remind you, you are now in. Since 1970 the combined effects of inflation and taxes had cut the purchasing power of the dollar by 55%. A family of 4 living on $10,000 in 1970 would need well over $23,000 in 1982 just to remain even, and this historically unprecedented collapse of the dollar was continuing even as people were thrown out of work. For months the battle over the federal budget had been dragging on, day in and day out. You were told constantly that the budget was the key to bringing down the incredible interest rates that were killing the economy, and yet somehow it seemed that no one could agree about what the budget should be. One budget proposal after another came up for consideration only to be voted down. First, there was the Reagan administration budget which went absolutely nowhere. Then all kinds of alternative budgets started being proposed. There were Republican budgets, Democrat budgets, conservative budgets, liberal budgets, compromise budgets, and every single budget was voted down. There was more and more talk that the federal budget process had gone sour, that there was something fundamentally wrong. On May 28 the entity President Reagan denounced the budget process while he was in Santa Barbara, California, to make a speech. He said, "The United States government's program for presenting a budget, or arriving at a budget, is about the most irresponsible, Mickey Mouse arrangement that any governmental body has ever practiced. It's called the President's budget and yet there is nothing binding about it. It is submitted to the Congress and they don't even have to consider it." Please note carefully how this criticism by the President was phrased. Reagan was not just delivering a standard political tongue-lashing at his political opponents, he was condemning the process itself, and he added, "I think that some real solid thinking should be given now to a budgeting process that befits the great government of a great nation." Reagan's choice of Santa Barbara, California, for this statement was symbolic. It so happens that the so-called solid thinking he recommended for a new budgeting process was already done, and as the President knows very well, that thinking was done in Santa Barbara at a tax-exempt foundation called the Center for Study of Democratic Institutions. That is where the secret new Constitution for America was written, including detailed new provisions for the budgeting process. I might add that Dharma and Oberle's property has been done in by one Santa Barbara savings, of which you will find some most interesting owners if anyone ever dares unveil the whole truth. Do you hear me? Any daring lawyers who still consider truth and justice to have value? Sick, you once thought we were just playing with little chippers, didn't you? God is not negligent when he sets forth to make a point for attention. Now, all of you who read the journals have access to the new Constitution, for we have written 3 journals on the subject and will write more. What you will discover if you trace through the budget process described in the new Constitution is very significant indeed. When all the legal-sounding mumbo-jumbo is stripped away, the whole budget process turns out to be firmly under the thumb of one person, the President. For example, Reagan complained in Santa Barbara that the President's budget, quote, is submitted to the Congress and they don't even have to consider it. The secret new Constitution would fix that very abruptly and very thoroughly in Article 6-B, Sector 8, which begins, quote, "The House shall consider promptly the annual budget." What's more, the House is given no role in formulating the budget. If they dare to object to anything, the budget goes back to the planning board, so-called, controlled totally by, you guessed it, the President. The Reagan blast about the budget process was just the latest of an ongoing series of covert moves to pave the way for the new Constitution. What made this one more significant is that it was tied in with powerful economic forces which were intended to speed up the process. And just what do you observe happening right now with your budget process? Through months of contrived haggling, the kept Congress had been sensitizing Americans to the budget problem, and they had been doing it at a time when uncertainty over the budget was being blamed for worsening economic woes. Then along came the President saying that the solution was to change the whole process. And what have you today? The President comes along and begins a Middle East war on the day the budget is being cut for military and secret stealth planes and all manner of other items he desired in place. He was also in knowledge of the intent of Japan and in cahoots with all the cartel elite, as in constant secret sessions with Thatcher, Kissinger, Ford, etc., only hours before the economic summit in Houston, Texas. Oh, sleeple, awaken, for your morning bacon is in the fire. The growing budget crisis was also tied in with another major change which the entity President Reagan had been publicly advocating. That change was the proposed balanced budget amendment to your old worn-out U.S. Constitution. The fact that there is a requirement to annually balance the federal budget through apportionment to the states within your original articles has never been mentioned or hinted at in any manner, hoping none of you the people would ever notice, and hardly any of you have, surely enough. There was a drive underway right then to call a constitutional convention in order to introduce a balanced budget amendment. Already most of the required number of states had ratified the call for such a convention. At the time, if only 3 additional states ratified it, a convention would be legally required to be called. The excuse for calling a constitutional convention would be to introduce the balanced budget amendment. The problem, of course, was that once a convention would be called, there would be no way to keep it from turning into a runaway convention, rewriting the entire Constitution. In fact, as we have pounded you with unto this day, that was exactly how your present U.S. Constitution was created. The original idea was to simply amend the Articles of Confederation, but once the convention was through, a totally new constitution emerged. Aren't you lucky that God sat in? Those who were behind the drive for a new constitutional convention wanted, and want, the same thing to happen again, and if it does, they have their model for a carefully manufactured dictatorship constitution all ready to go. In the past there had been several other drives like that one to call a constitutional convention. Each had been built around some pet idea of one kind or another, but each time the drive fizzled out. Enough people recognized the danger of a runaway constitutional convention to prevent its happening. That time, though, the danger was much greater than ever before because the excuse for the proposed convention was tied directly to people's pocketbooks, and how much more so this day. You were being told by various financial spokesmen on television that high interest rates were responsible for your economic woes, which was a partial truth, at best. You were also told that government deficits were responsible for keeping those disastrous interest rates high. Then you were treated to the spectacle of a government seemingly unable to decide on a budget. And, finally, whenever a budget would be passed, it would contain the biggest deficits in history, well over $100 billion. Looks like preschool tooth fairy money now, doesn't it? And here it is, only 8 years later, and you talk multi-trillions in deficits. Against that background, the promise of relief by way of the balanced budget amendment could have proven too tempting to resist. If so, the drive to call a constitutional convention would succeed, and in the process you Americans would have sold your birthright for a mess of pottage. And where might you be 8 years later? Are you going to sell it now for a nuclear war of the world? All of this may sound quite irrelevant as in the past tense. No, if you don't know the circumstances which brought you to today's massive issues, you cannot do one confounded thing about your condition. You had spectacular potential for nuclear war in 1982. You have magnificent potential and probability for all-out nuclear war this very day in 1990. Never forget that the plans for war are the plans of men, nothing more. Those plans have a way of going awry in many cases, and in the case of those nuclear war plans, feverish attempts were underway to make them go awry. Are you that lucky today? Russia turns out to be the only major power who does not desire a nuclear war. The US and England most certainly are on dead-ahead course, awaiting the proper fuse to be lit. Back in May of 1982, the Bolshevik war planners who controlled the Pentagon wanted that nuclear war at any cost, but their anti-Bolshevik enemies who then ruled Russia didn't want war and were trying to prevent it. Likewise, the Rockefeller cartel in America was in a power struggle against the Bolsheviks in an attempt to stop the war plan. Dear ones, they are not around today. If the Rockefeller interests, in that old circumstance, could succeed in regaining control of the US government, they planned to stop the Bolshevik war countdown. But the Rockefeller group was fighting the battle only for themselves, not for you the people, for there was not a shred of care for you the people. It was they who were behind the secret new constitution and the drive for a constitutional convention. If they succeeded in beating the Bolsheviks in the US, they intended to indeed capitalize on the new laws. With their secret new constitution they planned to bring all of you under their domination more completely than ever before in history. Do you think that intent has changed or diminished? Do you see evidence that IRS rules are lessening? Or probability for war? Or do you think the executive orders that control your government are not valid? Coup d'etat. Remember, 3 months prior there was a military coup d'etat in gestation in Washington. This was to be a coup by the Rockefeller cartel operatives within the government against Bolshevik operatives. The man in charge was a 4-star general, Alexander Haig, as just referred to in the prior chapter. Funny thing about people and history, they just keep cycling back into your attention once you know who to look for. Up to then the anti-Bolshevik coup had not been accomplished, but it was gaining ground. One major gain for the Rockefeller faction occurred in April 1982, while all eyes were on the Falklands crisis. On April 21 it was announced that Admiral Bobby Inman, deputy director of the CIA, had resigned effective immediately. Inman was forced out by the Rockefeller faction. He was replaced with lightning speed by John McMahon, a career professional with the CIA. It was the Rockefellers who created the CIA long ago as their own private detective agency, and now they were working fast to re-establish the control which they had lost on the CIA over 3 years prior. The infighting between the Rockefeller and Bolshevik factions in the government was growing more intense as the war fuse burned shorter and shorter. President Reagan and Secretary Haig were both under tight security. The summer of 1982 was to be a most dangerous summer for them and for all of you Americans, as well as for the whole of the planet. Billy Graham gets in the act. It is interesting to note that news was so benign that the biggest thing in your attention was a TV miniseries, Marco Polo. On the evening of May 16, millions of Americans tuned their television sets to NBC to watch the first installment of that series. It was a most lavish portrayal of the travels and adventures of someone named Marco Polo. For the next 4 nights, viewers were treated to a spectacular reenactment of Marco Polo's experiences as he supposedly traveled to China. Interspersed with those scenes of adventure and splendor were brief scenes depicting what happened to Marco Polo after he returned home to Venice. He dared to speak of places he had been and things he had seen that conflicted with the dogma of the day, and so he was tried for heresy. And so it has always been even unto this moment. Dharma is not even tried, she is just openly condemned and convicted without a hearing. The world has not come very far, has it, Sleeple? Well, it is your necks, my friends, and he who sleeps on in this drama may very well awaken to the explosion of a nuclear bomb in your dooryard, and then the ascension shall be rapid indeed, even without meditation and practice to violet flame music and preference of destination. In 1982 you like to think of yourselves as too enlightened to close your minds like the inquisitors of Marco Polo, but the fact is that those who challenged preconceived notions and laid forth lies of deliberate deceit were quickly branded as heretics and worse. Dharma just writes that which the hosts of heaven give her as warning unto a sleeping people, and she is shot at, ridiculed, and her own neighbors call her witch and satanic psychic. Funny thing, she is not in the least bit psychic and recognizes the accusation as most funny indeed. She jokes and says that if she had realized she could be brandished about as a guru psychic, she might have had a stable of racehorses, also, instead of SBS and the injustice system literally stealing her home. Keep your sense of humor, Chalice, for it is all that will hold you in sanity from time to time, and never let go of God's hand, for in his hands is thine only security. Perfect example of this, on Sunday morning, May 16th, ironically it was the same day as the beginning of the Marco Polo series, there was an interview of evangelist Dr. Billy Graham on the ABC News program This Week with David Brinkley. Dr. Graham had just returned to England from participating in a 5-day religious conference in Moscow, Russia, of all places. He was one of more than 400 religious leaders from 80 nations who attended the conference. They were there at the invitation of the Russian Orthodox Church, which sponsored the conference. A large fraction of those who attended were Christian leaders such as Dr. Graham, but there were also many representatives of the world's other religions. They were not there to convert, to compete, or to condemn one another as is the usual stance among differing doctrines. Instead, it was a rare opportunity for those leaders to form bridges of mutual understanding, something which is sorely neglected in your world, to say the very kindest and nicest thing I can conjure. It was a religious conference the likes of which the world had not seen for almost a century. The last time anything similar took place was well before 1900. It was held in America, in Chicago, and it was called the Parliament of Religions. There were many who feared that historic meeting of the minds and condemned it. As a result, it had never been repeated in America, but herein you erred greatly, for it did not destroy Christianity or turn Americans into Buddhists, Muslims, or Hindus. Too bad, some of that would have represented a lot of progress. This was, however, before you voted in immorality, so it was harmless, at the most. What it did do was establish bonds of understanding and a bit of respect for a while where they had been sorely lacking before. It is a psychological fact that it is usually hard to hate another person if you actually get to know him and look within his eyes and into his soul, intent be his intent of goodness. This, of course, is why any government bent on war tries to dehumanize and depersonalize the enemy in all manner. You will have hostages who will be hooded or ordered not to make eye contact lest the captors weaken. Did any of you take note that, not only did Saddam Hussein keep eye contact with the people in that room this week, but he encouraged them to speak eye to eye in openness? Note, however, what the Western politicians, military, and media said about his encounter. Who do you think lies to the world? Only one channel, at first, dared to even show the videotape, and only one dared present the letter from Hussein to the president of Egypt. How many of you heard that letter? It was one of the most beautiful documents ever to come into my attention, for he pleaded in behalf of man to return unto God. It was totally squashed in your news before the day was over and only slightly referred to again on CNN. You can expect the man who allowed this to reach the public to meet with dismissal, except that he is a relative of Ted Turner, who owns the network. It will, however, be a long time before a second so serious a slip shall make it through. From the turn of your century onward, the US government had been controlled by elements who cherished war as an instrument of policy, so you saw no more parliaments of religion in America. By contrast, the government of Russia underwent drastic transformation in recent years. Russia's new rulers were basically Christians. Yes, that is what I said, Christians. Once at an interview, Mr. Gorbachev was asked a serious question for which he had no answer, and he slipped and said, "Only Jesus Christ would know the answer." After an agonizing struggle of 6 decades, those tough native Russians had finally gained the upper hand over the satanic Bolsheviks there. Over 3 years prior, the growing power of the Kremlin Christians started producing startling changes in public. For example, for Easter, 1979, Handel's Messiah was performed in Russia for the first time since the Bolshevik Revolution. Several months prior to that, in January 1979, the first legal shipment of Bibles into Russia since 1917 had taken place. The American Bible Society had asked the Russian government for permission, and it had been granted. A call went forth asking that Christians and churchmen take the initiative to reach out in a concrete way to head off nuclear catastrophe and begin new ties of trust and understanding with your Russian brothers. The response was pure apathy. This is to the everlasting shame upon America's so-called Christian community. There were no Christian hands held forth across the sea unto thine brothers. But, in 1982, A pilgrimage for peace had been made to Moscow after all. Since America's Christian leaders would not bother to take the initiative, those of Russia did so instead. They invited religious leaders the world over to make a pilgrimage for peace to Moscow, and they called their 5-day assembly the, quote, Conference of Religious Workers for Saving the Sacred Gift of Life from Nuclear Catastrophe. When Billy Graham and some other Western Christian leaders arrived in Moscow, they soon discovered that it was not as they had been led to expect. Dr. Graham discovered that there was no attempt to restrict him in his religious messages. He was also allowed more freedom of movement than he could ever have expected. On the Saturday evening before the conference began, Dr. Graham decided to pay unannounced visits to several Moscow churches. He went to 3 different Russian Orthodox churches and was shocked to find that they were filled to capacity with worshippers. As he said later in a news conference, quote, You would never get that in Charlotte, North Carolina. Dr. Graham made a number of statements about his experiences in Moscow which all seemed to add up to one thing: there was a lot more Christian worship going on in Russia than even he expected, and much greater freedom, for there was no interference whatsoever. When Billy Graham returned to the West, he must have felt a little like old Marco Polo. He had journeyed to the Forbidden East and discovered that it was not populated by gremlins and horrible beasts. Instead, he had come away with his heart strangely warmed, quote, Perhaps he expected that the folks back home would welcome his unexpected good news. After all, your whole Christian faith was supposed to be built on good news, the gospel of your Lord Jesus Christ. But if that is what he expected, he was most sadly mistaken. I think perhaps Bogritz felt the same when he came back from the Golden Triangle with solid proof of U.S. government involvement in the drug trade, in a massive level, and was told he was a dead man if he told the story. All of you will recall that the government set out to put him away on felony charges. Now, go listen to him if he is ever close enough to you, and we plan to make sure he and many others we recommend for your attention are available all over the map. We plan to give a forum for truth just as soon as we get enough financial support rolling to permit the massive expenses required. We do, however, believe that you the people have about had enough of the lie, and will support those who have given their lives for the truth, ones such as Cesar Chavez of the farm laborers. You are being slowly poisoned in every bite you take and every breath you take, and you ignore those blessed martyrs who come forth and give their very lives in your service. Oh, hear me well, Chellis, thine day of lolling in the sleeping is indeed ended. Your world is not as you have perceived it through the veil of lies. You did it and allowed it, you will now change of it, yourselves, or you shall pay most dearly. We tell you that which you can do, and God is pure hope, and yet you quibble and poke painful accusations at my scribe and cause heinous torture to my brothers who come with us of the hosts in service unto you in the name of and sent from God. When Dr. Graham returned. When he returned to the West, he came back not to people eager to hear more of his good news, but to hostility and condemnation. You were always told that Russia was an atheistic country and beyond redemption, and so by definition Billy Graham's words about even limited religious freedom in Russia constituted heresy. He ran into a chainsaw of critics determined to cut him down for saying a good word about Russia. Just as with Dharma and my group, he was shouted at, communist pig, and other such endearing terms from the Christian community. The public paid no attention, for they could not have cared less one way or another. These ones of my group received a call in which the person promised to kill all of them. You MF communists, I will get you all. He started right out without identification, a sign of evil anonymous messages to avoid all responsibility, and announced his intention to murder the group. Actually, we aren't even a group, for all do their own work, but now they have had formal announcement from an anonymous concerned citizen that they are a terrible satanic cult of some sort, and the person states emphatically that he will have nothing to do with those books, much less read them. And so it goes. You have given away your right to hear and see unto the evil controllers, and you fail to see of it. Mercy unto you, precious sleeping children, for you have been had most cruelly. With Dr. Graham it began right away with slanted reports by the statements of the major media. At one point Dr. Graham mentioned that in Russia his comments had been reported accurately in the press. By contrast, reports in the US were distorted and quoted him totally out of context. A perfect example of the treatment given Dr. Graham was that May 16 interview on ABC's Example Week with David Brinkley. It was called an interview, but Inquisition would be a better description. Every suggestion that Christians may be better off in Russia today than in the past was met with total hostility. Time after time after time Dr. Graham was interrupted and attacked before he could finish making a point, and many of the questions in the best tradition of heresy trials were designed to declare Graham guilty before he could even give answer. To take just one example, at one point the ideological writer, George F. Will, mentioned an incident in which a peace protester was subdued by Russian police. Then he asked, and this is an exact quote, "Given that evidence that there is no, and is not about to be, any peace movement in the Soviet Union, wasn't it clear to you from the start that this propaganda festival to which you were going was used simply to encourage a unilateral peace pressure and disarmament pressure in the West?" A question like that is the tool of a prosecutor in your injustice system, not an objective reporter. In one breath he claimed that there is no peace movement in Russia as if it were a fact, accused Dr. Graham of knowingly cooperating in Soviet propaganda, implied that all the world religious leaders who attended were stooges, and ignored the worldwide representation at the conference, saying it was all aimed at the West. Accusing questions like that were fired at Dr. Graham throughout the program. The only break in that inquisition came when Dr. Graham was removed from the discussion for a while. Then everyone else sat around and ripped him up one side and down the other in his absence for his heresies. I noted that Elizabeth C. Prophet underwent the same hazing and disgusting inquisitions on all the talk shows, but most especially on Larry King Live. I wonder how many of you in the US would enjoy having a shelter in your yard this day? If you wouldn't, you certainly do not understand the circumstances you are in. In spite of the grossly unfair treatment, Reverend Graham made some very telling points. He mentioned that many other American Christian leaders were also at the Moscow conference and that still others have gone there separately, and he said there are many, quote, that would hold different viewpoints than what is being expressed here today. I'm a little surprised that we don't have some of those people. It is needless to remind you that this type of harassment is the modus operandi. Gang up and attempt total ridicule in self-authoritative tones of insult. Perhaps Dr. Graham's most telling comment came fairly early in the program, perhaps it was partly responsible for the frenzied bitterness of some of the attacks on him later in the program. Dr. Graham said, quote, now when people go to China today, for example, they are applauded for going to China. It's wonderful to go to China, but there is not as much religious freedom in China as there is in the Soviet Union. Dr. Graham was exactly right, and that statement has certainly been borne out. But the cartel elite continued to go and do business with China even when the whole world was in shock at the treatment of thousands of their own children. It certainly didn't stop Mr. Kissinger from continuing great business deals right through the incidents. Can you not see that which is before you? The favorable image being given to Red China in 1982 was purely political and gave a chance for a silence payment to Nixon in the bargain. It was also military in its origins. Unfortunately, some extremely blind church-related groups are being used for these political purposes, but then it has been eons since Christ was invited into any of your Christian churches. He would be thrown into everlasting prison if he dared show up in one of your church houses. Of course, what Dr. Graham did not know was the reason for the violent attacks he was enduring. He had run afoul of the American Bolshevik nuclear war lobby. They wanted to use you the people to do their dirty work for them against Russia. That was what their nuclear war plans were all about, and so at all costs they could not allow you to know that Christianity was reviving in Russia. Even more, they dared not let the American people know that the true leadership of Russia was Christian, because if you all knew that, you would never agree to their plans to destroy Christian Russia in a thermonuclear war. A bit of a summary as we close this chapter. The countdown by the Bolshevik war planners who then controlled the Pentagon was still continuing. Their war plans had been damaged by the Falklands War, but they were trying to turn that conflict to their own ends. Meanwhile, the countdown for Space Shuttle Flight Number 4 with its secret military payload was still right on schedule. If the mission would succeed, the danger of nuclear war would increase dramatically. The Rockefeller cartel was continuing its power struggle to take back control of the government from the Bolsheviks and Zionists, who were gaining in power every day but were indeed slippery, for they seemed to have no loyalties to either side when the power was up for grabs. As part of that struggle, the preparations for a military coup d'etat led by General Alexander Haig were making progress. Likewise, the Russians were continuing to try in their own ways to prevent the war. For you who don't want to believe me, I assure you that the Russians were doing as much as they could to prevent the war for reasons of human morality. Well, I can only repeat a great word from your master teacher. Blessed are they who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. So be it, and may it be God's will that we get the truth out to you who hunger and thirst after truth, for you have been sorely used. May grace and understanding be your shield, for there is much to be done if you would change of your circumstance. Each will be known for his actions, and naked ye shall stand before thine Creator in the final tally. Hold it ever within thine consciousness. Let us close this segment, as the hour is indeed late and the hours of writing very long this day. Thank you, beloved scribe, for thine service and that service of mine group who labor day and night to bring forth truth unto your troubled world. Selah, and the light shall shine around about you that you may finish your mission. Hayton to clear, please. Chapter 25. Rec number 3, Hayton. Saturday, August 25, 1990, 9:35 p.m. Year 4, Day 9. Collapse of anti-war coup d'etat. On the afternoon of June 25, reporters were summoned to the White House press room for a sudden major announcement. At around 3 p.m. the entity known as President Reagan strode in and walked to the microphone. Then, with an announcement about a minute long, he dropped a bomb. For public consumption, he began the announcement with words of praise and regret, but his face was the face of an executioner. Then he came to the only words that really mattered: with great regret I have accepted the resignation of Secretary of State Al Haig. The impression was given that Haig had resigned voluntarily and that its timing was a great surprise, but that impression was not the truth. Reagan's very next words were, "I am nominating as his successor, and he has accepted, George Shultz, to replace him." A little later it was announced that Haig himself would make a statement at the State Department. It was scheduled for 4 p.m., but Haig was nearly half an hour late. He had learned of his ouster only a few hours earlier, around noon. He had been compelled to compose a letter of resignation and pretend, for public consumption, that he had already given it to Reagan, but his late arrival at the State Department press conference was due to the fact that he was putting last-minute touches on his public statement. When Haig arrived at the State Department auditorium, he faced an audience of around 1,000 reporters and department employees. As he was greeted by thunderous applause, Haig looked around wide-eyed, as if in a daze. He had been ordered to keep his entire statement to a maximum of 5 minutes. He had also been warned not to accept questions. You were told by the controlled major media that Haig resigned as an abrasive prima donna, incensed that he was not getting his way, but when Haig took the microphone that afternoon at the State Department, his demeanor was far from that of a prima donna. He was, instead, a defeated general at the moment of surrender. The peculiar etiquette that governs this type of situation causes words to obscure the fact, but his voice and mannerisms were laden with the unmistakable burden of defeat. He spoke slowly, trying to keep the quaver in his voice under control. His tones were the lifeless tones of resignation that say, "I tried, but I failed." Haig read the text of his alleged resignation letter to Reagan, which was written hurriedly that afternoon after the fact. He began by praising the alleged original foreign policy plans of the Reagan administration before it was subverted by the Bolsheviks. At one point he could hardly get the words out of his mouth as he said, "I believe that we shared a view of America's role in the world as the leader of free men and an inspiration for all." Then he went on to describe a change of course which had taken place. "In recent months it has become clear to me that the foreign policy on which we embarked together was shifting from that careful course which we laid out. Under these circumstances I feel it necessary to request that you accept my resignation." Diplomatic language is often so bland that it tends to make momentous statements sound tame and mild to the public. In those months American foreign policy had indeed been moving away from what could be called a careful course, just as Haig said. Haig was the top government operative of the faction which had been trying to prevent the coming war, but the anti-war faction had lost, and Haig's ouster was the most visible signal that this had happened. In the aftermath of the Haig bombshell, people had been falling all over themselves trying to explain it, but the more they talked the farther away from the truth they got. The closest anyone in the major media got to the truth was a statement just minutes after Haig's appearance at the State Department. Sam Donaldson of ABC Television News said, "It may seem strange for people who know General Haig's background, but the hardliners from the standpoint of the Soviet-American relations and the hardliners when it comes to trying to curb what many people see as excessive violence by Israel in Lebanon, have won on this one." Interesting thing about Sam Donaldson: as of last year, he no longer covers the White House and you rarely hear anything of his whereabouts. Interesting indeed. Sam Donaldson was correct about the hardliners having defeated Haig, but there was far more to it than that. The so-called resignation of Alexander Haig on June 25 was a disaster for the anti-nuclear war forces. It was tied to other events: the end of the Falklands War, the beginning of the Mideast War and others, and the timing of Haig's demise, which seemed to mystify the major media, was dictated by a very specific event. That event was the launch of Space Shuttle Mission No. 4, which was then in progress. Sad lesson. There was a very sad lesson of history that had been repeated more times than could be counted, from ancient times right down to the present day. The lesson was that, by and large, people were incapable of being warned about major calamities to come. It is human nature to think that the future will not be much different from the past. If something has not happened before, you find it hard to believe it could happen at all, and this had never been more true than when the impending calamity was the result of spiritual decay and moral degeneration. You were living under the threat of just such a calamity: all-out thermonuclear war. And it hangs there in the air like heavy fog about your world at this moment. And no one even speaks of it. All of your armies await in the desert of Saudi Arabia, and war games committees debate the pros and cons of chemical, nuclear bombs against Iraq as if you were speaking of what to have for lunch. Let me quote you an article from yesterday's Wall Street Journal, Washington. "Let's assume the nightmare comes true. Iraq attacks U.S. troops or Saudi cities with chemical weapons as part of a major war. Should the U.S. fight back with chemical or even nuclear weapons?" A number of military analysts say the answer is no. Even though chemical or nuclear weapons promise a quick victory in battle and an emotionally satisfying response to a barbarous attack, the political fallout from using these weapons would be disastrous to U.S. interests. Moreover, the analysts say, the U.S. has more than enough aircraft and missiles to destroy Iraqi targets using conventional bombs in a war. Nuclear and chemical weapons don't add that much militarily. "It's a losing proposition," says retired Major General Elmer Pendleton, who was the Pentagon senior officer in Turkey. "With our massive air ability, we can do the job as well without nuclear or chemical weapons. Using even small battlefield nuclear weapons would be a disastrous mistake," adds Gary Milholland, an arms control expert at the University of Wisconsin Law School. "It would be a signal to all the countries in the third world that to stand up to the first world they need nuclear weapons." One reason that the U.S. can contemplate more seriously using chemical or nuclear weapons, however, is the easing of relations with the Soviet Union, says retired Admiral Thomas Maurer, a former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The two superpowers aren't backing different sides in this conflict, so the U.S. can worry far less about retaliation from the Soviet Union. With them out of the picture, it has a significant impact on the flexibility available to the president, Admiral Maurer says. During this crisis, for instance, the U.S. has been able to empty the Mediterranean of aircraft carriers because of the diminished Soviet threat in Europe. Last October, about 20 military planners sat down for a war game to plot U.S. responses to a chemical attack by a country in the Middle East, says Francis West, president of Gamma Corp., a Falls Church, Virginia, consulting firm that stages war games for the Defense Department. "They quickly realized," says Mr. West, "that the U.S. didn't need to resort to chemical weapons to deal a devastating blow to the attacker. That's a calculation the Iraqis can make as well," Mr. West says, "and one that might disincline them from attacking." Hayton, how does it make you feel to know this entire scenario was planned and set up last October, some 10 months ago? It's hard to see any initiation of chemical weapons by Iraq where it doesn't come out much worse for them if the U.S. uses only conventional weapons, he says. That's the essence of deterrence. In addition, the U.S. is likely to reject out of hand a strategy of terror involving bombing a city in Iraq with chemical or nuclear weapons in retaliation for a chemical attack on a Saudi city. "The last thing I'd do is say that because Saddam Hussein attacks a population, I'd attack a population." Hayton, That might well be what he would say, but they fully intend to do so further. Your own people fully plan to stage an incident with chemical and nuclear weapons and blame Iraq so that they can do exactly that very thing. This statement was from Albert Wallstetter, a nuclear strategist who has greatly influenced Pentagon thinking. It's like saying that if a terrorist kills your child, you kill his. Hayton, I repeat, there is not, and never has been, any such intent from Iraq to either invade an inch of Saudi Arabia or to use chemical anything. This is a setup in full preparation for you once to expect an attack so that the incident will cause you to demand all-out war. You will have essentially killed your own children in the process. And using chemical or nuclear weapons effectively in a battle is very difficult. A change in wind could spread killer microbes launched against Iraqi soldiers over civilians or US soldiers instead. Hayton, aha. And so it comes out the US also intends to use microbiological warfare. You did it before and you will do it again. No one else has even mentioned use of microbes until the Americans plan to use them. The potency of chemical agents also dissipates over time, making the weapons relatively ineffective against such targets as airfields or Iraqi chemical and nuclear research facilities. Nuclear weapons, on the other hand, are so destructive that they can't be used anywhere near US troops or civilians, essentially ruling out their use in a battle to retake Kuwait. Even the smallest nuclear weapons, fired by howitzers, can kill anything in an area nearly 1/2 mile across. Any use of chemical or nuclear weapons by the US, even in retaliation, also would produce heavy political damage. International support, so critical for the economic blockage against Iraq, would wither, say analysts, and opposition would mushroom at home. If we retaliate with chemical weapons, we're getting into the mud with the pigs, says Lawrence Korb, a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. We can accomplish our objectives with conventional weapons. For all the incentives against the use of these weapons by the US, Iraq can hardly rest east that the US will forswear them. It's impossible to gauge the effect of cries for revenge on policymakers if US soldiers are gassed, with grisly pictures of their remains broadcast to this country. If you cannot see herein exactly what your planners plan to do, then I pity you for your blindness. They herein outlined exactly that which they plan to do just as soon as the setup is right and an incident can be staged. What does it take, Chelis, to awaken you who are about to be slaughtered and enslaved? May God have mercy for you, sorely try him in your foolishness. Everyone quoted in the above article are members of the elite cartel, even unto the Brookings Institute. Beloved one, I ache with pain for you, for you know not that which is done unto you. The time is upon you and you see it not. Why does the threat exist? Why did it exist in 1982? Same reason. The reasons are fundamentally moral and spiritual in nature, and when the calamity comes, it will have consequences which are impossible to grasp in advance. As a result, for most of you the threat of nuclear war is one which you only half believe possible. You worried when you heard about new crises and you squirmed at the thought of ever-increasing nuclear arsenals. But in the last analysis, more of you go right on living your lives as if these things never existed. Deep down you tell yourselves, surely it can't really happen. You tended to think that your situation was without parallel in human existence, but that is not true. And it is even worse today in 1990. You have been told that in ancient times a man named Noah was warned in advance about an equally incomprehensible calamity. He lived in a generation of people who were filling the land with abominations in total disregard for the Creator and his laws. Noah was warned that a giant killer flood was coming as a direct result of those spiritual and moral transgressions. Noah began building an ark, and he also began warning all his neighbors, as he had been directed by the Lord. The building of the ark consumed not just years but decades. All the while Noah continued to warn the people of his land about what was to come, but the people were incapable of being warned. They found the idea of a great flood incomprehensible and unbelievable because it had never happened before, and besides, they were too busy living their own lives, doing as they please. So they laughed at Noah and his never-ending warning until the day it began to rain. On that day they suddenly knew that the warnings had been true, but it was too late, and they perished. Do you feel the raindrops starting to fall upon your little heads? I believe you are going to get very wet indeed. How well do you swim and how long can you hold your breath underwater? The raindrops started to fall in 1982 at the forced resignation of Alexander Haig on June 25, 1982. All this information, furthermore, was public information, and so, where were you? The time came and went for preventing nuclear calamity. Unless something very dramatic could take place to radically change the situation, it was a matter of time, and not much time at that. As of that time, the Bolshevik war planners in the Pentagon were still on track with their plan to set off nuclear war by the middle of September, 1982. This was true even though the intended final phase of their war plan had been crippled. The probabilities of stopping their well-laid plans in the Middle East are slim to -0. The true mark of a prophet is the occurrence of that which he predicts, which comes to pass only interrupted by changes in sequence, or timing by possible circumstance changes. Let us again look back to 1982. For some 3 years the US government had been torn by a bitter power struggle between two opposing factions. One faction consisted of agents of the Rockefeller cartel of big oil, big business, and big banking. Then the government was dominated by the cartel. The other faction was that of the American Bolsheviks, together with expelled Bolsheviks from Russia who had flocked to the US for a new start. At that time the Zionists were just gaining a strong foothold within your government, but the writing was well spelled out. If the nuclear war would fail to come off in 1982, it would be precipitated in the Middle East when appropriate. For historical reasons, those two power factions, the Rockefeller Group and the Bolsheviks, had always worked together until those critical times. The Rockefeller Empire started its climb to power over a century prior with the aid of the Rothschilds based in England and Europe. Likewise, Bolshevism as a political force was created by the Rothschilds around the turn of the century. When the time was ripe for revolution in Russia, Rothschild-spawned Bolshevism was injected into Russia with Rockefeller help. From then on, a secret alliance existed between the Rockefeller interests and the Bolsheviks on a worldwide basis, but all that was changed. A new anti-Bolshevik ruling group had taken over in Russia and had expelled most of the old Bolsheviks there. They had come mainly to the US, in great swarms in the following years. They were welcomed with open arms by their old Rockefeller allies. They reinforced the longtime American Bolsheviks who were already present. Then, in early 1979, the Bolsheviks double-crossed their Rockefeller partners and launched an all-out grab for power. Now entered the Zionists in full blast ahead. The Bolshevik grab for power over the U.S. government began with the murder of Nelson Rockefeller on January 26, 1979. This was followed by months of infighting behind the scenes, including assassinations, resignations, and disappearances of key people. But true to Bolshevik tradition, it was all carried out in the shadows, hidden from the public eye. The turmoil escalated still further as the intelligence agencies of foreign nations entered the fray. By the spring of 1979, a full-scale intelligence war was raging in America, especially in Washington. In addition to agents of the Rockefeller cartel and the Bolsheviks, the intelligence agencies of Russia, Britain, and Israel were involved. All were trying to maneuver the crisis for their own benefit, and all were using their most advanced and most secret intelligence techniques, including some that would seem at home in the 21st century. Is a nuclear war still feasible with this new and changed Russia? Of course, for they now despise you for a much different reason. You have become the evil aggressor, and they know that if you and England are not stopped, they, too, shall fall to the global UN control of which they will have little input in the long run, just as they are caught between Iraq and the hard place in this live excursion in the Middle East. The above events all took place behind closed doors, hidden from the public eye by winners and losers alike in each skirmish. In battles at the pinnacle of power, that is how it is. There is never an appeal to the public, to the police, or to the courts, for it is they who control the courts, the police, and your other institutions. At the pinnacle of power there is no appeal to higher authority, because in their view there is none. So disputes were and are settled by the oldest means known to man, namely, by finding out who has the biggest stick. That is why power struggles take place in governments, and that is why wars take place between nations. It is all a struggle for raw power in an arena where no holes are barred. 1979 was a year of strange events, when the so-called Carter administration appeared to go crazy on several occasions. At one point the entire Carter cabinet was fired en masse. It sent shockwaves around the world until a reconstituted cabinet was formed. At another point the entity Carter disappeared at Camp David for weeks on end. Meanwhile worried rumors swirled like a storm through Washington circles. All of these events were the direct result of a hidden turmoil which had actually been made public to you, but you discounted his work and insanity. All the shocks just came and went without ever being touched by truth. By late 1979 the dust was beginning to settle. The Rockefeller cartel had been grievously wounded, but it was not destroyed or totally unseated from government influence. The Bolsheviks had acquired a dominant position over the U.S. government, but their power was complete only in the military area. The Bolsheviks were bent on throwing the U.S. into nuclear war against Russia. To the Bolsheviks, aliens amidst your entire country was nothing but a giant tool to further their own dreams of world power, and how much more a tool of the Zionists. Up until the hidden Bolshevik coup d'état 3 years prior, the Rockefeller cartel too was bent on nuclear war, but then, having lost control of the U.S. military, they could no longer afford nuclear war. So they had changed their tune. On all sides Rockefeller spokesmen were speaking out against the threat of nuclear war. The Rockefeller public relations machine was the most sophisticated in the world. Almost overnight it had stirred up public fears into a strong anti-nuclear movement. We should be so lucky to have such an organization this night. Within the government itself, Rockefeller cartel agents had been slowly regaining some of their lost power. As they did so they were trying to chip away at the Bolshevik plans for nuclear war, which was imminent. The most important of all Rockefeller cartel operatives in the government was Secretary of State Alexander Haig. Haig owed his presence in the administration to the fact that the so-called Reagan administration was initially installed by the Rockefeller cartel. But the Bolsheviks were determined not to let the Rockefeller group consolidate their gains. On November 30, 1980, just a few weeks after the rigged Reagan landslide election, the Bolsheviks were working fast. Then on March 30, 1981 there was a presidential assassination attempt at the Washington Hilton Hotel. For public consumption, all stories quickly converged on the traditional lone assassin theory, and just to make that more believable, a psychologically programmed scapegoat was on hand firing random shots: John Hinckley, Jr. There was ample evidence that Hinckley was not alone and could not have fired the shot that hit the president. But never mind, seeing is believing even when it is a lie. Hinckley was conveniently wrestled to the sidewalk, gun in hand, right next to television cameras. Then the Washington jury shocked the world by finding Hinckley not guilty by reason of insanity. As it turned out, the shooting did not cause a change of face in the Oval Office, or at least not that you recognized. Even so, it did achieve what the Bolsheviks wanted. It created a period of vulnerability which halted the momentum of the new Rockefeller cartel governmental programs. What an obvious farce, and you all missed it. Within a matter of mere weeks the Bolsheviks were once again in the driver's seat, especially at the Pentagon. Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger had come into office with the new administration, but he was a Bolshevik mole in the Rockefeller machine. Ever since the Reagan assassination attempt, Weinberger and Haig had been at each other's throats because they were on opposite sides of the power struggle. Well, I could go on, but I do not intend to bore you further with repetitious details. Dharma, allow us rest, please. When we again sit, we shall take up the final crises to ignite the war in 1982. You ones must pay attention, for so many of the players in today's super game are the identical players, only the location has changed. Go in peace that you might gain strength to continue on the morrow, God willing there be a morrow. I shall clear you mind of this so that you will get rest, Keela. In love I take my leave. Good evening. Hayton to clear, please. Chapter 26. Rec number 1, Hayton. Sunday, August 26, 1990, 8:22 a.m. Year 4, Day 10. American Heritage. Responsibility and perceived assets of the American Christian character, faith and steadfastness, brotherly love and Christian care, diligence and industry and liberty of conscience. Look carefully at these 4 things which should be ingrained into your children. How many glow as a lamp unto the world? So be it. Summer, 1982 and summer, 1990. June 1982 had seen the end of one war and the beginning of another. The war between Britain and Argentina for the Falkland Islands ended on June 14. That day the Argentine garrison at Ft. Stanley surrendered to the British. Meanwhile, a new war was already underway in the Middle East. Israel had launched its long-planned, all-out invasion of Lebanon. Are any of you remembering these things? The Falkland Island War had come as a surprise to the master planner of nuclear war to come, the Bolsheviks. The Falklands fighting and the secret hostilities which preceded it were intended to upset those nuclear war plans. The Bolsheviks, who were fomenting violence worldwide, stamped out the unwanted Falklands War as quickly as possible. The Thatcher government in Britain, which is Bolshevik-controlled, was left with a legacy of grievous losses which were being totally covered up. A major key to the Thatcher cover-up of the true extent of British losses was the continued posture of belligerence toward Argentina. It was being said that a sizable British military presence would be maintained in the South Atlantic. That provided a tailor-made excuse for the fact that many British ships, sailors, and soldiers would not be coming home anytime soon. The fact that some of them would never return home could be hidden, and the families affected informed piecemeal, a few at a time, so that they would not form coalitions and question the real numbers of dead and missing. Each family would simply believe that their personal loss was one of the few who didn't make it. No one checks the real figures, and military funerals hide everything and decide who will be viewed and who will not. Graves with unknown bodies or empty caskets, actually the caskets are reused, are the rule and not the exception. Military honors funerals are the best hiding front of any practices experienced in the military circles. Sometimes dozens of funerals are held in separate places under the count of one killed in action, and flags are given to the families to account for their own. The Thatcher government intended to keep the lid on the situation just as Bush fully intended and continues to intend to keep the lid on Panama. Another ingredient in the Thatcher cover-up plan was the at-sea repair ship, Stena Inspector. It was bought from American interests in May and was then being refitted in the Savannah Shipyard Company in Georgia. Soon it would head for the South Atlantic to begin patching up many British vessels which were damaged in the Falklands War. When and if they would return to Britain, the true extent of the damage done to the Royal Navy would have been literally covered up. The final outcome of the Falklands War was a setback for the Rockefeller cartel and their limited partners, the new rulers of Russia. The Rockefeller Soviet team won round number 1 of the South Atlantic fray, which was a covert warfare during April. Round number 2, the battle for the Falklands themselves, turned out differently. Despite the damage done to the Royal Navy, it was the Rockefeller cartel and the Russians who were outmaneuvered in the Falklands battle. It was known that the objective of the joint Rockefeller-Russian action in the Southern Hemisphere was to upset Bolshevik nuclear war plans. So the Bolsheviks responded by deliberately overreacting militarily. Virtually the entire Royal Navy was dispatched to the South Atlantic. A situation was created in which a British recapture of the Falklands could not be stopped without setting off nuclear war itself. Finally, a totally unorthodox landing tactic was used to get British troops ashore. The end result was that the Rockefeller-Russian pledge to the Argentine junta was impossible to fulfill. The Bolsheviks were hoping that the resulting turmoil taking place in the Argentine government would halt Argentina's rapid move toward Russia. In the past, Argentina was always staunchly anti-Soviet, but under Russia's new rulers, a major and growing trade relationship had been building between Russia and Argentina. The majority of Argentina's huge exports of meat and grain went to Russia, and in May relations between Argentina and Cuba suddenly started warming. The Bolsheviks would have liked to reverse all that and ultimately deny Argentina's food to Russia. On June 5, 1982, Israeli tanks began moving across the border into a so-called Christian enclave in southern Lebanon. The following day the world learned that Israel was launching an all-out invasion of Lebanon. There had been joint strategy of the Bolsheviks and Zionists for well over the prior year to pave the way for nuclear war. It was a complex 5-track plan patterned after the build-up to World War I with its proliferation of pre-war crises. All 5 tracks in the Bolshevik warpath converged about mid-1982. By then they expected to have America on a solid war footing. All 4 space shuttle missions were planned to be completed by that time. The offensive weapons in the works would be ready, and by then the world would be a cauldron of crises made to order for setting off nuclear war suddenly and without warning. Just as crises in the Balkans triggered World War I, a world in crises would trigger nuclear war I. Mid-1982 had arrived and the Bolshevik maneuvering to drag the world into war was right on schedule. That month on June 13, the Washington Post published a major article titled, "A World Suddenly Assaulted by Gunfire." It began, quote, "By State Department count, 3 major and 8 lesser wars were going on last week in a world that seemed suddenly beset by blazing battles. Zionists. It certainly seemed sudden indeed, but it was not, and neither was it accidental. The Bolsheviks were responsible for the fires that were burning out of control worldwide, and they were most certainly caused by arson and controlled burns. Speaking of fires, how better to keep you the people occupied for the summer of your demise, by fighting fires all over the West? The Bolsheviks, then headquartered in America, were allied closely with the militant Zionists in Israel. The situation was as much a mystery to the people of Israel as it was to the people of America. In both countries the average citizen was getting very concerned. In Israel, as in America, the then present government was bent on deliberately raising the level of tension, violence, and nuclear war danger. In both countries more and more people were becoming alarmed over the growing danger without realizing that it was all indeed deliberately staged and orchestrated. The government which ruled Israel came to power in a sudden astonishing change in April of 1977. The previous Prime Minister Rabin resigned abruptly. As always in these situations, a suitable excuse was found for public consumption. In Rabin's case, a mini-scandal over insignificant financial matters was fabricated to explain away his departure, but the real reason was that Rabin had learned of the secret plans for a major Middle East war and wanted no part of it. Rabin was replaced by a man of very different attitudes. The new prime minister was a man who frightened many and now had been thought incapable of seizing control of the Israeli government. He was known as an extremist, tracing all the way back to his days as the most wanted of all Israeli terrorists by the British. The idea that he might actually rule Israel someday had been unthinkable to many. Suddenly, the new ruler of Israel was none other than Menachem Begin. Begin was representative of the most extreme faction of the political movement known as Zionism. The Zionists used religious-sounding terminology and biblical words to disguise the true nature of their goals, which were indeed totally satanic. Political Zionism is as different from classical Judaism as night is from day. Like all the world's more notable religions, classical Judaism is based on worship of the Almighty, and it does so from its own distinct perspective. Judaism emphasizes the justice of God. Islam is righteousness in power. Christianity is love. Hinduism is spiritual essence. Buddhism, the peace that comes only from God. Justice is the hallmark of true Judaism, but it has nothing at all to do with political Zionism except as a most deceptive slogan. The Jews who have been lured to the land called Israel have gone there by and large believing the promises of a better life, but what they have gotten instead is a government which per capita has become the most violent and warlike on earth. There is no peace, saith the Lord, for the wicked. And the Begin government in Israel was as wicked as, certainly, the Reagan government in the U.S. by means of the same elements and personalities involved. Modern Israel was no longer a threatened underdog, as was constantly preached and they pretend. Instead, Israel has become the world's third most powerful nation militarily. Using its runaway military might, the Zionist government of Israel was setting the world on fire. It was doing so with the blessing and support and taxpayer money of you the people and their American Bolshevik allies. The agony which was being inflicted on tiny Lebanon, which had never done Israel harm, was beyond description. Over 10,000 Lebanese civilians had been slaughtered by the Israelis and over 600,000 made homeless in less than 3 weeks. Even the sanitized reports on American television could not entirely hide the wanton savagery of the Israeli invasion. One report after another showed devastation of entire city blocks on a scale not seen since World War II. On all sides the reports described Israeli shelling and dive bombing of Beirut, Sidon, and other Lebanese cities with one word: indiscriminate. Classical Judaism regards men as the crowning glory of God's creation. Man is supposed to have been formed in God's own image. Would God, the just God of Judaism, have done what Israel did in Lebanon? Are arrogance, bestiality, and genocide in the image of God? Or are they in the image of Satan? What the Israelis were doing in Lebanon was claimed to be in retaliation for provocations by the Palestine Liberation Organization, but the fact was that the events were part of the long-range plan to bring on nuclear war. The joint war plan of the American Bolsheviks and the Zionists in Israel was still on track. They were shooting for a Middle East war to break out before the end of summer 1982. Now try for 1990, sheeple sleepers. The plan. The Begin plan was to goad the PLO into violence. Time after time over the prior year or so the Israeli Air Force mounted devastating air raids on Lebanon, creating widespread devastation and death. Now aren't you proud to be their supporters and closest ally? The purpose of those repeated Israeli violations of the ceasefire was to provoke a highly visible counterattack by the PLO. With that as a pretext, the Begin government intended to justify its planned invasion of Lebanon. But the PLO never did respond in kind to the Israeli goading. Aside from occasional small raids and shelling incidents, nothing was done that was sufficiently dramatic for the intended purpose. Meanwhile, time was running out. The fast new war timetable required the Middle East war to get underway without further delay, so on June 3 the Begin government provided its own pretext for war. That day the Israeli ambassador to Great Britain was gunned down by an assassin hired by Israel's own intelligence agency, the Mossad. The Begin government immediately professed to be outraged, saying this case was the last straw. 2 days later the Israeli forces, which had already been massed along the Lebanese border, invaded. The unbridled savagery of the Israeli attack shocked the world. In effect, the nation that called itself Israel had turned the Palestinians into the new Jews of the world. They had no home, they were dispersed. They, along with innocent victims of their host country Lebanon, were the victims of genocide, a military holocaust without justice or mercy. Protests and condemnation of the Israeli behavior in Lebanon was mounting worldwide. Nowhere was the worry greater than within the Jewish community itself. In Israel, popular sentiment against the Begin government had erupted into widespread demonstration and, elsewhere around the world, many Jews were also speaking out against the Israeli-inflicted Holocaust. But through it all, the Reagan-Begin axis of the American Bolsheviks and the militant Israeli Zionists continued to function smoothly. In his United Nations speech of June 17, the entity President Reagan condemned armed aggression. And to the new Russian pledge not to be the first to use nuclear weapons in war, Reagan demanded deeds, not words. But when it came to Israel, those criteria were never applied. In fact, the payments from your country to Israel only increased by leaps and bounds, as did military supplies. The Begin government agreed in words to one ceasefire after another, but in deeds it broke each truce when ready, and Israeli armed aggression left over 20% of the population of Lebanon homeless. The whole world was shocked and outraged, yet all that did not provoke even a slap on the wrist for Israel from Washington. The satanic Begin government was then in its sixth year in Israel. June of 1982 was the sixth month of the year. On the fifth day of the month, the Israeli invasion of Lebanon began, and with it abominations of military desolation. Pay attention. This had better be bringing something sharply into focus, the visions of the prophet Ezekiel, chapter 8. The prophet says in the first verse that he was shown visions in the sixth year, in the sixth month, in the fifth day of the month. He was shown abominations spawned in the Holy Land by people who arrogantly said, "The Lord does not see us." The chapter ends in the words, "Then he said to me, Hast thou seen this, O son of man? Is it a light thing to the house of Judah that they commit the abominations which they commit here? For they have filled the land with violence, and have returned to provoke me to anger, and, lo, they put the branch to their nose. Therefore will I also deal in fury, mine eye shall not spare, neither will I have pity, and though they cry in mine ears with a loud voice, yet will I not hear them. So be it, and Selah, for these things of God shall all come to pass in this generation upon the world. May God have mercy on ye who do not know, and bless fully those of you who see and act to stop this thing come upon your world." Allow us to close this segment. I am Hayton of God, with the host sent of God to show you the way. May you awaken and see and hear in time. Salut. Chapter 27. Rec number 2, Hayton. Sunday, August 26, 1990, 10:56 a.m. Year 4, Day 10. Space Shuttle number 4. On June 18, 1982, there was a fascinating announcement from NASA. 2 American spacecraft, the most distant man-made objects in the universe, might be on the verge of a major new discovery. Those 2 space probes had been racing through space for some 10 years and 9 years, respectively, or so they had told you. After all that time, they were nearing the edge of your solar system, whose vastness is almost beyond comprehension. We shall just go along with this story, for we are giving you some sequence information and not historically simply changing everything to light and roses, lest we never finish this journal in time to be of any assistance in your current world situation. They were preparing to observe a giant mystery object in the skies. The mystery object, whatever it was thought to be billions of miles beyond the outermost known planet, Pluto. It was so far away that it had never been observed by astronomers on Earth. Yet many were sure that there was something out there. Something, whatever it was, kept disturbing the crisscrossing orbits of little Pluto and giant Neptune. The effect even penetrated inward to the monster planet Uranus. No one knew what it was or where it was. It could have been a 10th planet. It could be a dark star even farther away. It could even have been that most chilling of all celestial objects, a black hole with gravity so strong light itself cannot escape. No one had seen it, so no one knew. Was it possible that after a decade of space travel, 2 American deep space probes might have been on the verge of giving answers? The probes were Pioneer X and Pioneer 11, launched in 1972 and 1973 respectively. They were nuclear-powered spacecraft designed to escape from your solar system and coast forever through the void of interstellar space. When they crossed the outer boundary of your solar system around 1990, they were expected to be sending back data about what they found. It would be mankind's first taste of interstellar space, that is, if there would be anyone left to still listen by then. What think ye it might be? Or, could this, too, have been a deceitful cover-up to bring fear and distraction unto the masses awaiting Armageddon and looking off into the wrong places, faces and directions instead of right in thine own front yards? On April 12, 1982, Aviation Week and Space Technology magazine devoted its editorial space to a statement by Dr. James A. Van Allen. Dr. Van Allen was the space scientist who discovered the radiation belts around the Earth, which now bear his name, some 42 years ago. His article was titled, "Pioneer's Unfunded Reach for the Stars." He listed an astonishing list of major new discoveries made by the Pioneer probes during the past decade. And he issued an appeal for the program to be saved from imminent destruction. Dr. Van Allen's article begins with the sad words, quote, "One of the most incredible features of the fiscal 1983 program of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration is the premature termination of the deep space missions of Pioneer X and Pioneer XL. The annual saving is $3 million, or 14 thousandths of the agency's budget. I think I need not go into details as to why this would be cut. The conspirators could not afford to have accurate pictures coming back from outer space for you. The people would learn the truth, and cover-up was becoming more and more difficult within the honorable community of space researchers. It is the same with the Hubble scope. They cannot allow the truth to come back to you about what is out in space. For one thing, we are out here. That means, dear ones, that you are just about ready to be expecting a clash of God's hosts with Satan himself, and if you of the world knew truth, you would cease allowing the blight upon your planet. Now you have piled on another decade. Where think you that we are now? So where are we now? Also, penning the truth in spite of the efforts to stop the truth. Little gray aliens indeed. Worse, the very ones who claim to have been scribes and receivers for God all the while, are throwing stones at my scribe who brings truth unto you. Ah, Satan is a busy and clever deceiver indeed. I suggest you pay careful attention unto that which Sananda and my co-commander, Corton, has been presenting these past immediate days. Lord Jesus, Sananda spares no words, and this information is in the immediate express. Even those that discount our words are making pronouncements of tremendous explosions and imminent danger, but continue to tell you to fear not, that God will somehow swoop you into a soft, heavenly cloud of serenity. No, that is the mark of Satan. Tell truth and then lull you into complacency by his soft and reassuring lies. There is going to be one big hell of a hot food coming forth just as they pronounce, but there won't be any drifting into ascension unless blown there by the big explosion. How many live, physical bodies with life and soul attached, floating about in the ethers have you witnessed? How many do you suspect shall die on the ground? Better take a second look at what has been given you as slow, insipid poison. To the scientists and concerned citizens, Reagan's decision to cancel the half-completed Pioneer program was incredible. But it was certainly in character with the administration's entire approach to space and science in general. Anything that would help the Bolsheviks prepare to wage war was funded, no matter how much it's cost. Everything that added to the peaceful, constructive knowledge of mankind, is being guillotined, no matter how little its expense. Look what happened in Washington and Israel when it was suggested this year that 5% aid be deleted from Israel to cover aid for other starving and war-torn nations, as well as your own disaster relief, which still hasn't materialized for your own people. Billions pour into Israel without strings in cash every year, and you further supply them with military capability free of charge. How can you justify this even in your dream state? By 1982, America's space program had been systematically whittled away to leave almost nothing but the space shuttle. The space shuttle had been spared only because of its critical importance for military purposes. And just what do you think the secret payloads on the recent 1990 rocket launches have been about? What kind of a crash program do you think has been going on to set you up for that nuclear war in the Middle East? Do you never even question those things? Of course not. You just bend in praise, ignore the atrocious screw ups, and wave the flag in honor of the liars, I suppose, while getting ready your casket decorations. Military control over the shuttle had become more and more blatant. And now, every space shuttle launched carries a top-secret military payload, including the one they claimed carried the Hubble scope, which sits in White Sands. Well, 8 years ago, as today, no interference with the nuclear war plans was tolerated. The overt military takeover of the shuttle program had begun in May 1981, following the hidden disaster of the first shuttle flight. The civilian director of the shuttle program, John Yardley, was eased out. Several months later, in October 1981, he was officially replaced by an Air Force general, James Abramson. Since then, the Bolshevik warlords had been expanding and consolidating their control over the entire shuttle program and NASA itself. Reorganization. Reorganization became the order of the day at NASA, with military control becoming more absolute with each change. In its original concept, the space shuttle was to be a stepping stone into space for both civilian and military purposes. It was to be a system that would continue to grow and be improved over the years by continued development. But that idea had gone out the window, thanks to the total takeover of the shuttle program by Bolshevik military managers. To them, even the shuttle was only a short-term stepping stone to war. They intended to set off nuclear war before any further development of the shuttle could bear fruit. And so, under Bolshevik military control, NASA was turning its back on the traditional mission of advancing the technology of spaceflight. The entire NASA emphasis was shifting towards using the space shuttle, as was, for the short time left prior to war. The most stunning result of the radical policy change within NASA was announced in April. It involved a man whose name was practically a synonym for America's manned space program. That man had played key roles in the planning and engineering of every single American manned space program. He was a member of the original Project Mercury team. He was deeply involved in the follow-on Project Mercury team. He was deeply involved in the follow-on Project Gemini, and a central figure in the Project Apollo Moon program. He directed the design and implementation of the Mission Control Center in Houston. And for the prior 10 years, he had been director of the Johnson Space Center. If you had followed America's manned space program closely over the years, you probably remember his name. He was Dr. Christopher Kraft. The Bolshevik warlords had decreed that NASA's days of technological development were over. So in April, Dr. Christopher Kraft was told that his services were no longer needed and he was fired. Well, as of the end of June 1982, the fourth shuttle debacle was underway. This was to be the last of the 4 initial crash military missions to prepare for nuclear war. Each of those first 4 missions had involved 2 shuttles, not just one. Each time, the shuttle you saw blasting off from Florida followed a path into space that was different from the one publicly claimed. As a result, it could not return to Earth at the time and place it was supposed to. Therefore, the two-man crew of each flight returned to Earth in a small Gemini-type space capsule. Then they boarded a different shuttle and rocketed into view from a distance to land at the advertised time and place. In the first 3 launches, the launch took place into the northeast. Each time this was the beginning of a long curving launch into the north to a near polar orbit to pass over Russia. But the 4th time, the shuttle took off in a different direction. It took off due east from Cape Canaveral into something called a minimum inclination orbit. This time it was heading, not for the North Pole, but toward the equator. The reason for that had to do with the secret Pentagon payload. It was a special sensor system designed to give confirmation of the first phase of the planned American nuclear first strike on Russia. In order to do its job, the Air Force infrared sensor had to be placed in geostationary orbit. That orbit is over 22,000 miles high, over the equator. In television coverage of the launch, the new flight path was mentioned briefly but never explained. For example, the transatlantic abort site that time was Dakar, Senegal, close to the equator. That was a change from the first 3 flights, in which the transatlantic abort site was Rota, Spain, much farther north. The shuttle itself could not go high enough to put the Air Force sensor into its final orbit. Instead, the sensor was perched atop a rocket carried in the cargo bay. For engineering reasons, the rocket had to be loaded into the shuttle while it was standing vertically, not parked horizontally. That is why, for the first time, the shuttle was loaded for the flight after it was ready on the launch pad. NASA's spokesman admitted publicly that this was done, but, as always, they never told you the reason. Sunday morning, June 27, Space Shuttle 4 became the first shuttle ever to take off exactly on schedule. Not a moment's delay was permitted, even though a sudden, violent hailstorm on the previous day had ruined more than 400 critical heat tiles. The pudding thickened. Let us move a bit away from the shuttle for a while as we catch up with concurrent events. On July 6, 1982, there was an unusual news report from Russia. That day an Aeroflot jet transport had crashed on takeoff from Moscow's Sheremetyevo airport. It was a spectacular flaming crash that killed all 90 persons on board. What was unusual about this news this time was that it was made public immediately. Usually plane crashes in Russia are announced more quietly and often after a delay of hours or even days, but not that time. The Aeroflot flight that crashed on July 6 was an international flight bound for Africa. Some of the passengers were students returning to their homes in Sierra Leone and Senegal. Under the circumstances, Russian authorities had no choice but to release the news without delay. Within hours it was included in news reports around the world. Within hours after the Moscow tragedy, investigators at the scene discovered that this had been no ordinary plane crash. In the midst of the twisted, smoking wreckage of what had been the Aeroflot plane, conclusive proof of sabotage was found. A report about the sabotage was flashed to KGB headquarters at Dzerzhinsky Square in Moscow. There the report was directed to a special task group assigned to deal with growing acts of internal disruption in the Soviet Union. A mounting campaign to create internal turmoil in Russia was going on, created by Bolshevik agents there. So there had been little news about this in the West, but it was a real and deepening problem. Within 36 hours the KGB Special Task Group was able to confirm what had been suspected. The sabotage of the Aeroflot jet had been carried out by one of the Bolshevik disruption groups which had been under surveillance in the Moscow area. Those groups, like others all across Russia, were being financed and directed by the Bolsheviks in the US. The KGB notified the Kremlin of the results of its investigation of the Aeroflot sabotage early on July 8, just 2 days after the crash. Those suspected of having carried out the sabotage were under arrest, but the question remained, how to send a message to the Bolsheviks in the US to cease and desist from similar acts. It did no good to talk to America's rulers. Action of some kind was required, and fast. Various possibilities were discussed and rejected for various reasons. Retaliation for the Aeroflot crash had to be designed to convey a clear message to the American Bolsheviks in terms they would understand. The message the Kremlin wanted to send was that, we know what you did to our plane. We have the means to destroy you and the will to use it if necessary. Message of clarity. For the message to be effective, time was of the essence, and so a target of opportunity order was given jointly to the KGB and the Russian Space Command. The KGB was ordered to select an American airliner for destruction within 24 hours. The criterion for selection was to be a passenger list as similar as possible to that of the sabotaged Aeroflot plane. The Aeroflot plane had carried many foreign passengers and a total of 90 persons had been aboard, therefore the KGB was ordered to select a commercial airliner in the US with similar characteristics, that is, there must be at least 90 persons aboard and an unusually high proportion of foreign passengers. The Russian Space Command would then have the responsibility of destroying the airliner on takeoff, just like the Aeroflot plane. KGB agents in the US had little difficulty in selecting not one but several candidate flights. Thanks to America's cross-connected computerized airline reservation system, the task was relatively easy. The Russian Space Command was then free to choose whichever flight was most convenient to attack. As in the past, it was decided to mount the attack using bad weather as an operational cover. On the afternoon of July 9, summer rainstorms were moving in patches through southeastern Louisiana. They were the kind of thunderstorms that build up in the heat and humidity of scorching summer afternoons. It was an on-again, off-again rainstorm, locally heavy at times then slacking off to a few sprinkles. At New Orleans International Airport it continued to be business as usual on that rain-swept afternoon. Weather conditions like those were a familiar occurrence, and the airport was equipped to monitor them closely. At around 4 p.m. that afternoon, airport sensors detected a condition of disorganized air movement called wind shear. Warnings were broadcast to airplanes in the area so that they could take it into account. Meanwhile, flight operations continued without let-up. Rain or no rain, the weather was still far better than the minimums required for the flight. As the wind shear warning was broadcast to the pilots, a number of planes were preparing to take off. One of those was a Pan American 727, Flight 759, bound for Las Vegas. The pilot heard the wind shear warning and decided to take appropriate action to guard against it. The faster a plane is moving, the less vulnerable it is to shear, so when Pan Am Flight 759 headed down the runway, the pilot held the nose down longer than normal. By waiting a few extra moments, he allowed the 727 to pick up extra speed as a margin of safety. Then he lifted the nose and the plane jumped off the runway and started climbing. Other planes, some of them smaller and more vulnerable to wind shear than a 727, took off before and after Pan Am Flight 759. All of them did so without mishap, but Flight 759 was destined to be less fortunate. This was the third day after the sabotaged Aeroflot jet had crashed in Moscow. Pan American Flight 759 had the required load of more than 90 persons. It also satisfied the criterion of an unusually large number of foreign passengers, in excess of 20%, and although Flight 759 was a domestic flight, the plane itself belonged to America's international flight airline, Pan American. The parallels with the sabotaged Aeroflot flight were judged to be more than adequate, and so, as the Pan Am jet rotated upward off the runway, a Russian Cosmosphere was waiting, hovering in the clouds over the airport. A moment after the jet left the runway, it was hit by what witnesses described as a bolt of lightning. What they actually saw was a surgical blast from a charged particle beam weapon. It was fired down at the jet by the Russian Cosmosphere hiding in the clouds overhead. It was not surprising that the witnesses mistook the strike for lightning. Whenever charged particle beam weapons are discussed in public, they are most often described as producing a sort of man-made lightning bolt, but a charged particle beam only looks like a lightning bolt. The beam blast was aimed very precisely at the air intake mounted in the tail of the 727. The blast blew superheated air and debris into the center engine, ruining it. The fringes of the blast also damaged and interfered with the other two engines mounted nearby. As the jet lost power, it stopped climbing normally and started mushing along through the air. Less than half a mile from the end of the runway, the plane clipped a tree as it descended toward a crowded residential area. The doomed jetliner passed right over a woman who later told reporters it was spitting and popping like it couldn't get the motor running. Moments later, the dying jetliner was crashing, cartwheeling, and exploding through 4 blocks of Kenner, Louisiana. Stunned residents, who had been narrowly missed by the crash, looked across the street in horrified disbelief. Where moments before there had been neighbors' houses, there was now a firestorm. A wall of angry flames towered 20 stories into the air. All 145 people aboard the plane had perished, along with 8 more on the ground. The victims in both of those tragedies were casualties in the secret war between the US and Russia. Both the leaders of the US and Russia started speaking openly of war. Both sides were saying that the US and the Soviet Union were already at war, which was true, but the secret warfare which was going on for years was only a pale shadow of things to come. Winds of change were sweeping across the Soviet Union, but the Bolsheviks had every intention of reclaiming Russia, and the new leaders in Russia were stuck with it whether or not they liked it. The situation has grown even worse this day. Hold your breath, dear ones, for the plans were well laid and are now unfolding in the Middle East right on schedule and exactly as set forth among the elite cartels. Almost a decade later, and you have only helped strengthen the scenario for your own enslavement and destruction. So be it, for that which ye set forth, shall ye reap. Aho. Postscript. Rec number 1 Hayton. Monday, August 27, 1990, 8:49 a.m. Year 4 Day 11. Hayton to speak in the light of the Radiant One, God the Father, that his instructions might go forth in the intent of this command which has come forth in his service. I am humbled to serve in his presence and with you, of his willing attendance. We have abruptly closed this journal in an effort to get the segment to you in an immediate manner. I have requested that it be put to print instantly and pushed through the printing network immediately. There shall be more outlay of this continuing material, for I want to bring you current with what went wrong that delayed Nuclear War 1 in 1982, and it shall be brought to you contiguously. Please see to it that notification of the journal goes forth in the concurrent express so that ones can have it on order right now. You are running out of time for action. I suggest all go forth, back, as the case may be, and study. Survival is only 10 feet from hell. You who have been attending the journals are far ahead of your brothers, so you must encourage them to catch up. Do not be overwhelmed by circumstances or the news. Nothing is different from this morning, only that you now are coming into truth and understanding. We work diligently as if we have all the time in the universe at our disposal. Hope must turn into reality, and it shall, as you all come into unity and understanding of your situation. See what is coming down around you so that you can find confirmation of that which we bring forth, and then let us move into action. You must begin in your dooryard. You must regain control of your state representatives and put honor back into your state government and demand that action be taken at the national congressional level. 60% of your federal Congress is under direct control of the Zionists, having been purchased through lobby bribes and self-serving criminal activities. You must get those conspirators out of your seats of government. As the cry for return unto your Constitution goes forth and the demand for leadership with integrity goes out, you shall find the leaders who will dare, but there needs to be a lot of them, lest the few be murdered. They have got to clean out the CIA, FBI, IRS, etc., and place the rules back into the hands of the people at the state level. You must demand a return of your soldiers and demand that the UN control of your nation be forfeited. The conspirators for global control run the UN as it stands at present. You have allowed all input to slip through your hands. You must take a look at the world through truth and not through the news media, for you are lied to on a full scale through us to deceive you. You will note from the daily information which does come forth unto you that Russia has renounced her superpower label in order to refuse participation in the Iraq mess, conjured and set forth by the US and England under the guise of the UN. Can you, who claim to be Christians in goodness, not do as much in behalf of your children sent to be fodder for the experiments at the hands of your own evil intenders? Once again, Russia is trying to prevent the nuclear war, which is now imminently poised and ready, and the countdown is right on track. Remarkable things have been happening in your world while you slept under the umbrella of the lies. Satan has indeed been busy setting up your demise. Are there others working in God's behalf? Oh, most certainly, dear ones. Why do you think Russia has changed her spots? It has not been a lost period of time that they have been running around out here in space, and they have heard the truth of it. Are they better than the rest of mankind? No, they simply have the truth of cosmic law, and they now understand the situation and the presence of the hosts. However, the major change which shall turn the world about into truth still must come from you, the people of the US, for upon the foundation of constitution, godly law, the world can again begin to come into balance. Extremists in war intent or ecological/environmental extremes will only pull you further into the trap, for it is planned exactly that way to do you in. Satan is the master at deception, and you are now directly involved with the teacher of evil. We of the hosts must be prepared for whichever direction you as the sleeple take. If it be into the hands of your enemies, much destruction is planned for your people and your nation. Therefore, God's segments must be tended for the founding of the new which shall come upon you, and you must be prepared, also, for the changes in topography which is destined to strike you. Oh yes, there are great groups of ones working in God's camp scattered about your nations of the planet. The hardest task, however, is right here in opening the eyes and ears of the people who proclaim to be of God and have lost your way, stolen from you by Satan himself. You can reclaim your rightful inheritance, but you are the ones who will do it. God will not do it for you. He sends instructions and rings the alarm that you shall go again, within, wherein he resides, and he can again show you the path of truth. As long as you choose to be victims of the lie and bow and scrape to the very deceivers, you are doomed. When you see what is being done unto you and become informed, the truth shall give you back your freedom, for the evil cannot stand in the face of truth. It is purely up to you, and meanwhile, my beloved force will continue to give forth the word of truth and continue in preparation for the transition and survival of a remnant to continue to show the way. There should be no ridicule of ones who have constructed shelters against this day on this day. Only you will change of your plight. Another can only help you in your work. They cannot, nor should they, do it for you. If money is all you have to share in exchange for shelter and / or instructions, share IT where it can count, for IT will soon be a thing of no value whatsoever. You are in the final days of such a decision, for the planners have taken that matter into consideration first. You do not need of personal meetings. The truth has been and is being laid forth unto you. Assume your responsibilities now and stop waiting for another to do thine work. You have done that too long. You depended upon the government to chew thine food, and it has stripped you even unto your ability to think, much less act. The ending of the series of journals will be exactly that which you make it, nothing more and nothing less. God awaits your response, petition, and actions. He will provide the way, but you must ask before you shall receive. Yea, will ask from within thine being, for only therefrom can come the petition in truth, and that call compels the answer. You can change your world if you want to.